golden finger beauty in his arms power over the world. He had even thought of names for his future children. Unfortunately, what fate handed him was not a winning ticket, but an admission pass to hell. The uncanny descended, and the city was reduced to a playground for monsters. The remaining survivors struggled to live on in this eerie world, scavenging like stray dogs. Lin Mo was one of them. A harsh crackle came from the radio. A deep, hoarse, yet strangely clear voice pierced the deathly silence of the convoy. All citizens of Huagua, this is Base 01. To all who can hear this message, do not proceed to Base 01. The base has been invaded by a skin mask aberration and has fallen. Do not come. Do not come. Do not come. The static dragged on. 1 month ago, the uncanny had descended upon the entire world. Daxiao responded with astonishing speed, raising 12 large bases within a month. Yet modern weapons proved useless against the uncanny. Only sequence transcendence could affect them, but there were far too few nowhere near enough to stem the tide. The 12 bases were as fragile as paper lanterns, collapsing one after another. Today, the last one, Base 01, had also fallen. Lin Mo rode an old 28-inch bicycle slowly following the convoy along the national highway. A week ago, he had fled the city with this group of survivors, hoping to reach the refuge of Base 01. Now that last shred of hope had shattered. The bicycle's wheels crunched over loose gravel, making a dry creaking sound. A sense of utter despair hung over the entire convoy. No one spoke, no one wept. Even their breathing was pressed low. Lin Mo gripped the handlebars, a chill spreading through his heart. Perhaps I am the unluckiest transmigrator of all, he thought. For Lin Mo was not of this world. He was a transmigrator. 1 month earlier, he had been in his rented room, staying up late scrolling through short videos. He blinked, and when his eyes opened, he was in this world. At first, he had thought it was the favor of some goddess of fortune. He had imagined awakening, a golden finger sweeping all before him, drinking and dreaming with beauties, and holding the world in his palm when he woke. Yet no matter what he tried, no so-called golden finger awakened. Even so, with the knowledge from his previous life, he believed he could still attain financial freedom and live out an easy, comfortable life. He had never imagined that before he could taste financial freedom, the uncanny would descend. He was just an ordinary man with no golden finger and no system. In this world overrun by uncanny horrors where human lives were as cheap as grass, he struggled on the brink of survival. Only then did he understand transmigration was not a blessing from a goddess of fortune. It was a ticket to hell. He let out a bitter smile. He could only pedal mechanically, keeping close to the convoy ahead. He did not dare fall behind. He had seen it with his own eyes. Those who fell behind never caught up again. In this apocalypse, falling behind meant death. Only when night finally fell and a blood-red moon rose into the sky did the lead vehicle stop, and the group began to make camp. At night, under the blood moon, the uncanny grew especially restless. No one dared to move after dark. By the moon's crimson glow, Lin Mo gazed toward the distant city. The outlines of high-rise buildings were faintly visible. Above the city floated vast, twisted shadows like enormous jellyfish drifting in the air. The city, once humanity's home, had become humanity's forbidden zone. He took a bundle from the rear rack of his bicycle and pulled out a box of self-heating rice. He had found it in a small supermarket during their last supply run. Over 50 people had set out together on that run, yet only a little more than 30 had returned. A rusty kitchen knife, a blackened blanket, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 3 boxes of self-heating rice. That was all he had in this Indoff world. He opened the self-heating rice and poured in mineral water. A minute later, the heater activated, steam hissing out through the seams. A rich aroma of rice spread through the air. Around him, people sniffed hard, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the bowl. Their gazes reminded Lin Mo of something he had once seen in a documentary. Wolves on the brink of starvation. In this lawless, ruleless apocalypse, human nature could hardly withstand temptation. In this group of more than 30 people, some had not eaten for an entire day. Silently, Lin Mo tightened his grip on the kitchen knife in his hand. He lowered his head and ate quickly. Comforting, he thought. After finishing the self-heating rice, warmth slowly returned to his body, and a little strength came back. He pulled the blanket from his backpack, wrapped it around himself, and leaned against the bicycle to make do for the night. He had just closed his eyes and dozed for half an hour or so when a sudden scream tore through the night. "Help me! Help me! There's a corpse aberration!" Everyone in the camp jolted awake, grabbing whatever weapons lay at hand. Kitchen knives, steel pipes, even bricks. Lin Mo swiftly grabbed his rusty kitchen knife. By the blood-red moonlight, he saw a new figure at the edge of the camp. It was more than 2 meters tall, its entire body covered in pitch. Lin Mo recognized it. A corpse aberration, the lowest of all uncanny beings, barely even worthy of the name. These creatures were simply human corpses tainted by uncanny energy and twisted into something else. Now it was holding a frail young man in one hand. That youth must have been the one who screamed. His neck hung broken, his chest torn open by a gaping hole, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. The corpse aberration casually flung the body aside, let out a roar, and charged into the crowd. Screams, curses, and pounding footsteps instantly melted into a single chaos of sound. Lin Mo immediately darted behind a pickup truck. He knew exactly how weak he was. A corpse aberration might be low level, but that was only in the eyes of a sequence transcendent. For ordinary people, there was almost no resisting a corpse aberration. It plunged into the crowd, and in the span of a few breaths, two people were torn apart. Then its head turned toward Lin Mo's direction. No, not toward Lin Mo. Toward the old woman running desperately beside him. "Young man, save me, save me," the old woman shouted as she ran toward him. Damn it. She was luring the corpse aberration straight to his hiding place. He had seen this trick far too many times in this month of apocalypse. When they could not escape, people grabbed a scapegoat, someone slower, to draw death away from themselves. He turned and ran. But the corpse aberration was too fast. In just 2 strides it caught up with the old woman, its arm thrusting clean through her back and out her chest. The old woman's scream was cut off in an instant. The corpse aberration flung her aside, its blood-red eyes turning toward Lin Mo. He could no longer run. Lin Mo skidded to a halt, turned, and tightened his grip on the knife. A storm of thoughts flashed through his mind, and in the end only one remained. He had crossed worlds only to live every day on edge, never knowing peace for even a moment. He had had enough. He had already died once. What was there left to fear? He would fight to the end. The corpse aberration lunged, its claws slashing for his chest. Lin Mo twisted aside and swung his knife at its arm. The blade struck its black hide as if chopping into thick leather. Not even the skin broke. An immense force surged back along the knife. He was flung away like a man hit by a speeding car, slamming hard into the ground. His chest felt as if it were on fire, every breath carrying the taste of rust. How pathetic, he thought. For an ordinary person, even mutual destruction with an uncanny has become a luxury. Is this really how it ends? Lying on his back, staring up at the blood moon, his consciousness began to blur. Perhaps it's better this way, he thought. If I die, maybe I can go back. This cursed apocalypse. Just as Lin Mo was about to faint, a fireball tore through the night sky, whistling as it flew, and exploded precisely against the corpse aberration's head. Boom. Flames blossomed, heat washing over him. The corpse aberration's head vanished, its massive body swayed once and crashed to the ground. The headless corpse fell less than half a meter from Lin Mo. Black blood splashed across his face. In the next instant, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host has made contact with foreign energy. Binding conditions met. Keyword system initializing automatic binding. Binding in progress. Binding complete. Lin Mo froze. A system. So this is the golden finger finally arriving, he thought. Then inwardly he cursed, I don't want to transmigrate. I don't want a system. System, send me back. He did not want to stay in this world for even a second longer. On Blue Star he had been a Ninednine workhorse, but at least his safety had been guaranteed. When he was hungry there was takeout. When he was thirsty, milk tea. On weekends he could sleep until he woke naturally. I want to go home. I want to go back. System, send me back, he begged again and again in his heart. No further response came. Then his eyes rolled back. He slipped completely into unconsciousness. When Lin Mo regained consciousness again, he had no idea how much time had passed. All he could feel was searing pain coursing through his entire body. He knew that blow from the corpse fiend had torn into his vital organs. The softness beneath his back and the rumble of an engine told him he had been rescued. Thinking back to what had happened the previous night, a chill of lingering fear crept up his spine. These eerie beings were indeed not something ordinary people could contend with, not even the lowest-ranked corpse fiend. That fireball last night, he thought, must have been the work of one of the sequence transcendentals in the convoy. Lin Mo withdrew from his memories and sank his awareness into his mind, beginning to study the system. There was no path back for him now. The system was his only guarantee of survival. At the center of his mental space, a semi-transparent panel floated in the void. Its layout was extremely simple to the point of crudity. At the very top was an energy counter, the digits starkly displaying 0. Beneath the energy counter was a circular lottery button. Further down, a single small line of text provided all the instructions: 1 free draw per day. That was all. No detailed rules, no listed probabilities, and no system sprite appearing to explain anything. For now, the system could do only 2 things, and only 2: first, draw lots; second, stare at that dry, lifeless number on the energy counter. The core function of the entry system seemed straightforward: obtain various entries of different quality through draws. From lowest to highest, the entries were divided into 7 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and black. 100 points of energy could be exchanged for a single draw. Lin Mo guessed that energy would likely only be gained by killing eerie entities. While Lin Mo was studying the system, an anxious girl's voice sounded by his ear. Sister, why did we save him? Those anti-inflammatory and painkillers were bought with our lives on the line. Why should we waste them on him? The girl pressed on. Sister, you're not getting fanciful over it. The one speaking was Li Yushi, 17 years old, who had been just a student before the world ended. Now she sat in the front passenger seat, face smeared with gray-black grime hair, tied up in a messy bundle, a crossbow resting steadily in her hands. The bolt of her crossbow was aimed squarely at the back seat. It was clear this was far from her first time using it. "Sister, I'm being serious," she insisted. Li Yuxi cast a quick glance toward the back, her tone rapid and urgent, as though she had been holding this in for a long time. The woman driving was Li Yuqing, 23, Li Yuxi's older sister. Before the apocalypse, she had been a doctor at the city's People's Hospital. In this new world, that identity had become a rare asset. She understood medicine, and she understood first aid. Now her hands gripped the steering wheel as her eyes stayed on the convoy ahead. The off-road vehicle they were in had been picked up from a dead survivor. Its body was smeared with dried, blackened blood, and the rear side window was wrapped in layer after layer of tape. Their vehicle crawled along the abandoned national highway behind the convoy at less than 40 kilometers per hour. Hearing her sister's words, Li Yuqing let out a soft sigh and said, "Don't let your thoughts run wild." "Yuxi, I have my reasons for saving him," Li Yuqing continued. "In a world like this, for the two of us to survive, we must either become strong ourselves or rely on someone who is strong." Li Yuqing turned to look at her sister. "Do you think we count as strong?" Li Yuxi opened her mouth, but could not answer. "In this apocalypse," Li Yuqing said in an even tone, "you either become a sequence transcendental or cling together for warmth." As she spoke, her fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel. There were around 40 people in the survivor convoy. They were part of 3 of whom had awakened a transcendent sequence. This so-called sequence transcendence was a special energy system activated in some people's bodies after the catastrophe descended. Sequence transcendentals possessed physical abilities far beyond ordinary people and the power to kill eerie entities. The convoy's allocation of resources, choice of routes, even matters of life and death, all ultimately revolved around those 3. She and her sister were both beautiful. Even with soot smeared deliberately across their faces and clothes several sizes too large hanging off their frames, that cool, striking beauty could not be completely hidden. More than one man in the convoy had cast covert and obvious looks their way, eyes on them, as if eyeing meat laid out on a chopping board. "That Lin Mo. I've been observing him for this past month," Li Yuqing said. "He may not be a good person, but he has a bottom line and his wits are intact." She paused, fingers tapping lightly twice on the steering wheel. "He's been wounded by a corpse fiend this time. By saving him we gain one more friend, one more path." Her fingers drummed lightly on the wheel again. "The convoy still has order for now, but no one knows how long that order will last. Once that order is gone," she paused, "we 2 ordinary women will be both prey and food in this apocalypse." At those words, Li Yuxi's hands trembled. She glanced at her sister, then quickly shifted her gaze back to the back seat. She understood. Her sister wasn't being charitable. She wasn't playing the saint. They were making an investment. "We need to band together," Li Yuqing said. "Only then do we have a chance to live." Li Yuqing's voice suddenly shifted, tinged with a casual, world-weary insight. "Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lin Mo?" Li Yuxi's body went rigid. She straightened at once, crossbow bolt leveled firmly at the back seat, finger resting on the trigger. The car's interior fell silent. It became so quiet that the 3 of them could hear each other's uneven breathing. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Harsh gray daylight flooded in through the window, stabbing at it. He blinked, his pupils adjusting to the change in brightness. Lin Mo slowly straightened up, every movement deliberate and unhurried. He knew a crossbow bolt was aimed at him at that very moment. Any sudden large movement might set off the other party's nerves. In such a sealed, cramped space, he must avoid any overly large movement. Every motion needed to be slow, clear, and easily seen by the others. Only that way could he minimize needless misunderstandings. From their conversation, Lin Mo could tell that this woman, named Li Yuqing, was definitely not someone to take lightly. If he made any sudden move now, he had no doubt the next second the bolt would bury itself in his body. Lin Mo sat up straight and took in his surroundings. The 2 women were indeed beautiful, even under their deliberate disguises. "Thank you for saving me," he said at last. "No need for thanks," Li Yuqing replied. "What do you think of my proposal, Mr. Lin Mo?" Lin Mo had already been turning the question over in his mind. Now that he had a system, as long as he could endure the early stage, once he accumulated enough entries later on, there would be no need to fear the eerie entities at all. But at the moment, his bicycle and supplies were all gone, and he himself was injured. If not for these 2 sisters, he would likely already have become food for the eerie beings. "I have no objections," he answered. "Sticking together does make survival more likely than going alone." "Then let's get to know each other properly," Li Yuqing said. "I'm Li Yuqing, and this is my younger sister Li Yuxi." Inwardly, Lin Mo's estimation of her climbed even higher. She was no saint, but she had courage and a clear head. In this apocalypse, survivors fell into 2 kinds, those fiercer than the corpse fiends themselves, and those more helpless than lambs led to the slaughter. But Li Yuqing fit neither category. She was a hunter, one who hunted with her mind as much as with her hands. Lin Mo knew he had to recover as quickly as possible. Letting his life rest in someone else's hands like this was intolerable. He could only rely on the system. Lin Mo opened it and started to draw. "Let's hope for something useful," he thought. As the wheel began to spin, 2 seconds later, a prompt surfaced. "Congratulations, you have drawn a green entry, blazing fire." Lin Mo stared at the green entry drawn from the system lottery. Fire of Fury. He silently repeated the 2 words in his mind twice. He then tried to apply the entry to himself. The system immediately popped up a cold message: this entry can only be used on weapons. Lin Mo thought it was a pity. His bicycle, kitchen knife, and supplies were all lost. The only valuable thing on him was probably the clothes he was wearing. He could only keep this entry in the system's backpack for now, and wait until he obtained a suitable weapon to use it. The 2 sisters, however, had equipment. Lin Mo shook his head. They had just formed a group. How could they possibly give him their weapons? The moment he dared to ask, a crossbow bolt would already be aimed at his head. He needed to observe further and find an opportune moment. Lin Mo leaned back against the bike seat, tilting his head to look at the gray-white sky outside. Since the apocalypse began, the sky had remained this color, resembling a dirty rag that could never be cleaned. Meanwhile, he pondered the path ahead. He was currently injured and unable to search for supplies. It was impossible to rely entirely on the 2 sisters. Although Li Yuqing said they could form a group, such a relationship was, he must possess value, only then would he not be abandoned. Right now, the only thing he had to offer was the Fire of Fury entry. As long as he had value, this clever woman should make the right choice. He wasn't afraid of exposing his abilities. As long as he didn't reveal the system, he could stall for time. He could easily fabricate a story about just awakening his powers to dispel her doubts. His sequence abilities couldn't be taken away. Awakening was awakening. Aside from envying his luck, killing him would bring no benefits. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, the stronger you appear, the more others would consider the cost of attacking you. It was a survival of the fittest. The weak are prey while the strong are hunters. Lin Mo understood this principle well. He suppressed his thoughts, closed his eyes, and began to rest. The vehicle jolted along, the engine noise like a lullaby. Lin Mo dozed off, and after an unknown period, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Lin Mo's body lurched forward, nearly hitting his head against the back of the seat in front. He jolted awake, instinctively reaching out to brace himself against the seat, a sharp pain shooting through his lungs. Cough. He couldn't help but cough, turning his head to look out the window. The convoy had stopped. Not far ahead was a small village. Looking around, he saw about 20 households, all of them typical 2-story rural houses. The outer walls were covered with white tiles, some of which had fallen off, revealing the gray cement underneath. Surrounding the houses were fenced vegetable gardens filled with various vegetables. Small greens, radishes, and a few rows of vegetables that Lin Mo didn't recognize. The vegetable plots had clearly been neglected for some time, yet the plants were still alive, lush and green. Lin Mo sensed an unsettling silence enveloping the entire village. Lin Mo squinted for a few seconds, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. At that moment, the leading off-road vehicle opened its door, and 3 extraordinary individuals stepped out. The first to exit was Li Weigua. He was the leader of this convoy, awakened as a feng shui master. Although this sequence had little combat power, he could sense the presence of eerie energy, and the convoy's survival until now relied on his guidance. The muscular man getting out on the left was named Wang Chong. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, awakened as a diamond sequence capable of enlarging his body with absurd strength, resilience, and recovery ability. Lin Mo had witnessed Wang Chong being attacked by 2 corpse monsters from both sides. Their sharp claws scratched against him, leaving only white marks without breaking his skin. Wang Chong could crush the skull of a corpse monster with a casual punch. The last to step out was a girl with red hair, Wang Qingyan. She appeared to be in her early 20s with dark red hair that stood out starkly against the gray sky. She awakened as a fire manipulator capable of controlling flames. The fireball that saved them yesterday was likely her doing. After the 3 exited the vehicle, they huddled together, whispering to each other. Li Weigua pointed toward the village, seemingly indicating that there was no eerie energy here and it was safe to enter. Wang Chong nodded his massive head, while Wang Qingyan stood silently beside them. Li Weigua then turned around and gestured to the vehicles behind. Keep up, prepare to enter the village and search for supplies. Others in the convoy began to exit their vehicles, gathering in 3s and 4s. They carried a variety of weapons. Machetes, iron pipes, and even someone holding a brick. Their expressions varied, but their eyes shared a common mix of desire and vigilance. They desired the food and supplies in the village while being wary of the potential dangers lurking there. At this moment, Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi also strapped on their backpacks, preparing to search for supplies. Lin Mo called out to them, "Wait a moment." Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi paused, turning their heads back to look at him in confusion. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the crossbow hanging at Li Yuqing's waist. "Give me your crossbows." Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi both froze. The crossbow was their only ranged weapon. In this apocalyptic world where close combat was almost a death sentence, a ranged weapon was incredibly precious. Now someone who had just suggested forming a group was asking them for weapons. The air fell silent for a moment. Lin Mo understood their concerns and gave a slight smile. "Don't worry, you saved me. Though I'm not a good person, I won't repay kindness with malice." He knew what they were worried about. Li Yuqing stared at him for several seconds, as if weighing the truth of his words. In the end, she bit her lip, untied the crossbow, and handed it over. She did not give the bolts. Lin Mo received the crossbow and examined it carefully. It was an old-fashioned crossbow well made. He wondered where they had obtained it. Lin Mo said nothing more, directly summoning the system and applying the Fire of Fury entry to the crossbow. A faint light flashed. The originally dark crossbow transformed, turning completely bright red, with flame-like patterns appearing on its surface. At the same time, a wave of information flooded Lin Mo's mind. Extraordinary item: Fire of Fury crossbow. ID 99998. Fire of Fury can consume mental energy to conjure flame arrows, which burn for 5 seconds upon hitting the target. Lin Mo received the information. He took a deep breath, the pain in his lungs making him wince, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. It worked. He mentally praised the system. It truly lived up to its name. A single green entry transformed an ordinary crossbow into an extraordinary item. Lin Mo knew what extraordinary items were. After the apocalypse, some items mutated under an unknown force, acquiring special functions which survivors called extraordinary items. Extraordinary items were rare, and each one was worth a fortune. With this weapon, if he encountered a corpse monster again, as long as he wasn't caught in close combat, he could easily burn that creature to ash. Lin Mo handed the crossbow back. Congratulations, you made the right bet, my companion. Li Yuqing reached out to take the transformed crossbow, and upon sensing the information in her mind, her expression froze. Li Yuqing noticed her sister's strange reaction and immediately asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" She then snatched the crossbow from Li Yuqing's hands, and upon sensing its attributes, she too. Li Yuqing noticed her sister's strange reaction and immediately asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" She then snatched the crossbow from Li Yuqing's hands. Li Yuqing's eyes even turned slightly red. In this world where ordinary people had to fight tooth and nail just to survive, a weapon of extraordinary quality meant everything. They understood this better than anyone. It was Li Yuqing who snapped back to her senses first. She clutched the crossbow tightly, looking up at Lin Mo. You awakened." Lin Mo did not answer this question. He turned his head to glance at the search team that had already walked far away, and simply said, "Bring back more food." Li Yuqing stared at him for several seconds, her shocked expression fading. She tactfully refrained from pressing further. Nodding vigorously, she turned around and pulled along the still stunned Li Yuqing, quickly catching up with the team as they headed towards the village. At this moment, her heart was far from the calm she appeared to have. She knew she had made the right bet. Regardless of whether Lin Mo had truly awakened or what secrets the mere ability to turn an ordinary crossbow into an extraordinary item signified a successful investment. As Li Yuqing walked, she lowered her voice, her tone brimming with uncontainable excitement and curiosity. "Sister, did Lin Mo awaken?" Li Yuqing continued, walking, her voice low. "No matter if Lin Mo has awakened or not, this matter stays between us, understand? If anyone asks, just say it was luck that got it." Li Yuqing nodded vigorously. "Understood." Lin Mo watched the figures of the two sisters, feeling restless inside. Today's actions were a complete gamble, betting on whether Li Yuqing was a smart person. He knew that this was too risky. If Li Yuqing had any ill intentions, he would be powerless to fight back. But he had no other options. He was currently injured with no supplies at hand, and even eating was a problem. Not to mention that if they encountered something bizarre, there would be no chance to escape. He could only take a gamble. Fortunately, he won. Li Yuqing and Li Yusin arrived at the first house in the village with the group, when suddenly Wang Chang's voice came. "Keep your voices down, search for supplies inside, and regroup in an hour." Wang Chang said this and headed straight into a nearby house, ignoring the others. The other survivors looked at each other, then realized what to do and scattered to search for supplies. Li Yuqing and Li Yusin did not rush to grab the supplies in the house. She held her sister's hand and walked straight to the vegetable garden in front of the house. Crouching down, she began to dig up vegetables and radishes from the soil with her hand. Although these vegetables could not fill their stomachs, she was well aware, while there were many supplies in the house, the space was limited. If they encountered something eerie, their fate, as ordinary people, would be sealed. Death. In the past month, she had seen too many such people. In this apocalypse, only caution and not being greedy could lead to survival. Survival was more important than anything else. Li Yusin understood this principle as well. Silently, she squatted side by side with her sister, quickly digging up the dirt and stuffing the vegetables and radishes into her backpack. The garden was not large, only about 10 square meters. There were quite a few vegetables in the soil, but no one was taking care of them. The radishes were only as thick as a thumb, and the leaves of the vegetables were full of wormholes, but at that moment none of this mattered. As long as it was edible, it was a matter of life and death in this apocalypse. The sisters had just filled half a backpack when two people nearby also squatted down, starting to dig for vegetables. Everyone worked in tacit understanding, each occupying a small area, and nobody spoke. Only the sound of soil being turned over could be heard. Just as they were digging earnestly, a sudden explosion rang out from the nearby house. Bang! The sound was like someone knocking over a cabinet, followed by the sound of items shattering. Li Yuqing suddenly looked up, instinctively reaching for the fire crossbow at her waist. In the next moment, Wang Chang burst through the door. "What bad luck! I just entered the kitchen and ran into a zombie." Wang Chong spat his face full of helplessness. The explosion activated the entire village. The zombies hidden in the shadows emerged from dark corners. Li Yuqing looked up and felt a heavy weight in her heart. 8 zombies were approaching from different directions. Run quick. There are zombies. Someone shouted, and the crowd instantly erupted into chaos. Li Yuqing and Li Yusin did not hesitate for half a second, immediately slinging their backpacks on and turning to run toward the village entrance. Behind them came the sound of chaotic footsteps and frantic shouting. The remaining survivors also reacted, rushing toward the village entrance in a frantic swarm. Damn it, don't push. Move aside. Quick, get out of the way. In the midst of the chaos, Wang Chong was already serious. His eyes suddenly turned blood red and his bones cracked loudly. His height, originally close to 2 meters, surged to over 3 meters within 3 seconds, his black vest ripping into shreds, revealing muscles like granite. Come on, you punks. Wang Chong roared like thunder. He pushed off with his legs cracking the stone pavement and shot toward the nearest 4 zombies like a cannonball. The zombie raised its arms, its 10 black claws aimed directly at his face. Wang Chong did not dodge. Instead, he slapped it away with his right hand, as if swatting a fly. The chest of one zombie cracked with a sharp sound, its body flying back and crashing into half a mud wall. However, the zombie felt no pain. After rolling on the ground, the zombie got up in a strange posture and charged toward Wang Chong. Damn, this thing is really annoying. Wang Chong cursed under his breath, reached out with his left hand and grabbed the arm of a nearby zombie. With a violent tug, he tore the arm along with half its shoulder muscle away, black pus splattering everywhere. The zombie let out a piercing scream that hurt the eardrums. Its remaining hand still stubbornly reached for Wang Chong's neck. Wang Chong kicked it in the chest, sending the broken body flying 5 or 6 meters away, crashing into another charging zombie. The 2 corpses flew out together, rolling on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyan stood about 5 or 6 meters behind Wang Chong, raising her right hand. A fist-sized ball of flame appeared in her palm, the orange-red flame emitting a high temperature that distorted the air. Then the fireball expanded to the size of a basketball. Wang Qingyan locked onto one of the zombies. With a flick of her wrist, the fireball whistled out, leaving a red trail in the air, accurately smashing into the zombie's back. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed the zombie. The zombie did not have time to scream before it struggled twice in the flames and turned to ash. However, another zombie charged toward the crowd. It bypassed the combat zone of Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan, directly pouncing into the flames. In the blink of an eye, the zombie reached the crowd, tackling a woman in a gray hoodie, its mouth full of filthy blood ready to bite her throat. Up! The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, which abruptly stopped. The surrounding dozen people scattered, and the scene was filled with chaos, screams, and cries. After finishing off its prey, the zombie raised its head, its murky eyes turning toward Li Yuqing and Li Yusin, who were running toward the village entrance. Li Yuqing saw this. In an instant, she made a judgment. They couldn't escape. There were still nearly 200 meters to the village entrance, and at the speed of the zombies, they could catch up in 3 seconds. They simply couldn't run fast enough. Instead of exposing their backs to the enemy and running desperately, it would be better to fight back with all their might. Li Yuqing suddenly stopped, turning to face the approaching zombie. She raised the fire crossbow, channeling her intent into the bow arm. An arrow formed entirely of flames took shape. She steadied her breath and aimed. Pulling the trigger, whiz. The flaming arrow shot forth like a red streak of light, precisely piercing the zombie's chest. Then centered around the arrow, flames erupted. The red flames blossomed like a blooming lotus, instantly enveloping the entire zombie. The zombie's body rapidly shriveled and carbonized in the flames. 5 seconds later, all that remained on the ground was a pile of blackened charcoal. At the moment the zombie turned to ash, a system prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind from inside the off-road vehicle at the village entrance. Kill a zombie, gain 10 energy points. It seems that as I thought, I don't have to do it myself. As long as I use the abilities of the traits to kill the monsters, I can also gain energy points. In the village, Li Yuqing looked at the zombie killed by the fire crossbow, feeling a wave of shock in her heart. Although she had heard of strange items, she had never used one. She did not expect the attack power to be so strong. At this moment, Li Yusin also came back to her senses. Sis, are you okay? I'm fine. Li Yuqing, holding the fire crossbow, glanced around. Those fleeing people had stopped when they saw the zombie was dead. They looked at Li Yuqing with complex expressions. In their eyes were awe, surprise, and jealousy. At that moment, Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan also finished off the remaining zombies. Wang Chong's fists were covered in black blood. His form had reverted back to that of an ordinary person, but his vest was completely ruined. Wang Qingyan's complexion was slightly pale. Continuously using fireballs had taken a toll on her mental strength. Wang Chong wiped the blood off his hands and strode toward the crowd. He saw the charcoal on the ground, glanced at Li Yuqing and the fire crossbow in her hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Nice weapon. He nodded, saying nothing more. In his view, the more combat power in the team, the better. Only with combat power could they have the means to survive in this hellish world. Although Wang Chong seemed rough, he understood in this apocalypse a single person's strength was never enough to combat all dangers. The zombies were cleared away. Among the crowd, some people squatted on the ground holding their heads and crying. They were companions of the woman who had just died. Others silently picked up the supplies they had dropped while fleeing. More people looked at Li Yuqing, Wang Chong, and Wang Qingyan, their gazes filled with unmistakable awe. While there might be a small number of ulterior motives hidden in the crowd, most people understood a simple truth: in the apocalypse, strength is paramount. Hurry up and search for supplies, stop dawdling. The crowd then moved again, dispersing in groups of 3 or 2, diving into each household. Hurry up and search for supplies, stop dawdling. The crowd then moved again, dispersing in groups of 3 or 2, diving into each household. Li Yuqing and Li Yusin walked to a house in the village. This house appeared slightly more intact than the others. The roof tiles were relatively neat, and there were no obvious signs of damage. Li Yusin pushed open the door, and a musty smell hit her face. The room was dark, and through the broken window they could barely see the outlines of the furniture. An 8 immortals table, 2 long benches, and a crooked cupboard with broken porcelain scattered on the floor. The two did not linger in the main room, and headed straight to the kitchen. The kitchen was small, with dust covering the stove. In the iron pot, there was still half a pot of moldy food covered with green mold. Li Yuqing opened the cupboard beside the stove and rummaged for a while, finally pulling out a bag from the bottom. There's rice. It was a 20-kilogram bag of rice with Northeast rice printed on the packaging. The rice bag had a small hole chewed by a rat, spilling some grains, but most of it was still intact. Li Yusin squatted behind the stove and dug out a small basket from the corner filled with sweet potatoes and potatoes. The potatoes had already sprouted with tender green shoots, and the skin of the sweet potatoes was slightly shriveled. Together they weigh about 30 kilograms. Li Yusin estimated and started to pack the sweet potatoes and potatoes into her backpack. Li Yuqing stuffed the bag of rice into her own backpack, glanced around the kitchen, found 2 bags of salt, and after confirming there was nothing else to take, they exited the house. An hour later, everyone gradually returned to the village entrance to regroup. Each person's face bore varying degrees of smiles with bulging backpacks. Some even held clothes and daily necessities. In this world of extreme scarcity, even a single clean piece of clothing was precious. Li Weigua counted the number of people and found 1 person missing. No one suggested going to collect the bodies. No one proposed burying them. In this world, the only thing the living could do was to keep moving forward. Let's go. With Li Weiguo's command, everyone followed the off-road vehicle heading toward the next supply point. The convoy continued to crawl along the desolate national highway. Lin Mo sat in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, leaning against the seat with his gaze fixed on the back of the 2 people. Li Yuqing gripped the steering wheel, her eyes focused on the convoy ahead. The lines of her profile were sharp. The month of struggles in the apocalypse had not made her haggard, but rather polished a unique beauty. In the passenger seat, Li Yushi held the fire crossbow, its crimson patterns faintly visible in the dim light. The atmosphere inside the car was quite subtle. Each of the 3 was lost in thought, none of them speaking first. The noise of the engine and the sound of tires rolling over the road filled the silence. At that moment, Lin Mo broke the ambience. It seems you had a good haul this time. His tone was flat as he glanced at the bulging backpack next to Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing looked at him through the rearview mirror, a slight smile tugging at the corners of her lips. It's not bad, thanks to you. If it weren't for this extraordinary item, we might have already perished. She freed one hand to point at the fire crossbow in her sister's hands, her tone sincere. Lin Mo shook his head, shifting his gaze to the desolate land outside the window. We are companions, aren't we? The words were spoken lightly, but carried significant weight. Li Yuqing did not respond, her fingers tightening slightly on the steering wheel. Li Yushi turned to glance at Lin Mo, her eyes revealing a hint of trust that had not been there before. She had always been slightly wary of the man her sister had saved, but now she felt she could trust him a bit more. After that, Lin Mo fell silent again. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. He needed to heal his injuries as soon as possible. The internal injuries left by the corpse spirit strike were no laughing matter. If it weren't for Li Yuqing giving him anti-inflammatory and painkillers, he probably wouldn't even be able to sit up now. Lin Mo submerged his consciousness into the system panel and took a glance at the energy point. 10. 1. He had earned 10 points from killing the corpse spirit, plus the remaining 0. 1. He was still 89. 9 points away from exchanging for a lottery draw. At this speed, he would have to kill 9 corpse spirits to draw once. The road ahead is long. Corpses were not encountered every day. Not every encounter ended in a kill. If things went wrong, it could mean losing both life and wealth. He silently calculated, feeling that the growth curve of this system might be much slower than he had imagined. Fortunately, there was 1 free draw every day. This meant that even if he did nothing, he would still receive at least 1 entry every day. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt a bit more at ease. The sky gradually darkened. The gray-white sky seemed to be smeared with ink, spreading swiftly from east to west. In just a few minutes, the sky turned completely dark. Then the blood moon rose. The moon was much larger than in his past life, so big that it seemed like it might fall from the sky at any moment. The color of the moon was dark red as if soaked in blood, radiating an eerie glow. The blood-red light illuminated the earth, casting an ominous red hue over everything. The lead vehicle of the convoy activated its hazard lights, slowly decelerating until it came to a stop. Lin Mo opened the car door and stepped out, his feet landing on a flat strip. Taking advantage of the blood moonlight, he surveyed his surroundings. This open area was roughly the size of a soccer field. The ground was relatively flat with few stones, and there were no tall trees or buildings obstructing the view. In such a night, having an unobstructed view meant that dangers could be spotted in advance. At the very least, nothing could approach silently. It was indeed a suitable place to rest. People began to emerge from the vehicles ahead. Some started setting up tents, while others spread out blankets on the ground. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi also got out of the car. Li Yuqing rummaged through the trunk, pulling out a small aluminum pot and a bucket of water. Li Yuxi took out a bag of rice and a few carrots along with a small handful of greens from her backpack. The two found a relatively flat piece of ground away from others, and Li Yuxi went to collect some dry twigs and weeds to start a fire. They were so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs. In the apocalypse, hunger was a norm. Eating once a day, or even once every 2 days, was common. Finding food in the village today was a rare occasion, so they naturally wanted to enjoy a good meal. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, and the water inside began to boil. The rice grains tumbled in the boiling water, releasing a long-lost grain fragrance. Li Yuqing chopped the carrots into small pieces and tossed them into the pot, then shredded the greens, finally sprinkling a pinch of salt. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. Lin Mo, come out for dinner. Li Yuxi called out towards the vehicle. Lin Mo heard the voice, got out of the car, and walked over to the campfire. The flickering firelight illuminated his face, making him appear livelier than during the day. Today's meal was quite good. The pot contained rice porridge with radish and vegetables mixed in. Although it didn't look fancy in the apocalypse, this was considered a feast. Li Yuqing took out 3 bowls, filling one. The bowls were stainless steel outdoor utensils with some scuff marks on the edges. She handed the first bowl to Lin Mo. He did not hesitate, took the bowl, and started eating. The porridge was hot. He blew on it a few times, and then carefully took a sip. Surprisingly, it was quite delicious. It wasn't that the taste was exceptional, but rather the feeling of warm food sliding down his throat into his stomach made him feel alive. After days of eating self-heating rice, suddenly having hot porridge was truly delightful. Lin Mo finished the entire bowl, feeling warmth in his stomach, and his physical strength seemed to. Li Yuxi refilled half a bowl for him, and he did not refuse finishing it in just a few bites. After they finished eating, Li Yuqing cleaned up the utensils, covering the remaining fire with dirt before returning to the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Li Yuqing turned around from the front seat, looking at Lin Mo in the back with a serious tone. Lin Mo, we need to take turns keeping watch. This place is filled with all sorts of people, and no one knows what might happen. He'll watch the first half of the night, and you can take over the second half. Lin Mo did not refuse. Li Yuqing had already revealed the fire crossbow. Although that extraordinary weapon might intimidate most people, there was always the risk of encountering someone reckless. In the apocalypse, people were scarier than anomalies. Anomalies at least attacked when they saw a person simple and direct. But people could stab you in the back, while smiling, then take everything you own. Lin Mo had witnessed too many such incidents during this month of crossing over. All right, he replied, then closed his eyes, beginning to rest. After a day's recuperation, along with the anti-inflammatory medications Li Yuqing had given him, his injuries had improved somewhat, and simple movements no longer affected him. The pain in his chest had shifted from burning fire to a dull ache, and his breathing had become much smoother. At this rate, he would completely recover in another day or two. In a daze, Lin Mo fell asleep. He had a dream. In the dream, he returned to Blue Star, sitting in a rental room, the screen of his phone still playing unfinished short videos. The air conditioner hummed, blowing cool air, while outside the window the city was lit up with countless lights. Then he heard a voice. It wasn't the mechanical notification sound of the system, but a woman's voice, distant and faint, as if calling him. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. It was already dawn. The gray-white morning light streamed through the car window, illuminating every corner of the vehicle. The blood moon had set, and the sky had returned to its characteristic gray-white of the apocalypse. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi were no longer in the car. Lin Mo sat up and looked out the car window. He saw them already starting a fire to cook. Li Yuxi was squatting by the fire adding twigs, while Li Yuqing was rummaging through her backpack. He pushed open the car door and stepped out, walking over to the fire. The morning air was a bit chilly, carrying a mixed scent of earth and dried grass. Why didn't you wake me up last night? Lin Mo asked. His voice was a bit hoarse, having not drunk water all night. Li Yuqing glanced at him, her hands not stopping. She was pouring water into the pot, preparing to cook porridge. You were injured and sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you. My sister and I took turns keeping watch all night. Lin Mo did not speak, but he quietly made a note of it in his heart. In this apocalypse, having companions who consider you is more valuable than any supplies. They were just collaborators, or in nicer terms, companions. But when faced with life and death, who would still remember those two words? After finishing breakfast, Lin Mo returned to the vehicle. He still had an important matter to attend to today, which was the lottery draw. He glanced at the system panel. The lottery button had already lit up. Lin Mo took a deep breath and clicked on the lottery interface. System, draw the lottery. He silently recited in his heart. The lottery button flickered for a moment before it began to spin. After about 2 seconds, the flickering stopped. A prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have drawn a purple attribute, Abundant Spirit. Lin Mo stared at the message, his pupils slightly dilating. Purple. He had just obtained a green attribute yesterday, and today he got a purple one. This luck, if he told someone, no one would believe it. A smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Yesterday, a green blazing fire could create a wondrous item, the blazing fire crossbow. How powerful could this purple attribute be? He did not rush to use it. Based on previous experience, attributes could be chosen for oneself or for items. He first tried asking the system with his mind, can this attribute be used? After all, no matter how powerful a wondrous item was, it was still an external object. Only by becoming strong oneself could one truly stand firm in this apocalyptic world. With even the best weapon, what if it got stolen, robbed, or accidentally lost one day? But the abilities within his own body could not be taken away by anyone. The system immediately displayed a prompt, this attribute can be used by the host. Lin Mo decisively chose. In an instant, a cool sensation flowed from his head. He felt his brain becoming exceptionally clear. The negative effects of drowsiness, sluggishness, and lack of focus accumulated from injuries and fatigue were swept away. It was as if an invisible hand had wiped everything away. His thoughts became remarkably clear, as if the dust covering his eyes had been cleaned off, and the world seemed brighter. At this moment, a coolness surged in Lin Mo's mind. That cool sensation seemed like a key, instantly unlocking a long-sealed door. In the next moment, a flood of information poured in. Sequence blacksmith. Lin Mo hadn't even had the chance to check the information when a wave of excruciating pain erupted from deep within his body. It wasn't the sharp pain of an external injury, but a pain of bones fracturing and muscles tearing. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, his hands gripping the armrest of the chair tightly. The entire process lasted for about 10 seconds. Then the pain receded like a tide. Lin Mo gasped for air, sweat dripping down his cheeks and soaking his collar. He looked down at his hands and noticed that his palms were slightly thicker than before, with distinct knuckles, as if explosive power was contained beneath his skin. He clenched his fist, feeling a clear enhancement in his physical strength and power. This wasn't the psychological effect of I feel stronger, it was a tangible increase in strength. He casually squeezed the metal armrest of the chair, leaving a shallow fingerprint on it. That would have been absolutely impossible before. What surprised him even more was that his injuries had completely healed. The faint pain in his chest had vanished entirely, making his breathing remarkably smooth, even deeper and more powerful than before. Is this what it means to be a sequence extraordinary? Lin Mo murmured to himself, disbelief lacing his voice. He had seen Wang Chang's diamond sequence and Wang Qingjian's fire thief sequence, knowing that sequence extraordinary beings were strong. But knowing was one thing, experiencing it personally was another. Compared to ordinary people, he was indeed on a completely different level. Speed, strength, reaction, spirit, an all-encompassing, crushing superiority. If ordinary people were made of paper, then sequence extraordinary beings were at least made of wood. Though they could still be torn apart by the bizarre, at least they had the means to resist. Lin Mo finally understood why those 3 extraordinary beings in the convoy held the power of speech. In the face of such a strength disparity, ordinary people had no qualifications to even feel jealous. However, he was now one of them. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh. Using the attribute on the crossbow was a gamble. He had won the gamble, but the feeling of entrusting his safety to others always made him uncomfortable. Now it was different. Having strength in oneself was the true source of confidence. He immersed his consciousness back into the system panel and discovered that a new option had appeared that hadn't been there before. Personal information. It should be a function automatically unlocked after he awakened his sequence. Lin Mo clicked on personal information. A translucent panel unfolded in his consciousness. Host Lin Mo sequence, blacksmith sequence 1 ability, use mental power, refine materials, shape, and create weapons. Attribute Abundant Spirit, regains 110 of mental power per second. The personal panel was quite simplistic, even rough, lacking levels, experience bars, and combat power values, only containing a few dry lines of text. But it was sufficient. At least it clearly displayed the effectiveness of his current abilities, allowing him to avoid wasting time exploring. Blacksmith sequence. Lin Mo silently recited these 2 words in his heart. It wasn't an offensive sequence. He couldn't smash a corpse demon's head like Wang Chang, nor could he casually throw fireballs like Wang Qingyan. His current ability was use mental power, refine materials, create weapons. It seemed more like a production-type auxiliary profession. However, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This sequence and his system were simply a perfect match. As long as he used his blacksmith abilities to create weapons, and then used the attributes drawn from the system to add effects to the weapons, he could create wondrous items. Other survivors or companions could use these weapons to slay the Bazaar, allowing him to gain energy points. Energy points could be used to draw attributes, and the drawn attributes would continue to create even more powerful weapons. Then he could slay more Bazaar creatures and earn more energy points. A perfect closed loop. He didn't even need to personally go into battle. As long as he stayed behind to create equipment, he could grow stronger while lying down. Great prospects await. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. But this time it wasn't for rest. He was planning the path ahead in his mind. Creating weapons requires materials. What kind of materials does the blacksmith sequence need? Will ordinary metals suffice? Or does he need special materials tainted with Bazaar energy? These questions all need verification. But at the very least he now possessed the capital to survive in this world full of the Bazaar. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi had finished packing and returned to the car. Half an hour later the convoy under the leadership of Li Weiguo continued its journey. Lin Mo sat in the off-road vehicle closing his eyes to rest, yet his mind was racing. He repeatedly reflected on the information brought to him by the blacksmith. Mental strength, material refining, and shaping. These keywords swirled in his mind, piecing together a vague outline. Now he had the sequence, yet he didn't even possess a single piece of iron, let alone forge any weapons. 2 hours later the convoy stopped beside a gas station. Although the gas station had been looted countless times, there might still be some useful items hidden among the surrounding buildings and abandoned vehicles. The convoy turned off the engines, and the crowd got out in small groups to stretch their legs. Some squatted on the ground eating rations, while others walked towards the roadside bushes, and a few bold ones ventured into the ruins of the gas station's convenience store to search. Lin Mo pushed the car door open and got out. He didn't follow the others to the convenience store, as that place had been searched countless times, leaving even the packaging bags behind. His gaze fell upon an abandoned van next to the gas station. The body was rusted, all 4 tires were flat, and 2 windows were shattered, but the frame remained mostly intact. Nearby lay the wreckage of several motorcycles and a pile of unidentifiable iron parts. What are you looking for? Li Yuqing also got out of the car, following his gaze. Materials. Lin Mo walked towards the abandoned van. This van is the material. Li Yuqing didn't ask further, simply standing by with her arms crossed. Li Yushi, holding a fire crossbow, curiously followed behind. Lin Mo squatted in front of the van, extending his hand and pressing it against the rusted door. He began to channel his mental strength, enveloping the door. In the next moment, the rusted metal began to change. It was not melting. Instead, it was as if something was extracted from it. Impurities, rust, and inferior components transformed into wisps of gray-black smoke that dispersed, leaving behind pure metal that was seemingly peeled away by an invisible hand suspended in his palm, coalescing into a flowing silver-gray liquid metal. The entire process was silent. Li Yushi inhaled sharply. What is this? She whispered to her sister. Li Yuqing did not respond, her gaze fixed firmly on the pool of liquid metal in Lin Mo's palm. Lin Mo did not stop. He moved his hand away from the door, turning to the van's chassis, engine compartment, and wheel hub. Every metal component was being refined into pure materials under his. The old van looked like a cookie being gnawed on, visibly shrinking at an observable rate. In less than 10 minutes, all the metal parts of the van were completely refined, leaving only plastic seats, rubber tires, and shards of glass scattered on the ground. Can only metals be refined? At this point, the liquid metal in Lin Mo's palm had expanded from a lump to the size of a basketball, its silver-gray surface glimmering faintly like steel that had just been pulled from a furnace. Lin Mo's forehead showed a hint of sweat. Fortunately, he had the mental vigor attribute, otherwise his mental strength would have been depleted after refining the door. Lin Mo's forehead showed a hint of sweat. Fortunately, he had the mental vigor attribute, otherwise his mental strength would have been depleted after refining the door. With a thought, the pool of liquid metal floated before him, slowly changing shape with his will. Next came the shaping. Lin Mo's hands moved in the air, his mental strength transforming into a pair of invisible forging hands, beginning to mold the pool of liquid metal. The silver-gray material extended, stretched, and folded in front of him, as if being kneaded like clay by an unseen hand. The first item he intended to create was a tang knife. The outline of the blade gradually became clear, approximately 70 centimeters long, slightly curved with a thick back and sharp edge. The blade guard, handle, and tip, every detail was completed in one go under the forging of mental strength. The liquid metal solidified, shaped, and hardened before him. 10 minutes later, a tang knife, entirely silver-gray, with a faint cold light on its surface, hovered. Lin Mo reached out and grasped the handle. The blade was light with balanced weight, and the edge was sharp enough to reflect his blurred silhouette. There were no extraordinary properties. There were no extraordinary attributes. He laid down the tang knife and reactivated his mental strength. There was still a considerable amount of metal material left. This time, he intended to create a crossbow. Lin Mo split the pool of liquid metal into 2 parts with his mind, one for the body of the crossbow, and the other for the limbs and mechanism. The structure of the crossbow body was much more complex than that of the Tang knife, requiring a precise trigger string groove and arrow path. Lin Mo focused intently, his mental strength accurately sculpting each part before him. 20 minutes later, a complete crossbow took shape. The body of the crossbow measured about 50 centimeters, crafted entirely from metal with highly elastic limbs and a precision trigger mechanism. The entire crossbow looked far superior to those handmade makeshift weapons. He tested it with an arrow. The range was nearly 50 meters with high accuracy and considerable power. Yet again, it possessed no extraordinary abilities. Lin Mo sat on the ground, placing the Tang knife and crossbow before him, lost in thought. Sequence blacksmith. True to its name, it made him a blacksmith, one who could refine materials with mental strength and shape them with thought. He could forge tougher, sharper, and more precise weapons, but he could not create extraordinary items. It was only logical. If extraordinary items were so easily obtainable, they wouldn't be so precious. Understanding this, Lin Mo smiled instead. This was originally part of his plan. The blacksmith was responsible for creating excellent carriers, while the attributes endowed extraordinary powers. Both were indispensable. Lin Mo stood up, stretching his somewhat sore arms, then picked up the Tang knife and crossbow, heading towards the off-road vehicle. Li Yushi followed behind, her eyes fixed on the Tang knife. Can I try it? She couldn't help but ask. Lin Mo handed her the Tang knife. Li Yushi took the knife, grasped the handle, and tried swinging it a couple of times. The sound of slicing through the air echoed, and the blade glimmered coldly under the gray-white light of the sky. Good knife, her eyes sparkled. At this moment, Li Yuqing also took a bottle of water from the trunk and handed it to him. Sequence ability. She asked, her tone calm, but her gaze lingered on Lin Mo's face for a long time. Lin Mo did not deny it, nodding. Li Yuqing fell silent for 2 seconds, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. To her, the stronger Lin Mo was, the greater their chances of survival. But these 2 items. Li Yuqing tapped on the Tang knife and crossbow, seem to lack the kind of information that the fire crossbow has. They are merely ordinary weapons, not extraordinary items. Lin Mo did not hide it. He didn't elaborate. Li Yuqing did not press further. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone had their own secrets. At that moment, Wang Chang shouted to the crowd, "Keep moving. Stop dawdling, get in the car." The engine roared back to life, and the convoy slowly drove out of the abandoned gas station, heading along the national road towards the sky. Gradually darkened. The convoy stopped in a wide-open wilderness. Today was fortunate. The journey was safe. No strange occurrences were encountered. Lin Mo stepped down from the off-road vehicle, stretching his limbs. Li Yushi had already hurried off to gather firewood, while Li Yuqing rummaged through the trunk to retrieve a small aluminum pot, preparing to cook. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a gray jacket walked toward them. Lin Mo recognized him as Zhao Tieju, a person from Li Weiguo's side responsible for delivering messages and running errands within the convoy. Lin Mo, brother. Zhao Tieju approached with a smile on his face. Captain Li wants you to come over. He said there's something to discuss. Lin Mo squinted slightly. Li Weiguo was the leader of the entire convoy, overseeing the Feng Shui master hierarchy. Although not particularly strong in combat, he could sense strange energies and avoid dangers. He usually only interacted with the 2 extraordinary individuals, Wang Chang and Wang Qingyan, and never communicated with ordinary survivors. Now suddenly sending someone to summon him was quite clear in its intent. During the day, Lin Mo was seen at the gas station refining metals and forging weapons by Li Weiguo. This was to be expected. The gas station was spacious, and with such a commotion, anyone not blind would have noticed. This was originally part of Lin Mo's plan. Only by entering the core of the convoy could he obtain energy points more quickly. All right, I'll head over immediately. Lin Mo nodded. Zhao Tieju smiled in response and turned to leave. Li Yuqing paused with the pot in hand, looking up at Lin Mo, her gaze carrying a hint of, Li Weiguo is looking for me, probably regarding what happened during the day. You all eat first and no need to wait for me. Be careful. Li Yuqing said only 3 words. Lin Mo nodded and walked in the direction Zhao Tieju had left. In the center of the camp, there was a modified off-road vehicle parked beside a small bonfire. The bonfire was small, but under its glow 3 people sat in a half circle. Li Weiguo in his 40s was dressed entirely in black and sat in the middle. Wang Chang sat on the left, a robust man, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling an iron tower, stuffing a piece of compressed biscuit into his mouth. Wang Qingyan sat on the right, her red hair shining even brighter in the firelight. Lin Mo approached the bonfire. Captain Li, you called for me. Li Weiguo looked up, sizing Lin Mo up before smiling and gesturing to the empty space in front of him. Sit down and talk. Lin Mo was not polite and sat cross-legged. The heat from the bonfire rushed toward him, the orange-eared glow dancing on his face. Li Weiguo did not rush to speak, but instead pulled out a pack of open cigarettes from beside him, taking one out and offering it to Lin Mo. Care for a smoke? Lin Mo shook his head. Li Weiguo did not insist, lighting one for himself, taking a deep puff and exhaling a cloud of smoke. I saw what you did at the gas station today. Refining metals, forging weapons, that's a sequence ability. You've awakened, haven't you? Given the circumstances, Lin Mo did not deny it. Yes, Lin Mo nodded. The blacksmith sequence. Blacksmith. Wang Chong paused, chewing, raising an eyebrow. You can forge weapons. I can, Lin Mo replied firmly without elaborating. Wang Chong grinned, slapping his thigh with a loud clap. Great. This ability is just what our team needs. Li Weiguo raised his hand, signaling Wang Chong to be quiet, then turned to Lin Mo, his tone becoming formal. Lin Mo, I've called you here today to invite you to join the core of the convoy. This statement was direct without any beating around the bush. Li Weiguo continued. As you know, the bases have all been wiped out, and we have no way out. The road ahead will only get harder. We need to stick together. Lin Mo did not immediately agree. I have a condition, he stated. What condition? Li Weiguo showed no signs of impatience. I have two companions, Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi. I can join the core, but they must accompany me. Li Weiguo was silent for 2 seconds before nodding. All right. Since you've joined the core, your companions will naturally be considered one of us. Wang Chong chimed in. Don't worry with me, Wang Chong. Around no one will dare to touch your... Li Weiguo nodded and said, since you've decided to join, let me explain the rules of our convoy. First, no killing without cause. Second, fair trading. If you need something, you can exchange freely, but cannot forcibly seize it. Third, I am a feng shui master capable of sensing the concentration of strange energy, leading the convoy to find relatively safe supply points. I need to take an additional 20% of the supplies. After Li Weiguo finished speaking, he extinguished his cigarette, and pulled out a yellowed book from his pocket. The book was small, the size of a palm, with a dark brown leather cover that looked... Lin Mo's gaze fell on the book, and a surge of information flooded into his mind. Strange object, the Book of Oaths, indestructible number 99. Oath. The person who writes their name in this book will be bound by the strange object, unable to harm each other or betray. Violations will result in backlash from the power of the oath. What happens in case of backlash? Li Weiguo calmly replied. I don't know, no one has tried it, and I believe no one wants to. What happens in case of backlash? Li Weiguo calmly replied. I don't know, no one has tried it, and I believe no one wants to. His tone sincere. In this world, trust cannot be built in a day or two, and we don't have that much time. If we cannot establish an unbreakable bond, then this so-called convoy is nothing but a pile of sand. Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan showed no signs of surprise on their faces, clearly having signed the Book of Oaths already. Lin Mo thought for a moment and found it acceptable. He also needed a form of guarantee ensuring that he wouldn't be stabbed in the back until he became stronger. After all, time was on his side. As long as he lived longer, he would grow stronger. The advantage was with me. Having realized this, Lin Mo replied directly, all right. Li Weiguo nodded, pulling out a pen from his pocket and handing it to Lin Mo. Just write your name on the blank page. Lin Mo took the pen and opened the Book of Oaths. The first 3 pages already had names written prominently displayed as Li Weiguo, Wang Chong, and Wang Qingyan. He flipped to the 4th page and wrote down 2 large characters, Lin Mo. The moment he wrote his name, a faint light flashed across the page, then returned to tranquility. Lin Mo felt an invisible force surge from the page into his body. Li Weiguo took back the Book of Oaths and tucked it away, his expression relaxing a bit. From today on, you are a member of our convoy's core. Wang Chong stood up, extending a hand as large as a fan. Welcome aboard. Lin Mo shook his hand. If you ever lack materials in the future, just let me know, and I'll help you out, Wang Chong grinned. Wang Qingyan remained silent, merely nodding at Lin Mo as Li Weiguo signaled for Lin Mo to sit down, then took out a map from his bag, spreading it out on the ground next to the bonfire. The map was of pre-apocalypse China, the paper somewhat worn, but the main place names and roads were still discernible. Since we're all here, let's discuss where we plan to go next. Li Weiguo pointed at the map. Our current location is roughly here. He pointed to an empty area with no place names marked, but the road numbers nearby were clearly visible. 300 kilometers north is the already destroyed base 07. That area is now a forbidden zone. Li Weiguo's finger moved downwards. 50 kilometers south is Taohua Town. Taohua Town. Lin Mo repeated the name. Before the apocalypse, it was a tourist town famous for its peach blossom festival, bustling with people every spring. It's located in a remote area, but there should be plenty of supplies. Most importantly, there's a small gas station. We're running low on gasoline now, and if we want to keep driving, we must find fuel. Wang Qingyan asked, how long will it take to get there? 50 kilometers. If the road conditions are good, we can reach it in a day. Li Weiguo looked at Lin Mo and asked, what do you think? I'm not familiar with this area, Lin Mo replied honestly. All right. Then let's settle on this for now. We'll head to Taohua Town early tomorrow morning to assess the situation. Wang Chong stood up, stretching his limbs, his bones cracking. I'll go arrange for the night watch. Wang Qingyan also stood up, crossing her arms as she walked away. By the time Lin Mo returned to the side of the off-road vehicle, the sky had completely darkened. The blood moon had risen. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi sat by the fire drink. Seeing him return, Li Yuxi immediately stood up, scooping a bowl of porridge from the pot and handing it to him. What did they want with you? Li Yuxi asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Lin Mo received the porridge and took a sip. The temperature was just right. They invited me to join the core of the convoy. Li Yuqing's hand paused, then she continued drinking porridge, her expression mostly unchanged. That's a good thing, Lin Mo nodded. I made a condition to Li Weigua. You both will follow me and receive protection from the core. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi's eyes brightened. Then Li Yuqing said, thank you. Lin Mo finished the porridge and returned to the off-road vehicle. He closed his eyes, wrapped himself tightly in a blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Mo woke from his dreams, the day already bright. The car was empty. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi were no longer inside. He pushed open the car door. The campfire had been rekindled, with Li Yuxi squatting beside it, adding firewood, while Li Yuqing stirred the porridge in the pot with a spoon. You're awake. The porridge will be ready soon. Lin Mo sat down beside the fire, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. As he sat there, he sank his consciousness into the system panel. The energy points remained at 10. 1 unchanged. However, the button for the free lottery had lit up. Yesterday's was a purple item. What will today's lottery be? Lin Mo pressed the lottery button with an expectant face. The wheel spun and stopped 2 seconds later. Congratulations, you drew a white item, sharp white. The lowest grade item. Lin Mo looked at the notification without much disappointment. A lady luck couldn't be with you every day. Yesterday's purple item was pure luck. Lin Mo stood up and walked to the side of the off-road vehicle. He took out the Tang sword he forged yesterday from the back seat, its silver blade gleaming coldly. He reached out to grasp the hilt, and with a thought he attached the Sharpness item to the Tang sword. A faint glow flashed across the blade's surface before it returned to stillness. No information flooded his mind. There was no description of any properties. Lin Mo held the sword, his brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, the white item was insufficient to transform the weapon into something extraordinary. He casually took a steel pipe from the trunk. Lin Mo stood the pipe upright and raised the Tang sword, gently slicing downwards. The moment the blade touched the steel pipe, he felt almost no resistance. The steel pipe snapped into its cut surface, smooth as a mirror. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. He held the sword up to his face, the edge perfectly intact. He took a deep breath. Although the white item didn't turn the Tang sword into something extraordinary, it undeniably made the weapon sharper, capable of cutting through iron like mud. At that moment, Li Yuxi's voice came from behind. Lin Mo, breakfast is ready. Lin Mo responded and walked back to the campfire. The three of them each held a bowl, quietly drinking the porridge. Li Yuxi's gaze constantly shifted between the Tang sword and the fire crossbow. After hesitating for a while, she finally couldn't hold back. Lin Mo, is your Tang sword also an extraordinary item? No, Lin Mo shook his head. It's an ordinary weapon, just sharper than usual. How sharp? Lin Mo didn't explain, but placed the steel pipe in front of her. Li Yuxi picked it up to inspect the cut, smooth and the edges free of burrs. Her eyes widened. This was cut with the Tang sword just now. Lin Mo nodded. Li Yuxi gasped in surprise, then turned to her sister, her expression filled with, I want one too. Li Yuqing finished the last spoonful of porridge, put down her bowl, and hesitated for a moment. She looked up at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, can you make one for us too? Lin Mo stared into Li Yuqing's pleading eyes. That depends on luck. It's not something I can just decide to do. In truth, he knew very well he wanted to achieve the loop of item, extraordinary item, kill, strange energy points. The best way was to arm himself and his companions. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi were the ones he could arm for now. He had already awakened his sequence, and his physical abilities had greatly improved. As long as he didn't give them weapons with white items or above, there shouldn't be any issues. Moreover, every point their combat power increased meant an additional point of energy he could gain. It was a sure-win deal. After finishing breakfast, they packed up the pots and bowls and extinguished the remaining fire with dirt. 10 minutes later, the convoy began to start their engines one after another. Li Weiguo's modified off-road vehicle led the way, followed by Wang Chang's pickup truck, and Wang Qingyan drove another off-road vehicle closely behind. Lin Mo and their vehicle were positioned in the middle towards the back. Zhao Taiju ran to each vehicle, shouting loudly. Captain Li said today's target is Taohua Town. Don't fall behind on the way. The convoy slowly drove along the national highway. Lin Mo leaned back in his seat, his gaze falling on the grayish-white scenery outside the window. Taohua Town. Before the apocalypse, it was a place filled with tourists every spring. The peach blossoms were vibrant, blooming splendidly. People flocked from all directions just to catch a glimpse of the sea of pink flowers covering the mountains. 3 hours later, the convoy reached the outskirts of Taohua Town. From a distance, the entire town was covered in dense peach trees. The flowers were in full bloom, intermingled in pink and white, cascading from the foot of the mountain to the waist, almost submerging the entire town. A gust of wind blew, scattering petals everywhere, as if a pink flower rain was falling from the heavens. So beautiful. In the off-road vehicle, Li Yuxi couldn't help but exclaim. Before the apocalypse, such a scene was rare, but it wouldn't leave one in a daze. But now, after experiencing an entire month of fear, hunger, and death, suddenly seeing such a picture, the visual and emotional impact was almost overwhelming. Li Yuqing remained silent, but was lost in the sight of the fluttering petals. Lin Mo stared at the sea of flowers, a sense of indescribable coldness rising in his heart. In this apocalypse, the more beautiful things often carry greater dangers. Behind this brilliance there might be a deadly ambush lurking. Get out of the car, assemble. Wang Chang's rough voice came from the front. Everyone got out of the car, gathering in small groups at the front of the convoy. Lin Mo walked beside Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi to Li Weiguo. Captain, can you sense the situation inside? Li Weiguo stood on a raised dirt slope, observing for a while before speaking. A strange aura envelopes the entire Taohua town. Based on its concentration, the strangeness inside is slightly stronger than a corpse strange, but it shouldn't be too outrageous. However what? Wang Chang asked. I just feel something is off. I can't pinpoint it, but it feels problematic, yet I can't see the source. Lin Mo, hearing Li Weiguo's words and looking at that beautiful sea of flowers, felt an increasing sense of unease in his heart. He tentatively said, this Taohua town looks suspicious. How about we withdraw? The gas station is on the west side of the town. We must pass through Taohua town to reach it. We have no choice. The air fell silent for a few seconds. The nearest gas station is 70 kilometers away, and we can only make it 40 kilometers with the fuel in our tank. He looked up, his gaze crossing the crowd and landing in the direction of the gas station is on the west side of the town. We must pass through Taohua town to reach it. We have no choice. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Wang Chang patted his chest. What are we afraid of? I'll go first. I'll kill whichever corpse strange comes. Wang Qingyan stood beside him, arms crossed, saying nothing, but not opposing. Lin Mo didn't say anything further. He turned to look at Taohua town. The petals of those peach trees continued to flutter down in the wind one after another. It was too quiet. Even if most people had fled after the strange occurrences, it was impossible for there to be not a single corpse strange. Unless Li Weiguo stood on the earthen slope, his gaze shifting back and forth between Taohua town and the convoy. Lin Mo took the pen and opened the Book of Oaths. The first 3 pages already had names written prominently displayed as Li Weiguo, Wang Chang, and Wang Qi. Everyone gather up. Li Weiguo's voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in the desolate wilderness. The crowd stirred slightly before clustering together in small groups. Their faces bore the same expression, a mix of longing and fear. Li Weiguo got straight to the point. Ahead is Taohua town. There are gas stations and supplies, but there are also strange occurrences. Those willing to enter stand on the left, those who wish to stay stand on the right. Silence lasted only 2 seconds. A middle-aged man with a scruffy face was the first to step toward the left. Him going in, without supplies will eventually die. This statement seemed to topple a line of dominoes. I'll go in too. I'll stay behind. It's better to die than to wait here. The crowd began to split. Most chose to enter the town, leaving fewer than 10 behind, mostly elderly and injured. Lin Mo noticed that the few young people who remained had flickering eyes, who rather than being guardians, they seemed to be afraid of death. But he did not expose them. Everyone fears death. Li Weiguo counted the numbers, 32 going into the town, 11 remaining behind. Li Weiguo lowered his voice. Wang Chang, Wang Qing, and Lin Mo prioritize acquiring gasoline, but we can last a few days without food. Lin Mo nodded. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi tightened their grips on their crossbows. The 3 followed the group and stepped into Taohua town. The road into the town was a two-lane asphalt road, relatively intact, with only a few scattered cracks from which weeds sprouted. Peach trees lined both sides of the road. The flowers were in full bloom, with layers of pink and white petals bending the branches. The petals trembled gently in the breeze, occasionally fluttering down and spinning in the air before landing on the ground. It was eerily quiet. The footsteps of 32 people echoed on the empty street, crunching softly on the petals. Lin Mo's right hand gripped the hilt of his tang knife, his gaze scanning between the peach trees. Sister, Li Yuxi whispered, her voice barely audible. Is there something up in those trees? Li Yuqing followed her line of sight. On the trunk of an old peach tree was a palm-sized piece of bark shaped strangely resembling a twisted human face. Don't scare yourself. The group continued forward. The buildings along the street gradually increased in number. Convenience stores, goose houses, restaurants, most of the signs bore peach blossom motifs, now faded and worn. Some shop windows and doors were intact, while others had been smashed open, shards of glass scattered everywhere. Wang Chang walked at the front, frowning. Captain, what's going on? A town with over 10,000 people. Even if most have fled, there should be at least a few thousand corpses. Even if only 1% of those corpses turned into corpse monsters, there should be dozens. Li Weiguo replied. Be careful, stay alert. As they continued, when the gas station came into view, Lin Mo's heart raced a couple of beats. Not because of danger, but because everything was going too smoothly. From entering the town until now, nearly 40 minutes had passed without encountering any strange occurrences. It felt as if this small town had been cleansed by something. The gas station was small, with 4 gas pumps. Next to it was a convenience store and a simple repair workshop. The digits on the pumps had long since gone dark, but after Li Weiguo checked the underground oil tank's connection, a hint of joy appeared on his face. The oil is still here. The pump can be operated manually. Wang Chong wasted no time, opened the gas pump's casing, found the manual pump handle, and began filling the oil barrels they had brought. Diesel and gasoline should be stored separately. Li Weiguo waved to the group. Others don't just stand there. Search the convenience store and repair workshop for supplies. Gather again in 20 minutes, don't wander too far. The crowd immediately dispersed, rushing towards the convenience store and surrounding buildings. Lin Mo did not rush in, but stood at the entrance of the gas station, his gaze sweeping across the streets. Peach petals continued to drift down. A bit more than before. Lin Mo. Li Yushi's voice came from the convenience store entrance. There's something here. He quickly walked over. Half of the shelves in the convenience store had toppled over and snack wrappers and drink bottles were scattered on the ground. Mineral water, 2 boxes. She tapped a cardboard box, and 1 box of biscuits, a few packs of salt. Lin Mo bent down, took a look, confirmed there was no spoilage, and nodded. Take everything. Without hesitation, Li Yushi started stuffing items into her backpack. Meanwhile, Li Yuqing found several barrels of engine oil and 2 rolls of wire in the repair workshop, along with a fairly intact adjustable wrench. Others also had their own gains. 20 minutes later, the group returned to the gas station to regroup. Each person's backpack was fuller than when they came, their faces bearing a rare smile in this apocalyptic retreat. Li Weiguo decisively ordered. The return journey was as quiet as the way in. The group retraced their steps, moving faster than before. Lin Mo walked in the middle of the group, his gaze fixed on the peach trees on either side. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly felt something was off. He glanced around at the other survivors. Lin Mo's heart sank. Captain. He hurried a few steps to Li Weiguo's side. The numbers don't add up. Li Weiguo paused, turning back to count. 1, 2, 3. 24. His expression changed. 32 had entered the town. Now only 24 remained. 8 were missing. Who's unaccounted for? Li Weiguo's voice suddenly rose. The crowd began to stir, everyone looking around at each other. Where's Zhang Daong? Someone called out. I saw him right behind me a moment ago. Sister Lu is missing too. And that guy in camouflage. Panic spread through the crowd like a virus. 8 people, 8 living souls had vanished right before their eyes. There were no screams, no fighting, no sounds whatsoever. They simply evaporated without a trace. Lin Mo crouched down, carefully examining the road. Petals. The peach petals were now much more abundant, nearly covering the entire road, soft to the touch. He pushed aside a layer of petals, revealing the asphalt road beneath. Lin Mo stood up, his voice low, but everyone heard him. We might already be in their territory. No sooner had he spoken than the wind began to pick up. The wind surged from the depths of the peach grove, sweeping a flurry of peach petals, overwhelming and pervasive. The petals no longer fell gently, instead they spun and danced as if driven by some force. A petal brushed against Lin Mo's hand. It stung. He looked down to find a long, narrow cut on the back of his hand, blood seeping from the wound. The bloodied petal trembled in the air, its color shifting from pink-white to crimson before drifting back into the depths of the peach grove. The petals are sucking blood, someone screamed. In the next moment, everyone simultaneously witnessed a scene that would haunt them for a lifetime. Faces began to emerge among the swirling petals. There were faces of all ages, twisted in expression, mouths opening and closing as if silently screaming. Run, head towards the town's exit. Li Weiguo's voice thundered through the crowd. Everyone accelerated simultaneously, bolting towards the town's exit. But it was already too late. The peach grove had come to life. Countless roots burst from the soil, slithering along the ground like snakes. A root as thick as an adult's arm ensnared a slower-moving fat man, tightening violently. The sound of bones cracking was distinctly audible. The fat man's scream lasted only half a second before he was dragged into the earth. The ground heaved for a moment, then smoothed out as if nothing had happened. Wang Chong's eyes turned blood red, his bones cracking as he grew over 3 meters tall. He leaped to the front of the group, grabbing hold of several attacking roots and tearing them apart, black liquid splattering everywhere. Go! Everyone keep up. Wang Qingyan stood in the middle of the group, raising her hands as 2 fireballs shot towards the peach trees on either side. The flames erupted on the trunks, branches, and petals, curling and burning in the intense heat. Faces appeared on the peach trees, emitting sharp shrieks. More roots lunged forward. One root ensnared Li Yushi's ankle forcefully, pulling her backward. Up! Li Yushi fell to the ground, clutching the earth. Lin Mo rushed forward, the blade flashing. The roots were severed in one clean sweep. Black liquid poured out, splattering onto Lin Mo's face. He pulled Li Yushi up. Run. Don't look back. Li Yuqing raised her fire crossbow, aimed at the peach tree ahead, and pulled the trigger. The fire arrow embedded itself into the trunk, burning the entire tree to charcoal within 5 seconds. Lin Mo wielded his tang knife, slashing left and right to sever the continuously emerging roots. The silver blade was smeared with black liquid, yet its edge remained sharp as ever. The white item Sharpness showcased its worth in this moment, as each swing of the knife could cleave through the target. Wang Chong smashed a root in front of him with a punch. The town exit is just ahead, he shouted. Only 200 meters. Wang Qingjian's face had turned as pale as paper. She had released fireballs continuously, nearly exhausting her mental strength. But upon hearing Wang Chang's words, she gritted her teeth, gathering another fireball to hurl at a root coming from the right. The group struggled to maintain formation amidst the chaos, stumbling toward the town exit. Lin Mo lost count of how many times he swung his knife. He only knew that the screams behind him were growing fewer. Each scream's disappearance signified that another person had been dragged into the earth. Finally, Wang Chang was the first to burst through the town exit. Then came Wang Qingyan and Li Weiguo. Lin Mo pulling Li Yuxi along with Li Yuqing trailing behind. All three burst through the exit nearly simultaneously. The roots halted right at the town exit. Those frenzied tendrils slowly retracted back into the soil. The flurry of petals ceased, drifting down once more to quietly blanket the ground pink and white as before. The beauty remained. Lin Mo bent over, hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath. The tang knife was embedded in the ground beside him, black liquid trickling down the blade and seeping into the soil. He lifted his head to look back. 32 had entered. How many had come out? 1, 2, 3. He counted every standing person. 16. Half of them would forever remain in that grove of peach blossoms. Wang Chang's physique returned to normal. He took off his torn vest, revealing his sturdy torso. He had several bruises from the root strikes, but nothing serious. Wang Qingyan leaned against a rock, eyes closed, her complexion pale. Lin Mo withdrew his tang knife, wiping the blade with a piece of cloth before sheathing it. He looked towards the direction of Taohua Town. Those peach trees still stood silently, their petals continuing to fall in the wind, just as he had seen them before. Quiet, beautiful, deadly. Let's go, Li Weiguo said. Back to the camp first. He turned and walked towards the direction of the camp. The crowd returned to the camp. The 11 who stayed behind noticed the commotion and gathered around. Initially curious, their expressions shifted to unease and finally settled into fear. 32 people entered, and only 16 emerged, leaving a whole half missing. Captain Li, what happened? Why are there so few of you? An elderly woman with gray hair asked tremulously, her gaze anxiously scanning the crowd. Captain Li, where is Huzi? Why hasn't Huzi returned? A middle-aged man in camouflage rushed forward, gripping Li Weiguo's arm, his eyes bloodshot, as if they might bleed. No one answered. Silence was more brutal than any response. My son! A heart-wrenching cry echoed from the back of the crowd. A woman collapsed onto the ground, her hands covering her face, her body shaking violently. More people began to shout names. Where is Lu Jia? Where did Lu Jia go? Where is my husband? Has anyone seen my husband? With each name called out, the survivors' faces grew paler. No one responded, for those people would never return. Lin Mo leaned against the side of a vehicle, unscrewing a bottle of water and taking a few swigs. He watched those who cried, questioned, and fell apart, feeling little stir within himself. It was not cold-bloodedness. It was simply having seen too much in this apocalypse. A month ago, he would have mourned the death of strangers. Now he only wished to keep himself and those around him. Was it intentional? A sharp voice suddenly pierced through the crowd, trembling with anger. Why do they get to live while my son is dead? Exactly. I said it before, a Taohua Town seems so strange, yet they let us in. Another voice chimed in, growing louder. Are you sequence holders using them as cannon fodder? The crowd began to stir, fear and sorrow being replaced by a more dangerous emotion. Anger. They needed an outlet. Lin Mo set down the water bottle, his fingers resting on the hilt of his tang knife. He did not move, but was ready. At that moment, Wang Chang stepped forward. The towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, resembled a moving wall. His tank top was torn from the previous battle, exposing muscles as sturdy as iron. The bruises on his body made him appear even more intimidating. What are you all shouting for? Wang Chang's voice roared like thunder over the camp, causing everyone to fall silent. We made it very clear when entering, those willing to go and did, and those unwilling stayed behind. Who the hell was pointing a gun at your heads, forcing you in? His gaze swept through the crowd, and those who had been shouting moments ago lowered their heads, afraid to meet his eyes. And, Wang Chang pointed at Li Weiguo, the captain went in too. If he wanted to set you up, would he need to go in himself? This statement doused the recently ignited flames like a bucket of cold water. The crowd fell quiet. Those who had lost loved ones squatted on the ground, weeping softly, while others silently dispersed, returning to their spots. No one questioned or argued anymore. Not because they came to an understanding, but because they were afraid. In this apocalypse, offending sequence transcenders was a faster path to death than lacking supply. Li Weiguo stood in place, watching the crowd disperse, his expression complex. He took a deep breath, turned, and waved to Wang Chang, Wang Qingyan, and Lin Mo. Let's discuss together. The four moved to a relatively quiet area on the edge of the camp, forming a circle as they squatted down. Li Weiguo spoke first. The situation in Taohua Town is worse than I imagined. Those peach trees do not resemble ordinary strange plants. Wang Qingyan, hugging her knees, spoke unusually. They fear fire. My fireballs can burn them, but there are too many. Wang Chang rubbed his temples. I can endure. He glanced at Lin Mo, lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously drawing circles in the dirt. He was contemplating something. The attack range of those peach trees was probably about... What does this imply? It means that the territory of those peach trees has boundaries. I have a plan. Lin Mo raised his head, his voice soft but clear. The three turned to him simultaneously. Lin Mo spoke earnestly. I observed that the attack range of those peach blossom trees isn't far. Their roots extend at most. The reason we suffered such heavy losses is that we plunged directly into their nests surrounded by enemies from all sides. He pointed at the ground, drawing a circle, then marked several points outside the circle. But what if we removed them one by one from a safe distance? Wang Chang's eyes lit up. Lin Mo continued, those peach trees fear fire. Wang Qingyan and the fire crossbow both possess fire attack capabilities with ranges sufficient to strike targets from outside the attack range of the peach trees. We don't need to charge, and we just need to clear out the peach trees one by one, like pulling nails. Wang Qingyan pondered for a moment before nodding. In theory, this is feasible. My fireballs can reach 60 meters, which is completely sufficient. The fire crossbow has an 80-meter range. One more question, will those peach trees expand their attack range after being attacked? Lin Mo thought for a moment. This possibility cannot be ruled out, so my strategy is to start from the outermost peach trees and clear them one by one. Attack only one each time, observing the reactions of the other peach trees. If they show any movement, withdraw immediately. After the four finished discussing, the blood moon had already... The convoy set up camp again in a new clearing. This clearing was located in the southeast direction of Taohua Town, approximately 500 meters from the nearest peach trees. The ground was flat, and the view was open. From here one could clearly see the entire layout of Taohua Town. The peach trees, illuminated by the blood moon, swayed gently in dark red petals resembling a frozen sea of blood. Li Yushi drove over with the off-road vehicle, pulling out tents, blankets, and cooking utensils from the trunk. Others also began to settle down. The campfire was lit. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi started preparing dinner. It was still rice porridge enhanced by the few packets of salt and biscuits found in the convenience store in Taohua Town today, making it much more plentiful than in previous days. Lin Mo leaned against the hood of the off-road vehicle, looking up at the blood moon in the sky. The moonlight was dark red, casting a thin layer of blood mist over his face. He sank his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 40. 1. He had gained 30 points. Tomorrow, if the plan worked, a significant amount would come in. Li Yuqing walked over holding 2 bowls of porridge, handing one to Lin Mo. Drink it while it's hot. Lin Mo took the bowl and lowered his head to take a sip. The porridge had a bit of salt, just the right amount. The warm liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, warming him completely. After finishing the porridge, Lin Mo returned to the vehicle wrapped in a blanket and drifted into slumber. The next morning, as Lin Mo woke up, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Outside the camp, the occasional sound of conversation could be heard, followed by the crackling noise of firewood being added to the campfire. He opened his eyes and discovered that a blanket had been placed over him. It was not his usual one. That old blanket was thin and hard, providing almost no warmth. This new blanket was much thicker. Although its edges were slightly worn, it was very clean and even had a faint fragrance. Lin Mo paused for a moment and turned his head to look. Li Yuqing was not in the vehicle. He sat up, carefully folded the blanket and neatly placed it on the back seat before pushing the door open and getting out. The morning air was a bit chilly, carrying the mixed scents of earth and dried grass along with a hint of smoke. 3 or 5 survivors gathered around a campfire, speaking in hushed tones, their voices barely audible. Some were wiping down the knives they had salvaged with rags, while others were counting the remaining food in their backpacks. Each person's movements were gentle. After the tragic events in Taohua Town yesterday, those who survived seemed to have grown much quieter. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi walked over. You're awake, Li Yuqing said without looking up. The porridge will be ready soon. Lin Mo nodded. He walked to the edge of the camp, facing the direction of Taohua Town. In the distance, the peach trees stood quietly in the morning light. Under the grayish-white sky, the pale pink petals seemed even more beautiful than yesterday. A gust of wind blew and petals danced down like a silent rain of flowers. However, Lin Mo's gaze toward those peach trees was completely different from the day before. During the escape yesterday, Li Yuqing had slain 2 man-faced peach trees, gaining an additional 30 energy points. Now, as Lin Mo looked at these peach trees, he saw merely a bunch of immobile energy points. He focused his consciousness on the system panel. Energy points 40. 1. The button for the daily free draw had already lit up. Lin Mo did not hesitate and mentally pressed the draw button. The wheel began to spin. 2 seconds later, congratulations, you have drawn a white item, perfect accuracy. White. Lin Mo looked at the notification, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, white was the norm. Lin Mo directly applied perfect accuracy to himself. Lin Mo, time to eat. Li Yushi's voice called from beside the campfire. The porridge was ready. Li Yushi ladled out 3 bowls, each topped with 2 or 3 slices of thin meat. The pink slices floated on the creamy porridge, creating a shimmering effect. In the apocalypse, meat was a rare commodity. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on a rock, taking the bowl and gulping down the porridge. The three of them quietly ate, no one speaking a word. Li Yuxi ate, quickly finishing her bowl in less than 3 minutes. She licked her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then went back to the pot for another. Lin Mo noticed that Li Yuqing had only eaten one bowl and had transferred half of the meat from her bowl to her sisters. "I've already eaten," she said. Li Yuqing sensed Lin Mo's gaze and casually said a sentence. Lin Mo did not confront her. He merely pushed 2 slices of meat from his bowl into Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing glanced at him, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, bowing her head to eat the meat. Just after finishing, Zhao Taizhu arrived. The middle-aged man looked a bit more haggard than in the previous days. He jogged over to Lin Mo with a smile on his face. "Brother Lin, Captain Li wants you to come over to discuss something." "All right, I'll go now." Lin Mo clapped his hands, stood up, and followed Zhao Taizhu to the center of the camp. Li Weiguo was squatting on the ground with a slightly worn map laid out in front of him. "Lin Mo, you're here." Li Weiguo looked up. "We just discussed the plan we talked about yesterday again. We will only go with the 4 of us without bringing anyone else. In this way, if anything goes wrong, we can escape quickly without worrying too much." Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Yes, having more people would only be a burden. Wang Qingyan did not speak, but gave a slight nod. Lin Mo thought for a moment and found this arrangement quite reasonable. Ordinary survivors had almost no ability to resist against man-faced peach trees. Bringing them in would only increase casualties. "All right, I agree." The 4 of them did not delay, each grabbing their gear and walking toward Taohua Town on foot. The camp was about 500 meters from the outskirts of Taohua Town, taking just a few minutes to walk. The 4 quickly arrived at the spot where they had escaped yesterday. "Right here." As he spoke, Lin Mo raised the fire crossbow, pointing at the nearest peach tree. That peach tree was about 3 meters tall with a small crown, but it was in full bloom. The pale pink petals were layered, nearly obscuring the leaves. Lin Mo took a deep breath and infused his mental power into the fire crossbow. The crimson patterns on the crossbow arm instantly lit up, and a bolt formed entirely of flames took shape. He had never used a crossbow bolt before, but with the perfect accuracy buff, the feeling was quite extraordinary. It was as if someone had drawn a line in his mind from the tip of the fiery arrow to the trunk of the peach tree. Lin Mo pulled the trigger. Swish! The fiery bolt shot out like a red streak of light, accurately embedding itself in the center of the peach tree's trunk. In the moment of impact, the flame arrow became the center, and the fiery tendrils spread out like a blooming lotus, quickly enveloping the entire trunk. The trunk blackened under the high temperature, producing a series of crackling sounds. The peach tree trembled violently. The growths and cracks on the trunk began to twist and writhe, quickly forming a complete human face. The face emitted a sharp scream, resounding in the minds of those present. Roots burst forth from the ground, wildly thrashing about like numerous snakes. But the longest of those roots barely reached 30 meters. The flames continued to burn. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. The flames extinguished. The peach tree had turned into a charred stump, still emitting wisps of smoke. That human face opened and closed its mouth, still emitting sharp cries. Lin Mo did not hesitate. A second fiery arrow was already shot out. 5 seconds later, the entire peach tree, along with the human face, turned to ashes. A system notification rang in Lin Mo's mind. Kill man-faced peach tree, energy points 15. A slight smile appeared on his lips. 15 points. 15 points for one tree. There were at least over 100 peach trees in Taohua Town. If he could clear them all, that would mean over 1,500 energy points. The plan will work. Lin Mo turned to Li Weiguo. It can be killed in 2 arrows. Li Weiguo's eyes brightened. He rubbed his hands together and took the fire crossbow from Lin Mo, trying to condense a flame arrow with his mental power. After 2 arrows, a peach tree turned to ashes. Kill man-faced peach tree, energy points 15. The system notification rang out again. Lin Mo felt overjoyed. The 4 of them took turns attacking. The fire crossbow was rotated among Wang Chong, Wang Qingyan, Li Weiguo, and Lin Mo. One man-faced peach tree after another turned to ashes in the flames, the system notifications ringing continuously in Lin Mo's mind. Kill man-faced peach tree, energy points 15. Kill man-faced peach tree, energy points 15. Kill man-faced peach tree, energy points 15. 2 hours. A full 2 hours. By the time the last peach tree turned to ashes, the entire Taohua Town had changed. The once bustling peach trees had vanished, replaced by heaps of charcoal. The petals that once floated like clouds and mist were nowhere to be found. Li Weiguo instructed Zhao Taizhu to notify all survivors to enter the town and search for supplies. Once the news spread, a wave of uncontrollable cheers erupted in the camp. 27 people, nearly all mobilized, shouldering backpacks and driving any operational vehicles into Taohua Town. After 2 hours of searching, everyone's haul exceeded expectations. The convenience stores, biscuits, instant noodles, and drinks were cleaned out, and the grains and oils in the houses were thoroughly scavenged. Most crucially, the underground oil tanks at the gas station still held about 2,000 liters of gasoline, enough for the convoy to run for several days. Everyone in the convoy who could drive found a vehicle. There were pickups, vans, SUVs, and even a truck. The convoy expanded from the original 5 or 6 vehicles to nearly 20, forming a grand procession. Supplies were gathered and gasoline was topped off. Li Weiguo stood beside the lead vehicle of the convoy, checking the map for the direction of the next stop. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let's go." The engines roared to life, and the convoy slowly departed from Taohua Town, heading toward the next supply point. Lin Mo leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the system panel. The number of energy points made his heart race. 1,730. 1. What did this mean? 100 points could be exchanged for 1 draw. With 1730 points, he could draw 17 times. 17 items. System exchange for 17 lottery draws, and energy points dropped from 1730. 1 to 30. 1. There placed the lottery button lit up. He took a deep breath, steadying his heartbeat. End draw. End first draw. End congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute durability. Y-Tire. And Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. He had long braced himself for this. End second draw. End congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute durability. Again. End third draw. End congratulations. You've drawn a green tier attribute frostbind. End green tier. Excellent. End fourth draw. End congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute durability. Fifth draw. End congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute keen edge. End congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute gigantification. Congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute night vision. End congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute surface skimming. End congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute strength doubling. Congratulations. You've drawn a blue tier attribute elemental amplification. End congratulations. You've drawn a Y-Tire attribute keen edge. End congratulations. You've drawn a green tier attribute thunderstrike. Congratulations. You've drawn a green tier attribute bronze skin iron bone. End congratulations. You've drawn a blue tier attribute weapon mastery. End congratulations. You've drawn a purple tier attribute auto repair. Lin Mo held his breath. End 17th draw. End the final draw. End congratulations. You've drawn a golden tier attribute bond. End Lin Mo froze entirely. This is the golden legend. And he stared blankly at the attribute in his inventory, his pulse surging. In focusing his consciousness on the 2 characters, bond, he silently intoned activate. He then opened his personal interface. In bond enables bonding with 2 companions. Upon activation, companions share the host's base attributes only, not skills, and remain subordinate to the host. Should the host perish after bonding, the bound companions will also die instantly. And conversely, the death of a bound companion exerts no effect whatsoever upon. Lin Mo studied the description for several seconds before a plan crystallized in his mind. And he closed the interface and began activating attributes to enhance it. Activate night vision. In activate weapon mastery. In activate strength doubling. In activate bronze skin iron bone. 4 attributes activated sequentially. In first, his eyes. And he could now discern minute cracks in the leather upholstery, and even read expressions on faces gathered around distant campfires. Then his bones. A surge of power welled up from deep within his skeletal structure, densifying and hardening them. And he clenched his fist casually. The knuckles cracked with crisp, resonant snaps. Finally, his skin. A faint, nearly imperceptible luster shimmered beneath its surface, as though a translucent membrane had been delicately grafted onto his body. He picked up his Tang sword and tapped its flat side lightly against his forearm. And no pain. And he increased pressure slightly. Still no sensation. Satisfied, Lin Mo set the blade aside, a deeper smile curving his lips. And now I could defeat 10 versions of my former self. And having finished, he did not rush to disembark. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the window. Dusk deepened. And the convoy halted in a mountain hollow. Low hills flanked either side, with a relatively flat expanse of gravel at its center. And over 20 vehicles were haphazardly arranged in a rough defensive circle. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi bustled beside the fire. And Lin Mo pushed open the car door and strode across the gravel toward them. And I have something important to tell you. His voice was quiet, but grave. And Li Yuqing's knife paused midair. And she lifted her head, her gaze locking steadily onto Lin Mo's face. Go ahead. And I possess a method to greatly empower you, but should I die thereafter, your lives will end as well. And think it over carefully, and let me know when you've decided. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. And then, with unwavering resolve, they declared in unison, no need to think further. In this accursed world without strength, none can guarantee sunrise tomorrow. Any price we must pay, we accept it gladly. And having heard their words, Lin Mo studied the 2 sisters intently. Since your decision is firm, prepare yourselves. The process will be agonizing. And they entered the vehicle. And Lin Mo extended both hands, one resting gently on Li Yuqing's shoulder, the other on Li Yushi's. Golden tier attribute bond. Activation initiated. Two streams of golden energy flowed from his palms into the sisters' bodies. Then searing pain. Li Yuxi reacted more intensely. She emitted a sharp, stifled groan and doubled over, gripping Lin Mo's arms with desperate force. Bear it. It will pass soon. After 2 minutes their bodies completed transformation amid the torment. Their clothes clung damply to their frames, soaked through by sweat. The grime masking their features, mud smeared across their faces, washed away entirely under the torrent of perspiration. Lin Mo beheld their true visages. The grime masking their features, mud smeared across their faces, washed away entirely under the torrent of perspiration. Lin Mo beheld their... Li Yuxi's features were softer round eyes, a pert nose, and an air of youthful innocence. Yet her figure bore unexpected striking curves. Damp fabric clung to every contour of their forms. Lin Mo's gaze lingered briefly, then shifted away, and he released his hands and stepped down from the SUV. So beautiful, so fair. And he murmured the 4 words inwardly, then shook his head sharply. From the trunk he retrieved a bottle of mineral water, twisted open the cap, and drank deeply. Inside the vehicle, Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi slumped into their seats, breathing heavily. As the agony subsided, it gave way to an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Li Yuxi recovered first. She clenched her fist. The knuckles snapped crisply, and felt raw power surging far beyond anything she'd ever known. Sister. Her voice trembled. I think I've grown stronger. Li Yuqing said nothing. Her own senses were still tracing the profound changes coursing through her body. This isn't mere strengthening. It's complete rebirth. Li Yuqing whispered, disbelief edging her tone. Li Yuxi glimpsed her reflection in the rearview mirror and gasped. Ah, my face. The mud had vanished completely, revealing porcelain skin flushed with delicate rose. The sisters then quietly changed clothes. Before stepping out, Li Yuqing withdrew a grayish-black clay paste, hesitated, then applied streaks across her cheeks. Li Yuxi followed suit. It wasn't vanity. They wore this disguise not by choice but necessity. In this world, such concealment spared countless complications. Then together they descended from the vehicle. Lin Mo leaned against the SUV's hood, bottle in hand. At the sound of footsteps, he turned his head. How do you feel? Fine, very fine. Lin Mo waved dismissively, walked to the SUV's flank, and pressed his palm against its body. Tire attribute durability activated. Silver light sank into the metal. He rapped the door. The hollow clang transformed into a dense, muffled thud. He drew his Tang sword and slashed downward, leaving only a shallow groove. Purple tire attribute auto repair activated. The fresh cut and earlier scratches vanished instantly. Even shattered glass reformed before their eyes, knitting seamlessly back together. White tire attribute surface skimming activated. Done. Lin Mo surveyed the rejuvenated SUV. Satisfaction warmed his chest. He retrieved refined metal salvaged from Peach Blossom Town. Next, forge weapons. Lin Mo summoned his spiritual energy. For white tire attribute keen edge. Droplet of liquid metal separated, then stretched, elongated, and folded under his focused will, taking shape as a short blade. Blade length 40 centimeters. Narrow, thin, with rear-weighted balance. Ideal for rapid slashes and precise thrusts. Its silvery surface cooled in the air, its edge catching shards of cold, glittering light. Not a wondrous artifact, merely peerless sharpness. Lin Mo tossed it to Li Yuxi. Try it. She caught it deftly and swung it at a nearby dead branch. The blade parted the wood in utter silence. Its severed ends smooth as polished mirrors. An exceptional blade. Her eyes gleamed. Second weapon. White tire attribute keen edge. This time, a Tang sword. Lin Mo placed it beside the first, then continued. Third weapon. White tire attribute durability, white tire attribute gigantification. This time he extracted 3 times the metal volume used for the prior 2 blades. Ni's spiritual energy surged like invisible hands, needing compressing shaping. A colossal blade emerged, blade length 1.8 meters, weight over 50 gene. Infused with durability, its resilience and hardness reached unprecedented levels. Gigantification granted it transformative potential. When channeling spiritual energy, it would expand into a truly titanic weapon. Lin Mo gripped the hilt with one hand and tested a swing. The air shrieked violently. Fourth weapon. White tire attribute durability, green tier attribute frost. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, refining his spiritual energy output. This shaping demanded greater precision than all previous attempts. He intended a Tang sword, identical in form to his own, yet slightly narrower and shorter handled, for feminine use. Once shaped, frostbind infused the blade. Instantly delicate cerulean traceries bloomed across its silvery surface, like frost spreading in slow, elegant waves. A stream of knowledge flooded Lin Mo's mind. An artifact, frostblading code 9999-4 in durability, significantly enhances weapon hardness. Frostbind activated via spiritual energy. inflicts freezing damage upon impact, slowing target movement. Lin Mo handed the Frostblade to Li Yuqing. The moment Li Yuqing grasped the hilt, the knowledge transferred. She tightened her grip, and with a thought, crystalline frost bloomed along the blade's edge. An artifact. She murmured, all brightening her face. Fifth weapon. Y tier, attribute, durability, green tier, attribute, Thunderstrike. Another Tang's sword, but Thunderstrike bestowed radically different properties. Narcs of silver lightning danced across its surface, crackling like miniature storms coursing along its length. Artifact, Thunderblading code 99991. Durability significantly enhances weapon hardness. Thunderstrike, activated via spiritual energy, inflicts lightning damage on impact, inducing brief paralysis. Lin Mo gazed at the blade, and finally his smile broke free, irrepressible. Thunderblade. For himself alone. Lastly, he drew a small portion from the remaining liquid metal. Under his spiritual energy, it coalesced into a sleek minimalist bracelet. Then, blue tier attribute, elemental amplification, activated. Artifact amplification bracelet code 66552. Elemental amplification doubles damage output when the wearer employs elemental attacks. Lin Mo stared at the inscription, silent for a full 3 seconds. Damage doubled, manned exclusively for elemental techniques. He rose, brushing dust from his clothes. Before him lay 5 weapons, 2 keen-edged short blades, 1 colossal blade, 1 frost blade, 1 thunderblade, and 1 amplification bracelet. I'll take the thunderblade, and the frost blade goes to Yuqing. Li Yuqing accepted it without hesitation. What about me? Li Yuqing gazed longingly at the twin short blades. 1 short blade, and the flame crossbow. As for the rest, trade them with Li Weigua's group for supplies. Lin Mo did not immediately seek out Li Weigua. He first stowed away the surplus equipment, planning to trade it during the day. You all rest first, he said to the Li sisters, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes. The carriage fell into silence. It was unclear how much time had passed. Li Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes. She felt an unusual sensation surging from deep within her body, as if something was awakening inside her. That feeling spread from her chest, coursing through her limbs, and finally converging in her brain. Immediately a piece of information surged into her mind. Gemini Black Sequence, Dark Apostle ability, 1 Dark Servant. Summon dark servants from the shadows with the number and strength determined by mental power. Ability 2 Dark Affinity, movement speed is increased by 100 in darkness with greatly enhanced concealment. Gemini Black Sequence. I have awakened. Li Yuqing murmured these words. She raised her hand, and the shadow in her palm trembled slightly, as if it had come to life. She attempted to harness that newly born power. The shadow in her palm suddenly expanded, spilling through her fingers and coalescing into a pitch-black humanoid silhouette in front of her. The silhouette stood about 1.6 meters tall, with slender limbs lacking facial features, and entirely black. A dark servant. This? Li Yuqing stared at the shadowy being before her. With a thought, the dark servant silently sank into the shadows on the carriage floor, vanishing from sight. Yet she could clearly sense its presence. It was hiding in the shadows, ready to be summoned at any time. Sister. A groggy voice came from beside her. Li Yuqing rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning. What's wrong? I seem to. Before she could finish her sentence, her body froze abruptly. Li Yuqing's eyes widened, a glimmer of milky white light flashing deep within her pupils. Another piece of information surged into her mind. Gemini White Sequence, Holy Light Apostle ability, 1 Holy Light blessing, bestow holy attributes to the target weapon, allowing it to harm the aberrant. Duration 10 minutes. Ability 2 Holy Light healing, can use holy light to heal the target. I have awakened. Li Yuqing gasped, looking down at her hands. With a thought, milky white light emanated from her palm. She instinctively reached out her hand towards her sister. The light fell upon Li Yuqing's face, and Li Yuqing squinted, not because it was blinding, but because the light instinctively made her recently awakened dark powers feel discomfort. The 2 sisters exchanged glances and looked towards the back seat. Lin Mo had opened his eyes at some point. You are awake. Li Yuqing blurted out. With all this commotion, how could I not wake up? With both light orbs and shadows, it's like we're putting on a shadow puppet show. Li Yuqing cleared her throat, awkwardly tucking her stray hair behind her ear. Is this the awakening of sequence abilities? In truth, Lin Mo had some speculation about their awakening when he awakened himself. Sequence awakening should be related to mental power. As long as one reaches a certain level, they can awaken. Gemini Black Sequence, Dark Apostle. Li Yuqing did not hide it. I can summon dark servants and double my speed in darkness. Gemini White Sequence, Holy Light Apostle. Li Yuqing puffs up her chest, her tone filled with pride. I can bestow holy attributes on weapons, dealing an extra 100 damage to aberrants, and I can heal. Try your holy light blessing. Lin Mo drew the thunderblade from his waist and handed it over. Li Yuqing took a deep breath. Milky white light surged from her palms, spreading along the blade. A soft milky white halo appeared on the surface of the silver thunderblade. The information of the Thunderblade updated in Lin Mo's mind artifact Thunderblade, Holy Blessing State Number 89991 durability, greatly enhances the hardness of the weapon. Lightning adds lightning damage when attacking the target, causing temporary paralysis. In the Holy Blessing state, deals an extra 100 damage to aberrants lasting 10 minutes. Lin Mo took the Thunderblade and gripped it tightly. The milky white light on the blade intertwined with the silver arcs, emitting a faint humming sound. Try summoning your servant again, Lin Mo said to Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing raised her hand, pointing her palm at the shadows on the carriage floor. The shadows trembled violently. A pitch-black humanoid silhouette rose from the shadows, standing quietly in the carriage. Only one? Lin Mo asked. For now, yes. Lin Mo returned the Thunderblade to his waist, already forming a complete plan in his mind. Li Yuqi's Holy Blessing could enchant weapons for the other team members, allowing ordinary weapons to harm aberrants. This meant that he did not need to equip everyone with artifacts. As long as there was one ordinary weapon, even ordinary people could participate in the battle. Meanwhile, Li Yuqing's shadow servant was the perfect scout and ambusher. Let's rest first. There are serious matters tomorrow. Li Yuqing and Li Yuqi lay back down, but neither could. Sister. Are you asleep? No. Sister, it feels like a dream. I just awakened like this. Li Yuqing whispered. Yes, it really feels like a dream. Lin Mo listened to the sisters' conversation and slowly drifted into slumber. Lin Mo had a dream. In the dream, he returned to the modern world surrounded by two women who were surprisingly Li Yuqing and Li Yuqi. He was about to take things further. Lin Mo, it's time for dinner. The voice from the real world shattered the dream into pieces. Lin Mo opened his eyes, looked around, and realized it was already bright outside. It was just a dream. I actually had a spring dream, but I can understand that. I've been single in both my lives, not even touching a woman's hand. Now that there are two beautiful women by my side, every day it would be a problem if I didn't want it. I'm not a eunuch. He slapped his face to wake up a bit, pushed open the car door, and walked towards. Li Yuqing handed him a bowl of rice porridge, steam rising in the chilly morning air. The three of them sat around the fire and quietly began to drink. While drinking, Lin Mo habitually immersed his consciousness into the system panel to use today's free lottery draw. Congratulations, you drew the white item. After finishing the meal, the three cleaned up the bowls and pots. Lin Mo called the two sisters to grab their weapons and walked towards Li Weiguo and the other's vehicle. Li Weiguo, Wang Chong, and Wang Xingyan were squatting by the fire having breakfast. Seeing Lin Mo and the others approaching with weapons, Li Weiguo's eyes lit up, and he spoke first. Are you here to deliver weapons to us? Lin Mo rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you don't look that great, but your imagination is quite beautiful. He didn't respond, and directly placed the weapons he brought onto the ground. Tang swords, short knives, giant swords, enhancement rings, all lined up neatly. Li Weiguo finished his porridge in a few bites, wiped his hands, squatted down, and picked up a Tang sword, weighing it in his hand before swinging it a few times. Good sword, he sincerely praised. Then he picked up the giant sword, a hefty piece measuring over a meter and weighing more than 50 pounds. Holding it in one hand was a bit strenuous, but it wasn't too heavy. Lin Mo reminded him, Captain, try injecting your spiritual power into it. Li Weiguo complied and infused his spiritual power into the sword. In an instant, the originally meter-long giant sword expanded to over 2 meters. Puff! Wang Chong next to him spat out the porridge in his mouth. He snatched the giant sword from Li Weiguo's hand, holding it in one hand, and swinging it a few times, making the sound of slicing through the air. This weight. Wang Chong's eye sparkled. He activated his diamond sequence, his physique swelling to 3 meters, and the giant sword, also slightly enlarged in his hand, almost as if tailored. Lin Mo, how did you make this sword? Wang Chong's voice trembled. Lin Mo didn't answer directly, saying, try them out, and see which one you need, we can discuss it later. Wang Xingyan set down her bowl, her gaze falling on the enhancement ring. The moment she picked up the ring, she froze. This is a rare item. Li Weiguo and Wang Chong turned their heads at the same time. They were stunned when they saw the information about the ring. The enhancement ring doubled elemental attack damage. Wang Xingyan inhaled sharply, clutching the ring tightly in her palm, reluctant to let go. What a pity. Li Weiguo sighed. It only enhances elemental abilities. It's not meant for you anyway. Wang Xingyan rarely revealed a hint of a smile. The three of them each confirmed the equipment they wanted. Li Weiguo, 1 Tang sword, 1 short knife, ordinary sharp weapons. Wang Chong, giant sword, sturdy, enlarged. Wang Xingyan, enhancement ring, blue elemental enhancement. Next they began to haggle. Lin Mo, Li Weiguo rubbed his hands. What do you want? Supplies. Lin Mo responded without hesitation. Meat, grains, useful tools, anything will do. After some back and forth, they finally agreed on the deal: 5 pieces of cured meat, a case of white wine, 2 bundles of vegetables, which were rare in the apocalypse, half a box of noodles, and a solar charging panel. Li Weiguo and the others grimaced at the deal. You're too ruthless. Wang Chong muttered, but he couldn't help the smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth while holding the giant sword. Lin Mo ignored him. The reason he was trading the weapons half sold and half given away today was that only by doing so could he obtain energy points, and the more their combat power increased, the safer the convoy would be. Then Lin Mo called Li Yuqing and her sister to help carry the items back to the off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle now looked nothing like the shabby one it used to be. The purple item automatic repair made it look brand new. Even the previously broken glass had been all the scratches and dents on the car body disappeared, looking as if it had just rolled out of the dealership. After stuffing the supplies into the trunk, Lin Mo dug out an empty water bucket from the corner. Using the white item water gathering, a faint blue glow lit up around the bottom of the bucket. Streams of water vapor condensed from the air, forming fine droplets on the bucket's walls, which then gathered into a flow dripping to the bottom. At this rate, he could fill a bucket of water in a few hours. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. From now on, the water issue was resolved. Time passed quickly to noon. Sunlight leaked through the cracks in the gray-white clouds, barely providing light. Lin Mo and the two sisters began to prepare lunch. Today they had killed Li Weiguo and the others, planning to enjoy a good meal. Li Yuqing chopped meat, Li Yushi washed vegetables, and Lin Mo started a fire to cook. Half an hour later, a plate of shiny stir-fried cured meat and a plate of stir-fried green vegetables came out, along with a pot of steaming white rice. Just as they were about to start eating, uninvited guests Li Weiguo, Wang Chong, and Wang Qingyan wandered over. "What are you doing here?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "You took all our good stuff, how can we eat? Isn't this just to mooch a meal?" Li Weiguo said with a broad smile. Wang Chong had already sat down on his own, while Wang Qingyan found a spot by the fire, although she didn't speak. Li Yuqing smiled, got up to add 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and served each person a bowl of rice. The 5 of them sat around the fire enjoying a rare proper meal. The cured meat was savory, the vegetables were crisp, and the rice was warm. Halfway through the meal, Li Weiguo put down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and said seriously, "Lin Mo, the 3 of us discussed a bit, and have an idea would like to run by you." "Go ahead." Now the convoy has only over 20 people apart from the 4 of us with extraordinary sequences. The others basically just follow along, living and dying on their own. In the past, when we encountered anomalies, it was enough to protect ourselves, and we couldn't care less about them. He paused, glancing at Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan, and continued, "But today, seeing your weapons, we think there's a way to change our approach." "How to change?" Lin Mo asked. "I can guide the way, avoiding those high-risk areas. Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan will be responsible for combat and cleansing. And the weapons you made, we tested them, and even ordinary people can break through the defenses of the undead with them." Li Weiguo's eyes lit up. In this way, those survivors won't be a burden anymore. They can also become combat power. And the awakening of extraordinary sequences requires meeting the standards of spiritual power and the stimulation of fighting anomalies. If everyone can participate in the fight, there will definitely be more awakened individuals in the convoy in the future. Our survival ability will also grow stronger. Wang Chong nodded vigorously beside him. "Right. With the Book of Oaths, we won't have to be suspicious of each other. Giving them a way to survive also gives us more confidence. After all, in this world, there aren't many living people left." Lin Mo fell silent for a few seconds, and then nodded. All right. He had no reason to refuse. Firstly, as long as someone kills anomalies with the weapons enhanced by his items, he will earn energy points. The more people there are, the faster the energy points will come. Secondly, Wang Chong was right. There weren't many living people left. He didn't want to be the only one remaining in this world. Seeing Lin Mo nod, Li Weiguo grinned. "Then let's make it official." The few of them quickly finalized the basic framework of the convoy, named Miracle Convoy Core Rules 1. Convoy members must not kill without reason. If they need supplies, they can trade freely, but not rob. 2. Supplies obtained through personal searches belong to the individual. Unified actions must adhere to the convoy's distribution rules. 3. Li Weiguo will be responsible for guiding the way around dangerous areas and will not directly participate in combat, taking 20% from each unified action. 4. Supplies from unified actions will be registered and distributed by Zhao Taizhu. 5. Newly joined survivors will only receive 1 day's rations from the convoy and must become self-sufficient through labor or searching for supplies. 6. Sequence members participating in unified actions can gain an additional 20% of supplies. After finalizing the agreement, Lin Mo shared the awakening status of Li Yuqing and Li Yushi with the 3 twin sequences. Li Weiguo's eyes widened, one black, one white. Li Yushi generously demonstrated the blessing of light, a milky white glow shining in her palm, warm and gentle. Li Yuqing casually summoned a pitch-black shadow servant from the shadows. Wang Chong gasped, "Goodness. Our little team's configuration is too complete." Li Weiguo said, rubbing his hands, excited as if he had found a treasure. "I lead the way." Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan handle the main attack. Lin Mo makes the equipment. Li Yushi is in charge of enchantments and healing, and Li Yuqing is responsible for scouting. Isn't this a standard team? Wang Qingyan also glanced at the 2 sisters and smiled, nodding her head. Then the 2 sisters signed their names on the Book of Oaths. The sky had already darkened. The blood moon rose, casting a dark red moonlight over the camp. Everyone dispersed. Lin Mo leaned back against the back seat of the off-road vehicle and closed his eyes. The two sisters also prepared to sleep. Lin Mo listened to the crackling sounds of the distant campfire, and his consciousness gradually sank into slumber. Early the next morning, as the sky began to brighten, Li Weigua gathered everyone together. His voice echoed across the vast wilderness, carrying a formality unlike any before. Survivors emerged from their vehicles and tents in small groups, bleary-eyed, gathering towards the center of the camp, their faces filled with confusion. Lin Mo also stepped down from the off-road vehicle, followed closely by Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi. The three stood at the front of the crowd, while Li Weigua stood on a slightly raised mount. Clearing his throat, he scanned the 20 or so faces before him and spoke directly. "The reason I called everyone here today is to announce something important." He paused for a moment, raising his voice slightly. "From today onwards, our convoy is officially established, and we will call it the Miracle Convoy. No longer will we be a disorganized bunch, each living for themselves. Instead, we will act together and adhere to unified rules." The crowd stirred slightly, with some whispering and others remaining expressionless. However, the majority's reaction was much more subdued than Lin Mo had anticipated. Li Weigua continued, "First, convoy members must not kill without reason. If you need supplies, you may trade freely, but not steal. Second, the method of acquiring supplies, anything you find on your own belongs to you, but when acting as a group, you must follow the convoy's distribution rules. Third, Li Weigua will guide us around dangerous areas without directly participating in combat, taking 20% from each unified actions hall. Fourth, the supplies from unified actions will be registered and distributed by Zhao Taizhu. Fifth, new survivors will receive 1 day's rations from the convoy. Afterward, they must be self-sufficient through labor or scavenging. Sixth, those participating in unified actions may combat and receive an additional 20% of supplies. After finishing his speech, Li Weigua jumped down from the mound and brushed off the dust from his hands. There was no applause or cheering from the crowd, only silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man murmured from within the crowd, "Isn't it still the leaders who make the decisions in the convoy?" Someone nearby heard and immediately replied, "Having rules is a good thing, yet at the very least supplies won't be stolen. You wouldn't want to die inexplicably, would you?" At this point, a different voice chimed in. "Aren't the leaders the ones who take the extra 20%? Didn't you hear?" Someone immediately retorted, "Leaders participate in combat, and although they take 20%, they are facing the strange directly. If you want a larger share, you can also go fight the strange yourself." Exactly. Lin Mo listened to the whispers in the crowd and found it all rather unsurprising. These people had been struggling for over a month in the apocalypse. Those who could survive until now still had some common sense, while the senseless had already been devoured by the corpse monsters. Wang Chong, known for his fiery temper, was about to say something when Li Weigua raised a hand to stop him. "All right, I've said what I needed to say. As long as everyone understands, you can disperse and get back to your tasks." The crowd gradually dispersed. Some rummaged through their backpacks for rations, some crouched down to start a fire, and others walked towards the bushes by the roadside. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some rummaged through their backpacks for rations, some crouched down to start a fire. Li Yuxi had already started the fire, the flames licking the bottom of the pot with bubbles rising in the water inside. Li Yuqing pulled out a few bundles of noodles from her backpack, broke them in half, and tossed them into the pot along with some slices of cured meat. The fat from the meat melted in the boiling water, filling the air with a delicious aroma. After a few minutes, 3 bowls of steaming hot cured meat noodles were served. Although the noodles were slightly overcooked, the savory flavor of the meat permeated the broth, providing a genuine sense of satisfaction with each bite. The 3 of them squatted by the fire, slurping up their food. After finishing breakfast and cleaning up the bowls, they extinguished the remaining fire. Li Weigua had already started the engine. Zhao Taizhu ran over to relay the message, "Everyone get in the vehicles and prepare to depart." The sound of engines roared in response. 20 or so vehicles formed a crooked line, slowly driving out of the camp along the national road. Lin Mo sat in the back of the off-road vehicle, leaning against the seat, his gaze fixed on the wilderness outside. The convoy traveled slowly on the national road for about 2 hours. A city skyline appeared in the distance. "Han City," Li Yuqing said quietly after glancing at the road sign. Lin Mo looked out the window. Before the apocalypse, Han City was a super city with a permanent population of over 10 million. At this moment, the once towering landmarks and office buildings were shrouded in a layer of gray mist. The outer walls of the tall buildings were covered in unknown vines, and some windows leaked dark red liquid as if they were bleeding. Huge shadows drifted slowly across the sky, their shapes twisted and grotesque. In the city, corpse monsters roamed freely. Those creatures born from corpses swarmed the city, covering every street like ants. Their numbers were enough to make one's scalp tingle. No matter which direction one looked, there were dark humanoid figures moving. A city of millions, now turned into a nest of the strange. Li Yuxi's voice trembled slightly. Lin Mo silently watched it, all his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his Tang's sword. The convoy did not stop. Every driver pressed down hard on the accelerator wishing they could sprout wings and fly over. No one wanted to get close to that city, and no one wanted to become a part of those corpse monsters. The outline of Han City grew smaller in the rearview mirror until it finally disappeared below the horizon. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and leaned back against the seat. The convoy continued to drive until the afternoon. In the distance, a village appeared on the horizon. It was small, with only a dozen households, most of the houses being the common two-story buildings found in rural areas. The sign read Qingxi Village. The lead vehicle's hazard lights flashed, and the convoy gradually slowed down, eventually stopping at the village entrance. "Get out and see if there are any supplies," Zhao Taizhu relayed as usual. Lin Mo pushed open the car door and stepped out, stretching his stiff waist and legs. Just as he was about to walk into the village, his gaze suddenly froze. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance stood a dozen people. They held a variety of weapons: machetes, iron pipes, homemade spears, and even a few makeshift guns. These people were ragged and emaciated, but their eyes held a fierce intensity unique to the apocalypse. The two sides locked eyes for a few seconds. Wang Chong instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself at the front of the convoy. His imposing figure visibly intimidated those across from him. "Wait a moment," Lin Mo said in a low voice. He looked at the dozen people and noticed that while they were tense, they showed no intent to attack. This indicated that they retained some rationality and were not the kind of crazed individuals who would rob anyone they encountered out of sheer hunger. Li Weiguo stepped forward, not getting too close, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, trying to speak as calmly as possible. "Everyone, we are just passing through, and mean no disturbance. We will leave now." The other side fell silent for a few seconds. "My name is Chun Yuan Shan," the young man introduced himself. "I am a sequence extraordinary from Base 07, a spiritual painter." Lin Mo silently repeated this unfamiliar name in his heart. It was yet another sequence he heard after Feng Shui, Master Diamond Fire Thief Blacksmith, and Gemini sequence. Li Weiguo did not rush to respond, but instead scrutinized Chun Yuanshan up and down. Although this young man appeared frail, his gaze was calm, not that of a scared stray dog frightened by the apocalypse. Surviving with a group of over 10 people after the fall of Base 07 cannot be attributed to mere luck. The two sides found a relatively flat piece of ground under the old locust tree at the village entrance and sat down. Chun Yuanshan spoke first, his voice hoarse but clear. "You should see that we are lacking food and water. If we can exchange information for some supplies, I can tell you everything I know." Upon hearing Chun Yuanshan's words, Li Weiguo turned to Zhao Taizhu and shouted, "Bring over 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and a box of mineral water." Zhao Taizhu acknowledged and jogged over to the modified pickup truck in the middle of the convoy, carrying supplies back and placing them in front of Chun Yuanshan. Dust rose as the cardboard boxes hit the ground. Chun Yuanshan swallowed hard. The people behind him lit up with excitement. Some unconsciously took a step forward, only to be pulled back by their companions. They hadn't eaten for several days. Chun Yuanshan did not immediately reach for the supplies, but looked up at Li Weiguo, his gaze filled with gratitude, and began to recount his story. Base 07 was the third to fall among the 12 bases. The people present collectively held their breath. They had long known about the fall of the 12 bases, but hearing it directly from a survivor made the impact entirely different. The entity that invaded Base 07 is called Wooden Man. You heard it right. It's the Wooden Man from the childhood game 1-2-3 Wooden Man. Lin Mo slightly furrowed his brows. Chun Yuanshan continued, "The abilities of that thing are very strange. As long as you move even slightly in front of it, even just blinking or moving a finger, your body will turn to wood from the inside out. Ordinary people cannot resist it, only high-level extraordinary can." The high-level sequence extraordinary in the base fought desperately to hold it off, allowing the ordinary people to retreat. The higher-ups of the base and those powerful sequence extraordinary should have all remained inside. Chun Yuanshan's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice trembling. "We low-level sequence extraordinary along with the survivors sought opportunities to break out. Among the dozen breakout teams, perhaps only ours managed to survive." He lowered his head, rubbing his eyes vigorously. His fingers lingered at his eye sockets for several seconds before finally dropping down. His eyelids were red, but he did not shed a tear. In the apocalypse, people have long run out of tears. The other breakout teams. We saw them all turn to wood. No one spoke. The crackling of the fire filled the silence, the orange glow dancing on each person's face, revealing solemn expressions. After a long silence, Li Weiguo finally asked, "You mentioned high-level sequences. How does one advance in sequence extraordinary?" Chun Yuanshan looked up, somewhat surprised by his question, but then seemed to understand something and nodded lightly. "You don't even know this. It's understandable since the base is gone and no one told you." He organized his thoughts and began to explain. The levels of sequence extraordinary are divided into 9 levels from sequence 1 to sequence 9. Sequence 1 is the lowest, representing the most basic awakening stage, while sequence 9 is currently speculated to be the highest level. At least before the fall of our Base 07, no one had reached sequence 9. The strongest person I've seen only reached sequence 3. The methods for advancement are in fact quite simple. Chen Yuanshan held up 2 fingers. There are 2 methods. The first, kill the strange beings. As long as you kill enough, you can advance. Most combat-type sequences use this method. The second, continuously use your abilities. Using them a lot can also lead to advancement. Most support-type sequences follow this path, but compared to the first method, this one is. He paused and added, before the base fell, a high-level sequence extraordinary told us that the abilities of a sequence are essentially a key. It opens the door to your extraordinary nature, allowing you to touch that door. How far you can go after that depends entirely on your own efforts. After listening, Lin Mo maintained a calm exterior, but internally, he was already calculating. Killing strange beings to advance was strikingly similar to his own system's mechanism for acquiring energy points. With both methods combined, his growth rate could surpass that of ordinary sequence extraordinary by a considerable margin. There's one more thing. Chen Yuanshan hesitated, scanning the faces of those present before finally speaking. There are rumors in the base that some peculiar items can assist in advancement. There are even some special, strange fruit that can directly awaken a second sequence. But these are just rumors, he quickly added. I haven't seen them and can't confirm their authenticity. A second sequence. Those 4 words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in Lin Mo's heart. Can ordinary people awaken a second sequence? What does that mean? It means a person could possess 2 types of sequence abilities simultaneously. He did not pursue the question further. Information of this level is something Chen Yuanshan cannot possibly know much about. Li Weigua asked several more questions regarding the details of the bases, the behavioral patterns of the strange beings, and the gathering points of survivors. Chen Yuanshan answered one by one. He shared everything he could and shook his head honestly at what he couldn't disclose. The 2 sides talked for about another hour. The sky had darkened. Seeing that it was nearly time, Li Weigua stood up. He took out a palm-sized notebook from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yuanshan. This notebook records the types of strange beings we encountered, their attack methods and weaknesses. Although it's not much, it might be useful to you, so feel free to copy it. Chen Yuanshan took the notebook, flipped through it, and his eyes widened slightly. The pages were densely filled with writing, and some parts even contained simple drawings. He closed the notebook and then began to find someone to copy the information. Thank you. Chen Yuanshan stood up and extended his hand towards Li Weigua. Li Weigua shook his hand firmly, but did not say anything more. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuanshan's group finished copying and returned the notebook. The convoy restarted its engines. The roar of the engine echoed in the empty village entrance, and the headlights of over 20 vehicles lit up in sequence. Lin Mo walked back to the off-road vehicle, pulled open the door, and sat in the back seat. The convoy slowly exited Qingxi village, continuing along the national road. Lin Mo leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. From sequence 1 to sequence 9, he silently recited these 9 levels in his heart. Today's information is crucial. Although he had awakened a sequence before, he was not clear on how to advance. Now with a clear method, whether it's killing strange beings or using abilities intensively. Now that I know the method of upgrading, it seems I need to change my strategy. He needed a clear plan. Actively seeking weaker strange beings to hunt would be both low risk and allow for steady energy point accumulation. He needed to make them the resources for his own strength. Only in this way could he grow rapidly. The off-road vehicle cruised steadily along the wheels crunched over the gravel, making a creaking sound. The convoy continued forward for about half an hour. The lead vehicle descended from the national road and entered a relatively flat clearing. The clearing was nestled between 2 low hills embraced by gentle slopes on 3 sides, offering decent concealment, though the view was not particularly expansive. The ground was a hard surface made of mixed gravel and sandy soil, perfect for setting up camp. We'll rest here tonight. Zhao Taiju ran over and relayed the message by the vehicle. 20 or so vehicles shut down one after another. Lin Mo pushed open the car door and got out, busying himself with the 2 sisters. Li Yuxi went to gather firewood. Li Yuqing began chopping vegetables, while Lin Mo set up the pot. After about 10 minutes, 3 bowls of steaming noodles were ready. The 3 squatted by the fire, each with a bowl in hand, enjoying their meal. After finishing the noodles, Li Yuxi cleaned the pot and bowls and extinguished the remaining fire with dirt. Lin Mo stood up and beckoned the 2 sisters to walk toward Li Weiguo's modified off-road vehicle. Beside the camper, Li Weiguo, Wang Chong, and Wang Qingyan were gathered around the campfire. What brings you here? Li Weiguo raised his head, seeing Lin Mo and the others approach, and patted the empty space beside him. Lin Mo sat down and got straight to the point. There are some matters I want to discuss with you. What matters? Li Weiguo put down the biscuit in his hand. You should have also heard Chen Yuanshan's words today. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but each word was enunciated clearly. There are 2 methods to advance in the extraordinary sequence: kill the anomalies or use abilities at high intensity. Wang Chong slowed his chewing and looked up at him. Lin Mo continued. While we can now avoid some dangers in advance, if one day we run into an unpredictable anomaly, none of us will be. So my idea is to actively seek out those weaker anomalies, hunt them down, and turn them into our resources for advancement. The campfire crackled. Li Weiguo did not respond immediately, but glanced at Lin Mo. Continue. I can forge a batch of weapons, Tang swords and shields. The Tang sword is primarily for offense while the shield is mainly for defense. Ordinary survivors wielding such weapons combined with Yushi's holy light enchantment can easily break through the defenses of the corpse anomalies. In this way they won't be a burden, but rather over 20 combat-capable team members. With more than 20 people attacking the anomalies together, even the lowest-level corpse anomalies can be dealt with far more efficiently than if just a few of us fought alone. Moreover, the more anomalies we kill, the greater the chances of awakening in the sequence. Give them the opportunity, and who knows, we might end up with another awakened individual one day. Li Weiguo's eyes lit up. Wang Qingyan spoke up. The survivors may not necessarily agree. Well, explain it to them. Lin Mo looked at Wang Qingyan. Lay out the pros and cons. Hunting anomalies provides the chance to awaken the sequence. Once awakened, they won't be like meat on the chopping block anymore, but rather individuals who can stand and survive. No one should be able to resist the temptation of awakening the sequence. Those unwilling won't be forced, but for those who want to work with us, I will provide weapons. Li Weiguo fell silent for a moment. He stood up, walked back and forth a couple of steps in front of the campfire, then stopped, and looked at Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan. What do you think? Do we even need to ask? Let's do it, Wang Chong grinned. Wang Qingyan nodded. We can give it a try. Li Weiguo pondered for a moment as if making a final decision. Then it settled. Where to next? Lin Mo asked. Li Weiguo took out a somewhat worn map from his pocket and spread it on the ground next to the campfire. The six gathered around. His finger moved over the map, finding a marked point beside the national road. Liuhe Town. The permanent population before the apocalypse was just over 10,000, and the number of corpse anomalies shouldn't exceed 100. 100 anomalies, Wang Chong counted on his fingers. With 4 of us killing 25 each should be enough. You make it sound easy. Wang Qingyan shot him a glance. We can't be careless, Li Weiguo said. Although Liuhe Town isn't large, we can't rule out the possibility of other types of anomalies. Before we go in, well, observe first. If something seems off, well, withdraw immediately. Okay, Lin Mo nodded. By the way, there's one more thing. I need metal materials, a large quantity of metal. Ordinary steel will do. Old vehicles, construction steel, and iron sheets are all acceptable. Li Weiguo looked at Lin Mo. How much do you need? After thinking it over, I estimate that the metal from an abandoned van can be used to forge about 5 to 8 Tang swords. If we want to make shields, we will need more. Then it's settled. Tomorrow morning, well, set off for Liuhe Town. The next morning, as dawn broke. Everyone gather. Come over. Li Weiguo's voice rang out in the camp, carrying a seriousness different from usual. The survivors emerged from their cars and tents, converging toward the center of the camp. Li Weiguo stood in the middle of the camp. I've called everyone here today to announce something. He paused for a moment, waiting for everyone's attention to focus. Starting today, we will actively hunt anomalies. The crowd erupted in chaos. What? Actively seek out those things? Are you crazy? We can't even hide. Captain Li, aren't you sending us to our deaths? The voices of panic and unease rose and fell like a plague among the crowd. Li Weiguo raised his hand, pressing it down. Let me finish. As the commotion gradually subsided, he continued. I know you are afraid. I am afraid too. But have you ever thought about it? You can run for a moment, but can you run for a lifetime? Why couldn't you kill the corpse anomalies before? Because you couldn't break through their defenses. But now it's different. Lin Mo will forge weapons and shields for you, providing both offense and defense. It's not like I'm sending you to your deaths unarmed. He pointed to Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped forward, drew a newly forged Tang sword from his waist, the silver blade gleaming coldly in the morning light. He walked to the center of the camp, picked up a metal block, lifted the sword, and gently swung it down. At the moment the blade cut through the metal block, he felt almost no resistance. The cut surface of the metal block was as smooth as a mirror. The crowd gasped in surprise. I can make blades like this. Lin Mo sheathed the sword, his voice low, but clear to everyone. One more thing. Lin Mo scanned the crowd. The more anomalies we kill, the greater the chance of awakening in the sequence. Do you want to be prey for a lifetime, or do you want to be hunters? It's your choice. Silence lasted for about 5 seconds. A middle-aged man with a scruffy face stepped forward first. Damn it, we're going to die sooner or later anyway, so we might as well fight for it. This sentence was like a domino effect. I'm willing. Count me in. Let's do this. One after another, people stepped forward from the crowd. Lin Mo counted roughly. There were 21 survivors in the convoy, and excluding 7 elderly people, all 14 remaining were willing. Li Weiguo withdrew his gaze, his voice steady. Since we've made the decision, let's follow the rules. Weapons will be provided to you. But there is one rule. If anyone points a weapon at their own people, don't blame me for being impolite. No one opposed. Set off. Destination, Liuhe Town. 2 hours later, the convoy stopped a kilometer outside Liuhe Town. Li Weiguo was the first to get out of the car, took out a telescope, climbed onto a raised earthen mound by the roadside, and began to observe. Lin Mo and Wang Chong followed closely behind, with 6 of them standing side by side on the mound, gazing towards the town. Liuhe Town was small, and from a high vantage point the entire outline of the town was laid out before them. Low buildings lined a main street with shadows moving across the road. "What's the situation?" Wang Chong asked. Li Weiguo lowered the telescope, rubbed his slightly sore eyes, and said, "From what I can see, there are probably around 100 corpses of the undead in the town scattered quite widely. I haven't noticed any other anomalies. That seems to be only this type." 100 corpses. That number is a bit much. We only have 6 combatants, so let's be cautious. Li Weiguo put away the telescope and turned to look at the others behind him. Li Weiguo quickly made a deployment. Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan will act as the main force while Yu will provide them with buffs. Lin Mo Yuqing and I will handle any that Wang Chong might miss. Ordinary survivors will not participate this time. They have no weapons. Let them wait here until we clear the area before going in to collect supply. Li Yuqi nodded, her palms already gathering a pearly light. Wang Chong drew out the giant tang knife from behind. "Leaving ordinary people behind is fine." Zhao Taizhu responded from the side, then turned to arrange the personnel who would stay behind. With the deployment complete, the 6 of them drew their weapons and headed towards Liuhe town. Li Yuqi walked in the middle of the group, sequentially bestowing a holy light blessing on each person's weapon. "Only 10 minutes, she reminded. Wang Chong did not turn back. He simply raised the giant tang knife and shook it, indicating he had heard. The group entered the town's entrance. The undead appeared in their line of sight. It heard the footsteps and suddenly raised its head, its murky eyes turning towards the group of 6. Wang Chong did not give it a chance to read. It heard the footsteps and suddenly raised its head, its murky eyes turning towards the group of 6. Wang Chong did not give it a chance to react. His eyes instantly turned blood-red, bones cracking loudly as his body surged to 3 meters tall. Within 3 seconds his clothes bursting apart to reveal muscles as solid as iron. The giant tang knife in his hand also slightly expanded. "Come!" Wang Chong roared, his voice like thunder, and with a push of his legs he shot forward like a cannon. The undead hadn't even stood up when Wang Chong's knife arrived. The giant tang knife slashed down diagonally from the upper left to the lower right, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. The blade sliced into the undead's left shoulder, cleaving its body into 2. Black pus splattered everywhere as the upper half of the corpse fell to the ground convulsing, while the lower half stood for 2 seconds before crashing down. Wang Chong did not slow down. He charged into the main street of the town where the most undead were gathered. A dozen undead turned their heads simultaneously, their murky eyes fixated on this sudden intruder. Wang Chong held the knife with one hand and slashed horizontally. This strike swept from the left front to the right front simultaneously, severing the waists of the 3 leading undead. Black blood and shattered entrails exploded in the air, resembling a dirty flower. So exhilarating. Wang Chong laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the empty town. Before, without weapons, he could only rely on brute strength to punch, which was highly inefficient. Now with this giant tang knife, his lethality was on a completely different level. Each slash was clean and smooth, as if slicing through tofu. The commotion attracted more undead towards Wang Chong. 1, 2, 5, 10. In less than half a minute, nearly half of the undead were drawn to him, swarming forward in a dark mass. Wang Chong did not retreat, but advanced instead, the giant tang knife whirling in his hand into a silver-white crescent. With each swing, several undead fell. Some were decapitated, some bisected, and some cleaved from the top of their heads in half. Black blood splattered all over him, yet he remained unbothered, growing bolder in battle. Lin Mo stood at the town entrance watching Wang Chong rampage through the horde of undead, and a classic line floated in his mind. Whose subordinates are these so feared? Wang Qingyan stood beside him, also stunned. A rare smile appeared on her face as she shook her head, saying, "With weapons and without weapons, he's truly 2 different people." Wang Chong's ferocity exceeded everyone's expectations. He single-handedly held off the majority of the undead, and wherever the blade of the giant tang knife passed, the undead fell in droves. Though the dark monsters were numerous, they could not breach Wang Chong's blade. 3 minutes later, the undead finally realized that this giant was not to be trifled with. They began to spread out, attempting to circle around Wang Chong and rush towards the other people at the town entrance. "Let's go too," Li Weiguo said, drawing his knife and charging out. Lin Mo simultaneously drew his thunderblade. The blade crackled with silver arcs of electricity. An undead lunged at him from the side, its 10 pitch black claws aiming. Lin Mo sidestepped, lifting the thunderblade from below, the blade slicing into the undead's chin and exiting from the top of its head. The undead's body convulsed violently twice before crashing down. Lin Mo did not pause, turning the blade to engage the second undead. His weapon mastery made every movement precise to the extreme. Not a bit more strength, not a bit less. Each cut landed in the most lethal position. He didn't need to be as grandiose as Wang Chong, but rather exchanged minimal energy for maximum. One cut for one undead, clean and neat. Wang Qingyan stood at a distance, raising her hands. A basketball-sized fireball coalesced in her palm. With a flick of her wrist, the fireball whistled out, smashing into the densest cluster of undead. Boom. The flames erupted. A wave of heat surged forward. 3 undead were engulfed by the flames, rapidly carbonizing in the intense heat, unable to even scream before turning to a pile of black ash. Wang Qingyan was momentarily stunned herself. She glanced at the amplification bracelet on her wrist, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Raising her right hand again, another fireball flew out. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi fought side by side. After sharing Lin Mo's attributes, their physical fitness and strength had far surpassed that of ordinary sequence holders. Li Yuqing wielded an ice blade, a thin layer of ice crystals forming on the blade, each slash bringing a biting chill. The parts of the undead struck would freeze rapidly, slowing their movements before being finished off by the next strike. Li Yuxi held a short knife in one hand and a blazing crossbow in the other. The short knife was for close combat, while the blazing crossbow was for ranged attacks. Though she lacked her sister's combat experience, she excelled in agility. With Lin Mo's attributes enhancing her, ordinary undead were no match for her. Li Weiguo was relatively weaker. His Feng Shui master sequence was not good at combat, but wielding the Tang knife crafted by Lin Mo along with the Holy Light Blessing, he was able to hold his own against the stray undead. He fought cautiously. From the first slash to the last, it only took 10 minutes. When the last undead turned to ash and Wang Qingyan's fireball, Liuhe town fell silent. The main street of the town was littered with the remains of the undead, some bisected, some cleaved in half, and some charred to a crisp. Black blood soaked the pavement, and a strong smell of charred flesh filled the air. Wang Chang's physique had returned to normal. He stood bare-chested, covered in black blood with splatters on his face, revealing a mouthful of white teeth only when he smiled. He inserted the giant Tang knife into the ground, hands on his hips, gasping for air. Exhilarating, he wiped the black blood from his face. Wang Qingyan leaned against the wall, having released a dozen large fireballs, which took a toll on her mental energy. Lin Mo sheathed his sword and looked around. 100 undead, 6 people, 10 minutes, and not a single injury. This achievement was something he hadn't even dared to think about before. Li Weiguo wiped the blood off his knife and gestured towards the convoy parked outside the town. Seeing the signal, Zhao Taiju turned and shouted to the back, and the engines of over 20 vehicles roared to life simultaneously as the convoy slowly drove into Liuhe town. When the survivors got out of the vehicles, their expressions were complex. They saw the remains of the undead scattered across the ground, the pools of black blood, and the strong smell of charred flesh in the air. These sights would normally instill fear in them, but now they brought a sense of security. Did you really kill over 100? All of them? The middle-aged man with a stubbly face crouched beside a corpse of the undead, kicking it with his foot, as if confirming whether it was truly dead. 6 sequence holders unscathed, someone replied nearby, their voice filled with disbelief. That knife can really cut through the undead with one slash. Isn't that a miraculous item? I don't know, but it was made by Lin Mo. The murmurs rose and fell, but were soon drowned out by Li Weiguo's voice. Stop looking. Start moving supplies. Grab as much as you can before it gets dark. Only then did the survivors snap back to reality, each diving into different corners of the town to search for supplies. Lin Mo did not participate in the supply search. He found a relatively open area and began collecting metal. Liuhe town's metal resources were much richer than those of Taohua town. Abandoned agricultural vehicles, rusty iron fences, collapsed billboards, anti-theft windows in residential buildings. He left no metal item unturned. The refining process was quick. After 2 hours, Lin Mo sat on the ground with freshly crafted weapons laid out before him, 8 Tang knives, 4 shields, 6 spears, and 10 short. He sorted the weapons into several piles by type, and then went to find Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo was squatting in front of a pile of supplies, troubled. The supplies in Liuhe town were far more abundant than anticipated: rice flour, cooking oil, canned goods, seasonings, clothes, tools. All piled up like a small mountain. However, the convoy only had about 20 vehicles with limited cargo capacity that couldn't possibly accommodate all these items. Pack the most essential things. Li Weiguo gritted his teeth and said, rice, flour, oil, salt, and medicines, the rest. Let it go? Zhao Taizu's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, but there are so many things. If the vehicle can't carry it, greed will only lead to one's downfall. Zhao Taiju sighed and turned to carry out the order. Lin Mo walked to Li Weiguo's side and pointed to the pile of weapons behind them. You decide on the distribution. Li Weiguo's eyes lit up as he looked at the pile of weapons, but he quickly returned to a pained expression. So many good things. What a pity. With weapons, do we still lack supplies? Li Weiguo nodded in agreement and called Zhao Taiju over, asking him to organize the survivors to each choose one. When the survivors received their weapons, the expressions on their faces were completely different from before. They held the broadswords and banged their shields, their faces no longer showing the fear and numbness they once had. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon the heart for killing ignites. Having weapons brings confidence. Lin Mo watched these survivors. These are all my workers. Whether I can become stronger while lying down depends on how hard you all work. The sky darkened and the blood moon rose. The convoy stopped to set up camp in an open area. This time the atmosphere in the camp was completely different from before. In the past, when they set up camp, the survivors mostly remained silent, the air filled with oppression. But today some were laughing, others chatting, and the entire camp was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi were busy preparing dinner. Having found quite a few good items today, Li Yuqing decided to cook rice. Stir-fried pork with vegetables, braised meat from a can with potatoes, and white rice. 3 dishes and a bowl of rice. This was practically a feast in the apocalypse. Li Yuxi squatted by the pot, adding firewood, while humming a tune. Her face glowed red from the firelight, and even the dirt on her face couldn't hide the genuine joy emanating from her. "Sister, I killed 7 corpse monsters today," she said softly, a hint of pride in her tone. "I saw." Li Yuqing stirred the braised meat in the pot, not lifting her head, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was unmistakable. After dinner was ready, the 3 of them squatted by the fire, each with a bowl of rice, eating heartily. After finishing their meal, Zhao Taizhu arranged the night. Lin Mo returned to the SUV, closed the door, and immersed his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 1170. 100 points each time, allowing for 10 draws. Lin Mo took a deep breath and began the lottery. First draw, white sturdy. Second draw, white sturdy. 9th draw, green accelerated healing. 10th draw, white sturdy. 11th draw, green spirit awakening. White sturdy 5, a sharp 4, green accelerated healing, spirit awakening. Lin Mo first used accelerated healing on him. A warm sensation spread from his chest, flowing to his limbs. The system panel displayed an additional line: accelerated healing speeds up recovery after in. Lin Mo closed the panel and leaned back in his seat. 9 white attributes, 2 green attributes. Although there weren't any high-level attributes, having both accelerated healing and spirit awakening was still quite good. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness gradually sank into slumber. The next morning, Lin Mo woke up to find Li Yuqing already preparing breakfast. He got out of the car to stretch his limbs, then walked to the center of the camp to begin crafting weapons. He used the leftover metal materials from yesterday to forge another batch of weapons, 4 broadswords and 5 shields. Then he retrieved white attributes from the system backpack, attaching them one by one. Sturdy was applied to the shields, significantly enhancing their toughness and hardness. Sharp was applied to the broadswords, making the blades even sharper, cutting through iron like cutting through paper. The entire process took less than half an hour. Lin Mo looked at the pile of weapons in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. White attributes had become of little use to him, but attaching them to weapons for the survivors could turn them into tangible combat power. Moreover, the strange creatures killed by these survivors would ultimately convert into his energy points. This calculation would yield no losses. After finishing breakfast, Lin Mo held the weapons and went to find Li Weiguo. Wang Chong was having breakfast when he saw Lin Mo approaching with a bunch of weapons. He put down his bowl and went to meet him. "Lin Mo, your weapons are incredibly effective. I feel terrifyingly strong now." He had used the giant broadsword yesterday to cut down over 60 corpse monsters. This would have been absolutely impossible before. Li Weiguo walked over, looking at the pile of weapons on the ground. "Lin Mo, these weapons. These are even more refined than before. You can decide on the distribution." Li Weiguo nodded. Wang Chong squatted down and patted Lin Mo's shoulder. "Lin Mo, to be honest, your ability is perfect for the apocalypse. Other sequencers can only fight alone, but you are different. The weapons you create can arm the survivors in bulk." Lin Mo smiled, but thought to himself, without the attributes they would only be slightly better than ordinary weapons. After all, the system is what truly excels. At this time, Li Weiguo took out a map from his pocket and spread it on the ground, and the 3 of them squatted down to look. "Now that we have strength, I suggest we be bold moving forward." Li Weiguo's finger moved across the map, not just traveling for supplies anymore, but actively clearing out low-tier strange creatures along the way. "I agree," Lin Mo said. "The more we clear, the quicker we will advance." "I have a suggestion." Wang Chong leaned over and pointed at a location on the map with his thick finger. "Qingshi Town." Li Weiguo leaned in to take a closer look. Before the apocalypse, it was famous for its stone materials. With a population of 8 to 10,000, the number of corpse monsters is estimated to be no more than 100, and it's about half a day's journey from our current location. Li Weiguo thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. Let's clear Qingshi Town first, then continue south along the national highway, not missing any villages along the way." The 3 of them discussed the details for a while longer and finalized their next route. Li Weiguo put away the map and stood up. He glanced at the busy survivors in the camp, listening to their laughter, then turned to Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, it's been a long time since the camp felt this joy." Lin Mo followed his gaze. The survivors did indeed seem different from a few days ago. They exhibited less fear and more confidence. "They see hope." Lin Mo returned after discussing with Li Weiguo. From a distance, he saw the 2 sisters Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi sitting by the campfire chatting. "Lin Mo, where are we heading next?" Li Yuxi asked, first fiddling with a branch in the fire. "To Qingshi Town." Lin Mo squatted down by the fire. "We need to hunt the bizarre creatures and get stronger as soon as possible." Li Yuqing nodded. In the apocalypse, getting stronger was the only way to survive. Suddenly Lin Mo recalled the green ability card Spirit Awakening he had drawn today. He took it out from the system backpack, his gaze landing on the off-road vehicle parked nearby. This vehicle had followed them all the way, going from dilapidated to brand new, all thanks to the previously added sturdy and auto repair. Now it was time to add something new to it. Lin Mo stood up and walked to the off-road vehicle. He placed his hand on the hood and concentrated his mind, usability card Spirit Awakening. A blue glow enveloped the entire off-road vehicle. Li Yuxi's eyes widened. What is this? Li Yuqing also stood up, her gaze fixated on the vehicle shrouded. After a few seconds, the blue light dissipated. The off-road vehicle returned to its original state. A stream of information surged into his mind. Rare item, off-road vehicle, ID 9527, sturdy, significantly increased body hardness, auto, repair, vehicle damage, can be automatically restored, Spirit Awakening, birth of the mechanical spirit. While Lin Mo was still reviewing this information, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Hello, master. The voice was crisp and pleasant, like that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl, carrying a tone of innocent exuberance. Lin Mo was startled, instinctively stepping aside and looking around. There was no one nearby. Who? Master, I am here. The voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of grievance. Lin Mo looked down and discovered a small, ethereal figure hovering beside his shoulder. The little figure was about the size of a palm, emanating a faint blue glow with features as delicate as a porcelain doll, wearing a mini dress and smiling at him. Lin Mo looked at the little figure. What are you? The little sprite spun in the air. I am not anything. I am the mechanical spirit of this vehicle. Lin Mo stared at her for 2 seconds. What can you do? Master, I can help you drive the car without anyone controlling it. The little sprite puffed out its non-existent chest full of pride. Li Yuxi was so excited she nearly jumped up. So we won't have to drive anymore. Li Yuqing also came over, reaching out to touch the little sprite, but her fingers passed right through the blue glow. I am a spirit body, you can't touch me. The little sprite stuck out its tongue. Then you can call me Xiaoling from now on, Lin Mo said. Okay. Thank you, master. Xiaoling happily flipped in the air before darting into the vehicle. Li Yuxi grabbed her sister's hand, whispering excitedly, Sister, does this mean we won't have to drive anymore? Li Yuqing also smiled. Driving was a tiring job, and it would be easier from now on. The three of them chatted with Xiaoling for a while. Xiaoling seemed full of curiosity about this world, asking questions one after another. Lin Mo patiently answered each one. It's time to sleep. We have to set off early tomorrow. The three of them returned to the vehicle. Lin Mo lay in the back seat looking out the window. Xiaoling quietly stayed on the dashboard, emitting a faint blue light like a small night lamp. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Li Weiguo's voice exploded over the camp. Everyone gather. The survivors had become accustomed to this rhythm, quickly crawling out of their vehicles and gathering in the center of the camp. 21 people, 16 combatants, and 5 elders handling logistics. Li Weiguo stood on a dirt slope, stating directly, today's target is Qingshi town. It's about half a day's journey, and the estimated number of corpses in the town is between 80 and 100. We will pass by several small villages on the way, Li Weiguo continued. Each village is estimated to have only a few corpses. It's a perfect opportunity for you to practice. He glanced at Lin Mo, who nodded. Our 6 will be ready to back you up, Li Weiguo said, but don't expect us to step in every time. You must learn to kill the bizarre creatures on your own to survive longer. No one disagreed. The convoy set off. 20 or so vehicles lined up like a dragon, slowly moving along the national highway. The first small village appeared in sight. The village was small, with about 10 households, mud walls and tile roofs, looking abandoned for a long time. Survivors up, Li Weiguo said. The 16 survivors holding knives and shields exchanged glances. Finally, the middle-aged man, with a scruffy face, Old Zhang, stepped forward first. Damn it, what are we afraid of? Now we have weapons and a powerful lineup supporting us. Saying this, he raised his shield and wielded his knife, striding towards the village. The others gritted their teeth and followed. Lin Mo and the 6 stayed behind, maintaining a distance of about 30 meters, ready to act at any moment. Old Zhang had just reached the entrance of the village when the door of a house burst open. A pitch-black corpse rushed out, hunched over, its murky eyes fixated on the group of living people who had suddenly intruded. Surround it, Old Zhang shouted. 16 people surged forward in a frenzy. The result was chaos. Some rushed forward, some retreated, some swung their knives, nearly hitting teammates, while others raised their shields too high, exposing their lower bodies. The corpse slapped a nearby young man aside, sending him flying 3 meters, his shield slipping from his grip and rolling on the ground. Help! Li Yuxi was about to rush up to heal him when Lin Mo reached out to stop her. Wait, he's not going to die. The young man was indeed just hurt from the fall, suffering no serious injury. He got up, picked up his shield, and with a red face, dashed back into the fray. Lin Mo watched the chaos and shook his head. It's too chaotic. Let them figure it out themselves, Li Weiguo said. The pressure of death will teach them how to fight. The chaos continued for about 3 minutes. The corpse had been slashed with over a dozen knives, its black blood pooling everywhere, but it still struggled. In contrast, two survivors had already sustained injuries, and one had been hit on the forehead by a teammate's knife hilt, blood streaming down. In the end, it was old Zhang who got serious, circling around to the back of the corpse and delivering a knife strike to its neck. The blade cut into the dark skin, getting stuck on. "Help me!" Old Zhang gritted his teeth and shouted. Two people rushed over, each wielding a knife, and with three knives pushing at the same time, the corpse's head was finally severed. Black blood sprayed all over old Zhang's face. The corpse's body swayed a couple of times before crashing to the ground. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers. "We did it. We killed a corpse." Old Zhang sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily, his face smeared with a mix of black blood and sweat, yet he smiled broadly. Lin Mo stepped forward and glanced at the two injured survivors. Li Yushi understood, her palms glowing with milky white light as she placed them on their wounds. Holy light healing. The wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and within 10 seconds only faint red marks remained. "Thank you." The two survivors touched their wounds, their faces filled with gratitude. "Continue on, don't dawdle." Li Weiguo's voice came from behind. The convoy set off again. On the following road, they encountered a small village. Almost every segment they traveled, some had 2 or 3 corpses while others had only 1. Li Weiguo let the survivors go up each time, while the 6 stood by ready to back them up. The first time 16 people dealt with 1 corpse, taking 3 minutes and suffering 2 injuries. The second time, dealing with 2 corpses took 5 minutes with someone getting scratched and bleeding profusely. The third time, fourth time, fifth time. Gradually, they learned to coordinate. Shields up. Don't let it rush through. Knifemen attack from the sides. Don't crowd together. You with the yellow hair go around back. Yes, just like that. They no longer rushed forward in a frenzy, but had begun to coordinate. The shield bearers held firm, resisting the corpse. The knife bearers flanked from both sides, waiting for the right moment to strike. Although their coordination was still clumsy, and there were occasional injuries, the difference from the initial chaos was, more importantly, the survivors' morale had changed. The fear on their faces gradually faded, replaced by confidence. "It turns out corpses aren't that formidable after all," old Zhang said after one battle, wiping the black blood off his knife, voicing everyone's thoughts. Lin Mo leaned against the hood of the off-road vehicle, watching these people with a slight smile. "They are all my workers." Each time a corpse was killed, his system panel would gain an energy point, though it wasn't much. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and he didn't mind. Thus they continued sweeping through, and the convoy finally reached the outskirts of Qingshi town by the afternoon of the second day. Li Weiguo climbed to a high point with binoculars and observed for a while before jumping down from the dirt slope. "How's the situation?" Wang Chong asked. "There are about 80 corpses distributed in various corners of the town." Li Weiguo paused, frowning. "But there's something unusual." "What is it?" Lin Mo asked. Li Weiguo handed him the binoculars. "You can see for yourself." Lin Mo took the binoculars and looked towards the center of the town. The streets of Qingshi town were empty, most corpses huddled in the shadows of buildings, motionless. But in the central square there was a completely different presence. It was a cat. A gigantic cat. It sat in the flower bed at the center of the square, estimated to be over 3 meters tall and at least 5 meters long. Its fur was grayish-white, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the dim light of the overcast sky. Its eyes were slit pupils, blood red in color, lazily lit, but those eyes held a gaze that was not typical of an ordinary cat. It was the gaze of a predator. Lin Mo lowered the binoculars, taking a deep breath. "That thing seems a bit troublesome. It's a true bizarre creature." Li Weiguo continued, his voice growing solemn. "And judging by its size and demeanor, it's at least 1 level above the corpses." The 6 squatted behind the dirt slope, forming a circle to discuss strategies. Wang Chong spoke first. "Leave that cat to me. You guys handle the corpses. Can you handle it alone?" Wang Qingyan rarely showed a worried expression. "I didn't get to fight much yesterday. Oh, I'll go meet it." Wang Chong grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Besides, isn't Li Yushi there to buff me and heal me?" "Then it's settled." Li Weiguo made the decision. "Wang Chong will be responsible for distracting that cat, and Yushi will buff and heal him. Just hold it off. As for the remaining corpses, the 4 of us along with the survivors will clean them up, and once done we'll assist you. Qingyan's fireball is suitable for clearing groups, and Lin Mo and Yuqing will protect Yushi and provide backup. Survivors should coordinate as before, with shields at the front and knife bearers dealing damage." The plan was finalized and no one hesitated. "Everyone prepare for battle." Li Weiguo stood up and shouted to the convoy behind him. The survivors jumped down from the vehicles, gripping their knives and shields, their expressions not of fear, but of excitement. After this journey of training, they were no longer the survivors who would tremble at the sight of corpses. The battle began. Wang Chong was the first to charge out. In 3 seconds his body surged to a height of 3 meters. The giant tang knife in his hand slightly swelled, a layer of milky white light enveloping the blade, a blessing of holy light bestowed by Li Yushi in advance. "Beast, come!" Wang Chong roared, his voice like thunder. With a push of his legs he charged toward the giant cat in the center of the square. The giant cat's blood-red vertical pupils suddenly narrowed into a line. It stopped licking its paws and slowly stood up. At 3 meters tall, it loomed over Wang Chong by half a head. Its tail stood high for bristling, and it let out a deep roar from its throat. With a powerful push from its forelegs, the ground beneath it shattered as it lunged toward Wang Chong like a cannonball. Wang Chong did not dodge. He held the giant tang knife before him and took the hit head-on. Bang! The sound of metal clashing with sharp claws exploded, sparks flying. Wang Chong's feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he staggered back 5 or 6 steps before steadying himself. His palms tingled, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth, interesting. After failing to land a hit, the giant cat pounced once more. This time Wang Chong did not take the impact directly. He sidestepped, lifting the giant tang knife from below, the blade slicing through the giant cat's front leg. Sizzle. Black blood splattered out as the giant cat let out a piercing scream, a deep wound visible to the bone appearing on its front leg. But the giant cat did not retreat. Its other paw swung in retaliation, landing solidly on Wang Chong's chest. 5 bloody scratches ran diagonally from his left shoulder to his right rib, flesh torn open, blood instantly staining half of his body. Wang Chong, Li Yushi shouted from behind. I'm fine. Wang Chong gritted his teeth, taking 2 steps back to regain his balance. A milky white light shot from Li Yushi's palm, accurately landing on him. Holy light healing. The 5 bloody scratches on Wang Chong's chest healed at a visibly rapid pace, the edges of the wounds quickly closing and regenerating, leaving only 5 shallow scars in less than 5 seconds. This works. Wang Chong laughed heartily and charged forward again with his knife. The giant cat squinted its eyes. It had spotted the girl behind, releasing golden light. It intended to bypass Wang Chong and deal with that troublesome support. With a powerful push from its forelegs, the giant cat arced through the air, lunging toward Li Yushi. Not a chance. How could Wang Chong let it have its way? He suddenly turned, even exposing his back to the giant cat's attack, gripping his knife with both hands and delivering a fierce slash to the giant cat's waist. He put all his strength into this blow. The blade cut into the giant cat's side, nearly reaching the back of the knife. Black blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over Wang Chong. The giant cat let out a deafening scream, its body crashing heavily to the ground, rolling twice before toppling a power pole. It struggled to get up, the wound on its abdomen horrifying its intestines, almost spilling out. For the first time, fear appeared in the giant cat's vertical pupils. It wanted to flee, but Wang Chong would not give it the chance. Taking advantage of its weakness, he dragged his knife and swiftly charged at the giant. The giant cat retreated 2 steps, then suddenly lunged again. This time it was a desperate struggle. The 2 beasts clashed in the center of the square, knife light and sharp claws intertwining, black and red blood mixing on the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, the battle was also raging. Lin Mo wielded the thunderblade, slicing through the undead with swift precision. Li Yusin held an ice blade, thin crystals of ice forming on the edge. Each swing carried a biting coldness. Wang Qingyan stood a short distance away, continuously conjuring fire. The survivors were also demonstrating the results of their training over the past few days. Old Zhang held his shield at the front, bracing against the charge of an undead. 2 on the left. Shield bearers move in. 2 young shield bearers immediately stepped forward, forming a temporary iron wall, with 3 shields blocking the undead outside. Blade bearers. Cut its legs. 4 tang knives reached out from the gaps in the shields, accurately striking the undead's knees. The undead's legs buckled, causing it to kneel on the ground. Decapitate. Old Zhang lunged out from behind the shield, delivering a blow to the undead's neck. 2 more tang knives followed suit, 3 blades descending together, and the undead's head rolled on the ground. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The coordination was seamless. Lin Mo caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and nodded inwardly. This team finally has some semblance of order. The battle in the square entered its final phase. The giant cat, covered in wounds with black blood flowing everywhere, was moving slower and its left front leg was nearly severed by Wang Chong, only a layer of skin holding it together. The wound on its abdomen exposed its innards, and its right eye, pierced by the blade tip, was now completely blind. Yet it still did not give up struggling. With its last ounce of strength, it lunged at Wang Chong, opening its massive mouth to bite at his neck. Wang Chong did not retreat, but advanced. He gripped his knife with both hands, the blade pointed forward, charging into the giant cat's gaping maw, his body like an arrow released from its bow. The blade embedded itself in the giant cat's throat, emerging from the back of its neck. The giant cat's body froze in midair. Its blood-red vertical pupils gradually faded, the pupils dilating until they turned to ashen gray. With a thud, the giant cat's body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Chong stood beside the giant cat's corpse, covered in blood, gasping for air. He pulled out the giant tang knife, its blade covered in black blood which trickled down. At that moment, a warm current surged from deep within his. That warm current flooded Wang Chong's limbs like a burst dam. His bones cracked loudly, and his body began to swell. From 3 meters to 3.5, then to 4 meters. His muscles became more defined, each muscle appearing as if forged from fine steel, and a faint metallic sheen emerged on the surface of his skin. Wang Chong lowered his head, gazing at his palm-sized hands, feeling the nearly boundless power within him. Is this Sequence 2? He muttered to himself before throwing back his head and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Sequence 2. I've reached Sequence 2. His voice echoed like thunder over Chingstone Town, even startling the undead still battling in the distance, causing them to take a half-step back. The undead in the town had been mostly cleared as well. Lin Mo severed the head of the last undead with a single strike, sheathing his blade and looking around. More than 80 undead lay sprawled across the ground in disarray, black blood nearly soaking the entire main street. The survivors sat in small groups on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces smeared with black blood, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. We won. I killed one. Haha, I killed two. Just then a young survivor suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning pale. What's happening to me? The young man Lu Yong, only 19 years old, was a food delivery worker before the apocalypse. His body trembled violently, a stream of black-gray mist seeping from his pores, swirling and coiling around him. Is this Sequence Awakening? Li Weiguo was the first to react. All eyes focused on Lu Yong. A few seconds later the black-gray mist dissipated. Lu Yong opened his eyes, a strange gray-white light flickering deep within his pupils. A piece of information flooded into his mind. Sequence. Corpse driver. He mumbled these words, then lowered his head to look at the corpses of the undead on the ground. With a thought, one of the undead corpses trembled slightly, and surprisingly stood up unsteadily. The undead had already died, but now it stood like a marionette quietly positioned behind Lu Yong, completely still. I can control corpses. Lu Yang's voice trembled. Corpse driver sequence. Lin Mo approached, looking at the standing undead with a mix of surprise. Great. Wang Chong walked over from the square, his 4-meter-tall frame resembling a moving iron tower, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. He looked down at Lu Yong and grinned. Kid, you're lucky. Lu Yong looked up at Wang Chong's towering figure, swallowing hard. But he quickly smiled. He had awakened. He was now Sequence Extraordinary. This change exploded like a bomb among the survivors. Lu Yong has awakened. Is that for real? Killing the undead can really awaken sequences. Can we do it too? Of course. If Lu Yong can do it, why can't we? The previously resting survivors all stood up, their eyes shining brighter than before. If before Li Weiguo's claim that killing the undead can awaken had left them skeptical, now a living example stood right in front of them. What about them? Captain, where's the next town? I can still kill. I'm full of energy right now. Yes. Keep killing. Until we awaken. Old Zhang was even more excited, his face flushed as he slapped Lu Yong on the shoulder. Good kid. Didn't expect you to be the first to awaken. Lu Yong grimaced from the slap, but the smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. Lin Mo stood aside, watching the group of high-spirited survivors, unable to contain the smile on his. Working people are full of motivation. He submerged his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 920. 1. Another round of lottery was possible. Lin Mo returned to the off-road vehicle, leaned against the seat, and immersed his consciousness into the system panel. System draw a lottery. First time. Congratulations, you have drawn the white attribute toxin resistance. Second time. Congratulations, you have drawn the white attribute piercing. Third time. Fourth time. After a series of 7 draws, Lin Mo let out a breath. Fortunately, there are 2 blue attributes left. 2 chances remain. 8th time. Congratulations, you have drawn the purple attribute flicker. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Purple. Last time. Congratulations, you have drawn the purple attribute space expansion. 2 purples. Lin Mo stared at the notifications on the system panel. 7 consecutive draws, 2 blue, 2 purple. He silently recited a phrase in his heart. Thank you, goddess of luck. He counted the gains from this round: white toxin resistance, piercing solid constant temperature, green slashing, blue expansion danger perception, purple flicker space expansion. Lin Mo used all the attributes that could benefit himself. He then checked his personal panel. Host Lin Mo, sequence blacksmith, abilities use mental strength, refine materials, shape, and craft weapons. Attribute 1, Spirit Replenishment, recovers 110 spirit power per second. Attribute 2, Bond, can establish a bond with 2 companions sharing the host's basic attributes. Attributes only skills not shared with the host as the leader. Once the bond takes effect, if the host dies, the bonded will also die. Conversely, the bonded's death will not affect the host. Attribute 3, Night Vision, able to see in the dark. Attribute 4, Weapon Mastery, mastery of all weapon usage. Attribute 5, Double Strength, strength attribute doubles. Attribute 6, Copper Skin, Iron Bone, skin as tough as copper bones like iron, significantly increasing physical defense and reducing damage received. Attribute 7, toxin resistance, body immune to ordinary toxins, attribute 8. Slashing releases a crescent blade aura when swinging the knife, attribute 9, danger perception. He can sense subtle hostility and danger in the surrounding environment, attribute 10, flicker instant teleportation, maximum distance of 10 meters. The value of this attribute in the apocalypse cannot be overstated. He suppressed the urge to try it out on the spot and shifted his attention to the remaining attributes. Space expansion and constant temperature can be used on the off-road vehicle. He pressed his palm against the car door and with a thought. There was no visible change, but when Lin Mo opened the car door to look inside, the previously cramped space was now spacious like a small room. At this moment, Xiao Ling also popped up, her head filled with confusion. Master, the space has expanded. Just then Li Yuqing and Li Yushi also returned. Li Yushi opened the car door and froze. Is this our car? She rubbed her eyes thinking she was still dreaming. Li Yuqing looked at the suddenly spacious cabin, showing a hint of surprise, but quickly regained her composure. Is it your ability? She asked. Lin Mo nodded, offering no further explanation. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out 2 iron plates. The white attribute piercing was attached to the spear. The white attribute solid was attached to the shield. The 3 pieces of equipment took shape in his hands. Lin Mo set the shield and spear aside, preparing to hand them to Li Weiguo for distribution tomorrow. Having completed all this, the blood moon rose in the sky. He took out a blanket, lay down near the car door, and closed his eyes. A night of silence followed. The next morning, the convoy completed the final sorting of supplies outside Liyue town. Survivors loaded the rice, flour, oil, canned goods, and medicines they found into the vehicles, categorizing them. Every face bore a rare sense of satisfaction in the apocalypse. About 20 vehicles lined up, the roar of engines rising and falling. Set off. Li Weiguo's voice came from the front as the convoy slowly drove out onto the highway. Xiao Ling skillfully maneuvered the off-road vehicle. Master, today's road conditions are not very good. Xiao Ling's voice came from the dashboard, carrying a hint of childish seriousness. Lin Mo replied with a brief not paying much attention. The convoy traveled along the highway for about 2 hours when a small town appeared ahead. The town was small. From a distance, dozens of low buildings lined both sides of the road. The streets were deserted with shattered glass and dried black blood scattered across the pavement. The lead vehicle of Li Weiguo flashed its hazard lights. The convoy gradually slowed down and stopped at the town's entrance. Get out, search for supplies. Zhao Taizhu ran over to relay the message. Captain Li said, swift and decisive leave within an hour. Survivors got out of the vehicles, gripping their knives and shields, walking in 2s and 3s into the town. After these days of training, they had fully adapted. Old Zhang walked at the front, shield raised in front of his chest, Tang knife horizontally at his side, his gaze vigilantly sweeping the sides of the street. Lin Mo and his 7 companions also got out of the car, following behind the survivor group. The search went smoothly. There were not many corpses scattered throughout the town, sparsely distributed in various corners. The survivors had gained experience. When encountering a lone corpse, they would surround it with the shield bearer, holding firm, while knife wielders flanked from both sides, dispatching it in a minute. Old Zhang even single-handedly engaged a corpse. Although he was injured, he managed to deal with it using his shield and Tang knife. Good. Old Zhang is awesome. Brother Zhang impressive. The survivors cheered. Old Zhang wiped the black blood off his face, grinning. Lin Mo observed this scene, nodding inwardly. These workers were becoming increasingly competent. The search continued for about 40 minutes. Survivors gradually returned with supplies, their backpacks bulging, yielding a good harvest. Suddenly Zhao Taizhu rushed over in a hurry. Captain Li, we're missing a person. Zhao Taizhu's voice carried a hint of panic. Li Weiguo frowned. Who? Lu Kuei. Zhao Taizhu panted. I saw him rummaging through things in the 2nd building on the east side just a moment ago, but then he couldn't be found. We searched inside and out, but couldn't find him. Li Weiguo's expression darkened. Everyone gather, count heads. After counting, there were only 26 people. Lu Kuei was indeed missing. Where was the last time he was seen? Li Weiguo asked. Zhao Taizhu pointed to the east side of the town, in the 2nd building over there. He said he was going in to check for supplies. Without hesitation, Li Weiguo turned to Lin Mo and the other. Let's go in and take a look. The 7 of them walked towards the east side of the town. Old Zhang stayed at the town entrance with the survivors, ready to provide support at any moment. The door of the building was open and a few packaging boxes were scattered at the entrance. Wang Chong was the first to enter, with the others following in. The room was small, and apart from a few wooden chairs and a table, there was nothing else. The air was filled with a musty smell. Lu Kuei. Li Weiguo called out. No one answered. The 7 of them turned the entire room upside down, even searching the backyard, but found no trace of Lu Kuei. Where is he? A living person can't just vanish into thin air. Wang Chong scratched his head, puzzled. Lin Mo remained silent. His gaze fell upon a painting hanging on the wall. It was a landscape painting about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, framed quite elegantly. The image depicted a winding river with a tall willow tree growing by the riverbank, its branches drooping. In the distance were rolling hills, and up close was a patch of grassland. The artwork wasn't exceptional, but the overall composition conveyed a sense of indescribable tranquility. But Lin Mo's danger perception was going off the charts. Everyone step back, slowly retreat, don't rush. Lin Mo lowered his voice, his tone calm, but each word enunciated clearly. As he spoke, he signaled to Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi with his eyes. Li Yuqing was the first to react. Without hesitation, she grasped her sister's hand and began. Wang Chong was taken aback, about to ask, but was held back by Wang Qingyan. Wang Qingyan did not turn back, just pulled Wang Chong and moved slowly towards the door. Li Weiguo and Lu Yang also sensed something was wrong and silently began to retreat. The seven of them gathered like a group of vigilant cats, quietly converging towards the door. Then came Wang Qingyan, Li Weiguo, and Lu Yang. Lin Mo felt his body being pulled by an irresistible force, his feet leaving the ground. A terrifying suction force erupted from the painting like a vortex, drawing all the air from the room. What the hell? Wang Chong's words were cut off as he was sucked in. Then came Wang Qingyan, Li Weiguo, and Lu Yang. Lin Mo felt his body being pulled by an irresistible force, his feet leaving the ground, and everything went dark before his eyes. He heard Li Yuxi scream, and then everything fell silent. Lin Mo opened his eyes and looked around. He stood on a patch of grass. The vibrant green grass felt like a thick carpet underfoot. The sky above was gray and white without the sun. A river meandered by, its water crystal clear. In the distance, the mountains were shrouded in mist. Where's this? Li Yuxi's voice came from behind. Lin Mo turned around and saw 6 people, feeling relieved. His gaze swept across the area and stopped at the riverbank. There stood a giant willow tree, its thick trunk and countless drooping branches. Leaning against the willow tree was a withered corpse. It's Lu Kuei, Lu Yang exclaimed. A sharp pain pierced Lin Mo's brow, and his danger sense blew. He stared at the willow tree, its branches swaying gently in the still air. Everyone prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the willow tree moved. Countless branches resembled a swarm of snakes awakened from slumber. Those branches tore through the air like steel whips, creating sharp sounds as they lashed out at the 7 people from all directions. The speed was astonishing. Get down! Wang Chong shouted, his 4-meter-tall figure stepping to the front of the group, his massive tang knife sweeping out. 5 or 6 branches were severed in one strike, dark red liquid gushing from the cut, ends resembling blood. But there were too many branches. For every 5 or 6 cut, a dozen more sprang forth. The dense branches formed a web that closed in from all sides, aiming to strangle the 7 people in the center. This won't work. Too many. Li Weiguo shouted, cutting through 2 incoming branches with a blade, panting heavily. If this continues, we will be worn out. Wang Chong was covered in blood, not his own, but the dark red liquid splattered from the severed branches. He had already cut down hundreds of branches, yet their numbers around him were not decreasing, but rather increasing. Lin Mo remained silent. He was observing, contemplating using his teleportation, but with so many branches leaving the group would expose him to attacks from all directions. He swung his knife to sever a few approaching branches, his gaze piercing through the layers of branches, landing on the massive trunk. No matter how many branches there were, they all sprouted from that trunk. As long as the trunk remained, the branches would never be completely severed. I will clear a path ahead, rush in, and cut the trunk directly. What? Li Weiguo didn't hear clearly. Lin Mo gripped the thunderblade tightly, taking a step forward. Then he swung the blade. A silvery crescent-shaped slash shot forth from the thunderblade, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Wherever the slash passed, the branches seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, severed limbs and branches flying everywhere as dark red liquid rained down. A straight path was cut through the encircling branches. Follow me, Lin Mo shouted without looking back, charging forward with the thunderblade. With each swing, a slash tore through the death net woven by the branches. Almost there, Lin Mo called out. The trunk was getting closer. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Lin Mo could see the patterns on the trunk clearly. It was very thick, requiring at least 2 people to embrace it. Attack the trunk, Lin Mo shouted. He swung his blade. The silvery crescent-shaped slash cleaved through the last few meters of branches, striking the trunk precisely. The trunk was cut open with a deep fissure, dark red liquid gushing out. The entire willow tree trembled violently. Now's our chance. Lin Mo glanced back at Wang Chong. Wang Chong understood. With a beast-like roar, the 4-meter-tall man pushed off with his legs, creating a deep dent in the grass, and charged towards the trunk like a cannonball. The giant tang knife in his hand swelled to its limit, the blade exceeding 3 meters. Wang Chong gripped the knife with both hands, channeling all his strength to strike at the fissure. Boom! The trunk snapped. The upper half of the willow tree slowly tilted, and countless branches swayed weakly in the air before crashing down. The entire willow tree broke in half, the upper section crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The remaining stump continued to seep blood. The branches had completely lost their vitality, lying limply on the ground like a pile of dead snakes. Lin Mo knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Having unleashed dozens of slashes in quick succession, even with his energized perk, his mental energy was nearly depleted. Li Yushi ran over a milky white light glowing in her palm as she placed it on his shoulder. A warm energy surged into his body, gradually restoring his mental energy and replenishing some of his stamina. Thank you, Lin Mo said, standing up and looking at the already fallen. What exactly is this thing? Li Weiguo approached, poking at the willow tree's remains with his tang knife. No one could answer him. At that moment, the surrounding space began to distort. The grass, the river, the mountains. The entire painted world started to fold and shrink. The scene before the 7 people quickly blurred and dissipated. In the next second, they found themselves back in that room, everything just as it was when they entered. Only one thing had changed. The landscape painting on the wall had turned blank. Lin Mo stared at the painting, the sharp pain in his brow completely vanished. The danger sense no longer alarmed. He stepped forward and reached out to take down the painting. The moment his fingertips touched the frame, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Extraordinary item. Painting ID 299 contains a space of 500 meters in length, width, and height, unable to store living beings. Lin Mo froze. 500 meters in length, width, and height. What does this mean? It means he could carry an enormous space with him. He took a deep breath, removed the painting from the wall, and turned to the others. Everyone, come and feel it. 6 people sequentially reached out to touch the painting. With each touch, a similar expression appeared on their faces, first surprise, then shock, and finally a complex, indescribable look. That expression Lin Mo recognized. He had just experienced it himself. A stirring of the heart. The desire to kill for treasure. Once the information was received, the 7 stood in the convenience store, none of them speaking first. Silence lasted for about 5 seconds. Li Weiguo was the first to break the silence. He said, to be honest, the moment I felt the information, I actually had some improper thoughts. He spoke candidly, so openly that it left the others momentarily stunned. Wang Chong scratched his head, awkwardly grinning. I thought about it too. Wang Qingyan rarely blushed, not saying anything, but slightly nodding. Liu Yang, being younger, couldn't hide his emotions, his face alternating between red and white. Li Yushi glanced at Lin Mo without saying a word. Li Yushi held her fire crossbow, muttering softly, good thing we made a vow. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the subtle flames in everyone's hearts. Yes, the Book of Oaths, mutual non-betrayal, mutual non-harm. Li Weiguo then spoke, there is only one extraordinary item, but we can all share it. Moreover, we have all signed a contract, there's no need to let a single extraordinary item harm everyone's feelings. He paused. As for who will keep the painting, let's decide. In the end, they agreed that Li Weiguo would keep it. They had seen Li Weiguo's character clearly during this time. Li Weiguo solemnly stored the painting. As the 7 people exited the convenience store, the survivors outside were eagerly awaiting. Old Zhang was the first to approach, scanning the faces of the group, not seeing Lu Kuei, and understanding in his heart. No one asked where Lu Kuei had gone. In this apocalyptic world, losing one person or gaining another was common. Li Weiguo walked to the front of the group, his voice not loud, but everyone could hear clearly, let's go. The next destination is Huayang County. The convoy restarted its engines. About 20 vehicles slowly drove out of the town along the national highway. Night fell, and the blood moon rose. The convoy stopped in an open field to set up camp. Li Weiguo gathered the 7 extraordinary beings together. The 7 sat on the ground around the campfire. Liu Yang arrived last. Li Weiguo took the Book of Oaths from his pocket, opened a new page, and explained the situation regarding the Book of Oaths. Liu Yang took the pen and wrote down his name. A faint light flickered on the page, and the oath was established. Li Weiguo closed the Book of Oaths and put it back in his pocket before taking out the painting. I plan to start storing surplus supplies in the painting from today and then distribute them as needed. He looked at Zhao Tieju. Tieju, you will be responsible for counting and registering. Zhao Taiju nodded vigorously. No one opposed. The 500 meters of storage space meant that the convoy would no longer have to worry about the issue of, can it fit? In the future, when encountering supplies, they could take everything they could, move everything they could, and not throw anything away. Wang Chong grinned. Finally, we won't have to feel heartache about throwing things away anymore. Wang Qingyan rarely chimed in. Last time in Taohua Town, those items made me ache to throw them away. The group laughed, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Li Weiguo pulled out a map from his backpack and spread it on the ground next to the campfire. The 7 gathered around. The next stop will be Huayang County. His finger moved on the map, pointing to a location marked with a county icon. Huayang County, with a regular population of about 30,000 before the apocalypse. The types and numbers of zombies are currently unclear. In a county with a population of 30,000, even if only 1% of the corpses turned into zombies, there would still be 300 of them. 300. This number caused a moment of silence in the air around the campfire. Lin Mo stared at the marked point on the map. 300 zombies meant 3,000 points of 30 draws. Then it's decided, Huayang County, he said. The others nodded in succession. The plan was finalized. The group dispersed. Lin Mo walked back to the off-road vehicle and opened the door. Master, you're back. Xiaoling's voice was crisp and melodious. Lin Mo smiled and replied with a soft, leaning against the seat. Now that the space was larger, there was no need to sleep against the seat like before. He could easily lay on the ground. With the constant temperature perk, the temperature stayed at 23 degrees, not cold, just a bit hard. It seemed he would need to find some blankets and bedding tomorrow. Lost in thought, Lin Mo fell asleep. The next day, the convoy had been traveling on the national highway for most of the day. The scenery outside remained unchanged, with a grayish-white sky and desolate land occasionally passing by a few rusty abandoned vehicles. Lin Mo leaned against his seat, closing his eyes to rest, his consciousness sinking into the system panel. Yesterday, he had slain a peculiar willow tree, earning 200 points of energy. Master, we will reach Huayang County in 3 kilometers, came Xiao Ling's crisp and pleasant voice from the dashboard. Lin Mo opened his eyes and sat up. Li Yuqing passed a bottle of water from the front seat. He took it and sipped. Xiao Ling, keep up with the car ahead. Yes, master. The off-road vehicle steadily accelerated, catching up with the lead car. 20 minutes later, the outline of Huayang County appeared in view. Unlike the previous towns they had passed, there were actually people guarding the entrance to Huayang County. The lead car stopped. Lin Mo looked out the window and saw that about 20 cars ahead had already come to a halt. Li Weiguo and Wang Chong had gotten out and were speaking with a few. The strangers wore gray monk robes, their heads shaved, and they had sandalwood prayer beads on their wrists. Monks. Lin Mo pushed open the car door, followed by Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi. The 3 of them quickly walked to the front of the convoy. Li Weiguo was conversing with an elderly monk who was the leader. The old monk appeared to be about 60 with a kind expression. There is no need to panic, benefactor. The old monk spoke gently with a calming presence. I am Hui Ming, the abbot of Qingshan Temple in Huayang County. Since the strange events began, the temple has remained unscathed and has taken in nearby refugees. Currently, there are over 400 survivors both inside and outside the temple. Li Weiguo visibly relaxed. Having seen too many towns overrun with corpses and bloodshed, encountering a seemingly normal place felt oddly unsettling. Master, our convoy wishes to rest here for the night. I wonder if it would be convenient. Hui Ming joined his hands in prayer and bowed slightly. Amit Ba, in this apocalyptic era, all beings suffer. Please follow me, benefactor. The convoy slowly entered Huayang County. Lin Mo noticed a detail. Once they entered the county, he had not seen a single corpse along the way. Not a single body. It was too clean. Clean to an unnatural degree. Lin Mo's danger perception showed no response. Yet this made him all the more uneasy. True danger often lurks beneath calmness. The convoy stopped in front of Qingshan Temple's plaza. The plaza was large enough to accommodate hundreds of vehicles. Numerous survivors gathered around, of all ages, dressed neatly. Although their faces were somewhat pale, their spirits were surprisingly high. Amit Ba, please follow me, benefactor. Hui Ming led Li Weiguo into the temple, glancing back at Lin Mo and the others. Lin Mo noticed the look in Hui Ming's eyes. In that moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of greed. Yet when he looked again, the old monk appeared as kind and gentle as before. Perhaps he was being overly cautious, but he raised his guard in his heart. After all, being vigilant in the apocalypse is never a bad thing. The temple covered a large area with 3 courtyards in the front and back, complete with a main hall, meditation rooms, and a dining hall. Hui Ming arranged for the convoy members to stay in the rooms on the east and west sides. Though simple, it was a significant improvement compared to sleeping outdoors. Benefactors, please rest first. A vegetarian feast will be prepared in the dining hall this evening. I hope you will honor us with your presence. Hui Ming joined his hands and withdrew. In the room, Lin Mo closed the door. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi sat on the edge of the bed. Do you feel something is off? Lin Mo asked Li Yuxi tilted her head. What's off? I think this place is pretty good, clean, safe, and we have food to eat. Li Yuqing remained silent, furrowing her brow as she pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. It's too clean. The strange events have lasted for a month. With a population of 30,000 in Huayang County, even if half died, there would still be at least over 10,000 corpses. Where have those corpses gone? Lin Mo nodded. Moreover, they are too welcoming. Is being welcoming a problem? Li Yuxi asked, puzzled. In the apocalypse, warmth between strangers often indicates ulterior motives. Li Yuxi opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. Lin Mo walked to the window and looked out at the plaza. Survivors gathered in groups, some chatting, others cleaning, and some transporting supplies. His gaze fell on a middle-aged man sweeping the ground. The man wore a faded shirt, moving at a leisurely pace, a slight smile on his lips. That smile reminded Lin Mo of a word. Serene. Being serene in the apocalypse is itself the greatest abnormality. Let's not rush to conclusions, but also don't let your guard down. Li Yuqing stood up. We'll see how it goes this evening. In the evening before the blood moon rose, the sky had already darkened. Oil lamps were lit in the dining hall, and the orange glow flickered on everyone's faces. The long wooden table was filled with people. The members of the convoy were seated at the front, with Hui Ming personally accompanying them. The vegetarian feast was quite sumptuous. Rice, stir-fried greens, tofu soup, and each person even received a steamed bun. This was an incredible treatment in the apocalypse. Wang Chong glanced at the food on the table, his throat bobbing, but he did not pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he turned to Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo's expression was calm, but his fingers lightly tapped twice under the table. This was the prearranged signal. Don't eat. Lin Mo received the signal and cast a glance at Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi. The sisters understood. Li Weiguo picked up the bowl in front of him and then smiled as he set it down. Thank you for your hospitality, master, but we are used to traveling and our stomachs are not very good, so it's safer to eat our own rations. He took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket, broke off a small piece, and put it in his mouth. Wang Chong, Lin Mo, and the others also took out their own rations, and Hui Ming's smile froze for a moment. That moment was so brief that most people would not notice it. Yet Lin Mo did. In the old monk's eyes something flickered past. It wasn't disappointment, it wasn't embarrassment. It was hunger. That kind of gaze Lin Mo had seen before. In the first few days of the apocalypse, he had seen the eyes of the dying looking at the living amidst the ruins. Ba. Hui Ming quickly returned to his kind smile, joining his hands. Benefactors, please act cautiously. This is the way to survive in the apocalypse, which I understand. I will have my disciples distribute this food to the other refugees. He waved his hand, and a few gray-robed monks stepped forward, beginning to clear the bowls and chopsticks in front of the convoy members. Lin Mo noticed that the monks moved very gently and cautiously, as if they were transporting fragile items. No, that's not right. As if they were moving something precious. His gaze followed those bowls and chopsticks, seeing the food being taken to a small door at the back of the dining hall. A monk pushed open the door. At the moment the door opened, Lin Mo saw a dim corridor behind it with what seemed to be light at the end. But that light was not the warm yellow of oil lamps. It was a pale, ghostly light. The door closed. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and twisted open his water bottle to take a sip. Li Yuqing leaned closer, lowering her voice. Did you see that? I saw it, Lin Mo replied, just as quietly. This place is off. Let's leave soon. No, we shouldn't. Li Weiguo evidently shared the same thought. He quickly finished the compressed biscuit in his hand, stood up, and said to Hui Ming, Master, our convoy is in a hurry, so we won't trouble you, and thank you for your hospitality, master. Hui Ming slowly stood up. Why rush, benefactor? His voice remained gentle, but there was a hint of something unplaceable in his tone. It's already dark. Traveling at night is dangerous. Although this temple is simple, it can at least shelter you from the wind and rain. No need. Li Weiguo's tone was firm. We are used to traveling at night. The air was silent for a moment. In the dining hall, those survivors who had been sitting quietly all raised their heads at the same time. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned to look at the convoy members. There was no malice or hostility in those eyes. One could even say they were very calm. But it was precisely this kind of calm that sent shivers down one's spine. In that moment, Lin Mo's danger perception finally reacted strongly. It wasn't a slight chill. It was sharp pain. A stinging pain like being pricked by needles. Let's go, Lin Mo said in a low voice. The members of the convoy rose without hesitation, walking toward the exit of the dining hall. Hui Ming stood in place, not pursuing. He simply watched the backs of the convoy members, his smile gradually fading away. Ba. His voice was soft, as if he were speaking to himself. What a pity. Outside the dining hall, the blood moon hung high in the sky. The dark red moonlight spilled onto the bluestone pavement. As Lin Mo stepped out of the dining hall, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadows of the corridor. A monk dressed in gray robes. His head was bowed low, almost touching his chest. Hearing the footsteps, the monk slowly raised his head. The blood moon illuminated his face. His features were still there, but something beneath the skin was writhing like countless worms moving under his eyes were pitch black, devoid of whites. The corners of his mouth stretched into a strange arc. Benefactor. It's dark now. That voice did not come from his throat, but seemed to emanate from deep within his body, as if something were inside his chest. Lin Mo did not look back. He quickened his pace. Behind him, the bells of Qingshan Temple suddenly rang. Dong, dong, dong. The bells sounded muffled and long, striking at the heart of everyone. What on earth is happening? Li Yuxi's voice trembled, her lips gone pale. That monk. His face. He's been parasitized. Everyone here, even those who survived, may be possessed. Then what do we do now? Li Yuqing clenched her fists until her nails bit into her palms. Under the moonlight, the square was packed with people. Those survivors who had smiled by day and spoken softly now looked utterly transformed. Their bodies still held a human outline, yet beneath the skin countless dark red things writhed like blood vessels and like worms at once. No, more unsettling than worms, for they seemed to possess their own will, swelling and subsiding in waves that pushed up small bumps on the skin and then smoothed away. Each person's eyes were completely black, no whites, no pupils, like two polished black beads set into their sockets. They all turned in unison toward the direction where Lin Mo and the others stood, the same smile curled at their lips, faint and upward. Ba. Hundreds of voices overlapped, echoing through the night. Ba. Ba. The chant was quiet, but pierced with terrible penetration, like an awl driving into the skull. Lin Mo's temples throbbed. For a moment, he saw doubled images before his eyes. Don't listen. Cover your ears, he hissed. Move. Get out of here. Before the words had left his mouth, Wang Chang's roar came from behind them. Damn! What the hell is that? A tremendous crash followed, making the ground shudder. Lin Mo looked back, his pupils constricted sharply. A 4-meter-tall man stood there, his body drenched in blood, a colossal Tang Dao held before him, dark red liquid still dripping from its blade. The moon stretched his shadow into a moving wall. Behind him stood more than a dozen people. No, these could no longer be called people. Their forms had been utterly warped. Bodies had been unnaturally elongated as though pulled into strands, limbs bent at reverse angles, elbows and knees pressed to the ground in positions that defied anatomy. They crawled on all fours like beasts, heads raised, the same perpetual smile at their mouths. At the very front stood Hui Ming the monk. His monastic robe had been shredded into strips hanging from his frame, revealing a shriveled torso beneath. Dark red things writhed crazily under his skin like innumerable serpents moving beneath flesh, as if something desperately sought to burst free. His chest heaved and fell with terrifying exaggeration, as if a living thing lurked within his ribcage. Then his chest split open. There was no blood. From the fissure protruded a dark red, glistening tumor-like mass. Upon that mass grew an eye. A blood-red eye with a vertical pupil, part cat and part serpent. The eye turned slowly, sweeping across Wang Chang, across Lin Mo, across every soul present. Lin Mo felt the eyes gaze upon him. Gooseflesh rose across his skin. Ba, why flee? Hui Ming's voice issued from that tumor-low hoarse with a metallic timbre. It sounded as if rust had been ground and mixed into his vocal cords. The Buddha's light illuminates all beings, deliverance awaits. Stay, accept salvation. Wang Chang did not waste words. He seized the Tang Dao with both hands, his corded arms flexed, and drove the blade down in a brutal arc. The edge tore the air with a high shrill hiss as the great sword bore its weight toward the tumor. The blade met the tumor with a crisp ring like metal on metal. Sparks flew stark against the blood-hued moonlight. Only a faint white mark remained on the tumor's surface. This? Impossible. Wang Chang's eyes went wide. That sword could cleave corpses' oddities and even cut rebar like tofu, yet it could not penetrate this mass. Hui Ming's cracked chest slowly sealed, his form reassembling into something resemble human. He moved his neck, the joints snapped in a series of brittle clicks. He then spread his arms and lifted his face to the heavens. The Buddha arrives. The earth began to tremble, not a mere tremor. Lin Mo felt the ground beneath his feet rise and fall in rhythm, like a sleeping giant turning in its slumber. He heard a sound. Not from above, but from below. A dull, slow thud, like a heartbeat thud. Thud, thud. Each blow made the earth shiver and compressed the heart in his chest. From the direction of Qingshan Temple's Daxiong Baodian, there shone a streak of golden light. The light pierced walls, roof, and the blood-red moonlight illuminating the entire temple. Where the golden light passed, Lin Mo felt his body betray him. A fierce, irresistible thought surged up from within. Kneel, kneel, kneel. The compulsion did not come from outside. It was born deep within, as if the most devout worshipper found himself before a deity and could not help but prostrate, surrendering all. Like the most devout believer standing before the Buddha, yearning to bow, to lower his head, to offer everything he had. No. He growled, the sound squeezed from the depths of his throat. He drove Lei Rin into the ground, grasped the hilt with both hands, and braced his whole body against the force. I will not kneel. Li Yuqing collapsed to the ground, hands clapped tightly over her ears. Wang Chang fared worse. The 4-meter giant was on his knees, hands pressed to the earth, his body convulsing violently. His back arched as every muscle spasmed. He fought against that force, veins bulging from his forehead, sweat falling to the soil. Li Weigua, Wang Qingyan, Lu Yong. Lin Mo shouted at the top of his lungs. No one answered. The golden light intensified until it nearly blinded them. Lin Mo's mind began to blur. The urge to kneel struck him in ever stronger waves, battering the last fragment of his clarity like the tide. At that moment, a gentle radiance burst from Li Yuxi. The light was milky and soft. It welled from her chest and spread silently, opening a small pocket of space between the blood moon and the golden glare. Sanctifying light, protect. A milky white dome of light formed around Lin Mo, Li Yuqing, and Wang Chang. It cocooned them like an eggshell, shielding them from the oppressive compulsion to kneel. Li Yuxi immediately slipped into unconsciousness. She collapsed limp, her face ashen, her breath so faint it was almost imperceptible. The voice in his head softened. Oh, Lin Mo could hold on to his senses. He panted heavily and did not hesitate. He called a name. Get in. Lin Mo scooped up the unconscious Li Yuxi and shoved her into the back seat. Li Yuqing stumbled aboard. Wang Chang, Li Weigua, Wang Qingyan, and Lu Yong gritted their teeth and tumbled. Get in. Lin Mo scooped up the unconscious Li Yuxi and shoved her into the back seat. Li Yuqing stumbled aboard. Wang Chang, Li Weigua, Wang Qingyan, and Lu Yong gritted their teeth and tumbled into the SUV. Shaoling drive. Get us out of here. The door had scarcely closed when the vehicle shot forward, tires carving 2 black streaks into the ground. Lin Mo glanced through the rear view. Cracks were spreading across the walls of the Dashiongbao. The fissures did not begin from one point, but erupted simultaneously from every corner, racing like a spiderweb. From the rents poured an even more piercing golden radiance. Then the walls shattered. The Dashiongbao vanished. In its place rose a Buddha, a colossal figure suffused with golden light. The Buddha stood 3 zhang tall, seated cross-legged upon a lotus throne. Each petal of the lotus seemed alive, turning slowly in the golden glow. The face was merciful, brows lowered, lips holding a faint, barely there smile. Yet on closer inspection, the Buddha's face showed no emotion, no change at all, the very same blankness that had stained the survivors' faces. The Buddha's eyes slowly opened. Their lips moved in unison. Hundreds of mouths chanted the same phrase, Amitba, Amitba, Amitba. The sound swelled, growing. Their lips moved in unison. Hundreds of mouths chanted the same phrase, Amitba, Amitba, Amitba. The sound swelled, growing louder and more. Xiao Ling wrung the steering wheel tires, screaming against the ground. The golden light pursued them for more than 100 meters, then gradually faded and vanished. In the rear view, the golden Buddha shrank until the night swallowed it. No one in the car spoke. Only the breaths of those inside and the tires' rasp on the road filled the cabin. When Lin Mo opened his eyes, it was still dark outside. Gray morning light leaked through the gaps in the clouds, barely illuminating the surroundings. The ground of the abandoned gas station was strewn with gravel and dry weeds, and a pungent smell of rust and mold permeated the air. They had set up camp here last night. Liushi was still asleep, her breathing steady, and her complexion slightly better than yesterday. Lin Mo sat up and stretched his stiff neck. The scene of escaping from Qingshan Temple replayed in his mind. The writhing red tendrils beneath the skin, those solid black eyes without pupils, and those 20 or so people. Lao Zhang, Zhao Tieju, and all the survivors who had followed them from Taohua Town to Qingshi Town. None had made. Lin Mo clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Awake! Li Weiguo's voice came from the entrance of the gas station. He squatted on a rock, holding a somewhat worn map in his hand, while a few compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water were laid out on the ground in front of him. Lin Mo walked over and squatted down. Did you not sleep all night? Couldn't sleep, Li Weiguo replied, handing him a piece of biscuit. Lin Mo took the biscuit and took a bite. I thought about it all night last night. Li Weiguo put down the biscuit, his voice low, as if afraid of waking others. That Buddha was at least a sequence 3, possibly even a sequence 4. Shouldn't be sequence 4. If it were sequence 4, we wouldn't have been able to escape yesterday. Li Yushi's holy light protection couldn't possibly weaken that golden light. The gap between sequence 2 and sequence 4 is not something that can be crossed by a single ability. About half an hour later, the others gradually woke up. Wang Chong was the last to wake. When he crawled out of the car, his movements were much slower than usual, and at nearly 2 meters tall, he appeared listless. Is Yushi still asleep? Wang Chong's first question was this. Awake! Li Yusin's voice came from the other side of the car. She helped Li Yushi out of the car. Li Yushi's complexion was still a bit pale, her lips lacking color. But she smiled at everyone, saying, I'm fine, just exhausted mentally. Oh, a good sleep. Her smile was forced, but everyone tacitly chose not to address it. The 7 of them sat in a circle on the concrete ground in front of the gas station. The supplies were laid out in the middle: a dozen pieces of compressed biscuits, several bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of noodles, a small packet of salt, a few pieces of cured meat, and some miscellaneous tools and medicines. Li Weiguo tallied the supplies, and then took out the scroll from his pocket. The scroll had become their most valuable possession. Some of the supplies they had previously searched for were stored within the scroll. Food enough for the 7 of us to last a month. Li Weiguo put away the scroll. But the question is, where do we go from here? The map was spread out on the ground. 6 people gathered around. Li Weiguo's finger began to move from Huaiyang County's position. We can't go south. East is along the coast, and the situation there is worse than inland. We have no information about the ocean's anomalies. His finger paused at 2 directions. So there are only 2 choices, west or north. The west is the Qinling Mountains, a primitive forest stretching hundreds of kilometers. Before the apocalypse, there were already many wild animals. After the anomalies appeared, those animals mutated into all sorts of things, and the density of anomalies would definitely be much higher than in the plains. The north is a desert, vast and sparsely populated. The number of anomalies might be few, but the desert environment itself is the biggest enemy. Lack of water, lack of food, and large temperature differences between day and night. Once supplies run out, survival won't last 3 days. Wang Chong was the first to speak after listening. I'm going west. His tone was resolute. We need to fight, we need to kill anomalies, we need to grow stronger. There are barely any shadows of ghosts in the desert. How can we level up? Wang Qingyan spoke up. I'm going west too. Lu Yang remained silent, merely nodding. Li Weiguo looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not answer immediately. He quickly considered in his heart. The west, dense with anomalies, means energy points come quickly. More energy points mean more chances for draws, more attributes. With more attributes, their strength grows faster. The north, sparse in anomalies, has fewer energy points and slower growth. This choice was not difficult to make. West, Lin Mo said. Strength is the only capital for survival. Then it's west. Li Weigua made the decision, target Qin County. Qin County is a county town on the northern slopes of the Qinling Mountains with a permanent population of about 50,000 before. Based on previous data estimates the number of corpse anomalies could be around 500. This was somewhat dangerous for them now, but it was also an opportunity. The key was that there were still many villages and towns around Qin County, which they could clear through. After planning the route, the 7 of them began to pack their things in preparation for departure. Everyone got back into the vehicle. Yesterday they were busy fleeing, and now they noticed something was off about the car's space. And that little spirit? Wang Chong directly asked. Lin Mo, what's wrong with your car, and what about this little spirit? This is the blacksmith's ability. Oh, I can enchant it, but it's random. You can think of the little spirit as the vehicle's artificial intelligence. Everyone nodded. They had actually guessed it earlier, but hadn't asked. The engine roared to life. The off-road vehicle drove out of the national highway and turned onto a provincial road heading west. The condition of the provincial road was much worse than that of the national highway, with potholes, cracks, and gravel everywhere. On both sides were rolling hills covered with wild grass and low shrubs. Occasionally some abandoned vehicles could be seen, some overturned by the roadside, others having crashed directly into fields, their bodies stained with dried black blood. After driving for about 2 hours, a small village appeared ahead. The village wasn't large, with 20 to 30 households, and most houses were old brick and tile structures, some of which had all. Li Weigua had the car stop at the village entrance, and the 7 of them got out to walk in. Survivors up ahead, Li Weigua said. Just as the words left his mouth, he paused. There were no survivors left. Lao Zhang, Zhao Tieju, and all those brothers who had fought alongside them had been left behind at Qingshan Temple. Li Weigua was silent for 2 seconds before changing his words. Be careful, everyone. The 7 of them gripped their weapons and walked into the village. Wang Chong led the way, his giant tang knife held at his side. He no longer needed to deliberately activate the diamond sequence. After leveling up to sequence 2, he could control his body size without losing strength. Lin Mo walked in the middle of the group. The thunderblade was already drawn, and silver arcs of electricity crackled along the blade. The danger perception did not alarm, but he dared not be careless. The experience at Qingshan Temple had taught him one thing: danger perception was not infallible. There were some things it could not sense. The village was very quiet. There were no corpse anomalies, no corpses, not even bloodstains. The streets were clean, as if someone had specifically cleaned them. Li Weigua looked around. There's no anomaly presence here. He stood up and surveyed the surroundings. The people here must have evacuated entirely before the anomalies appeared. The 7 quickly searched again, and indeed found no anomalies. The supplies in the village had long been cleared out, leaving nothing behind. Continue on the road, Li Weigua said. For the next 2 days the convoy traveled west along the provincial road. Along the way they passed several villages, some of which had corpse anomalies, and some did not. They dealt with the ones that did, and passed by the others. In 2 days they killed over 30 corpse anomalies. The gains were not substantial, but better than nothing. By the evening of the 3rd day, as darkness fell, they finally saw the outline of Qin County. Qin County was larger than they had imagined. The buildings in the county town spread along both banks of a river, and from a distance the densely packed buildings occupied the entire valley. A grayish-white mist hung over the county town, and faintly some enormous black shadows could be seen moving slowly within the mist. What is that? Lu Yang pointed at a black shadow in the mist, his voice a bit strained. The shadow was about the height of a 3-story building, irregular in shape, resembling a bloated mass of flesh with countless tentacle-like appendages slowly writhing on its surface. Lin Mo's danger perception rang alarm bells at that moment. A sharp pain exploded from his brow, as if a needle had pierced directly into his brain. Don't look at it. Lin Mo averted his gaze, the sharp pain gradually subsiding. That thing is not something we can deal with right now. Wang Chong also felt the pressure. He instinctively tightened his grip on the tang knife and swallowed hard. So what do? Go around it. Li Weigua took out the map, carefully identifying it by the last bit of daylight. After a moment his finger tapped on the map. There's a town east of Qin County called Longmen Town. We'll head to Longmen Town to rest first. No one objected. The off-road vehicle turned around and drove east toward Longmen Town, bypassing Qin County. Half an hour later Longmen Town appeared in their view. The town was far more desolate than they had anticipated. The streets were empty, littered with shattered glass and dried. The buildings on both sides mostly had broken doors and windows, while some walls were overrun with unknown vines. A faint odor of decay permeated the air. Li Weigua glanced around. Not many, about 20 or 30 scattered throughout the town. Let's split up and clear the area. Lin Mo drew his thunderblade. The 7 of them divided into 3 groups. Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan formed one group responsible for the north side of the town. Lin Mo and Li Yuqing formed another responsible for the south side. Li Weigua, Li Yuxi, and Lu Yang formed the last responsible for the central street. Li Yuxi had mostly recovered. Although her mental energy had not fully returned to its peak, she was capable of enchanting weapons and healing minor injuries. Gather at the town center in 20 minutes, Li Weigua said. The three groups set off simultaneously. Lin Mo and Li Yuqing walked along the southern street. His night vision allowed him to see every detail around him in the darkness. The bloodstains on the road, the claw marks on the walls, the scattered clothing and luggage. These elements pieced together the bizarre scene of that fateful day in his panic, chaos, despair. At that moment, a corpse ghoul charged out from a nearby restaurant, its body entirely black, hunched over with murky eyes fixated on Lin Mo. Lin Mo gave it no chance. The thunderblade was unsheathed, and with one swift stroke the blade sliced through the ghoul's neck, silver arcs of electricity bursting forth upon contact. The corpse ghoul's body convulsed violently, its head rolling to the ground. Black blood splattered out, hitting the glass door of the restaurant. Kill the corpse ghoul, energy points 10. Lin Mo did not linger and continued forward. There were about a dozen corpse ghouls in the southern part of the town dispersed, and it took less than 10 minutes to clear them out with one strike each. Li Yuqing killed 4. The freezing effect of her ice blade rendered the corpse ghouls immobile the moment they were struck. The two regrouped with the others at the town center. Wang Chong had also finished clearing his area single-handedly, taking down 12, while Wang Qingyan hardly needed to lift a finger. Li Weiguo was slightly slower, but everything went smooth. Lu Yang used the corpse control sequence to manipulate a corpse ghoul's body, allowing it to scout ahead and discover several hidden corpse ghouls, making the fight much easier. Lin Mo leaned against the window, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 570. 1. He had killed over 30 corpse ghouls in the past 2 days. One door was shattered and dust covered the reception desk, but the overall structure was intact. The 7 of them inspected the entire building, confirmed there were no corpse ghouls, and chose several rooms on the second floor. Lin Mo leaned against the window, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 570. 1. He had killed over 30 corpse ghouls in the past 2 days, and combined with the remaining points, it was just enough for 5 draws, plus the free draw totaling 6. He directly clicked on the draw. Congratulations, you have drawn a white attribute sturdy. Congratulations, you have drawn a white attribute flexible. Congratulations, you have drawn a blue attribute spirit doubling. Congratulations, you have drawn a white attribute sturdy. Congratulations, you have drawn a white attribute sharp. Congratulations, you have drawn a green attribute blazing flame. 1 green, 1 blue, and 4 whites. Not bad. Lin Mo applied the spirit doubling to himself. A refreshing sensation enveloped his body, and his mind felt clear. Very nice. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at his remaining energy points, which stood at 70. 1. Closing the system panel, he walked to the bed and lay down. The bed was covered in dust, but it was far more comfortable than sleeping in a car. He closed his eyes, and the image of the golden Buddha at Qingshan Temple floated in. One day he would return. That Buddha he would personally behead it. The next morning the 7 of them gathered in the hotel lobby. Li Weiguo had already spread out the map on the reception desk. Today's target is several residential areas east of Qin County. His finger traced a circle on the map. This area is a residential district with a high population density, and the estimated number of corpse ghouls is around 2 to 300. Our strategy is the same as before: start from the edges and clear one area at a time. The 7 of them had breakfast in the hotel lobby. There was a large pot of hot noodles with some cured meat and salt added. After finishing, Li Weiguo pushed his bowl away and stood up. Let's go. Today's target is the eastern district at the edge of Qin County. The 7 of them exited the hotel and drove towards Qin County. Meanwhile, on a national highway about 30 kilometers from Longmen Town, a convoy was slowly making its way. The convoy was sizable, with more than a dozen vehicles of various sizes: pickup trucks, vans, and SUVs, all covered in mud and dried dark blood. The lead vehicle was a modified off-road vehicle with several fuel barrels and spare tires strapped to the roof. Inside sat 3 people. The driver, named Lin Mo, was in his 30s, part of the diviner sequence. Before the apocalypse, he had been a fortune teller. After the bizarre event, he awakened his sequence ability and survived with a group of survivors thanks to his divination skills. The passenger seat was occupied by a young man in his 20s named Feng Yun, part of the beast tamer sequence. He could tame and control mutated beasts, holding a high status within the convoy. In the back seat sat a woman in her late 20s named Su Wan, part of the siren sequence. She could manipulate water, and her voice had a certain mental interference effect. The 3 had just come from the direction of Qin County. There's a town ahead. Feng Yun pointed forward. Longmen Town. It doesn't look big. Lin Mo did not respond immediately. Instead, he took out 3 copper coins from his pocket. The diviner sequence's ability requires a medium, and these 3 coins were what he had found in a dilapidated temple. He shook the coins in his palm for a few moments before tossing them onto the dashboard. The 3 coins landed on the surface, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Lin Mo stared at the coins for several seconds, his brows slightly furrowed. What's the result? Feng Yun asked. Great misfortune. Feng Yun's smile froze. Great misfortune. Lin Mo nodded. The divination shows that ahead is another group. Very strong. If we clash with them, we will undoubtedly perish. The cabin fell silent for a moment. Feng Yun opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. His beast tamer sequence was powerful, currently controlling 5 wolves, but Lin Mo's divination had never been wrong. They had encountered great misfortune 3 times before, and each time, they chose to detour. The news from those 3 directions later revealed that all the teams that had gone there had perished. Then let's take a detour, Fang Yun said. We can't detour, Lin Mo shook his head. Both sides are high-risk zones. Only Longmen Town is safe. What should we do then? Lin Mo took a deep breath, approach normally, avoid conflict, exchange information, and then part ways. Fang Yun gritted his teeth, reluctant, but ultimately nodded. The convoy slowly moved towards Longmen Town. When Lin Mo and the others returned to Longmen Town, the sky had already darkened. Master, there are cars ahead, many cars. Xiaoling's voice came from the dashboard, filled with the excitement unique to a child discovering something new. Lin Mo looked out through the windshield. In front of the hotel, a square was filled with more than a dozen cars. Pickup trucks, vans, SUVs, their bodies covered in mud and dried black blood, with a few of them even having oil drums and tires tied to their roofs. There were people. Not just 3 or 5, but an entire convoy. Stop the car, Lin Mo said. Xiaoling steadily brought the vehicle to a halt about 50 meters from the hotel square, perfectly parked at the corner of the main street. What's wrong? Li Yuqing turned her head from the front seat, her right hand already resting on the handle of her ice-cold blade. There are people in the town. Lin Mo's gaze pierced through the dim twilight, landing on the square filled with cars. There are quite a few, and they are armed. Li Yuqi leaned closer to the window, squinting to see, but could make out nothing. Wang Chong leaned over from the back, asking, how many people? At least a dozen. Lin Mo's night vision gave him a significant advantage in the darkness. They have guns. I saw at least 3 standard rifles. Guns, eh? Wang Chong scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. That thing is useless against dead monsters, but it can be quite intimidating to people. Don't be careless. Li Weiguo's voice came from the back seat. Any team that has survived to this point is not simple. The cabin fell quiet for 2 seconds. Lin Mo opened the car door and stepped out first. Li Weiguo, Wang Chong, Wang Qingyan, Li Yuqing, and Lu Yang followed suit. The 7 of them walked towards the hotel on foot, with Xiao Ling driving the SUV behind, maintaining a distance of about 30 meters. As they reached the edge of the hotel square, the watchman on the other side had already spotted them. Halt! Who goes there? A gruff male voice called out from behind a pickup truck, followed by the sound of a gun being cocked. Wang Chong snorted coldly and took a step forward. Though he hadn't activated the diamond sequence, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with his bulging muscles, he resembled a moving wall. Just passing by, looking to rest here for the night. Li Weiguo's voice was low, yet each word was enunciated clearly, carried steadily by the night breeze. We just want to camp on the other side of the town without disturbing you. The silence from the other side lasted several seconds. Lin Mo could feel the gazes of those people sweeping over them, scrutinizing them from all directions. Lin Mo was also assessing them. They did not seem like a ragtag bunch. Rather, they resembled a team honed through numerous battles. Though their equipment varied in quality from their positions, it was evident they possessed high combat proficiency. Their roles in vigilance, fire support, and close-quarters defense were clearly defined. A man stepped out from behind the pickup. In his 30s, he wore a jacket over a gray turtleneck sweater. His hair was somewhat long, messily gathered at the back, and he bore an unusual calmness in this apocalyptic world. He held no weapon. The man walked in front of the pickup and stopped about 5 meters away from Li Weiguo. Lin Mo. The man introduced himself without extending a hand. Divination Master Sequence. Divination Master. Lin Mo silently repeated this sequence name in his mind. It sounded somewhat similar to Li Weiguo's Feng Shui Master, both leaning towards auxiliary and perceptual types. We mean no harm. Lin Mo's tone was neutral, but your arrival was sudden, and my people are a bit nervous. After all, in this world, no one knows if what approaches from the shadows is a living person or something else entirely. Li Weiguo nodded. I am Li Weiguo, Feng Shui Master Sequence, just passing through Longmen Town, looking to rest for the night and leave by tomorrow. You came from the east. Li Mo's gaze swept over the 7 individuals again. Which direction? From Hanxing. Li Weiguo was straightforward without hiding anything. Li Mo fell silent for 2 seconds, as if digesting this information. Then he tilted his head slightly and gestured towards the back of the pickup. The shadow behind the second-floor window withdrew. We also came from the east. Li Mo's tone softened a little. We came from the direction of Qin County, but we didn't enter the county town, just wandered around a few villages nearby. Qin County. Wang Chong interjected. You're right not to have gone in. That place is now a human forbidden zone. Li Mo glanced at Wang Chong, his gaze lingering for a moment on the giant tang knife at his waist, then nodded. The 2 sides found a relatively flat piece of concrete at the edge of the square, not entering the hotel, nor getting too close to each other's camps. About 20 meters separated them like an invisible boundary. Li Mo pulled out a few plastic stools from behind the pickup and had someone bring a few bottles of water, placing them between the 2 sides. Li Weiguo did not refuse. He took out a few compressed biscuits and a packet of peanuts from his backpack and placed them next to the water bottles. Lin Mo and the others did not participate in the conversation, but stood not far behind Li Weiguo scanning the personnel configuration of the opposing convoy. Including Li Mu, there were a total of 15 people on the other side. 3 of them appeared to be extraordinary within their sequence. Aside from Li Mu, there was a young man in his 20s holding a giant black wolf on a leash, the wolf being significantly larger than an ordinary wolf. Another was a woman in her late 20s sporting a low ponytail, sitting on the hood of a pickup with a bottle of water in her hand. That wolf is unusual. Li Yuxi leaned close to Lin Mo's ear, whispering, "It's not an ordinary wolf." Lin Mo nodded. "It should be controlled by sequence abilities." His guess was soon confirmed. The young man walked over with the black wolf and nodded at Lin Mo. "Fong Yun Beast Tamer Sequence, this is my partner." Lin Mo introduced himself, Lin Mo Blacksmith Sequence, offering no further details. Blacksmith. Fong Yun appeared momentarily taken aback. Most extraordinary beings in the apocalypse were combat-oriented, and this was his first encounter with a production-type sequence like Blacksmith. "Is your brother with the big machete at sequence 2? Yes." Lin Mo did not hide this, nor could he. With Wang Chang's build, anyone with a bit of insight could tell he was not at sequence 1 level. Fong Yun's pupils slightly contracted, then returned to normal. He did not ask further and led the black wolf back. Meanwhile, Li Weiguo and Li Mu continued their conversation. "We plan to head west into Qinling," Li Weiguo said. "Qinling." Li Mu's brows furrowed. "The density of anomalies there is much higher than in the plains." Li Weiguo chuckled softly. "To quickly advance in the sequence, one must kill the anomalies. Without promotion, it's only a matter of time before death." Li Mu was silent for a moment, then took out a folded map from his jacket pocket and spread it on the ground. The map was filled with various markings: red crosses, blue circles, black arrows, and some areas had been repeatedly altered. "This is the situation we gathered around Qin County." Li Mu's finger moved across the map. "The number of dead monsters in Qin County is more than we anticipated, estimated between 1,400 to 1,500. The large anomaly hovering above the county town, we observed it for 2 days. It only moves within the central area and does not come out actively. So our current strategy is to deter, only searching for supplies in the peripheral villages. You're heading west. I suggest you take this route." Li Mu squatted down and drew a line in the dirt with his finger. "Go around the north of Qin County, take the mountain road. Although the road conditions are poor, there are many villages and towns along the way, and the number of dead monsters is low. We have traveled part of it before, it's considered safe." Li Weiguo noted this route. The 2 sides returned to their respective camps. The 7 of them set up camp on a vacant plot to the west of the town, about 200 meters from the hotel square. This area might have once been a small square with tiled ground and several dead street trees, offering a relatively open view. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi began preparing dinner. Rice, cured meat, and vegetables were boiled into a pot of congee. The congee was seasoned with salt, perfectly balanced, warm, and soothing against the night's chill. "Today we took down over 200 dead monsters, easier than expected." Wang Chang finished the last bit of congee in his bowl and wiped his mouth. "If we could kill this many every day, it wouldn't be long before we reach sequence 3. "You have some beautiful thoughts," Wang Qingyan interjected. Lin Mo remained silent, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 2,170. 1. Lin Mo looked up towards the distant hotel square. The flickering lights from Li Mu's camp were faintly visible in the darkness, occasionally accompanied by the sound of conversation and laughter. "What do you think of them?" Li Yuqing sat down beside Lin Mo, lowering her voice to ask. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and spoke honestly. "They have strength and intelligence. Do you think they might?" Li Yuqing did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. "Would they make a move?" Lin Mo shook his head. "No members of the Divination Master sequence surely know how to read the signs." He paused and added, "But we still can't be careless. Have Xiaoling keep an eye out tonight." Li Yuqing nodded. The wood in the fire crackled, orange sparks leaping into the air before being scattered by the night wind. Lin Mo wrapped himself tightly in a blanket and closed his eyes. The next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by the aroma of porridge. Li Yuxi had already started a fire, and the pot was bubbling with rice porridge. The savory smell of cured meat mixed with the fragrance of rice wafted through the morning air. Li Yuqing squatted by the pot, stirring with a long spoon to prevent the porridge. Lin Mo sat up and moved his somewhat stiff neck. "Awake. The porridge will be ready soon," Li Yuxi said as she added a dry twig to the fire. Lin Mo responded with a stood up, and walked to the edge of the square, gazing in the direction of the hotel for a few seconds. Smoke was also rising from some people were squatting by the fire cooking, some were fueling their vehicles, and some were organizing supplies, all seemingly preparing to set off. Breakfast was finished. Lin Mo, someone from Li Mu's side, sent a message. "They want to make a deal with us." "A deal, eh? What kind of deal, eh?" "Weapons." Li Weiguo said. "Most of their weapons are scavenged from the ruins with varying quality. A few knives are already dull. They want to exchange supplies for some weapons." Lin Mo remained silent, quickly calculating in his mind. He could forge weapons. No rare materials were needed, just ordinary metal. Though Longmen Town was not an industrial hub, abandoned vehicles, construction steel, and iron sheets were everywhere. That works, Lin Mo said, but I want to negotiate with them personally. Li Weigua nodded, saying, I feel the same way. Lin Mo stood up and walked towards the hotel square. Li Weigua followed behind, and Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi also joined. Wang Chong stayed back at the camp, while Wang Qingyan and Lu Yang remained on standby just in case. Li Mu was already waiting at the edge of the square. He stood next to Fang Yun, and Su Wan and Lin Mo realized now that the woman with the low ponytail was from the siren sequence. Captain Li Mu nodded towards Li Weigua, then looked at Lin Mo. This is Lin Mo from the blacksmith sequence. Li Weigua did not hide Lin Mo's identity. Blacksmith sequence. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. In the apocalypse, those who could forge weapons were far rarer than those who could fight. The way he looked at Lin Mo clearly changed. We want to exchange for a batch of weapons, Li Mu stated directly, without beating around the bush. The first box contained medical supplies, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and disinfectants with various types and intact packaging. The second box held canned food. The first box contained medical supplies, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and disinfectants with various types and intact packaging. The second box held canned food, including luncheon meat sealed perfectly without bulging. The third box was slightly smaller, containing a few metal ingots. What is this? Lin Mo squatted down, examining one of the ingots closely. It was not ordinary steel. The dark red color had an unusual metallic sheen. Strange material, Li Mu said. We found it in the den of a mutated beast. Lin Mo's fingers rubbed against the surface of the metal ingot. What kind of weapons do you want? He set the metal ingot down and stood up. Long swords and shields. After some haggling, they ultimately settled on 5 long swords and 2 shields in exchange for all 3 boxes of supplies. Li Mu remained silent for a long time, turned back to whisper a few words to Fang Yun, and Su Wan then finally gritted his teeth, saying, deal. But the quality must be guaranteed. They cannot be the kind that dulls after a couple of strikes. Rest assured, Lin Mo said without elaborating, turning back to the camp. Next came forging. Lin Mo gathered a large batch of metal materials from the abandoned buildings around Longmen Town. He refined all these materials, and the pure liquid metal coalesced into a large silver-gray sphere under his mental control. Lin Mo began to concentrate fully on shaping it. The first batch consisted of 5 long swords. Their design was the same as the ones he had crafted before, 70 centimeters long, slightly curved, with a balanced center of gravity suitable for slashing and stabbing. The 5 long swords glimmered with a silvery light in the morning sun. The second batch was 2 shields, round in shape, approximately half a meter in diameter, slightly bulging with a grip on the inner side. The shields were not large, but they were lightweight, suitable for close combat blocking. 5 swords and 2 shields matched the number agreed upon in the deal. After completing these, Lin Mo did not stop. He picked up the strange dark red metal from the side. The metal felt heavy in his hand, and its dark red surface refracted a peculiar luster under the light, as if blood was flowing. Lin Mo took a deep breath and summoned his mental energy to envelop the entire metal ingot. Then he felt it. This metal was different from ordinary metals. The moment his mental energy touched it, it resisted, actually countering his mental energy. Lin Mo intensified his mental energy, and after a minute the resistance faded. Mental energy continued. The dark red surface of the ingot began to flow and slowly melted. Then came the shaping. This time Lin Mo did not make a long sword, but forged a short dagger. The dagger was about 20 centimeters long, double-edged, and sharp. Its overall shape was simple, without unnecessary patterns or decorations. The dark red blade slightly warmed up after forming, with a layer of faint red patterns emerging on its surface. Immediately a surge of information flooded into Lin Mo's mind. Weapon: mysterious blood dagger effect, a weapon forged from strange material, retaining some of its original anomalous characteristics, dealing an additional 20 damage to anomalous creatures. A weapon forged from strange material surprisingly possessed extraordinary attributes. Is this the ability of Sequence 2? During the forging of this dagger, Lin Mo felt something deep within his body click, as if a certain shackle had been broken. That feeling came quickly and left just as fast, lasting no more than 2 seconds. He checked the personal information on the system panel. Host: Lin Mo, Sequence, Blacksmith Sequence 2. Ability 1. Use mental energy to refine material shape and create weapons. Ability 2. Forge using strange materials retaining some anomalous characteristics and sensing the properties of the weapon. Entries: slightly. Sequence 2. Moreover, a new ability was unlocked. Lin Mo held the dark red dagger, remaining silent for several seconds. Weapons made from strange materials are not as good as ones with direct added attributes, and may not yield energy points. Most critically, the strange metal is hard to obtain, it is tasteless to eat, and regrettable to discard, presenting a rather lackluster capability. After completing all this, Lin Mo, carrying 4 long swords, 2 shields, and the 2 daggers forged from strange materials, walked towards the hotel square. Li Mu's eyes lit up the moment he saw the weapons. He picked up one of the long swords weighted in his hand and swung it a couple of times, the sound of slicing air crisp and clear. Then he picked up a shield and tapped it with the long sword. Good sword, good shield. Lin Mo praised sincerely, his face full of smiles. These are the weapons. Lin Mo pushed the 4 long swords and 2 shields forward. Then he took out the dark red dagger. This dagger, do you need it? Lin Mo's gaze fell on the dagger, and his pupils shrank suddenly. As a sequence transcendent, he could sense the difference emanating from it. What is this? His voice was somewhat tense. Lin Mo did not hide anything, saying, forged from the strange metal you provided, it deals extra damage to the anomalous. Lin Mo's Adam's apple bobbed. He was from the diviner sequence, not adept at combat, but he understood better than anyone else what extra damage to the anomalous meant. How do you want to exchange it? His voice steadied, but his gaze remained glued to the dagger. Lin Mo did not set a very high price. This thing was too lackluster, not even as good as a white attribute. 1 box of medical supplies. 1 box of food. 1 box of water. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment. Deal. Lin Mo handed the dagger to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the dagger, holding it in his hand with a beaming smile. Neither side engaged in further pleasantries. Lin Mo returned to the camp with the weapons, and Lin Mo also headed back to his convoy with the supplies. Half an hour later, both convoys started their engines almost simultaneously. Lin Mo's convoy headed north along a county road leading to the mountains, the tail lights of the convoy gradually shrinking in the grayish dawn. Lin Mo's Adam's apple bobbed. He was from the diviner sequence, not adept at combat, but he understood better than anyone else what extra damage to the anomalous meant. After concluding the transaction in Longmen Town, Lin Mo and his 6 companions continued westward along the mountain road pointed out by Lin Mo. The condition of the provincial road was worse than expected. The asphalt surface had long been torn apart by wildly growing weeds and tree roots, with cracks extending into the distance like dried riverbeds. Xiaoling skillfully maneuvered the off-road vehicle to avoid obstacles. There's a village 3 kilometers ahead called Shiqiao Village. Li Weigua unfolded the map, his finger pinpointing a location marked with a red circle. The map was a copy obtained from the transaction with Lin Mo. The corners were already curling up, densely marked with the villages along the route and estimated numbers of corpses. The map indicates that there are about 20 corpses in this village. Wang Chong stretched his neck in the back seat, the joints cracking. 20. 1 is enough for me. After half an hour of driving, Shiqiao Village appeared in their sight. The village was located by a river with about 20 brick houses lined along the riverbank, their roofs overgrown with wild grass. Li Weigua was the first to get out of the car, standing under a willow tree at the village entrance. For a moment, the concentration of evil energy isn't high. Wang Chong drew out his giant tang knife and was about to step forward, the blade reflecting a cold gleam under the gray sky. Old Wang, you're already at sequence 2, so don't try to take the lead from us. Lin Mo leaned against the car door, his tone indifferent. Wang Chong awkwardly smiled, resting the tang knife on his shoulder and standing aside. Qingyan, you go? You should be nearing sequence 2 as well. Wang Qingyan nodded. All right, and then walked into the village. The slumbering corpses sensed the presence of the living crawling out from behind doors, windows, and the cracks in collapsed walls. More than 20 corpses lunged at Wang Qingyan, emitting low growls from their throats. Lin Mo glanced over. They were all ordinary corpses. Wang Qingyan raised her right hand, gathering an orange-eared fireball in her palm. As the first corpse charged within 5 meters, she flicked her wrist, and the fireball shot out, striking its face. The flames instantly engulfed the entire head, and the corpse fell, without even having a chance to scream. The second, the third. Each time Wang Qingyan lifted her hand, another. In less than 5 minutes, all 20 corpses had turned to charred remains, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Wang Qingyan stopped, panting heavily. Elemental attacks are powerful, but also consume a lot of energy. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Just as the last corpse fell, she felt the bottleneck within her loosening, like a door that had been closed for a long time being slowly pushed open from the inside. From Taohua Town to Qing County, they had killed over 200 corpses, and finally at this moment she awaited a qualitative change. Before Wang Qingyan could finish her sentence, a wave of scorching heat erupted from her body. The people around instinctively took 2 steps back. Wang Qingyan was enveloped in flames, the orange-eared tongues of fire licking the air. The temperature around them surged by several degrees. In an instant, the concrete ground began to crack under the high heat, and the gravel glowed red, even showing a glassy sheen at the edges. Is this? Advancing to sequence 2. Li Yushi's eyes widened. Wang Qingyan stood in place, feeling the surging power within her. At sequence 1, she could only condense fireballs and throw them one by one. But now she raised her right hand palm upwards. A red light illuminated the originally gray sky. The light grew brighter. Fire. Rain technique. Wang Qingyan softly uttered these 3 words. Her voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. In the next instant, countless fireballs the size of fists cascaded down from the sky, covering everything within a 30-meter radius. The fireballs struck the ground, exploding into bursts of orange-red sparks with debris flying and dust swirling. Once the flames dissipated, the ground within 30 meters looked as if it had been plowed, a sight of devastation, with even the soil turning blackened. Is this too exaggerated? Wang Chong was the first to break the silence, his mouth agape, the giant tang knife nearly slipping from his shoulder. Wang Qingyan's face turned pale, her body swaying slightly. Li Yushi hurried over to support her, the healing light of holy light enveloping her, warm energy seeping into Wang Qingyan's limbs. The consumption is too great, Wang Qingyan gasped, her chest heaving. This move, at full strength, I can use it at most twice before my mental energy is completely depleted. Yet the smile at the corner of her mouth could not be suppressed. The fire rain technique and area attack. This is the power of the sequence 2 Fire Thief. Li Weiguo glanced at her, nodded, but said nothing. However, his hand unconsciously clenched as his companions advanced. He could not fall behind. In the next 3 days they swept along the mountain road. After Shiqiao village was Liugo village, a small village nestled halfway up the mountain, with only a dozen earthen houses and 11 corpses. Then came Shuanghe town, a large town at the confluence of 2 small rivers where more than 30 corpses were scattered in every corner, taking over 10 minutes to clear. Next were Majiatai, Huangjiling, Bambiangu. One village after another was cleared, and the red circles on the map were crossed off one by one. Each place had a dozen or 20 corpses, and occasionally a larger group of corpses totaling no more than 50. They encountered no special anomalies. These ordinary corpses posed no threat before the group. On the evening of the 4th day, the convoy camped in a valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only a narrow path leading out, making it a natural windbreak. After dinner, Li Weiguo sat alone by the campfire. The firelight illuminated his face, half in light and half in shadow. What other abilities did the feng shui master sequence possess besides sensing the corpses? He had pondered this question for a long time. Qin Yuanshan had mentioned that sequence abilities are a key, and how to develop them is crucial. With the same key, some can only open doors while others can unlock open boxes and unleash countless possibilities. He had been thinking about this for a while, and finally he thought of the feng shui formation. He tried to control his spiritual energy to manipulate the drifting evil energy around him. Then he truly succeeded. A faint, nearly transparent glow spread like mist, flowing slowly through the air. He carefully controlled it, allowing the mist to evenly cover the entire campsite, forming a hemispherical dome. The dome was not large, just 50 meters, encompassing both off-road vehicles, the campfire, and everyone inside. The glow was very faint, and if one did not look closely, they would not notice its existence. Lin Mo was meditating in the car when he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura. He opened his eyes and found the surroundings had changed. The oppressive feeling unique to the apocalypse had lessened considerably. What is this? He pushed open the car door and stepped out, seeing Li Weiguo was sitting by the campfire, a glowing dome enveloping the campsite. His complexion was somewhat pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his eyes were filled with excitement. I've finally advanced to sequence 2. Li Weiguo lifted his head, his voice a bit fatigued. I can set up formations to isolate the aura. So, does that mean we can camp in the same place without worrying about being found by corpses? In theory, yes, as long as the formation isn't broken by external forces, Li Weiguo replied, gesturing at the edge of the dome. Wang Chong clicked his tongue, looking down at the bowl of uneaten instant noodles in his hand, then glancing at the glowing dome overhead, muttering, one is more outrageous than the other. The continuous sweeping over the past few days had left everyone quite exhausted. During the day they traveled and cleared villages, while at night they took turns keeping watch, resulting in interrupted sleep. At this moment Lu Yang was squatting on a rock. He had killed quite a few corpses in the past few days, and after each battle he would try to control those bodies, practicing over and over. Lu Yang, you've also killed quite a few these days. Do you feel any sense of advancement? Lin Mo asked. Lu Yang scratched his head, revealing a somewhat shy smile. I don't feel any advancement yet. You awaken late, so don't rush it. Li Weiguo walked over and patted his shoulder. Lu Yang replied with an knowing in his heart that although he didn't feel any advancement, yet he could sense himself growing stronger. Before he could only control 3 corpses, now he could control 7 corpses simultaneously. Lin Mo returned to the car and closed the door. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into energy points 2840. 1. After killing over 100 corpses in the past few days, the number had increased significantly. As usual, he first used today's free. The lottery wheel on the panel began to spin and finally came to a slow stop. Congratulations, you have drawn a white attribute Sharpness. A white attribute, better than nothing. 2840 energy points. A total of 28 draws can be made. System, convert all energy points into lottery chances. Energy points from 2840. 140. 1. The lottery button lit up. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Draw. First time. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute Sturdy. Second time. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute Sharp. Third time. Congratulations, you drew a green attribute Swift. After 25 consecutive draws, Lin Mo's expression changed from expectation to numbness. This luck. Has the goddess of fortune abandoned me? He quickly glanced at the lottery record's white attributes: 21, sturdy 7, a sharp 6, resilient 3, light 2, cold resistance 2, heat resistance 1, green attributes 3, swift lifesteal combo blue attribute 1, elemental resistance. No purple, no gold. Alright then. Lin Mo consoled himself. He was about to close the system panel when suddenly the panel flickered. A cold mechanical voice erupted in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has accumulated energy points reaching 100,000. System functions fully unlocked. Unlocking. Unlocking. The progress bar slowly advanced in consciousness from 0 to 100. Lin Mo was stunned. A row of question marks appeared above his head. So all this time he had been using a defective version of the system after binding it. No wonder the panel was so perfunctory. About 10 seconds later, the progress bar completed. The mechanical voice sounded again. Unlock complete. New functions unlocked: attribute synthesis, attribute recycling, attribute daily free lottery canceled. Please check specific functions yourself. Lin Mo eagerly immersed his consciousness into the system panel. The layout of the panel changed. Previously, there were only energy points, the lottery button, and rudimentary personal information. Now 3 brand new modules appeared. Synthesis. He clicked on synthesis first. A translucent interface unfolded. The rules were clear at a glance. Attribute synthesis rules: 10 white attributes, 1 random green attribute, 10 green attributes, 1 random blue attribute, 10 blue attributes, 1 random purple attribute, and so on. Note: attributes synthesized are random. Lin Mo stared at this rule for several seconds, his heart racing. What did this rule mean? It meant that those useless low-level attributes were no longer garbage. This was a function of accumulating small amounts to create great things, transforming the worthless into the miraculous. In the past, drawing white attributes could only be used to make ordinary weapons for survivors. Now it was different. They could become raw materials for higher-level attributes. He took a deep breath and clicked on the recycling module. The interface was also simple: attribute recycling rules. Note: used attributes can be recycled. It really had the flavor of a lottery game. He finally clicked on the fusion module. Attribute fusion rules: 1 attributes with similar properties can be fused together. The resulting attribute is random. 2. The highest quality level prevails after fusion. Note: attributes used by the host can also be fused. He retrieved all attributes from the system bag and began to take stock of his inventory. White attributes: 21. Green attributes: 3. 21 white. Lin Mo rubbed his hands. Let's try synthesizing 2 greens first. He opened the synthesis interface and dragged 20 white attributes into the synthesis slot. The system popped up a prompt. Are you sure you want to consume 20 white attributes to synthesize 2 random green attributes? Yes. A flash of white light. 2 prompts popped up simultaneously. Synthesis successful. Obtained green attribute penetration. Synthesis successful. Obtained green attribute self-heal. Lin Mo looked at these 2 new attributes, his eyes brightening. Penetration, if attached to a weapon, would definitely have strong armor-breaking capability. Self-heal, similar to the previous, accelerated healing, but the effect should be better. The remaining 5 white attributes would be kept for now until he could gather 10. Then he looked at the 5 green attributes: swift lifesteal combo penetration self-heal. Still need 5 more. Let's try other functions. Lin Mo looked at the fusion function and then at his personal attribute panel. He dragged double strength and double spirit into the fusion slot. The system popped up a prompt. Do you want to fuse double strength and double spirit? Yes. 2 seconds later, the system popped up. Fusion successful. Obtained green attribute amplification. Next, he dragged copper skin, iron bones, self-heal, toxin resistance, danger sense, and elemental resistance in. The system popped up a prompt. Do you want to fuse the above 6 attributes? Yes. Fusion successful. Obtained purple attribute body enhancement. Then Lin Mo dragged slash, weapon proficiency, penetration, swift, and combo into the fusion slot. Fusion. Fusion successful. Obtained purple attribute void slash. After completing this, Lin Mo used all the attributes obtained from fusion. Host: Lin Mo sequence, blacksmith sequence 2. Ability 1. Use spiritual power to refine materials shape and create weapons. Ability 2. Forge using peculiar materials, retaining some of the peculiar characteristics of the materials and sensing the attributes of the weapons. Attribute 1. Spirit abundant, recovers 110 of spiritual power per second. Attribute 2. Bond, can establish a bond with 2 companions who will share the host's basic attributes. Only attributes, no skills, and will be led by the host. Once the bond takes effect, if the host dies, the bonded will also die, conversely the bonded's death will not affect the host. Attribute 3. Night vision, able to see in darkness. Attribute 4. Attribute amplification, double strength, attribute double spirit attribute. Attribute 5. Body enhancement, defense, self-healing, toxin resistance, elemental resistance, and danger sense, significantly enhanced. Attribute 6, Void/Master of Blade Techniques, drawing speed doubled each swing, can form 2 blade energies to attack. Attribute 7, Flicker Instant Teleportation, maximum distance of 10 meters. Lin Mo tried it out. The fused abilities were not weakened, but rather stronger than before. After finishing all this, he closed the system panel, leaned back in his seat, and couldn't suppress the curve of his lips any longer. Xiaoling floated up from the dashboard. A palm-sized figure tilted its head to look at him. Master, what are you smiling about? It's nothing, just feel like. Life is becoming more promising. Xiaoling seemed to understand, but didn't, giving a soft, "Oh," before retreating back into the dash. The carriage quieted down. Only the isolation formation set up by Li Wei was subtly fluctuated in the night wind, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible glow. Lin Mo's consciousness gradually sank into slumber. In his dreams, he was surrounded by golden and red attributes which he could use endlessly. The off-road vehicle continued westward along the provincial road. Master, we will reach Wugong County in 15 kilometers. Xiaoling's voice came from the dash. Li Weigua unfolded a map and pointed to the location marked with the county icon. Wugong County had a permanent population of over 40,000 before the apocalypse. Based on previous data, the number of zombies should be between 400 and 500. About an hour later, the outline of Wugong County appeared in view. Then everyone was stunned. What? What is this? Li Yushi's voice rang out in the cabin, carrying an indescribable shock. Wugong County was entirely covered by a layer of white substance. From a distance, it looked as if a heavy snowfall had occurred. All the buildings, streets, and trees in the county were wrapped in white. That wasn't snow. The apocalypse had descended 2 months ago during late summer to early autumn, making snowfall impossible. Lin Mo stared at the white expanse, his instincts warning, "Danger! Danger! Stop the car!" Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but the tone left no room for doubt. Xiaoling steadily braked the vehicle, and Lin Mo got out. "What's wrong?" Li Weigua got out of the car and quickly walked to Lin Mo's side. Wang Chang, Wang Qingyan, and Lu Yang also exited the vehicle. Lin Mo did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out binoculars and looked towards Wugong County. As the lens zoomed in, he finally saw what those white things were. Spiderwebs. The entire Wugong County was covered in dense spider webs. The webs layered upon the buildings, weaving into a massive net. However, what truly made Lin Mo's pupils contract was not the webs themselves. It was what was on the webs. Countless. All were spiders. Each spider was the size of a wash basin, pitch black all over, with long and powerful legs, and their abdomens had white patterns. Lin Mo adjusted the focus of the binoculars, clearly seeing the shapes of those white patterns. Human faces. Each spider's abdomen had a clear human face, complete with features and various expressions. Their eyes were all closed. All the spiders had their eyes shut, lying motionless on the webs, as if in slumber. Lin Mo lowered the binoculars and took a deep breath. "What did you see?" Li Weigua asked. "Spiders." Lin Mo handed him the binoculars. The entire Wugong County is filled with spiders, each as large as a wash basin, with human faces on their abdomens, the numbers. Uncountable. Li Weigua took the binoculars, looked for a few seconds, and his expression changed. So many. At least several thousand, possibly tens of thousands. Wang Chang clicked his tongue. 10,000. This is tough to deal with. It's not tough to deal with. Lin Mo shook his head. It's impossible to handle, at least not now. He glanced at the sky. The gray-white sky was darkening. In 2 hours, the blood moon would rise. Let's retreat and find a safe place to camp and plan. Li Weigua nodded. The convoy turned around, retreating to a highland approximately 3 kilometers away from Wugong County. This was the top of a lush ridge, elevated by several dozen meters above the surroundings, offering a clear view of Wugong County. The 7 of them got out of the vehicles, standing at the edge of the ridge, facing Wugong County. From this height, the white spider webs appeared even more magnificent. The entire county looked like a massive white tomb, quietly lying under the grayish sky, exuding a strange beauty. Those spiders. Are they sleeping? Li Yushi's voice was very low, as if afraid of waking something. They should be. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the white expanse. They only move within the confines of Wugong County, and should we go around? Wang Qingyan asked. Li Weigua pulled out the map, tracing a circle around Wugong County with his finger. We can't go around. Wugong County is right at the key path into the Qinling Mountains. To the north are mountainous areas with terrible road conditions, our vehicle can't pass. To the south is the Weha River, and the situation on the river is unclear, so we can't take risks. The sky darkened completely. The blood moon rose, casting dark red light across the land, covering the white county in a layer of blood color. Then Lin Mo saw what he wanted to see. Those spiders awoke under the blood moon. They opened their eyes. Each spider's eyes were blood red, exactly like the moon in the sky. They moved slowly on the webs, their 8 legs silently gliding over the white silk, and the entire county seemed to awaken from slumber like a giant machine. The number of spiders was even greater than what he had seen during the day. Every layer and every corner of the webs was crawling with spiders. On the outer walls of buildings above the streets and among the branches of trees, they were densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. Conservatively estimated there were at least tens of thousands. This? Li Yushi's voice trembled. Li Weiguo's face also looked grim. Wang Chong fell silent. With so many spiders, let alone killing them, just standing there and trying to slash would wear his arms out without finishing them off. At this moment, Lin Mo's instinctive danger alert triggered. Those spiders, although 3 kilometers away, gave Lin Mo a strong feeling that they had seen this side. Retreat, let's first go to a place where we can't see the county. The 7 of them almost simultaneously turned and quickly walked down the ridge. Back at the camp, Li Weiguo re-established a barrier formation. A transparent shield enveloped the camp, completely isolating the presence of the 7. The moment the formation took effect, the chill in Lin Mo's brow finally eased. That was too dangerous. Li Yushi exhaled, sitting down heavily on a rock. Fortunately, we were only observing from a distance and didn't enter the county. There are so many on the periphery, who knows how many are inside the county. Lu Yang squatted by the fire, adding a dry branch to it, the flames casting flickering shadows on his face. Wang Chong stuck his giant tang knife into the ground, hands on his hips. So what do? We can't go around, can't fight, and we can't just stay here forever. No one answered. The fire crackled and orange sparks soared into the air, blown away by the night wind. Silence lasted for about half a minute. Lin Mo spoke up. Those small spiders are not strong. Everyone looked at him. Lin Mo continued. I used binoculars to observe in the daytime. Though they are large, their movements are very slow. With our strength, taking one down with a single strike is no problem. The problem is the numbers, Li Weiguo said. The quantity is indeed a problem. Lin Mo nodded. But if we hunt on the outskirts without entering the county, drawing out a portion each time. He crouched down, picked up a twig, and drew a large circle. This is Wugong County. Then he drew several small dots outside the large circle. This is our current position. The twig traced an arc between the large circle and the small dots. Our strategy is to pull on the outskirts, drawing out batches of edge spiders to kill, and then run. The only thing to worry about is... Lin Mo pointed to the center of the large circle with the twig, wondering if there is a big one in the center. Li Weiguo frowned. Are you saying there's a Spider King? Very likely, Lin Mo nodded. And it might be of Sequence 3 level. Sequence 3. These 4 words momentarily froze the air beside the fire. Their current strength. Wang Chong, Wang Qingyan, Li Yushi, Li Weiguo, and Lin Mo were all at Sequence 2. But they were still some distance from Sequence 3. The gap between Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 cannot be bridged by numbers. As long as we don't enter the county and only hunt small spiders outside, we should be fine. What if it comes out? Li Yushi asked. Lin Mo glanced at her. Run. Wang Chong scratched his head. So you mean? We just kill the small spiders outside, and if that big one comes out, we run. Exactly. And after we run, wait for it to go back, then come back to continue killing. Isn't that being a rogue? Wang Chong was taken aback, then grinned. But I like it. Li Weiguo thought for a moment and nodded. This plan is feasible. There are several highlands around Wugong County offering a clear view suitable for observation and retreat. We can use these highlands as bases, taking turns. Starting tomorrow, we will hunt on the outskirts. The 6 of them nodded. Starting tomorrow, there would be a significant gain if they could solve it all. Even if each one only provided 1 point of energy, that would still be several thousand energy points. Lin Mo took a deep breath and closed the system panel. He opened his eyes and looked toward Wugong County through the car window. See you tomorrow, my energy points, he murmured, then closed his eyes. The next morning, as dawn broke, 7 people gathered around the campfire for breakfast. After the meal, Li Weiguo stood at the edge of the terrace, raising his binoculars to observe the situation in Wugong County. Those spiders have closed their eyes again. He lowered the binoculars and turned to the others. Just like yesterday, during the day they are lying motionless on the webs. It seems that daytime is their rest. Then let's proceed according to plan. Lin Mo drew the thunderblade from his waist. Li Weiguo crouched down and used his finger to draw 3 circles in the dirt. The soil was loose. The lines he drew were clear and strong. Our stronghold consists of 3 high grounds. He marked a 1 next to the first circle. High ground 1 is where we are currently positioned, 3 kilometers away from Wugong County with the best visibility. He then drew the second circle in the southeast direction. High ground 2 is on a slope southeast of the county, 2 kilometers away. The third circle is marked directly to the north. High ground 3 is on the roof of an abandoned brick kiln directly north of the county, 2.5 kilometers away. He stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. We will first use high ground 1 today. Draw them out, kill a wave, retreat, rest, then draw them out again and kill another wave. The city is their home turf. Do not be greedy. Our advantage lies in mobility, while theirs lies in numbers. Once surrounded, no one will be able to escape. Understood, the others nodded. Li Weiguo said solemnly, let's go. The off-road vehicle headed towards Wugong County. We have arrived. The off-road vehicle turned off its engine behind a slope. From here, the periphery of Wugong County was already clearly visible. The outermost buildings were all covered in white spider web. The webs were not the loose networks spun by ordinary spiders, but rather thick cocoons layered upon each other, completely enveloping the walls. Spiders sprawled on the webs the size of basins, entirely black, their carapaces bulging, with twisted patterns resembling contorted human faces, their features faintly discernible, looking eerie and chilling in the morning light. They kept their eyes closed, 8 legs curled against their bodies, motionless, as if in slumber. Lin Mo held his breath, roughly counting the number of spiders visible. In just the outer few meters there were about 200. If we include those deeper within the buildings and in the shadows, the total would likely multiply several times. Qingyan, he turned to Wang Qingyan. Wang Qingyan nodded, took 2 steps forward, and raised her right hand. An orange fireball began to form in her palm. Then she released it. The fireball traced a parabolic arc soaring over the top of the off-road vehicle, precisely striking the area where the spiders were most concentrated. Boom! The explosion echoed across the open plain, ringing in their ears. Flames engulfed a dozen spiders, charred remains scattered everywhere, with several severed spider legs still twitching in the fire. The spider webs caught fire, the orange tongues of flame quickly spreading along the white strands like a fire dragon weaving between buildings, illuminating the entire grim gray landscape. The slumbering spiders opened their eyes in unison, all fixating on their direction. Then they moved. Not 200, but 500. Those hidden deep within the webs, concealed in the cracks of buildings and hiding in the shadows of rooftops, all awakened in the instant of the explosion. They surged out from every corner of the buildings, rushing towards the group like a tide of darkness. Retreat! Lin Mo whispered urgently, his voice low, but everyone understood the urgency. The 7 people got into the vehicle. Xiaoling, hurry up. Yes, master. The off-road vehicle's tires kicked up a cloud of dust on the soft dirt road, darting away. Behind them the spiders surged like a torrent. The fastest of the A-tide spiders had already closed in to within 50 meters, their 8 legs moving so quickly they were nearly a blur, the black shells of their abdomens reflecting the morning light. The off-road vehicle sped along the bumpy road in a serpentine manner, the rearview mirror revealing the relentless tide of black pursuing them. 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters. The speed of the spiders began to slow. Then they stopped. Just as expected, Lin Mo observed the scene through the rearview mirror. He instructed Li Weiguo to slow down at 250 meters, rolled down the car window, and took a glance behind. The spiders were packed tightly at the edge of the terrace. Their blood-red eyes stared at the retreating off-road vehicle, their mandibles opening and closing continuously, revealing rings of sharp teeth within. The off-road vehicle stopped at a safe distance. The group got out of the vehicle and gazed at the dense mass of spiders in the distance. Should we head back to the stronghold? Li Weiguo suggested, but Lin Mo did not move. Leaning against the car door with his arms crossed, he looked past the swarm of spiders towards the depths of Wugong County. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Li Weiguo approached, following his gaze, then turned back to him. Wait. Wait for what? Wait for that big guy. Wang Chong was the first to react, grinning widely, revealing a row of white teeth. You mean? That fireball earlier, will that big guy come out? Lin Mo neither nodded nor shook his head, simply stating, we don't know, let's see first. If it doesn't come out, well, go kill the small spiders. His gaze remained fixed on the direction of Wugong County, his pupils reflecting the distant swarm of spiders. Time ticked by. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. An hour. Nothing. There was no movement deep within the county. The spiders that had chased out were slowly retreating back into the buildings, climbing back onto the scorched webs, closing their eyes and returning to their dormant state. The air was left with the residual blue smoke of burning and an increasingly faint, burnt smell. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and turned around. The first phase of probing is over. We will now begin the second phase, clearing the perimeter. Captain, you focus on any movements in the depths of the county and alert us immediately if anything unusual occurs. The rest follow me. Thus began the first day's skirmishes. They drove the off-road vehicle to the extreme boundary of the spiders' pursuit range, with Wang Qingyan using her long-range fireball to lure the spiders, quickly retreating to a safe distance. The spiders would stop at the 200-meter line, and then the group would circle back using a combination of ranged attacks and melee tactics to clear the stragglers at the edge. There were no solitary spiders returning. By the evening, as the sunset painted the entire plain a dark red, the 7 people returned to high ground, one completely exhausted. Wang Qingyan's clothes were splattered with the black bodily fluids of the spiders, and Lin Mo's thunderblade was smeared with a layer of sticky residue. 2,360 energy points. Li Weiguo flipped through the roasted compressed biscuits, the firelight reflecting on his fatigued face. We continue tomorrow. Lin Mo, your judgment was correct. That big guy shouldn't easily leave the center of Wugong County. The next day, the same tactics, the same skirmishes. Retreating, drawing them out, and clearing. It repeated 7 or 8 times. The harvest of the second day was 3,640 energy points. This was several hundred points more than the first day, indicating that spiders closer to the center of the county were also beginning to stir. The biggest gain today was that Li Yuqing and Lu Yang had both advanced to Sequence 2. Li Yuqing had comprehended shadow traversal, allowing her to blend into darkness for stealth, and now she could summon 12 dark minions. Lu Yang had comprehended corpse enhancement, significantly increasing the overall attributes of corpses, and he could now control nearly 10 corpses. Thus all 7 of them had advanced to Sequence 2. After dinner the 7 instructed Xiaoling to keep watch and began to rest. The blood moon had just set, and the gray-white morning light seeped through the gaps in the clouds. Lin Mo was startled awake by a sense of danger in his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. "Everyone get up." Lin Mo's voice exploded inside the vehicle. Li Yuqing was the first to awaken. Without asking why, she instinctively gripped the handle of her ice blade, her body entering a state of combat readiness. Li Yuqing crawled out from under the blanket, rubbing her eyes and not having a chance to speak. She was met with the grave expression on Lin Mo's face. On that usually calm face was a seriousness she had never seen before. Wang Chang asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Mo did not answer. He rushed to the edge of the platform in 3 quick strides, raised his binoculars, and looked towards Wugong County. Then he froze. The buildings on the outskirts of Wugong County were trembling slightly. It wasn't an earthquake. The basin spiders lying on their webs seemed to be scared out of their wits, collectively fleeing to the sides. They were making way for something. "Run!" Lin Mo put down the binoculars and turned to run towards the off-road vehicle. "Everyone get in the car immediately." The 6 people had no hesitation. Having been together in the apocalypse for so long, they had developed a tacit understanding. 7 people quickly scrambled into the off-road vehicle. "Xiaoling, drive away from the county as fast as possible." "Understood, master." Just then a loud bang came from deep within Wugong County. Boom. Lin Mo looked through the car window. In the center of the county, the roof of a 6-story residential building seemed to be pushed open from within by an invisible giant hand, exploding with a thunderous sound. White spider web fragments flew in all directions. Bricks, concrete chunks, and shattered glass windows rolled through the air, crashing down on the surrounding buildings and kicking up clouds of dust. Then a massive black shadow rose from the ruins. It was enormous. The span of its 8 legs alone was nearly 15 meters. Each leg resembled a bent steel pillar covered with a pitch-black shell with rows of barbs along the edges. At the ends of the legs were sharp black spikes, each step leaving deep holes in the ground. Its body stood over 5 meters tall. The swollen abdomen was disproportionately large, its surface not resembling the patterns of an ordinary spider, but instead bearing the complete visage of a human face. 8 blood-red eyes were arranged in 2 rows, each the size of a fist. At this moment, all those eyes were fixed on them. The spider slowly walked out of the ruins. It stepped onto the roof of a single-story house. The fragile roof instantly collapsed under its weight. But it leaped up at the moment of collapse, its 8 legs spreading in the air like a giant black umbrella. Then it landed heavily on the street at the edge of the ground cracked, debris flew, and the asphalt was smashed into a deep pit. It opened its mouthparts and let out a sharp shriek. The sound waves visibly rippled through the air. Wherever the sound passed, the glass windows of buildings shattered simultaneously, and shards of glass rained down like raindrops. Then the entire Wugong County came alive. The basin spiders that had been fleeing just moments ago suddenly halted. They seemed to have been pressed on pause. Then the facial patterns on their abdomens all turned toward the center of the county, gazing at the massive black shadow. Their mouthparts opened simultaneously, emitting a chorus of hisses. It was as if they were paying homage. In an instant, the entire county transformed into a boiling black ocean. "Damn!" Wang Chang's voice changed pitch. "Did we disturb the young, and now the old have come?" "Stop wasting time," Lin Mo shouted. Li Weigua leaned against the car window, staring at the boiling black mass, his forehead slick with cold sweat. "This thing. At least Sequence 3, possibly even higher." "Sequence 3? Lu Yang's voice trembled. "We are all Sequence 2. Lin Mo ignored them. His gaze remained fixed on the increasingly large shadow in the rearview mirror. The off-road vehicle sped across the rugged terrain. Xiaoling pushed the speed to its limit. The tires screeched against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust while debris was scattered everywhere. Behind them, the gigantic spider moved. Its 8 legs exerted force, simultaneously propelling its massive body like a cannonball towards the off-road vehicle. The speed was absurd. With a body width of over 10 meters and 8 legs moving alternately, each step spanned several meters. 100 meters. 80 meters. 50 meters. The distance was rapidly closing. Lin Mo through the rear window locked onto the increasingly closer massive figure. "Master, it's too fast." Xiaoling's voice showed panic for the first time. "My speed is already at its limit." Xiaoling head north, follow the previous plan, go to that sandy area, then "Yes, master." The off-road vehicle entered a narrow path, driving directly into a sandy area, then straight across the river, which was the term for walking on water. Behind the vehicle, when the gigantic spider reached the sandy area, its 8 legs sank into the soft sand. Its weight was too great, and the spider legs sank directly into the sand. The spider's body lurched forward, flipping over and crashing into the sand. It struggled to get up, continuing to chase after the off-road vehicle, but its speed had clearly... In the sandy terrain, its sharp spider legs and weight became its greatest obstacle. The plan succeeded. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Mo let out a breath of relief, the large spider, realizing it couldn't catch up, halted and sprayed a web from its abdomen towards the off-road vehicle. Lin Mo saw this and immediately shouted, "Qing Yin, burn it." Wang Qingyan raised her right hand, condensed a fireball, and threw it out. The web and fireball collided, igniting instantly and turning to ashes. The spider remained on the sand, its 8 blood-red eyes fixated on the off-road vehicle crossing the river. Then it let out a shriek filled with anger and murderous intent. It then began to retreat back towards Wugong County on its 8 legs. The off-road vehicle drove forward for about another kilometer, and Wugong County had completely vanished from sight. The massive spider did not follow. "Stop," Lin Mo said. Xiaoling gradually slowed down, finally stopping on a relatively flat dirt slope. The vehicle cabin remained quiet for a while. Wang Chong muttered, "Damn, that thing is scarier than the Buddha at Qingshan Temple." "Not quite," Lin Mo replied. "The Buddha at Qingshan Temple is a mental attack, indiscriminate. There's no escaping it. This spider is strong on the physical level. As long as we maintain distance and avoid being close to it, we are not in much danger." Li Weiguo took out a map from his pocket and spread it on the deck. The 6 of them gathered around. "Our current position is here," he pointed to a spot northwest of Wugong County. About 11 kilometers from Wugong County. The large spider did not continue to pursue, indicating that its range of activity is limited, or it is unwilling to stray too far from its nest. Or, Wang Qingyan added, "It is guarding something within the county." The group exchanged glances, but said nothing. What was within Wugong County was not important. What mattered was that with the presence of that large spider, their previous to-go-for tactic had to be adjusted. "We won't be going back today. Let's find a safe place to camp and plan for the long term." Xiaoling restarted the engine and drove forward for about another 2 kilometers, stopping in a shelter. The valley was surrounded by gentle slopes on 3 sides with only a narrow road leading out, and the view was relatively open. After getting out of the car, Li Weiguo immediately began to set up a barrier formation. A transparent dome slowly unfolded, enveloping the entire campsite. The 7 of them sat around the campfire. A transparent dome slowly unfolded, enveloping the entire campsite. The 7 of them sat around the campfire. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi began preparing dinner. Noodles, a few slices of cured meat, and a sprinkle of salt. In this apocalypse, this could be considered a feast. Lin Mo did not participate in the cooking. He leaned against the car, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 6,000. 1. In 2 days, although he hadn't killed all the spiders, he had at least taken down several thousand. He took a deep breath, not hurrying to draw a lottery, but first closing the panel. Today was quite satisfying, Wang Chong said, holding a bowl and slurping a large mouthful of noodles. Mumbling indistinctly, he said, "Those small spiders were swept away in droves. I feel that if I clear all the spiders in Wugong County, I can advance to sequence 3. Go ahead, we'll help you clean up the corpses afterward." Wang Qingyan shot him a glance, but her lips curled into a smile. Li Weiguo laughed, saying, "With that big spider around, don't even think about it." After dinner, the 7 of them returned to the vehicle to rest one after another. Xiaoling took on the duty of keeping watch as usual. The palm-sized little figure floated above the steering wheel, a faint blue glow flickering in the night. Lin Mo lay on the back seat, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 6,000. 1. 60 lottery draws. Lin Mo began the lottery. The first draw, white solid. The second draw, white enlarged. The third draw, white sharp. 40 consecutive draws, all yielding white and blue. What the heck? Is Lady Luck off duty today? Lin Mo stared at the panel, his lips twitching. He took a deep breath and continued the lottery, mentally paying homage to all the deities he could think of, including Taishang Laojuan, the Queen Mother of the West, and the On the 41st draw, it was white sharp. On the 60th draw, red thunderbolt. A flash of red appeared on the panel, and Lin Mo was stunned for 2 seconds, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. This was his first time drawing red, making him feel somewhat unreal. Thanks to the 3 pure ones, thanks to the Buddha, thanks to CCTV. He quickly expressed gratitude to everyone he could think of, even not forgetting the old man at the corner shop downstairs. Without hesitation, he chose to use Thunderbolt on himself. Host Lin Mo Class Blacksmith Class 2. Ability 1. Use mental power to refine materials, shape them, and create weapons. Ability 2. Use bizarre materials for forging, retaining some of the material's bizarre properties, and allowing the user to sense the weapon's attributes. Entry 17 omitted. Entry 8. Thunderbolt summons lightning to attack the target, attack strength related to mental power. After reading the introduction, Lin Mo's lips had already stretched to his ears. He had always envied Wang Qingyan's flashy elemental abilities. Who wouldn't want to throw skills like a mage and watch their enemies turn to ash? With a system, yet still hacking away, it simply lowered the image of a transmigrator. From now on, I can also unleash electricity. He muttered happily, calming his excited heart as he began to organize this lottery. 45 white, 16 green, 10 blue, 3 purple, and 1 red already used. He picked and chose, keeping a few usable ones. Then, filled with excitement, he fell into a dream. The next day, everyone sat around the campfire having breakfast. After finishing the meal, Lin Mo put down his bowl and said, "Yuqing, hand me your Tang Dao." Li Yuqing did not hesitate and drew her Tang Dao, handing it. Lin Mo took the Tang Dao, opened the system, and reclaimed the original ice entry. Then he used black flame and sharp entries to enhance it. Afterwards, he handed the Tang Dao back. Li Yuqing took the sword with suspicion, and a stream of information flooded into her mind. Bizarre item: Black Flame Blade ID 8612 solid, greatly enhances the blade's hardness. Sharp, greatly increases sharpness. Black Flame can generate black flames using mental power containing destructive force. Her mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide, she looked up at Lin Mo and asked, "How did you do that?" Lin Mo looked at her and said, "Don't ask, just know I don't know." Li Yuqing rolled her eyes, looking at him speechlessly. Lin Mo continued, "Qingyan, pass me the bracelet." Wang Qingyan took off the bracelet on her wrist and handed it over, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Lin Mo took the bracelet and added the mental doubling entry. Bizarre item: Amplification Bracelet ID 9563 solid, greatly enhances the bracelet's hardness. Mental doubling doubles the wearer's mental power. Element amplification: when the wearer uses elemental attacks, damage is doubled. Let's give it a try. Lin Mo returned the bracelet. Wang Qingyan put it on and sensed the information. She smiled, saying, "Thanks. You're welcome." Lin Mo waved his hand. Then he took out a piece of metal which softened and stretched like dough, gradually shaping into a long staff, the head resembling a sun. He added the Holy Light Strike entry. Bizarre item: Holy Light Staff ID 9214 solid, greatly enhances the staff's hardness. Holy Light Strike can condense a beam of light to damage the target using mental power. Li Yuqing took the staff, cradling it with both hands, and whispered, "Thank you, Mo-go." Lin Mo did not stop. 10 seconds later, he added the barrier entry to the bracelet and handed it to Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo wore the bracelet, slightly activating his mental power, and a translucent shield instantly enveloped his entire body. He reached out and poked the shield, which did not budge at all. "Good stuff." Li Weiguo nodded as a form of thanks. Lin Mo took out 2 more pieces of metal and forged a set of heavy full-body armor. He added the entries Solid Rebound, Flexible, and Physical Damage Reduction in order. Bizarre item: Rebounding Armor ID 6841 solid, greatly enhances the armor's hardness. Rebound reflects half of the physical damage back to the attacker. Flexible automatically adapts to the user's body shape. Physical damage reduction reduces physical damage taken by half. He handed it to Wang Chong. "Try it on." Wang Chong took the armor and put it on without a second thought. The moment the armor touched his body, it automatically shrank and adjusted, fitting tightly against his sturdy form without appearing bulky. "With this, I feel like I can take on that spider in an unknown fight." "Come on, you could only leave a whole corpse behind." Wang Chong grinned foolishly, stroking the armor on him. Lin Mo continued to create weapons. Bizarre item: Corpse Explosion Staff ID 9214 solid, greatly enhances the staff's hardness. Corpse Explosion can make a corpse explode using mental power, causing area damage. "Lu Yang, this is yours, give it a try." Lu Yang took the staff, sensed it, and with a thought activated the ability. "Thanks, Mo-go." Then he used the staff to activate the corpse explosion. A spider suddenly expanded, then exploded with a loud bang, scattering bits of flesh everywhere. The crowd instinctively dodged while Lu Yang stood in place, grinning foolishly. Li Yuqing and her companions disdainfully took half a step back. After distributing the gear, Lin Mo drew his own Tang Dao. The blade was unsheathed, its cold light reflecting on his face. He reclaimed the original lightning entry. He could now summon lightning himself, and this blade would only be used when opponents closed in on him. Then he added the entries. Bizarre item: Blade of the Gale ID 19231 solid, greatly enhances the blade's hardness. Sharp, greatly increases sharpness. Speed, greatly increases the speed of the blade's swing. He casually swung the blade twice, the sound of slicing air sharp and piercing, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Lin Mo stood up and approached the off-road vehicle, placing his hand on the hood. 1 minute later. Bizarre item: Off-road Vehicle ID 3214 solid, greatly enhances the vehicle's body hardness. Automatic repair: vehicle damage can be automatically restored. Spirit of Machinery generates a mechanical spirit. Water walking can walk on water. Space expansion expands the interior space of the vehicle. As if on flat ground, the vehicle can traverse any terrain, ignoring slopes, pits, quicksand, marshes, and gravel. Constant temperature keeps the vehicle's temperature at 23°C. Lin Mo saw that the system also had a space expansion option, and he went directly to the fuel tank position to add it. At that moment, Xiaoling flew out from the car, circling around Lin Mo. "Master, I've gotten stronger, and I have many more functions." "Then shouldn't you praise your master My master is the greatest. My master is the greatest." Lin Mo facepalmed in silence. "Is that all you can say?" Xiaoling looked aggrieved. "Master, I only know this one sentence." After chatting for a while, Lin Mo combined all the useless white, green, and blue entries, leaving only 4 purple entries. Lin Mo went to an open area to test his new ability. With a thought, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm suddenly struck down from the void, hitting a withered tree 10 meters away. The withered tree instantly splintered into pieces, charred with chips flying everywhere. Lin Mo gazed at the destruction before him, secretly astonished. Indeed, this was the power of a red entry. This was only using 1/10 of my mental power. What would it be like if I exerted my full strength? Even better, he also possessed the mental abundance entry, meaning he could unleash such an attack once per second. Imagining facing off against bizarre entities in the future with countless bolts of thunder striking down in succession, just the thought of it was exhilarating. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Then he discussed with the others where to go next. Ultimately, everyone decided to continue harvesting resources from the spiders. Now that everyone's equipment had been upgraded, they could fight and run. It was just right to get accustomed to the new gear. After all, they could kill a wave of the smaller ones, and then escape. That big spider wouldn't be able to do anything about them. If they could truly clear out the little spiders, the rewards would be quite considerable. If they could kill that big spider, it would be even better. On the plateau, outside Wugong County, 7 people stood in a line. The morning light just leaked through the gaps in the clouds, casting a grayish hue over the earth. The county town in the distance, covered by a white spider web, was as quiet as a grave. Old rules, Li Weigua said as he put down the binoculars. The giant spider is still huddled in that half-collapsed building in the center of the county town, not moving. Then let's get started, Wang Chong said, stretching his neck with a cracking sound. The reflective armor on his body gleamed with a metallic sheen in the morning light. Lin Mo did not respond immediately, but turned to face the others. Today, let's clear out a wave, get familiar with the new gear, and test its effects. Wang Chong looked down at the reflective armor on himself and grinned. Do we even need to test it? I feel like just standing still while those little spiders bite me, they would probably end up dead from the... Then let's give it a try, Lin Mo said, raising his chin towards the county town. You go provoke a wave, stand still, and don't move. Wang Chong's smile froze on his face. Wait, Lin Mo, are you really using me as a target? Did you not say standing still would kill them? Lin Mo's expression was serious. Experience brings knowledge. Li Yuxi chuckled behind them, covering her mouth. Li Yuqing had a blank expression, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and strode towards the county town, wielding a giant tang knife. The spiders lying on the web sensed the approach of a living person and opened their eyes in unison. Their blood-red pupils fixated on Wang Chong. In the next moment, hundreds of spiders launched themselves from the web simultaneously, their 8 legs spread wide in the air like a swarm of black meteors rushing towards Wang Chong. A few of them did not directly attack, but stayed in place, their abdomens suddenly contracting, shooting out several white silk threads like javelins aiming for Wang Chong's limbs and torso. The silk threads accurately stuck to Wang Chong's reflective armor, attempting to ensnare and topple him. One spider the size of a basin lunged at his chest, its barbed legs viciously piercing the armor. Bang! The spider's legs rebounded violently upon contact with the armor, a crisp cracking sound resonating at the joints. It was sent flying as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing into several spiders behind it, shattering its shell and splattering black bodily fluid everywhere. Another spider pounced, only to be flung away. Yet another followed suit, and Wang Chong stood still, arms crossed, watching the spiders charge at him one after another, only to be repelled, his expression gradually turning to delight. Hey, this really works. He grabbed a spider that had leaped onto his face, crushed it, and tossed it to the ground. This armor is amazing. Stop playing around, retreat, Lin Mo's voice came through. Wang Chong glanced back, and in the distance, deeper into the county town, more spiders surged forth like a tide, a dark mass. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. The off-road vehicle waiting not far off stopped beside him under Shaoling's control. Wang Chong dove inside, and before the door was even fully closed, the vehicle had already sped away. Behind them, the swarm of spiders relentlessly pursued. The few spiders at the front sprayed silk threads from their abdomens as they chased, trying to ensnare the off-road vehicle. With yesterday's experience, the 7 of them coordinated more effectively. Wang Qingyan rolled down the car window and threw out a fireball. The fireball exploded amidst the spider swarm, creating a sea of flames. The silk in the air ignited instantly upon encountering the high temperature, turning to ashes, and the spiders that spun the threads were also engulfed by the flames. Lin Mo was not idle either. He looked back and focused his mind. A thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel struck down from the void, hitting the area where the spiders were most densely packed. The electric arcs jumped, spread, and expanded across the ground, enveloping everything within a 20-meter radius in a silvery white net. 30 to 40 spiders twitched simultaneously, their 8 legs stiffly extending, black bodily fluid seeping from the cracks in their shells, and a strong, burnt smell filled. The attack power is quite impressive. The off-road vehicle stopped at the second high ground, 2 kilometers from the county town. The swarm of spiders halted 200 meters from the high ground, then turned around and retreated back to their lair. Turn around. Xiao Ling adjusted the vehicle's direction and charged towards the spider swarm again. This time Li Yuqing got out of the car. The black flame blade was drawn. The blade burned with black flames appearing eerie and enchanting. Li Yuqing's figure vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind another spider 10 meters away. With a slash, the spider's body ignited, slowly turning to black ash. After testing the black flame blade, Li Yuqing summoned 12 shadow servants and began to wreak havoc among the spider swarm. Li Yuqing stood atop the vehicle, the holy light staff raised high. A milky white beam of light crashed down from the void, striking the spider swarm. The morning's hunting lasted 3 hours. The tactical cycle repeated: lure a wave, kill a wave, retreat, wait for the spider. Lu Yang manipulated 10 spider corpses, their shells shimmering with a layer of dark red light, their speed and strength surpassing that of their living selves. The morning's hunting lasted 3 hours. The tactical cycle repeated: lure a wave, kill a wave, retreat, wait for the spiders to return and weave their remaining webs, then lure another wave. By noon, Lin Mo counted a total of 3520 energy points. This meant they had eliminated over 700 spiders in just the morning. Efficiency is better than the previous 2 days, Li Weiguo said, gnawing on a compressed biscuit, his gaze fixed deep into the county town. The giant spider hasn't moved at all. It seems it really doesn't want to come out. It's better if it doesn't come out, Wang Chong said, stuffing the last bite of the biscuit into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. By the time we finish off the little spiders, it will be too late for it to. The afternoon's hunting went even more smoothly. Each person had a clear role. Wang Chong lured the monsters, Wang Qingyan and Lin Mo handled area damage, Li Yuqing cleaned up the stragglers, Li Yuxi provided healing, Lu Yang controlled the battlefield, and Li Weiguo monitored and commanded. By evening, the second wave of hunting concluded. Today's total: 1,520 spiders eliminated with an additional 7,600 energy points gained. As night fell, the blood moon rose. The 7 of them retreated to a hollow 5 kilometers away from the county town. Li Weiguo set up a barrier formation. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi began preparing dinner. Having had a good haul today, she decided to treat them braised rice with cured meat accompanied by a few greens taken from the scroll. The aroma of rice wafted through the night. After finishing their meal, everyone started to rest. The next day, as dawn barely broke, the 7 of them set out directly. Today's objective was to clear out all the little spiders around Wugong County with tactics identical to the previous day. By noon, the number of spiders around Wugong County had decreased by 80%. Those once densely packed face spiders covering the outer walls of buildings now only numbered in the dozens. They no longer took the initiative to attack. They had retreated deeper into the county town, gathering around the giant spider like a group of frightened children huddled at their mother's feet. The area around Wugong County finally. The white spider webs that once covered the outer walls of buildings had been burnt to shreds by flames, revealing the gray walls and shattered windows underneath. The ground was covered with spider remnants, black bodily fluids seeping into the soil, and the air was thick with a strong, burnt, and fishy smell. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the center of the county town. It's angry, Li Weiguo's voice came from behind, even angrier than last time. As soon as the words were spoken, the residential building in the center collapsed with a loud crash. A massive dark figure rose from the ruins. It was the spider. It appeared larger than a few days ago. No, it was not that it had grown larger, but that its presence was more formidable. However, it did not pursue them. It seemed their previous conjecture was correct. There was definitely something valuable in the center of the county town. After so many little spiders had died, it still refused to leave. Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the off-road vehicle, saying, "That's enough for today. Let's return and rest. Tomorrow we settle the score." The 6 exchanged glances, then boarded the vehicle and left. Back at the camp, everyone finished dinner together, and Li Weiguo reorganized the formation. After a day of hunting spiders, no one felt like chatting, and they each went to rest. Lin Mo returned to the off-road vehicle and instructed Xiao Ling to call him if anything happened at night. He then lay down, opening the system. The energy points displayed as 1-1. He could draw 112 times. Facing the giant spider tomorrow, he hoped to draw some useful attributes. Lin Mo began his lottery. "Congratulations, you have drawn a black attribute, immortality." Lin Mo immediately sat up, thinking he was seeing things, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Looking again, it was still black. Lin Mo felt his heartbeat slow down a beat. What was going on? A direct hit. He slowly calmed himself down and then looked at the contents of the attribute, but he couldn't feel happy about it. Was this attribute good? Of course it was extremely good. It was something countless people had sought throughout history. However, in this strange apocalypse, immortality was just immortality, not invulnerability. In this world without power, one could die at any moment. This truly was. Lin Mo remained silent for a long time. Then he sighed and used the attribute. He then opened his personal panel. Host Lin Mo Sequence Blacksmith Sequence 2. Ability 1. Use spiritual power to refine materials, shape, and craft weapons. Ability 2. Forge using strange materials, retaining some of their peculiar properties, and can sense the attributes of the weapons. Attribute 17 omitted. Attribute 8. lightning summoned thunder to attack the target. Attack strength related to spiritual power. Attribute 9, immortality, timeless existence unmarked by the passage of time. Looking at the information above, had it been a peaceful era, Lin Mo would have been overjoyed, but now in the apocalypse, he couldn't feel happy at all. It seemed he could only hasten his path to strength. A thought emerged in Lin Mo's mind. Did this system feel like it was forcing him to eliminate the strange beings using immortality as bait? He shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. Lin Mo used up all the remaining draws. Sure enough, without any surprises, they were all trash, not even a single purple one. He could only synthesize the trash with tears in his eyes, ultimately acquiring 6 purple trash attributes. Afterwards, Lin Mo closed the system panel with a complicated mood. He fell into a deep sleep. Little Spider were back. In this familiar place with familiar faces, 7 individuals gazed at the city from the plateau outside Wugong County. At the center of the county town, a massive shadow lay motionless atop the ruins of a 6-story residential building. He's still there. Today we will confront this. Lin Mo stood up, his gaze directed at the 6 individuals. Wang Chong, you're in charge of tanking the monster. With your armor, your defense should be fine. Qing Yin, you and I will focus on offense. Use the fire rain technique to cover the area around it and eliminate the remaining little spiders. I will strike its main body with thunder. Yu Qing, keep an eye on its abdomen. That creature can spit silk, and your black flame can burn the webs. Also make sure to protect Yushi. Yushi, your only task is to watch over Wang Chong. If he gets injured, you must heal him. Captain, you keep an eye on the surroundings. With all this commotion, will other creatures be drawn here? Liu Yang, control the spider corpses to distract it, just divert its attention. Everyone be careful. I don't want to collect your bodies. The 6 individuals nodded in unison. Wang Chong grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. You all focus on offense. My life is entrusted to Yushi. The last thing. Lin Mo's voice grew solemn. If things go south, if it's stronger than we anticipated, do not hesitate, and everyone retreat immediately. Let's go. The 7 did not drive. The off-road vehicle was controlled by Xiao Ling, maintaining a distance of 100 meters, ready to provide support at any moment. This was their backup plan. If they couldn't win, they'd just get in the car and flee. They approached the county town on foot. The charred shells of buildings loomed. The giant spider remained motionless atop the ruins. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Wang Chong stopped, glancing back at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Wang Chong took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly turning blood-red, bones cracking loudly as his form swelled to 4 meters in the darkness. The anti-shock armor automatically adjusted to his size, silver-gray plates seamlessly covering his torso, shoulders, and thighs. The giant Tang Dao was drawn. The blade glimmered coldly. Wang Chong pushed off the ground, the yellow earth exploding into 2 deep pits as he launched himself like a cannonball toward the giant spider. Beast, Grandpa is here. The giant spider's 8 blood-red main eyes opened simultaneously. It let out a piercing shriek. The sound wave visibly rippled through the air, sending debris on the ground flying and shattering broken glass windows with a crash. Wang Chong closed in to within 50 meters. The giant Tang Dao held before him as he slashed at the front leg of the giant spider. The blade struck the shell, producing a sharp metallic screech and showering sparks. Only a shallow white mark remained on the shell. Damn, so tough. Wang Chong did not flinch, striking back with another blow at the same spot. This time the blade penetrated 2 centimeters. Black body fluid seeped from the wound. The giant spider emitted an angry hiss as its front legs swept violently like a curved steel pillar aimed at Wang Chong. Had no time to dodge. He raised the giant Tang Dao to block. Bang! The sound of metal clashing exploded, sending Wang Chong flying, rolling on the ground twice. Wang Chong! Liu Zai's cry echoed in the night sky. I'm fine. Wang Chong climbed up from the rubble, relieved to find he had only sustained minor injuries. The anti-shock effect was triggered simultaneously. The front leg of the giant spider displayed several fine cracks. It lowered its head to glance at its leg, confusion filling its 8 eyes. Then its abdomen suddenly contracted, and a mass of white silk shot out like a cannonball, unfurling in the air into a net over 10 meters in diameter, heading towards Wang Chong. Yu Qing! Lin Mo shouted. Li Yu Qing's figure emerged from the darkness. The black flame blade was drawn. Black flames burned on the blade as she swung it just as the spider web began to fall. The moment the black flames touched the white silk, it rapidly melted into ashes. The giant spider's attack did not cease. Wang Chong managed to block each attack, sustaining minor wounds, but with Liu Zai's healing it was nothing serious. Liu Yang. Distracted. Lin Mo commanded. Liu Yang stood 50 meters away, the corpse explosion staff raised high. 10 spider corpses rushed out from the darkness, climbing the ruins and lunging at the giant spider's abdomen. Explode. The 10 spider corpses suddenly expanded and erupted. Black body fluid and shell fragments splattered, creating a basin-sized wound on the giant spider's abdomen, dark red fluid gushing forth. The giant spider let out a painful scream. Wang Qing Yin took a couple of steps forward, raising her hands. The sky changed. A bright orange light illuminated the air. The light grew brighter as if someone had ignited a fire behind the clouds. Fire rain technique. Wang Qingyan softly stated these 3 words. In the next instant, countless fist-sized fireballs poured down from the sky, covering everything within 30 meters around the giant spider. The fireballs smashed into the ground, exploding into bursts of orange sparks. The giant spider was engulfed in flames, its shell beginning to crack and peel under the intense heat, revealing the pink flesh underneath. Yet it did not retreat. It charged through the flames, its 8 legs moving in a rhythmic pattern towards Wang Qingyan. Lin Mo stood there. He mobilized half of his spiritual energy. 10,000 thunder call. In the void, a silver-white lightning bolt over a meter wide suddenly struck down, hitting the giant spider. The moment the lightning hit the shell, arcs of electricity spread in all directions, enveloping the giant spider in a massive electric web. The giant spider's body convulsed violently, its 8 legs stiffening as the cracks on its shell rapidly expanded and spread under the heat of the lightning. Yet it did not fall. It raised its head, letting out a hiss, the blood-red light in its 8 eyes growing brighter. It was enduring. Again, another bolt of lightning struck down. This time it hit the same spot. The shell finally could not withstand it. The shell on the giant spider's back exploded, revealing charred muscle tissue underneath, dark red fluid evaporating in the high heat, filling the air with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. The giant spider's body swayed, but it still did not fall. With its last ounce of strength, it charged towards Lin Mo. Its 8 legs moved frantically over the ruins, each step creating deep pits in the ground, debris and dust flying everywhere. Wang Chong, block it! Wang Chong rushed in from the side, his formidable body resembling a moving wall. He gripped the blade with both hands and struck fiercely at the already cracked back of the giant. The giant Tang Dao sank into the wound nearly to the hilt. Wang Chong twisted the blade violently and pulled sideways. A crack over a meter long was cut open on the giant spider's back, dark fluid gushing out like a waterfall. Its front leg finally gave way. The body lurched forward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Its 8 legs continued to twitch. It's not dead yet. Li Yuqing shouted. Lin Mo directly summoned another bolt of lightning. Fragments and body fluid splattered in all directions. The giant spider's abdomen was blasted open, exposing its organs and fluid spilling out. Its 8 legs twitched a few times before completely going still. Li Yu's eyes, holy light healing, settled on Wang Chong, mending several of his wounds. Wang Chong sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn. Finally dead. A system prompt popped up. Energy points 1,000. He sighed with relief. It seemed truly dead, then walked towards the center of the ruins. The others followed suit. Then they saw it. It was a mountain of corpses. Human bodies and corpses of strange creatures piled together with spider corpses, making it impossible to distinguish between human strange corpses and spiders. Severed limbs, shattered shells, dried and darkened blood. Everything was fused together by some force, forming a massive, irregular mound of flesh and blood. The corpse mountain was 3 stories high. At the peak of the mountain of corpses grew a flower. A black lotus flower. Each petal of the lotus was pure black, as if it could devour everything. The petals were layered, a total of 8, enveloping a dark red seed pod. The root of the lotus extended from the deepest part of the corpse mountain, as thick as an adult's arm, dark red, all over, covered with suction cup-like protrusions deeply embedded in the flesh and blood. It was feeding on the nutrients of the corpse mountain. What is this? As Lin Mo's words fell, the black lotus began to stir. The red glow from the lotus pod surged out from the holes, gathering in the air to form visible ripples. The ripples quietly spread in all directions at an astonishing speed. Lin Mo wanted to retreat, but the ripples moved too swiftly. The moment they swept past him, his consciousness felt as if it was forcefully yanked out of his body. The world before him began to twist and blur. Then everything faded into darkness. Lin Mo, stop sleeping, it's time to work. If you get caught, your salary will be deducted again. Lin Mo. Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes. What greeted him was a white ceiling with a fluorescent light flickering slightly at its darkened end. The buzzing sound of the central air conditioning filled his ears, along with the clattering of keyboards from the neighboring workstation. He sat up. He realized he was sprawled across an office desk with his face pressed against a printed Excel spreadsheet filled with dense numbers. The computer screen was lit and WeChat notifications blinked on the display. He sat there in a daze, staring at the screen. Hi, am I back? He stood up and looked around. Cubicles, a water dispenser, the slogan "Strive for Progress" star of the company posted on the wall, and a pot of nearly withered pothos in the corner. Everything was exactly as it had been in his past life. He walked to the window and looked outside. The glass walls of several office buildings on the city skyline reflected the golden glow of the sunset. Downstairs, the street was bustling with traffic. Delivery riders weaved through the vehicles, while groups of students in uniforms emerged from the subway station. Everything seemed so normal, so real. Lin Mo, what are you daydreaming about? Have you finished the data? A coworker named Xiao Wang poked his head out waving a form in hand. Lin Mo stared blankly at everything. His mind was racing with questions. What on earth is happening? Was everything I experienced before just a... His mind was in chaos. The apocalypse, the eerie blood moon, the corpse demon, the town of Peach Blossom, the golden Buddha of Qingshan Temple, the spider of Wugong County. Those memories were as vivid as if they had happened yesterday. But did those things really happen? He lowered his head and looked at his hands. There was a faint scar on his right index finger from when he was cut by a blade as a child. Indeed, this scar had always been there. He touched his chest where there were no scars left by the corpse demon. His breathing started to quicken. Could it be? That was just a dream. No, that's not right. The pain, the fear, the despair. They felt too real. What on earth is going on? I really can't tell anymore. But everything before him felt equally real. Lin Mo. Xiao Wang's voice rang out. You look terrible, are you okay? I'm fine. Maybe I just didn't sleep well last night. He forced himself to calm down, opened Excel, and began processing the data. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, the numbers leaping out of the cells. But his mind was completely elsewhere. He muddled through the day until work ended. The sky had turned dark. He stepped out of the office building, stood on the sidewalk, and glanced up at the sky. The moon was white. No blood moon. No eerie crimson glow. It seems it really was just a dream. Then he boarded a bus, swiped his transit card, and found a window seat. The cityscape outside the bus window flowed in neon lights with billboards, shopping malls, and illuminated residential buildings. Everything was so vibrant, so peaceful. He returned to the rented apartment. The moment he opened the door, the familiar scent rushed at him. Instant noodles, dampness, and a hint of mildew. The room was messy, clothes piled on the chair, takeout boxes stacked on the table, and the curtains drawn halfway. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and gazed at the myriad lights outside. It seems it really was just a dream. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, still thinking about those events. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. The next day, the alarm clock rang. 7:30, just like before. He got up, washed up, put on his shoes, and went out buying some buns and soy milk at the breakfast shop downstairs before squeezing onto the subway. The subway was packed, the air filled with a mixture of various perfumes and breakfast scents. Some were watching short videos with headphones on, others were on business calls, and some were dozing off. The train sped through the tunnel, the advertisement light boxes outside flashing by. Next stop, Guomao. Days passed just like that, one after another. A week. A month. 3 months. He gradually stopped thinking about those matters. The memories of the apocalypse became increasingly vague. He started to get used to it. Getting used to the 9 to 5 workday, getting used to working overtime until 9, getting used to waking up naturally on weekends. Then ordering takeout and watching a movie. He even met a girl through a coworker's introduction. Her name was Zhao Min, 2 years younger than him, working as a copywriter at an advertising company. She had long hair, loved to laugh, and had dimples when she smiled. They had dinner a few times, watched several movies, and then confirmed their relationship 3 months after they met. A year later, they got married. The wedding was modest, held in a hotel banquet hall, inviting relatives and colleagues from both sides. Zhao Min wore a white wedding dress, linking her arm, with her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. He couldn't say whether he truly loved her, but seeing her smile warmed his heart. Later on, a child was born. It was a daughter named Lin Yan. The daughter's eyes resembled Zhao Min's, and she also had shallow dimples when she smiled. Every day after work, when he opened the door, his daughter would run over from the living room and hug his leg, calling out "Daddy" in a sweet voice. He would lift her up over his head, listening to her giggles. Life flowed on like this, quietly, like a river without waves, but very stable. Sometimes he would wake up in the middle of the night, looking at Zhao Min sleeping beside him, listening to their daughter's breathing from the next room, a feeling of contentment swelling in his heart. Days passed like this, one after another. Spring faded into autumn. His daughter started kindergarten, then elementary school, and then middle school. Zhao Min gained some weight, and there were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. His hair had also turned gray, his back had bent, and he often felt shoulder pain at work. Then his daughter was admitted to university. She went to a distant city, returning only twice a year. The house suddenly became quiet. So quiet that it felt a bit unfamiliar. Zhao Min started to grow flowers on the balcony, while he silently watched everything from the sofa. Then Zhao Min fell ill. By the time it was diagnosed, it was already in the late stages. He accompanied her in the hospital for 3 months, watching her grow thinner, each day her hair falling out, her complexion waxen, and her voice growing softer. The day Zhao Min passed away was winter. Snow was falling outside the window. She held his hand, her lips moved a few times, but no sound came out. But he understood her lip movements. "I love you." He cried his heart out. After Zhao Min left, he lived alone in that apartment. His daughter occasionally called, each time saying the same few words, "Dad, have you eaten? It's cold, we're more clothes. Don't be reluctant to spend money." He always replied, "Okay." After hanging up, the house fell silent again. Sometimes he would sit on the balcony, staring blankly at the street below. On that street, there was a convenience store, a fruit shop, and an orange stray cat that would sunbathe at the convenience store entrance every afternoon. Days passed like this. His health deteriorated, he would wheeze after a few steps. The hospital said it was an old problem that could not be cured, only managed. His daughter came back a few times saying she wanted to take him to live with her. He refused. The reason was, I'm used to living here. Then came the last hospitalization. It was autumn. Outside the hospital window stood a ginkgo tree, its leaves turning yellow. He lay in the hospital bed, tubes inserted, breathing, reliant on an oxygen mask. His daughter sat by the bed holding his hand, tears streaming down her face. He wanted to say don't cry, but his lips moved a few times without sound. His consciousness began to blur. He recalled many things. The summers spent at his grandmother's house in the countryside. The afternoon he first rode a bicycle. The day his mother took him to the school gate for enrollment. The first time he saw Zhao Min smile, revealing her 2 dimples. Remembering the joy he felt when his daughter first called him daddy. At that moment the heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm. The green line on the screen grew increasingly flat. Dad? Dad? His daughter's voice grew fainter. Just as his consciousness began to fade on the verge of complete dissolution, a voice drifted from a distant place. Master! Master! Please wake up. The voice was not loud, but it was very clear. Master! Boo! Please don't scare Xiaoling. Hurry and wake up. The voice was filled with a sobbing tone like a 7 or 8-year-old girl calling. Lin Mo's consciousness jolted awake. Xiaoling. He then opened his eyes. Master! You're awake. That small face, no bigger than a palm, glowing with a faint blue light, became clear from the blur. Xiaoling was floating less than 10 centimeters in front of him, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Master! You finally woke up. Boo! Xiaoling was so scared. Xiaoling rushed over her small body, passing through his cheek, bringing a refreshing breeze. Lin Mo lay on the ground, looking up at the blood moon above. The dark red moonlight covered the ground, illuminating the mountain of corpses and the Black Lotus. His head rested on the cold earth, the stench of spider fluids and blood mixing in the soil. A dream. He murmured. That dream was too long. Long enough that he seemed to have lived an entire lifetime within it. Working, marrying, having children, aging, dying. Every detail was so real that it didn't seem fake. He slowly sat up. Li Yuqing, Li Yuxi, Wang Chong, Wang Qingyan, Li Weiguo, Lu Yang. 6 people lay in disarray on the ground, their eyes tightly shut, each with different expressions. Some were smiling, some were frowning, and some moved their lips as if trying to say something. They were still in the dream. Master, they are all asleep, just like you. Xiaoling's voice carried a hint of grievance. Xiaoling can't wake them up. Lin Mo stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. He walked toward the Black Lotus. A surge of information flooded into his mind. Rare object, corpse, dream, lotus, ID 3142. Mind control releases mental waves to control the minds of living beings. Dream weaving weaves dreams, causing living beings to die in their dreams, becoming nourishment for the lotus. Awakening living beings, consuming the petals, can significantly enhance mental strength. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and took a deep breath. This thing is still a rare object, truly broadening my horizons. He had lived over 50 years in that dream. Those memories remained etched clearly in his mind. He shook his head, suppressing those emotions, then bent down to pluck one of the black petals. There were a total of 8 petals. He walked to Li Yuqing's side, squatted down, gently pried open her mouth, and placed a petal on her tongue. The petal melted immediately upon entry. Li Yuqing's body trembled violently, her eyes suddenly opening wide. She sat up, gasping for breath, beads of sweat glistening with a dark red hue under the blood moon. What happened? Wasn't I at home? Then she realized, looking at Lin Mo. That was a dream. Lin Mo nodded. Next, Li Yuxi, Wang Chong, Wang Qingyan, Li Weiguo, and Lu Yang were awakened one by one. I feel so much clearer in my head now. What happened? Wasn't I at home? Then she realized, looking at Lin Mo. Li Weiguo pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. It seems to be the effect of the corpse dream lotus petals. It enhanced our mental strength. Lin Mo nodded silently, sensing the changes within himself. His mental strength was already much stronger than the others, and while the enhancement wasn't very obvious, it was indeed improved. If he were to face the corpse dream lotus or the Buddha from Qingshan Temple with that kind of mental attack again, he wouldn't fall for it so easily. This thing is a treasure. Too bad there are only 8 petals. Li Yuqing glanced at the plucked lotus seed pod. There are exactly 7 of us, and 1 petal remains. Lin Mo carefully stored the last petal. Once everyone calmed their emotions, he stared at the black lotus, which had lost its petals. The seed pod still oozed a faint red light, but it was already very weak. He reached out and pulled the entire corpse dream lotus from the mountain of corpses. As the root stem was pulled from the flesh, it made a dull pop sound, like pulling a carrot from the mud. Then everyone left as the commotion here was too great. No one knew what it might attract. The group arrived at a flat area 10 kilometers away. Li Weiguo set up a barrier formation. A faint blue light shield enveloped the entire camp. The 7 of them sat around the campfire. Rice, cured meat, vegetables, and a few bottles of drinks. Li Yuxi poured a cup for each person. Cheers. The 7 cups clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Today, Wang Chong raised his cup and took a big gulp, letting out a burp. Who isn't? It felt so real. Lu Yang chuckled bitterly. That lotus ability is too bizarre. Bizarre is just how it is. Li Weigua set down his cup, his voice somewhat somber. The corpse monsters, peach blossom trees, and spiders we encountered before were all physical, but the Buddha from Qingshan Temple and this corpse dream lotus belong to the realm of mental attacks, and one misstep could lead to disaster. Lin Mo spoke up. We were just too reckless. Bizarre powers are diverse and peculiar. Our recent strength increase has made us complacent, lacking reverence for the bizarre. If it weren't for Xiaoling today, I might have died of old age in that dream. However, this trip wasn't in vain. The petals of the corpse dream lotus provided us with an opportunity for a qualitative change in our mental strength. In the future, when facing mental anomalies, at least we won't be defenseless. The group fell silent, beginning to reflect that indeed they had all become overconfident. Xiaoling floated out from the off-road vehicle, hovering above the campfire, glowing with a faint blue light. Master, am I amazing? Amazing, my Xiaoling is the most amazing. Lin Mo smiled. Xiaoling flipped in the air and then burrowed back into the vehicle. The seven continued to eat and chatted about various things. After dinner, the campfire gradually extinguished. Lin Mo returned to the off-road vehicle, laid down in the back seat, and closed his eyes. But he did not fall asleep immediately. That dream lingered in his mind. Zhao Min's smiling face, his daughter's voice calling for daddy, the smell of instant noodles in the rental apartment, the crowding in the subway, the bench under the ginkgo tree. Those memories were very vivid, too vivid to be fake. If the apocalypse had not arrived, he might have truly lived that way for an entire lifetime. If only it weren't a dream, how wonderful that would be. He turned over, burying those memories deep in his mind, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the seven people arrived again at the ruins of Wugong County. Their main purpose today was to gather all usable supplies and pack them into the scroll. The seven began to act immediately, without delay. It had been 2 full months since the strange occurrences began, yet the condition of the supplies in this county was much better than they had anticipated. Spiders do not eat food. They only consume humans and the strange. They arrived in front of a Luyu Duo supermarket. The supermarket's sign hung crookedly above the entrance. The glass in front of the door was shattered. Inside the supermarket, half of the shelves had collapsed and various snacks and drinks were scattered across the floor. The packaging was covered in thick dust, yet most of it remained intact. Li Yushi excitedly squatted on the ground, quickly stuffing things into her backpack: instant noodles, biscuits, sausages, mineral water, snacks. These are all ours. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. In the nearby pharmacy, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, tourniquets, and disinfectants were present. Li Yuqing, who had a medical background, quickly weaved through the shelves, her eyes precisely selecting each box of medicine. Her movements were swift and efficient. These will last us a long time. She dusted off her hands, revealing a rare, satisfied expression. In the clothing store, everyone picked a few sets of clean clothes to change into. Afterward, the group headed to the gas station. The gas station was their most important target. Food was easy for them to acquire, but fuel was another matter. Li Weigua and Wang Chong checked the underground oil tank and found nearly 8,000 liters of gasoline inside. The fuel issue has been resolved for now. Li Weigua breathed a sigh of relief, his expression visibly relaxing. In this apocalypse, without fuel, no matter how good a vehicle is, it is merely a pile of The scavenging lasted the entire morning. By noon, the scroll was packed to the brim. Grains, medicines, fueled daily necessities. The 7 of them had nearly emptied all usable supplies from Wugong County. Now we don't have to worry about food for a while. Wang Chong squatted on a rock, munching on a sausage with a satisfied smile on his face. Li Weigua rolled up the scroll and looked towards the west. The next stop is Qingshan Town. Although it has a small population, it is just the last stop before we enter the Qinling Mountains. Qingshan Town. About 60 kilometers west of Wugong County, along the provincial road, lies Qingshan Town. Before the apocalypse, the permanent population here was just over 10,000, not large, but not too small either. According to previous data, the number of corpse monsters there should be between 100 and 150. Over 100 corpse monsters aren't a big deal for us. Wang Chong crumpled the sausage packaging into a ball and casually threw it on the ground. Lin Mo glanced at him, her tone flat, yet hinting at a reminder. Isn't the lesson from Wugong County enough? Wang Chong opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but ultimately remained silent. The experience with the corpse dream lotus made everyone understand one principle. The abilities of the strange are varied and bizarre. Not all enemies can be dealt with by brute force. Li Weigua took out a map from the scroll and spread it on the hood. It's about 60 kilometers from Wugong County to Qingshan Town. If the road conditions are good, we can make it in 2 to 3 hours. We will depart this afternoon and aim to reach the outskirts of Qingshan Town before dark. Everyone nodded in understanding. They currently only had one SUV, which, while able to squeeze 7 people after space expansion, was still not very convenient. Although Wugong County had been devastated by spiders, many abandoned vehicles remained on the streets, and they could always find something usable. Wang Chong jumped up first, grinning. I want an SUV. With your build, you should be driving a truck, Li Yushi muttered quietly, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Wang Chong pretended not to hear. The group found a suitable vehicle on a street in the southern part of the county. It was a black SUV in good condition with more than half a tank of gas. Li Weigua bent down to check it over, and aside from some deflated tires, everything else was fine. Let's go. The SUV controlled by Xiao Ling followed another SUV driven by Wang Chang. The two vehicles drove out of Wugong County heading west along the provincial road. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from the ruins of the city to desolate fields. The fields were overgrown with withered yellow weeds that rustled in the wind. Occasionally, a few collapsed farmhouses could be seen, their rooftops covered in shattered tiles revealing empty beams inside. An hour later, the mountains began to multiply on both sides of the provincial road. First were some low hills covered with sparse shrubs. Then came increasingly taller peaks rolling endlessly, stretching as far as the eye could see. We're almost there. Li Weigua glanced at the map and then looked up at the distance. Qingshan Town is right at the foot of that mountain ahead. Qingshan Town was much smaller than they had imagined. From a distance, the town nestled in a narrow valley, as if squeezed between the mountains on either side. Looking down from above, the town was eerily silent. Li Weigua took out binoculars and observed for a while before putting them down, and saying, on the surface, it seems there aren't many corpse monsters, probably around 70 or 80. The two vehicles stopped on a high ground southeast of Qingshan Town. The view here was very open, allowing them to see the entire layout of Qingshan Town. Li Weigua immediately began to set up a barrier formation after getting out of the car. A transparent dome slowly unfolded, enveloping a 50-meter radius. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi started preparing dinner. The supplies scavenged from Wugong County made tonight's dinner especially lavish: braised pork, canned with potatoes, stir-fried bacon, with vegetables, steaming white rice, and a few bottles of orange. The aroma of food wafted through the air, and even the usually silent Lin Mo couldn't help but glance twice. Now this is a meal fit for humans, Wang Chang sighed with appreciation, holding his bowl and shoveling rice into his mouth. Li Yuxi poured everyone a drink. The orange juice in the cups bubbled with. The seven gathered around the campfire, eating and chatting. Tomorrow we'll finish clearing Qingshan Town, and the day after we'll enter the Qinling Mountains. Li Weigua put down his bowl, his voice more serious than usual, carrying a hint of unnoticeable gravitas. The situation in the Qinling Mountains is much more complex than outside. There are various types of strangeness and higher levels. We must be mentally prepared and cannot afford to be. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. Wang Chang also replied seriously with an mm. Nightfall completely enveloped the surroundings, and the blood moon rose to its zenith. The dark red moonlight blanketed the earth, casting an ominous hue over the entire world. In the distant valley, low mournful howls occasionally echoed, as if something lurked. Lin Mo returned to his spot and sank his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 1420. 1. The system allowed for 14 lottery draws. Energy points 1420. 120. 1. The system notification sounded repeatedly. Congratulations, you have drawn a white attribute solid. Congratulations, you have drawn a white attribute piercing. Congratulations, you have drawn a green attribute ice. Congratulations, you have drawn a purple attribute space expansion. 10 white, 3 green, 1 purple. Nothing particularly remarkable. Lin Mo silently closed the panel, closed his eyes, and began to rest. He needed to keep his energy up for the clearing of Qingshan Town tomorrow. In the deep of night, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, awakened by the roar of engines. Not just one, but many. The group quickly got out of the car. Lin Mo approached the edge of the high ground, his gaze piercing through the darkness towards the source of the sound. A convoy is coming. To the southeast, lights began to glow. They were headlights, not just one or two, but a dozen or more. The lights flickered in the night like a swarm of fireflies dancing in the darkness. However, the trajectory of the convoy was highly irregular, chaotic. The lights shook violently, resembling a herd of frightened beasts in a wild dash. They are fleeing. Wang Qingyan stood beside Lin Mo, her voice calm, but her tone resolute. And they are being chased by something. Lin Mo raised his binoculars, looking in the direction of the convoy. The night vision feature allowed him to see clearly a dozen vehicles of various types. Pickup trucks, vans, SUVs, and even a few motorcycles and bicycles. The vehicles were caked with mud and dried blood, some windows shattered, some doors bent, and on some roofs were bulging luggage tied down. The cars were packed with people, young and old, all wearing expressions of terror. Following closely behind the convoy was a swarm of dark shadows. They were at least dozens of them, moving at an incredible speed, fiercely biting at the tail of the convoy. Among them, one was distinctly different from the others. Its size was a circle larger than an ordinary corpse, standing over 2 meters tall, its body thin and elongated like a human-shaped bamboo pole. Its arms were no longer normal, but 2 massive bone blades extending straight from its shoulders to its knees, glinting with a ghastly cold light in the moonlight. Its speed far surpassed that of its kind, each leap covering 5 or 6 meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground with its bone blades. There's a mutated one. Lin Mo lowered his binoculars. Li Weigua had also seen it. His expression was grim, not out of fear of the mutated corpse, but because the convoy was heading straight towards their location. They want to lure the corpses over here, Li Weiguo said through gritted teeth. Lin Mo remained silent, his eyes narrowing. The convoy must have seen the transparent barrier on the high ground. Although the barrier was transparent, the faint glow of the isolation formation could still be seen under the blood moon. They knew there were people here at camp and a presence that could share the firepower. Lin Mo, what do you think they will do? Li Yuqing approached him, speaking softly. Lin Mo gazed at the approaching convoy, his expression growing colder. I'm not sure, but I only know that they've brought trouble with them. The convoy drew closer. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. They could already make out the faint barrier on the high ground. At the front of the convoy was a modified off-road vehicle, several fuel barrels strapped to the roof. The convoy arrived at the barrier. The driver yanked the steering wheel sharply, the off-road vehicle carving an arc to avoid the national road and heading towards the camp. The vehicles behind followed the lead vehicle's path one after another, all veering off the national road. Then they circled the barrier before returning to the national road, driving off into the distance. The roar of the engines faded away and the headlights shrank into tiny dots, disappearing at the end of the provincial road. But the corpses did not follow them. When the corpses reached the vicinity of the high ground, they caught up with those who were slower, those riding bicycles, motorcycles, or even running on. Unable to keep up with the speed of the convoy, they were left behind. Upon seeing the transparent barrier on the high ground, hope lit up in their eyes. They rushed straight towards the barrier, shouting as they ran, "Help! Save us!" Lin Mo stood at the edge of the barrier, watching the people rushing towards them. He saw clearly those people were being followed by dozens of corpses, including the mutated one. They lured the corpses to someone else's camp, hoping others would shield them so they could escape. Self-inflicted misfortune cannot be lived through, Li Yuqing said quietly, standing beside him, her tone devoid of sympathy. The people reached the edge of the barrier. They did not stop, but charged straight in. The barrier had no defensive capabilities. This was its only weakness. It could isolate breath, but not defend. Dozens of people and corpses surged into the barrier. Upon entering the camp, they did not flee, but lunged at Lin Mo and the others, attempting to draw the corpses closer to them. "Save me. Please save me." A middle-aged man lunged towards Lin Mo, followed by 3 corpses. His eyes were filled with terror, yet within that fear was a hint of relief. Lin Mo gave him no chance. He raised his right hand. A silver-white lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck down from the void, directly hitting the middle-aged man and the 3 corpses. In the instant the lightning struck, arcs of electricity leaped across the ground. The middle-aged man convulsed violently before crashing to the ground, his body charred black. The 3 corpses were directly turned to ashes. If you want to survive, it's possible. Lin Mo glanced at those who were still screaming and running. But if you want to exchange someone else's life for your own, then be prepared for death. No one dared to approach them again. Those people finally realized that the individuals within the barrier were not saviors, but rather a presence more terrifying than the corpses. Li Yuqing remained silent. She stood beside Lin Mo, gripping the black flame blade, the black flames silently burning on the blade. The chaos inside the barrier lasted less than 3 minutes before it subsided. Half of those who had entered the barrier died not at the hands of the corpses, but by Lin Mo and his companions. The remaining survivors learned their lesson, no longer rushing towards Lin Mo, but huddling in the corners of the barrier, too afraid to move. The corpses began to turn towards Lin Mo and the others. The mutated corpse with pure black eyes devoid of white fixed its gaze intensely on Lin Mo. It moved. Its speed was absurdly fast. The bone blade tore through the air, producing a sharp sound as it aimed for Lin Mo's throat. Lin Mo stood still, not dodging. He didn't even draw his sword. Raising his right hand, he concentrated his thoughts. A silver-white lightning bolt thicker than before struck down from the void, directly hitting the head of the mutated corpse. The lightning struck the bone blade and electric arcs spread throughout its body. It convulsed violently, its bones exploding from the extreme heat, black bodily fluids gushing. One strike. Directly dead. Energy point 50. The system notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind. The remaining ordinary corpses were even less significant. One strike. Directly dead. Energy point 50. The system notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind. The remaining Lin Mo did not look at them. He turned around and walked back to the fire pit. The firewood was still burning, the orange flames swaying in the night. The expressions of those who had rushed into the barrier, their pleading faces, their fleeing postures. The scheming look on their faces when they tried to lure the corpses towards them made him feel the ugliness of humanity in the apocalypse even more. Lin Mo did not look at them. He turned around and walked back to the fire pit. The firewood was still burning, the orange flames swaying in the night breeze, helping them eliminate the corpses. After all, they were all human, and lending a hand was something he could do. But they wanted to shift the blame onto others. They had miscalculated. At this moment, Li Weiguo was re-establishing the isolation formation. As he approached, he looked at the survivors and asked, "What should we do with them? Kill them? Let him live for now? See if we can extract useful information." Lin Mo approached the group of survivors, crouched down before them, and met their eyes levelly. "And speak. Where do you come from? What is the status of your convoy?" The survivors exchanged glances, silent, hesitant. And Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. And he raised his right hand. A bolt of silvery white lightning tore through the void, striking the ground less than half a meter before the survivors with surgical precision. And boom. Soil exploded outward, shards of stone scattered violently. Arcs of electricity danced and crackled across the scorched earth, emitting sharp, grating snaps. The survivors paled instantly. Some shrieked, others scrambled backward in blind panic, while one collapsed outright onto the ground, paralyzed by terror. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." A middle-aged man in a gray jacket broke first. And he dropped to his knees, palms pressed flat against the dirt, voice trembling on the edge of tears, shouting more than speaking. "We're from Hu City. Our convoy is the Fairness Convoy." And Lin Mo did not press him, only watched, calm and unmoving. The man swallowed hard, steadying his breath before continuing in fractured sentences. "Our convoy has two sequence awakeners, one named Lu Feng of the Symbiosis sequence, the other Zhang Qi of the Demon sequence, in Symbiosis sequence." Lin Mo repeated the unfamiliar term. "And I don't truly understand its abilities," the man whispered, voice shaking. "But I've seen it. I've seen Lu Feng devour people." And he lowered his voice to a near-silent rasp, as though fearing something unseen might hear those two words. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive. "And devour people, in eyes." The man's face had gone paper white. A woman nearby began sobbing softly. And Lin Mo's gaze swept over the rest. "Who else knows something?" A young woman spoke up. "Zhang Qi, the Demon sequence awakener. He torments people for amusement. One of our members angered him and was tortured alive for 3 days before dying. And every time we scavenge supplies, we must surrender half," added a frail, elder voice, quavering. "Moreover, whenever we encounter places suspected of anomaly, we're always sent ahead to scout." "And what happens if the scouts die?" Lin Mo asked. And the elder's voice sank lower still. "They just die." Na Youth suddenly erupted, voice thick with long-suppressed fury. "They don't see us as human beings at all. We're expendable, cannon fodder. Living tools for probing danger." Ni's voice cracked, his eyes burned red. Lin Mo rose and turned away without another glance at the survivors, returning instead to his own group. And 6 figures gathered around him. And he recounted concisely what he'd learned. Symbiosis sequence. Lu Feng consumes humans, abilities unknown. In Demon sequence. Zhang Qi derives pleasure from torture, abilities unknown. In ordinary survivors, disposable scouts, living instruments stripped of personhood. Wang Chang's face darkened. And though rough-hewn and unflinching in combat, the act of cannibalism crossed an absolute line for him. He ground his teeth, the words forced up from deep within his throat. Such beings should not draw breath. Enli Weigua had heard Lin Mo's summary. "What will you do?" And Lin Mo gave no answer, only turned and walked back toward the survivors. Ni's gaze moved slowly across a dozen faces, finally settling upon a youth barely in his early 20s. The youth was gaunt as bamboo. Bruises bloomed across his face, his left eye swollen, nearly shut, dried blood crusted at the corner of his mouth. Ni's tattered clothes gaped open, revealing skin mottled with contusions and burned scars. "Come here," Lin Mo said. And the youth stiffened visibly. And after 2 seconds of hesitation, he clenched his jaw, stood, and limped forward, unsteady on his feet. Lin Mo extended his hand and placed it firmly on the youth's shoulder. And with a subtle shift of intent, in white, trait bronze skin, iron bone, activated. A surge of energy flowed from Lin Mo's palm into the youth's body. The youth's body locked rigid, his pupils dilated sharply. A faint metallic sheen shimmered across his skin, his bones clicked softly, muscles beneath his flesh twitched and coiled like waking serpents. It felt as though fire had ignited within his marrow, burning upward, searing every layer of flesh until it reached the surface. In pain, but beyond pain, a raw, surging power unlike anything he'd ever known. He stared down at his hands, and he clenched his fists. The knuckles snapped crisply. "And I've awakened. I've awakened my sequence. I'm a sequence transcendent." Ni's voice trembled, his eyes flooded with sudden, overwhelming joy. And he whirled toward the other survivors, shouting, ecstasy bursting from every syllable. The survivors stared, mouths agape, some rising shakily to their feet, others blinking as if light had rekindled behind their eyes. Did he truly awaken? And he's become a sequence transcendent, and then, does that mean? In trembling with exhilaration, the youth turned back to Lin Mo, lips parting, repeatedly desperate to utter gratitude. Then he felt it, the power receding, siphoned away by an invisible hand. And the metallic luster faded from his skin, a strength bled out like water. In mere seconds his hands returned to what they were, thin, pale, scarred. Ni's fingers curled, but the crisp, resonant snap of bone was gone. "What did you do, eh?" Ni's voice shifted, from elation to shock, then to rage. "Was it you, eh? Give back my power, give it back now." And he lunged at Lin Mo, hands clawing forward. And Lin Mo did not move. A silvery white lightning bolt descended, incinerating the youth into blackened ash. and more bolts followed, erasing the entire group of survivors without hesitation. Their fate had been sealed the moment they lured the corpse phantom into the barrier. And Lin Mo had kept them alive solely for experimentation. Now he had his answer. And he returned to the firelight and glanced at the 6 waiting figures. Null watched him. No fear, no revulsion, no doubt in their eyes. Lin Mo suddenly asked, "Shouldn't someone say how cruel you are, right about now?" And the 6 exchanged glances. Then in perfect unison they laughed. And Wang Chong spoke first, flashing white teeth. "Lin Mo, do you take us for saints? Some wide-eyed naive do-gooder?" And he spat contemptuously. "Please, look at us. Do we look pure? Do we look foolish?" Wang Qingyan leaned against the car hood, laughter rippling across her chest. And Li Wei stepped beside Lin Mo and clapped his shoulder. "In this world mercy breeds only ruin." And Lin Mo looked at them and smiled. A genuine, unguarded smile. As the old saying goes, better a godlike foe than an idiotic ally. And it seemed his allies were anything but. At that moment Li Wei withdrew 2 objects from his coat, the Oath Codex and Scroll No. 299. Lin Mo, and Li Wei spoke softly, but each word carried solemn weight. "And the 7 of us have supported one another this far. Deep down we all know, we wouldn't be here without you." He extended the codex and scroll toward Lin Mo. "And Lin Mo, you lead us from now on." And Wang Chong stepped beside Li Wei and nodded. "So do I," said Wang Qingyan, stepping forward. And Li Yuqing and Li Yushi exchanged a glance, then stepped forward together. "We agree too." And Lu Yang joined them, youthful face earnest. "Brother Mo, if not for you I'd be nothing today." The 7 formed a circle, Lin Mo standing at its center. And Li Wei held the codex and scroll out once more. "This is our unanimous decision. Please accept them." Lin Mo stared at the Oath Codex and scroll before him, momentarily stunned. In truth be told, in his past life, he'd been little more than a 996 laborer, chased daily by KPIs, fed hollow promises by bosses, hounded for rent by landlords. So why did this sudden gesture stir something warm and unfamiliar in his chest? And he lifted his gaze, sweeping slowly across the 6 faces before him. He cleared his throat, deliberately adopting a careless, nonchalant tone. "What's to stop me from selling you all?" And Wang Qingyan laughed. Wang Chong chuckled beside her. And when the laughter faded, all 6 faces hardened, serious, resolute. Li Wei extended the artifacts again, voice grave. "Lin Mo, take them. This is our collective decision." Lin Mo paused, silent for several heartbeats, then reached out and accepted both the Oath Codex and Scroll No. 299. And Li Wei meticulously rechecked the isolation formation, confirming its integrity. The group settled into rest. Lin Mo opened his eyes to find Li Yuqing already preparing breakfast. The fire crackled and the water in the iron pot had boiled. She skillfully broke the noodles into pieces and tossed them in. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the morning air. Wang Chong emerged from the car and leaned closer to the fire, taking a deep sniff. "Noodles." Wang Chong crouched down, rubbing his hands together, staring eagerly at the boiling noodles in the pot. Lin Mo also woke up. He sat up, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. 7 people sat around the fire, slurping their noodles. No one spoke, only the sound of noodles being slurped echoed. Wang Chong had 3 bowls in a row, finally letting out a loud burp, patting his belly with satisfaction. Comfortable. The others finished cleaning the bowls and extinguished the remaining fire. Li Wei spread the map on the engine cover, tracing a line with his finger. "The Fairness team went west last night along the provincial road. They should be able to reach here." His fingertip pointed at a small dot marked with a place name. Qingshi. It was an extremely small location, depicted on the map only as a tiny circle with a dashed line, without even the specific road marked, surrounded entirely by contour lines indicating mountainous terrain. "What kind of place is Qingshi?" Lin Mo asked. Li Wei glanced at the map. "It's a quarry. It's a suitable camping spot. If they didn't rush through the night, they likely stayed at Qing." "Then let's set off now." Wang Chong was already seated in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel. "Let's go." The 2 off-road vehicles drove out of the high ground, heading west along the provincial. "We're almost there." Li Wei glanced at the map. About 20 minutes later, Wang Chong hit the brakes at a fork in the road. To the right of the provincial road extended a gravel path, the surface pitted from vehicle tires, overgrown with waist-high wild grass on both sides. A wooden sign at the intersection had the words "Qingshi," almost faded beyond recognition. Wang Chong slowed down. The wheels crunched over the gravel, making a squeaking sound. The gravel path was narrow, barely wide enough for a single vehicle, with steep slopes on either side covered in shrubs and weeds, punctuated by irregular depressions and potholes. These were the remnants left from years of quarrying, now overgrown with wild grass resembling scars on the earth. Lin Mo continuously observed the surrounding terrain. The road sloped high on both sides and dipped in the middle, indeed a defensible position. At the end of the gravel path lay a relatively flat clearing. 3 vehicles were parked in the clearing, with a few tents set up nearby. The tent fabric was tattered, flapping weakly in the morning wind. To the north of the clearing stood several dilapidated sheds. The walls were made of red bricks topped with asbestos tiles with the surface peeling to reveal the gray, dusty cement underneath. Several pieces of asbestos tiles were broken, exposing the dark space inside like a mouth missing teeth. In front of the shed was a pile of extinguished campfire ashes. Two people stood at the entrance of the shed. One was a young man in a black leather jacket, thin and wiry, with high cheekbones, sunken eyes, and skin that clung to his bones like dry bark. The other was a bald, muscular man standing over 6 feet tall, his entire body rippling with muscle. His neck was almost as thick as his head, with veins bulging like worms on either side of his temples. Both men turned to look at the off-road vehicle approaching from the end of the gravel path. Lin Mo instructed Wang Chong to park at the edge of the clearing about 30 meters from the two men. Everyone got out of the vehicle. The bald man scanned Lin Mo's group, his eyes lighting up noticeably when he saw the 3 women, Li Yuqing, Wang Qingyan, and Li Yuxi. But he quickly suppressed that glimmer, exchanging a glance with the young man beside him. They were not fools. They understood that this group must be from last night's camp. The bald man took a couple of steps forward, forcing a smile on his face. He clasped his hands together, saying, "Brothers, we truly apologize for last night. The zombies came too suddenly. We had no choice. This was indeed inappropriate on our part." As he spoke, he turned his head to glare at the young man beside him. "Zhang Qi, why aren't you getting a cigarette for the brothers to apologize?" The young man named Zhang Qi hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked into the nearest shed, quickly emerging with a pack of Farong Wang cigarettes. Zhang Qi approached Lin Mo with the cigarettes. The bald man stepped forward as well, still speaking politely. "Brother, you see, we truly apologize. Please be understanding." He hadn't finished his sentence. Just as Zhang Qi was within 5 steps of Lin Mo, and the bald man was within 10 steps, both moved simultaneously. Zhang Qi slammed the cigarette box towards Lin Mo's face, his right hand drawing a dagger from his waist, the cold glint flashing as it aimed straight for Lin Mo's throat. The bald man was even more direct, launching himself forward like a charging rhinoceros. "Attack together," he bellowed. Suddenly 7 or 8 people emerged from behind the shed, and several abandoned cars wielding machete, steel pipes, and makeshift weapons, shouting as they rushed over. They had clearly been lying in wait, waiting for Lin Mo and his group to enter the encirclement. Lin Mo observed this, seeing a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not out of contempt for their ruthlessness, but mocking their clumsy ploy, did they really expect him to lower his guard for a cigarette? He had come today to eliminate future. Lin Mo tilted his head to dodge the flying cigarette box. Then with a thought, he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. 9 bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels descended from the sky, striking each of the rushing attackers. Zhang Qi's dagger halted just 3 inches from Lin Mo's throat. His hand remained in the thrusting position, but he had already turned into a charred corpse. The bald man didn't even have time to scream. His towering body collapsed with a thunderous crash, crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of black ashes. None of the other 8 escaped. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The clearing fell silent. The air was filled with a burnt smell mixed with the stench of charred flesh. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, his expression calm, as if he had just completed a trivial task. "Qingyan," he said softly. "Understood." Wang Qingyan stepped forward, raising her hands. A dark red glow emanated from her palms, as orange fireballs flew from her hands, precisely landing on each charred corpse. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 had turned to ash. The wind blew, carrying the ashes, scattering them among the gravel and wild grass. Lin Mo had read so many novels in his past life. In those novels, the protagonist killed without handling the bodies, resulting in a heap of troubles coming their way. He, on the other hand, feared trouble the most. "Search around and see what can be used." The 7 dispersed and began searching. Wang Chong was the first to discover something useful. He poked his head out from behind a modified off-road vehicle, holding up 3 black walkie-talkies. "Lin Gu, guess what I found?" Lin Mo took a look. The walkie-talkies were military-grade with slight wear on the exterior, but well-maintained, and the batteries were still full. The channels had been preset, covering a range of about 10 kilometers. Li Weiguo shouted from a corner of the shed, "There's also this." Lin Mo walked over and saw a military radio. It was a gray-green rectangular box weighing about 20 pounds with an antenna and headphones on the side, multiple knobs, and displays on top. This device's communication range far exceeded that of the walkie-talkies. If powered adequately, it could even connect signals from hundreds of kilometers away. Where did they get such high-end stuff? Wang Chong squatted down, curiously tapping the radio's exterior. Li Yuqing found a solar charging panel in the trunk of another vehicle. The panel was small, folding up like a small suitcase. When unfolded, it spanned about 2 square meters with dark blue photovoltaic cells and some scratches along the edges, but it was functional. "This can still be used," Li Yuqing said happily. The other items were mostly common supplies: several boxes of expired compressed biscuits, some random tools, a few barrels of gasoline, and 2 cases of bottled water. There were also a few pieces of women's clothing. Most of the items were useless, but Lin Mo still collected them all into the scroll. "Let's go." Lin Mo turned and walked towards the off-road vehicle. The two vehicles revved up, changing direction to return along the gravel path. Wang Chong drove humming a tune in high spirits. At the end of the gravel path, the provincial road reappeared in view. Wang Chong pressed down on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle kicking up a cloud of dust as they drove towards Qingshan town. In the distance, the Qinling Mountains loomed on the horizon, their continuous peaks forming a colossal barrier that starkly divided the heavens and the earth. Qingshan town nestled at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. Ahead lies Qingshan town, Li Weiguo said, holding the walkie-talkie, glancing at the map before looking up. Lin Mo gazed through the glass, the outline of Qingshan town becoming vaguely visible. The town was small, tucked away in the valley, flanked tightly by steep mountains on either side. 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived not far from the town's entrance. Wang Chong pressed the brake and two off-road vehicles came to a stop on the open ground out. Everyone got out of the vehicles and looked towards the entrance of the town. The entrance was blocked with dozens of abandoned cars haphazardly piled together. A replica ancient gate tower stood at the entrance, adorned with green bricks and gray tiles, its eaves curling upwards. In the center of the gate tower hung an octagonal bronze mirror, its reflective surface facing outward. "Uncle Li, can you see anything?" Lin Mo retracted his gaze and turned to Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo stepped forward, standing at the town's entrance, gazing into the town. After a few seconds, he replied, "The concentration of ominous energy is not high, significantly lower than that of Wugong County." Lin Mo pondered for a moment after hearing this. Yuqing summoned the shadow servants to scout ahead. Li Yuqing nodded and raised her right hand. In the next second, 15 dark, humanoid silhouettes rose silently from the shadow beneath her feet, standing before her. "Go!" Li Yuqing pointed towards the town. The 15 shadows instantly vanished into the darkness at the town's entrance. Li Yuqing sensed the situation within the town through the shadow servants. The servants traversed the town's entrance street, flanked by low shops and residences, most doors and windows tightly shut, with only dozens of corpse monsters wandering the streets. After listening to Li Yuqing's description, Lin Mo approached a nearby abandoned car, placing his hand on its surface. Activating his ability, the metal from the wrecked car stripped away and gathered into a metallic sphere in Lin Mo's hand. Subsequently, Lin Mo replicated the process, and in less than 5 minutes, all the abandoned cars had vanished. Lin Mo looked at the others and said, "Be cautious once we enter the town, as something feels off. If anything goes wrong, we withdraw immediately." The 7 entered Qingshan town. As they walked more than 10 meters into the town, in an instant the entire world changed. The originally gray sky transformed into black. "What is this?" Li Yuqing's voice echoed. Lin Mo's heart sank. Another anomaly had occurred. An unknown anomaly. "Backtrack." His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. The 7 turned simultaneously and walked back towards the town entrance. The town entrance was just ahead, less than 10 meters away. Yet no matter how they walked, the distance did not shorten. A barrier, or perhaps an anomalous domain. Li Weiguo halted his. Lin Mo also stopped. He turned to gaze deeper into the town, his eyes piercing through the black and white main street towards the center of Qingshan town. "It seems something doesn't want us to leave. Let's go meet it." The 7 gripped their weapons and advanced along the main street towards the town center. The buildings on either side grew denser. "Uncle Li, can you discern anything?" Lin Mo asked as they walked. Li Weiguo surveyed the surroundings. "Aside from the sky, it looks just as I observed before." Lin Mo did not ask further, growing increasingly vigilant. Qingshan town was not large. The main street spanned barely 800 meters. After about 10 minutes, they reached the town center's intersection. At the center of the intersection stood a small circular square with a flagpole in the middle, the national flag hanging limply in the still air. Surrounding the square were several 3-story buildings, likely the town hall or similar establishments before the apocalypse. "Corpse monsters are coming," Li Yuqing suddenly spoke up. As soon as she finished speaking, shadows surged from the alleys on both sides of the street. They emerged from the shadows between the buildings, entirely black, hunched over, their eyes fixed intently on the 7 individuals in the square. Lin Mo quickly scanned the area. 15 at most 20. He focused his thoughts. A bolt of silver lightning struck down from the void, hitting the 3 foremost corpse monsters. Boom. The arcs of electricity leapt across the ground as the 3 corpse monsters convulsed, their bodies charred before collapsing to the ground. The remaining corpse monsters did not retreat and continued to pounce towards them. Wang Chong stepped forward to the front of the group, sweeping his massive tang knife, severing 3 corpse monsters in half, their black blood splattering everywhere. Li Yuqing unsheathed her black flame blade, the black flames silently igniting along the blade, each swing reducing a corpse monster. In less than 2 minutes, all 20 corpse monsters were eliminated. Lin Mo stood in place, but his brow furrowed even more. There were no system notifications. This felt very wrong. He looked down at the charred remains on the ground. An illusion? No, that can't be. If it were an illusion, these corpse monsters were too weak. Illusory anomalies usually do not use such low-level monsters to trap their prey. They are more adept at weaving convincing scenarios that lead one unknowingly into traps. Moreover, the remains on the ground felt too real. The burnt smell and the viscosity of the black blood did not seem like mere illusions. Everyone be careful. The seven continued to advance along the main street. After less than 100 meters, a second wave of corpse monsters appeared. This time it was not 20. It was several hundred. They surged towards the central square like a tide from all directions. Their murky eyes glimmered with a dark red light in the darkness, releasing low, guttural growls from their throats. Damn, there are really a lot of these things. Wang Chong cursed, his figure swelling to 4 meters tall once again. The giant tang knife in his hand slightly enlarged, the blade exceeding 3 meters, reflecting a cold light in the black and white world. He swung his knife horizontally. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whoosh. The first several corpse monsters were violently bisected, their black blood erupting. At the same moment, Li Yuqi raised the holy light staff. A milky white glow surged from the top of the staff, transforming into beams of light that fell upon the group. Holy light blessing. Holy light protection. A milky white glow manifested on the weapons of the seven, enveloping them in a layer of semi-transparent milky light. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Wang Chong stood at the forefront, his 4-meter-tall figure resembling a moving fortress. The giant tang knife in his hand spun into a silver light wheel. With each swing, dozens of corpse monsters fell. Li Yuqing's more than 20 shadow servants emerged from the shadows, pouncing on the horde of corpse monsters. These shadow servants had no physical form, but their hands could tear through the bodies of corpse monsters, each strike creating a cloud of black blood mist. Liu Yang brandished the corpse explosion staff, commanding a dozen corpse monster bodies to shield the side of the group. Under the effect of corpse enhancement, these bodies exceeded their previous speed and strength, effectively holding back the side's corpse monsters. Wang Qingyan stood slightly behind the center of the group, continuously raising her hands, launching fireballs from her palms that exploded in the densest areas of the orange flames were particularly striking in the black and white world, each fireball capable of taking down 7 or 8 corpse monsters. Lin Mo stood in place. Bolts of silver lightning struck down from the void, precisely landing in the areas most crowded with corpse monsters. His energized trait allowed his mental energy to recover at an incredibly rapid pace, nearly achieving a lightning strike every second. Hundreds of corpse monsters were cleared in less than 10 minutes. The square was littered with the remains of corpse monsters, black blood flowing in streams along the ground's crevices. The mingled scents of burnt flesh and blood were overwhelming. Lin Mo frowned tightly. Still no system notifications. Lin Mo. Li Weiguo's voice rang out from behind, laced with urgency. They're back. Lin Mo lifted his gaze. This time they were not corpse specters, but spiders. A teeming tide of human-faced spiders surged in from the southern edge of the town, each as large as a wash basin. Jet black in hue, their abdomens bore white markings that coalesced into grotesque, twisted human faces, identical to those seen in Wugong County. What in the world is happening? Wang Chong's voice cracked with disbelief. Aren't these the same spiders from Wugong County? Does this place have its own nest too? He wiped black blood from his face and leveled his massive tang sword across his chest. Lin Mo watched the surging swarm, and a sudden chilling hypothesis flashed through his mind. These are all monsters we've encountered before. What did you say? Wang Qingyan turned sharply, her expression clouded with confusion, but there was no time for discussion. The spider horde had already closed to within 50 meters. Stay sharp. Qingyan, wide area assault. Liu Yang Yuqing, send your summons forward. Wang Qingyan stepped forward twice and raised her right hand. In the monochrome sky, a patch of tangerine-red light ignited, growing ever brighter. Fire rain technique. Countless fist-sized fireballs rained down from midair, blanketing everything within a 40-meter radius. Each fireball detonated upon impact, bursting into blossoms of tangerine flame. The spiders vaporized instantly under searing heat. One volley eradicated over 100, yet more poured in from behind. Unrelenting, endless. Lin Mo held nothing back. He channeled his spiritual energy and raised his right hand high above his head. 10,000 thunder summoning. Silver-white lightning bolts, each as thick as a water barrel, shattered the void and crashed downward. Dense arcs of electricity leapt and spread across the ground like a vast shimmering net, enveloping all around. Wherever the thunder struck, spiders carbonized instantly and collapsed lifeless. Li Yuqing joined the fray, her black flame blade unsheathed, its blade wreathed in silent obsidian fire. Any spider touched by it crumbled into ash. The battle raged for a full hour. Wave after wave of spiders surged forward, far greater in number than those encircling Wugong County. The 7 fighters' spiritual energy and physical stamina drained rapidly under such relentless strain. Wang Chong's movements slowed, his mighty tang sword no longer swung with its initial ferocity or power. Wang Qingyan's face had paled, and the frequency of her fireballs dropped markedly. Li Yuqi's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. Lin Mo, think of something fast. Wang Chong shouted from the front, voice edged with desperation. At this rate we'll be worn down to death. Lin Mo's mind raced. Their attack pattern's anatomical features, all matched perfectly with those encountered in Wugong County and other villages. Yet the system awarded no energy points. What did that mean? These were not true specters. They were replicas, illusions, manifestations somehow recreated by some unseen force. Li Weiguo remained stationed at the center of the formation, abstaining from direct combat. He fully activated his Feng Shui master sequence, scrutinizing every subtle fluctuation in the surroundings. Lin Mo, the specter essence rises from their corpses, ascending upward. Which direction? Li Weiguo tilted his head skyward. There. Above us, exactly 100 meters. Lin Mo followed his finger and saw only empty air. Yet he trusted Li Weiguo's perception implicitly. With a single thought, a silver-white lightning bolt, barrel-thick, lanced from the void and struck precisely at that point. Boom. At the moment of impact, that sliver of space rippled faintly, like still water disturbed by a pebble, then stilled once more. But Lin Mo had seen it. We found it. He held nothing back now, channeling his entire reservoir of spiritual energy. A colossal lightning column, over 3 meters wide, pierced the heavens and slammed unerringly into the void at 100 meters. The instant it struck, a crisp, crystalline shatter echoed across the air, crack, and that segment of space fractured like a mirror. Then a mirror materialized. Lin Mo recognized it instantly, the Bagua mirror that hung above the town's main gate. As the mirror appeared, the surrounding black-and-white world dissolved, as if erased by an invisible hand, restoring itself to a muted gray-white. Lin Mo exhaled deep. Before he could speak further, the Bagua mirror flared brilliantly. A dense, viscous black radiance welled from its surface, thick as ink, coalescing in midair. When the darkness receded, 9 shadowy figures emerged above the mirror's surface. At the far left stood a jet-black Buddha, its form mirroring the golden Buddha of Qingshan. At the far right loomed a colossal spider. Between them floated 7 humanoid silhouettes, exact duplicates of Lin Mo and his 6 companions, as though carved from the same mold. The sole distinction, these 7 figures were utterly black, exuding a palpable, suffocating aura of unnatural dread. Are we really that honored? Wang Chong bellowed. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. A golden Buddha, a giant spider, 7 perfect pitch-black copies of themselves. Such treatment were Fall back now. Lin Mo didn't hesitate a second. Everyone retreat. Summons hold the rear. Move. All 7 spun on their heels and sprinted toward the town's entrance. Behind them the shadows stirred. 7 inky figures glided forward, silent, swift, beyond reckoning. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and swept his massive tang sword horizontally, striking the lead figure Heaton. The blade passed straight through the shadow. No resistance, no substance, like cleaving empty air. Yet the shadow raised its hand and struck Wang Chong squarely in the chest. Thud! Wang Chong flew backward, tumbling twice across the ground. Only his recoil-resistant armor absorbed half the blow. Otherwise the strike would have left him grievously wounded. Physical attacks are useless. Wang Chong scrambled upright, his voice edged with unprecedented urgency. Lin Mo's mind raced anew. If brute force failed, then elemental force must be tried. He raised his right hand, and lightning split the air, striking the foremost shadow. At impact the shadow recoiled slightly, its speed faltering, and the dark mist swirling around it thinned perceptibly. Elemental attacks worked. Lin Mo ran, glancing back repeatedly, to unleash controlled lightning strikes, slowing the pursuing shadows. His innate trait, spirit abundance, proved invaluable now. His spiritual energy regenerated just barely fast enough to keep pace with consumption. Others weren't so fortunate. Wang Qingyin's reserves were nearly depleted, her fireballs grew weaker with each cast. Li Yushi fared little better. Get in now, Lin Mo roared. The 7 stumbled into the 2 SUVs. Before the doors fully shut, Xiao Ling revved the engine, tires screeching, leaving twin black skid marks. Get in now, Lin Mo roared. The 7 stumbled into the 2 SUVs. Before the doors fully shut, Xiao Ling revved the engine, tires screeching, leaving twin black skid marks, as the vehicle shot forward. Behind them the 7 black figures reached the town gate, and halted. They stood motionless at the threshold, hollow black eyes fixed upon the fleeing SUVs, growing ever smaller. The Bagua mirror hovered midair, its surface pulsing with deep, oppressive black radiance, then vanished. The shadows dissolved. The town settled once more into its quiet, familiar stillness. 2 off-road vehicles sped along the provincial road, kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Mo glanced back through the rearview mirror. The outline of Qingshan town grew smaller and eventually vanished from sight. The shadows did not pursue them. He let out a sigh of relief and leaned back in his seat, only to discover that his shirt was already drenched in cold sweat. What the hell was that thing? Wang Chong's voice crackled through the intercom, tinged with exhaustion and anger after the narrow escape. Did the mirror come to life? Can it replicate us? It should only replicate the body, not have the ability to duplicate sequences. Otherwise we wouldn't have escaped. Li Weiguo paused. Moreover, that mirror not only replicated us, but also the golden Buddha and the giant spider. I suspect. It replicated the peculiarities we encountered in our memories, like the golden Buddha from Qingshan Temple, the giant spider from Wugong County, the corpse monsters, and the spider swarm. All of these were experiences we went through ourselves. The cabin fell silent for a moment. Lin Mo remained quiet, but Li Weiguo's speculation aligned closely with his thoughts. That Bagua mirror had at least 3 abilities. First, it likely has the ability to read memories or reflect the heart. Second, it can create replicas. Third, it can form a barrier or a strange domain. If they hadn't discovered the essence of the mirror in time, they might not have made it out. What do we do now? Wang Chang's voice came through the intercom again. First, find a safe place to stop and check the map, Lin Mo said. The 2 off-road vehicles turned back and drove about 10 kilometers, stopping in a sheltered hollow. The hollow was surrounded by gentle slopes with only a narrow path leading out, making it relatively concealed. Everyone got out of the vehicles. Li Weiguo immediately began to set up a transparent dome slowly unfolded, enveloping an area of 50 meters around them. The 7 of them sat together. Li Weiguo took out a map from his pocket and spread it on the ground. This is the terrain around Qingshan Town. He pointed to the location of Qingshan Town on the map. If we follow the original plan along the provincial road, we must pass through Qingshan Town. We can't take the provincial road anymore. Wang Qingyan shook her head. Then we'll take a detour. Li Weiguo traced an arc on the map from the north side of Qingshan Town. Take this small road, pass through these villages, and then cross the river. That way we can bypass Qingshan Town and return to the provincial road. Lin Mo leaned closer to the map to take a look. The small road was marked in detail, likely a rural road from before the apocalypse, and its condition was certainly not on par with the provincial road. Several villages lay along the way, each a small settlement. Crossing the river is not a problem. Xiao Ling can walk directly on water. The other vehicle can be stored in the scroll, Lin Mo heard Li Weiguo say. The scroll had a storage space of 500 cubic meters, ample enough to fit an off-road vehicle along with supplies. Then it's settled. Lin Mo stood up, making the decision. We will rest here tonight, and set off early tomorrow morning. Night fell. The blood moon rose, casting a dark red light over the land. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi began preparing dinner. The aroma wafted through the barrier formation. The 7 of them gathered around the campfire holding bowls. No one spoke, only the sounds of bowls and chopsticks clinking and chewing echoed. After dinner, the campfire gradually died down. Lin Mo leaned against the hood of the off-road vehicle, gazing up at the blood moon overhead. Today's experiences made him realize one thing: the strange abilities were far more complex than they had imagined. If it weren't for Li Weiguo observing the flow of the strange energy, they might have truly fallen in Qingshan Town today. My strength is still insufficient, Lin Mo muttered to himself. He delved into the system panel. Energy points 90. 1. I still lack energy points, so when will I get some tools? Lin Mo sighed and closed the panel. They needed to set off again tomorrow. He needed to replenish his energy now. Xiao Ling, he called softly. Xiao Ling floated in front of him, tilting her head slightly, as if awaiting orders. Keep watch tonight, awake me at the slightest sound. Yes, master, you can rest assured with me here. Lin Mo adjusted into a relatively comfortable position, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, everyone woke up. After a simple breakfast of compressed biscuits and hot water, they quickly finished their meal. Then they began to follow the route planned the day before. The small road extended from the other end of the hollow, bumpy and uneven. This road was nowhere near comparable to the national highway. The surface was overgrown with wild grass taller than a person, with some sections completely covered by shrubs, leaving only vague tracks of vehicle tread. They passed through several small villages. All were rural self-built houses with red brick walls and cement plaster. The village was eerily quiet, with only the sound of wind whistling through broken windows. A few corpse monsters caught the scent of living humans, letting out low growls as they lunged toward the off-road vehicle. Lin Mo did not get out, but merely rolled down the window and extended his hand. Silver arcs of electricity shot from his palm, accurately piercing the heads of the corpse monsters, which then fell limply to the ground. The convoy continued onward. As they passed one of the villages, Lin Mo noticed a patch of vegetable garden behind it. Although the apocalypse had descended for several months, the radishes and cabbages in the garden were neglected and looked somewhat malnourished. Several people got out and pulled them all up, shaking off the dirt and storing them in the scroll. The convoy soon encountered a river. The river was about 30 meters wide, the current not too swift, but the water was murky, making it hard to gauge its depth. The banks were lined with gravel and mud, with large patches of withered reeds swaying in the wind, sending white reed flowers fluttering like a light snowfall. Lin Mo got out of the vehicle and walked to the riverbank. He took out the scroll and directly stored the off-road vehicle driven by Wang Chang inside. All done. Xiao Ling, let's cross the river. Yes, master. The off-road vehicle's tires pressed onto the water's surface, splashing droplets, but not sinking. The vehicle glided as if on an invisible membrane, steadily moving forward. Everyone inside the vehicle was on high alert. No one spoke, all eyes fixed on the dim river water outside the window. No one knew what lay hidden beneath the water. The river's surface was calm, only disturbed by the vehicle's tires sending ripples that reflected the grayish sky. The off-road vehicle steadily surged up the riverbank. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Lin Mo drove the vehicle to a broad open space by the riverbank, and then released another off-road vehicle from the scroll. They continued along the dirt road beside the river. The dirt road was narrow, barely wide enough for one vehicle, and the surface was riddled with rain-washed ditches, making it quite a chore to drive. After about half an hour, the road began to widen and the potholes lessened. They finally rejoined the national highway. The convoy came to a stop. Everyone got out and walked to an empty spot by the roadside. Li Weiguo unfolded the map. In front of them, the terrain suddenly steepened, with the continuous mountain range resembling a giant dragon spanning between heaven and earth. This was the Qinling. Li Weiguo's finger traced slowly along the national highway. Next we will proceed along the national road, clearing out the ordinary anomalies along the way to convert them into resources for our advancement to sequence 3. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then Li Weiguo rolled up the map and began to set up the formation while the others started to pitch camp, light fires, and prepare food. After dinner, everyone sat together and chatted. It was only when the blood moon rose high overhead that they each returned to rest. Liu Yang's voice came from outside the vehicle, charged with a fervor Lin Mo had never heard before. Lin Mo jolted awake and sat up abruptly. He flung open the door and leapt to the ground. Liu Yang stood outside, face flushed crimson, pointing frantically toward their SUV, his mouth opening and closing several times, yet failing to utter a single word. Wang Chong emerged from the other vehicle, another anomaly at dawn. Then his gaze fell upon Liu Yang's expression. Have you been possessed? Radio, radio. Liu Yang finally managed 2 words. What about the radio? Lin Mo strode swiftly toward the SUV. Xiao Ling hovered above the steering wheel, her tone imbued with an indescribable undercurrent of emotion. Master, that metal box spoke just now. Spoke. Yes. It mentioned a base and 3,000 people. Xiao Ling nodded vigorously, her azure glow pulsing faster than usual. Lin Mo pulled open the door and slid into the SUV. The military-grade radio rested silently on the seat, its gray-green casing gleaming coldly in the morning light. No sound emerged, only the faint, steady hiss of static. Was there someone speaking just now? Lin Mo turned to Liu Yang. Liu Yang had already rushed over and pressed his face against the window, nodding emphatically. Yes, I heard it myself. A man's voice, Xinhua base. Over 3,000 survivors gathered, capable of masking one's aura, rendering them undetectable by... Exactly. Xiao Ling chimed in beside him. Xiao Ling heard it too. That voice said, welcome survivors. Lin Mo remained silent. He leaned back into the seat and stared at the radio for a long while. Xinhua base. 3,000 souls. Aura masking capability. Undetectable by anomalies. Each phrase struck like a stone cast upon still water, rippling through his thoughts with quiet intensity. Just moments earlier he'd been imagining, what if those 3,000 could become tools under his command? Then victory would be effortless. By then the others had all gathered, forming a loose circle around the SUV, their eyes fixed intently on the radio. The radio announced a base. Lin Mo snapped back to reality, regaining composure. Liu Yang reported it. I didn't hear it myself, he replied truthfully. Li Weiguo's brow. All 12 official bases have fallen. That was confirmed intelligence broadcast directly to us. It cannot be false. So where did this Xinhua base emerge? Was it newly established, or simply unrecorded by authorities? It may be a reconstituted stronghold, formed by remnants of one of the 12 fallen bases. Wang Qinyan. 3,000. Liu Yang exhaled slowly, awe threading through his voice. We've encountered fewer than 100 living souls since the collapse. 3,000 implies a settlement of staggering scale. But here lies the question. Is Xinhua base real, or a trap? A hush fell over the group. Wang Chong's expression darkened. The word, trap, summoned memories of Qingshan Temple, the gilded Buddha, the crimson sinews writhing beneath. A broadcast proclaiming, welcome survivors, echoed eerily with Monk Huaming's chilling invitation, venerable layman, please follow this humble monk. Yet what if it is real? Li Yushi's voice was soft, but clear enough for every ear. What if, just what if, it truly exists? What if there genuinely is a base housing 3,000 souls? No one answered. Wang Qinyan glanced at Li Yushi. Her lips parted slightly, then closed again, unspoken. Li Weiguo turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you're our team leader. The decision rests with you. All 6 pairs of eyes converged upon him. Lin Mo paused in silence, then approached the SUV and withdrew a worn map from his scroll, spreading it across the hood. Qinling Mountains. His finger traced the sprawling range. Our original plan was to enter Qinling, eliminate anomalies en route, ascend to sequence 3. Let's set the radio aside for now, but we cannot dismiss it entirely. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it slowly across the 6 faces before him. If this base is genuine, a congregation of 3,000, It signifies organization structure stability. We would no longer need to flee endlessly. If it is false, he left the sentence unfinished, but each understood its weight. Here's the plan monitor for further signals over the next few days. Lin Mo rolled up the map. We proceed as planned. Into Qinling ascend to sequence 3 first. Only once we possess sufficient strength shall we consider seeking this base. To go now, if it is a trap, we walk straight into the jaws of the beast. But when we return stronger, we tear its lair apart. Li Yuqing nodded first. Sound reasoning. Power grants authority. We must not let an unconfirmed rumor derail our path. Lin Mo cast one final glance at the radio, then addressed the group. Set aside the base, for now. Gather your gear. We depart. Destination Qinling Mountains. Objective ascend to sequence 3. The 7 scattered to pack camp. No one spoke of the radio again, yet each mind lingered on the same thought. A base of 3,000 souls. The most hopeful news they'd heard in 3 months of apocalypse. 2 SUVs roared to life, rolling steadily down the national highway out of camp. Lin Mo sat in the front passenger seat, gazing through the window at the distant Qinling peaks. Xiaoling, follow the lead vehicle. At once, master. The SUV glided smoothly behind Wang Chang's vehicle. Side by side they advanced along the highway, toward the mist-shrouded Qinling range. Lin Mo settled deeper into his seat, and sank his consciousness into his system interface. Energy points 1420. 1. Though the corpsegals of Qingshan town yielded no energy, scattered encounters along the way had accumulated over 1,000. 14 draws remained. He took a slow, deep breath, and began. First draw white, sturdy. Second draw white, keen. 10 consecutive whites. 11th draw green, swift. Upon completion, Lin Mo surveyed the results, and shook his head. 1 blue, 1 green, 12 whites. Ever since acquiring a black tier trait, the system seemed to have turned cold. No purples lately, let alone gold or crimson. Having finished, Lin Mo closed the interface. Outside the window, flatlands gave way to gentle hills, the mountain peaks drawing ever nearer. Li Wei's voice crackled over the radio. 10 kilometers ahead lies the Qinling entrance. Prepare accordingly. The 2 SUVs continued forward along the before them loomed the Qinling mountains, veiled in ethereal mist, awaiting their arrival. 500 kilometers away, in some unseen location, the military radio repeated its message, unwavering. This is Xinhua Base. Over 3,000 survivors assembled. Long-term aura suppression active, undetectable by anomalies. Welcome, survivors. This is Xinhua Base. Welcome, survivors. As the convoy entered the Qinling entrance, the sun had already passed noon. The gray-white sunlight was obstructed by the peaks on both sides, with only scattered light spots leaking through the gaps in the treetops, falling onto the bumpy road. The road conditions changed the moment they entered the Qinling Mountains. The national highway was riddled with cracks wide enough for a fist to fit through. The slopes on both sides were covered with dense trees, some of which were twisted and displayed a bizarre black color. The entire forest was terrifyingly silent. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing. This deathly silence wrapped the entire Qinling tightly. Wang Chang drove the lead vehicle, reducing the speed to 20 miles per hour. The sound of the wheels crunching over gravel was the only sound here. Lin Mo sat in the off-road vehicle, his gaze sweeping across the forest on both sides. Uncle Li, is there any eerie energy? Lin Mo asked, picking up the walkie-talkie. Li Wei's voice came through, tinged with seriousness. Yes, it's quite strong, but not localized. The entire Qinling Mountains are affected. The entire mountain range. Yes, it's as if the Qinling Mountains themselves are a massive enigma. There was a 2-second silence on the walkie-talkie. Wang Chang forced a smile, though it seemed strained. What do we do now? We can't just turn back now, can we? Stay alert and vigilant. The 2 vehicles proceeded slowly, one after the other, along the broken national highway. After about 10 minutes, the road began to widen slightly. The slopes on both sides receded a bit, opening up the view. Lin Mo frowned. His danger perception sensed a threat. He pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie. Stop. Both vehicles stopped simultaneously. Lin Mo opened the car door and stepped out, standing by the roadside and looking ahead. At the end of the national highway was a bend. The outer side was a steep cliff, while the inner side was a vertical rock wall. Beyond the bend, the road would enter a relatively flat valley. He stared at the bend for a few seconds. Then he saw those things. On the rock wall, the gray-black surface of the rock was pockmarked with numerous holes. These holes varied in size, the smallest as big as a fist and the largest as thick as a barrel. Their edges were smooth, marked by long-term friction, and the surrounding rocks were stained a dark brown by some kind of slime. From the holes, a dark red liquid was slowly oozing out, trickling down the rock wall, and forming a thin, blood-colored stream at the bottom, winding its way toward. What the hell is this? Wang Chang also got out of the car, walking over to Lin Mo. His face changed. Lin Mo did not respond. He stepped toward the rock wall. Lin Mo. Li Yuqing's voice called out from behind, laced with urgency. I'm fine. Lin Mo approached the rock wall, crouching down to poke at the dark red stream with the tip of his knife. The liquid was viscous and smelled foul. It was blood. He stood up and looked into a larger hole. The hole was deep, slanting downward, seemingly leading into... There was blood inside, still slowly oozing out. Just then a faint rustling sound emerged from within the rock wall, growing closer. Lin Mo suddenly took 2 steps back. Things began to surge out of those holes. They were legs. Countless legs emerged from each hole. Each leg was a dark red appendage, sharp at the tips like hooks coated in a wet slime. They moved in unison through the air like countless scythes being drawn at once. All the legs were writhing outward as if trying to drag something out of the mountain. "Get back!" Lin Mo shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous rumble came from the mountain behind them. Rocks shattered, dust flew, and countless legs waved wildly amidst the debris. Then the creature revealed its true form. A centipede. A gigantic centipede. Its body was hidden within the mountain, having hollowed it out as its nest. At this moment the rock wall collapsed, exposing its segments, each a dark red shell. Each segment was as thick as a truck tire covered in slippery slime. And on those legs, each segment bore 2 rows symmetrically arranged, densely packed with at least hundreds of pairs. The centipede's head peeked out from the shattered... That was not a head. It was a grotesque mass formed from hundreds of human heads, men, women, elderly, and children, large and small, all squished together like a cluster of deformed... Each head bore a different expression, some smiling, some crying, some with mouths agape, as if screaming, and others with eyes tightly shut, as if enduring immense pain. All the heads emitted a sound simultaneously, creating a chilling cacophony. What the hell is that? Wang Chong had activated the diamond sequence, his 4-meter-tall figure standing at the front of the group. A giant tang knife lay horizontally before him, but for the first time there was a noticeable tremor in his voice. It wasn't fear, it was disgust. The mere existence of this thing was the greatest desecration of the word life. Don't just stand there. Yushi, enhance our status. Lin Mo's mind raced. Li Yushi's holy light staff lit up, and the milky white light simultaneously fell on the weapons of the 7 individuals. The holy light blessing took effect, and each weapon was coated with a faint halo. The centipede moved. Hundreds of pairs of legs surged simultaneously, and the massive body shot from the mountain at an impossibly rapid speed, charging towards the group. Its speed was outrageous. It covered 30 meters in almost an instant. Wang Chong did not retreat. The giant tang knife swept out, the blade glowing with a milky white light of the holy light, slashing towards the foremost legs of the centipede. 7 or 8 legs were severed with a snap, black liquid spraying from the stumps. But the centipede seemed to lack any sense of pain. Its head, that grotesque mass of hundreds of heads, opened its mouth. That mouth was not one person's, but all the heads opened their mouths simultaneously. Then they spewed forth black liquid, enveloping Wang Chong like a net. "Wang Chong, dodge!" Lin Mo shouted. Wang Chong sidestepped, but the coverage of the black liquid was too extensive, and a few droplets still splashed onto his left arm. At the moment of contact, white smoke surged from his reactive armor, accompanied by a hissing, corrosive sound. Wang Chong grunted, his left hand releasing the grip on the knife, that arm trembling uncontrollably. Li Yushi's holy light healing immediately enveloped him, the milky white light covering the corroded area, slowing the corrosion down, and eventually halting it. "This thing has strong corrosive properties." Li Yushi's voice was urgent. "My holy light healing can treat it, but it consumes a lot." Lin Mo did not hesitate. He summoned his spiritual energy, a bolt of silver-white thunder striking towards the head of the centipede. The moment the thunder struck, the grotesque mass of heads trembled violently, many heads bursting in the high-temperature black bodily fluid splattering everywhere. Its body twisted violently, hundreds of pairs of legs shifted direction, the entire body lunging towards Lin Mo. "Lu Yong, control the scene." Lu Yong raised the corpse explosion staff high. The 10 corpses he controlled rushed from both sides, pouncing towards the centipede's body. Corpse explosion. 10 corpses exploded simultaneously, flesh and bones scattering everywhere. The centipede's body was blasted with several holes, dark red bodily fluid gushing from the wound. But its speed showed no signs of slowing. Those holes even healed at a visibly fast rate. "It can self-heal." Li Weiguo's voice came from behind. "And it heals quickly." Lin Mo's heart sank. This centipede was far stronger than he had anticipated, possessing corrosive attacks and rapid self-healing. This isn't a way to fight. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the centipede's body. "Chop off its legs." Lin Mo shouted. "Don't worry about its body, just take its legs off first." The 6 people instantly understood his meaning. Wang Chong took the lead. He gripped the knife with his right hand and charged towards the side of the centipede. The giant tang knife swept across, slicing towards a row of legs on the centipede's left side. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as several legs were severed. The centipede's body suddenly tilted to one side. Li Yuqing appeared from the right with more than 20 shadow servants. The black flame blade was drawn, and black flames silently burned, devouring a leg with each slash. Lu Yong controlled the corpse explosion staff, aiming at a row of legs in the middle of the centipede's body. Corpse explosion. A corpse exploded beside the centipede's leg, shattering 5 or 6 legs, and sending debris flying. Wang Qingyan accurately smashed a fireball at the joint between the centipede's legs and body. Lin Mo's thunder struck those centipede legs as well. With each bolt of lightning, a centipede leg exploded in response. The centipede's body began to lose control. It tilted to one side, and the fleshy ball on its head emitted a more piercing scream. Then its body suddenly twisted the remaining dozens of legs, exerting force simultaneously as the entire body charged towards Wang Qingyan's direction. "Qingyan, be careful," Li Yuxi shouted. Lin Mo did not give the centipede a chance. He fully activated Thunder Summoning, and a bolt of lightning over 3 meters wide directly struck the centipede. Those heads exploded in the high temperature, causing the centipede's body to tremble violently from the paralysis of the thunder. "Hurry up," Lin Mo shouted. Wang Chong charged from the side, the giant tang knife slicing into the middle of the centipede's body, nearly cleaving it in two. Liu Yang meanwhile controlled 2 corpses to burrow into the centipede's wound. Then, corpse explosion. The centipede's flesh and fluids splattered everywhere, and it was directly blown into 2 halves. The front half still struggled while the rear half had already gone still. Wang Qingyan smashed large fireballs onto the heads of the centipede. The flames spread among those heads, crackling as they burned, and the heads emitted various screams that pierced the ear. The front half continued to thrash violently, but it no longer had any legs. 1 minute later, the centipede finally ceased moving. At this moment, the system popped up a notification. Energy points 1,000. 1,000 points. For such a large and troublesome creature, it only awarded 1,000 points. Is the system being greedy? Confirmed the kill. Lin Mo sighed in relief and stood up. He glanced at everyone. The corrosion marks on Wang Chong's armor were clearly visible, the surface of the armor pockmarked. "Fortunately, it's not a big deal," Wang Chong grinned. Wang Qingyan leaned against Li Yuqing, looking a bit pale. Li Yuqing appeared to be in slightly better condition. Li Weiguo did not directly participate in the battle, but had been fully utilizing his feng shui master abilities to observe the surroundings. Liu Yang crouched on the ground, gasping. Lin Mo noticed that everyone was fine. They had just consumed a lot of energy. He spoke up. "Let's leave this place. The commotion just now was too loud, and we don't know what it might attract." Everyone quickly got into the vehicles. The 2 cars drove one behind the other along the highway. After traveling about 3 kilometers, they stopped in a relatively open. The ground was a hard surface mixed with gravel and sand, relatively flat. Li Weiguo began to set up a barrier formation. A pale blue dome slowly expanded, covering an area of 50 meters in radius. Lin Mo took out a bag of rice, several cans, and a small handful of vegetables from the scroll. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi began preparing dinner. The aroma of the food wafted through the barrier formation. 20 minutes later, dinner was ready. Rice, braised meat in a can, boiled cabbage, and a small plate of pickles. It was quite a feast. The 7 of them sat around the campfire. As Wang Chong held his bowl and took a big mouthful of rice, he mumbled, "And this is only the first day in the Qinling, and we already encountered. Who says otherwise? We don't even know what other monsters are lurking behind," Liu Yang chimed in. "I feel like I'm about to reach sequence 3. Li Yuxi's words left everyone stunned. "Are you sure?" "Yes. I felt it after killing that centipede today." After finishing their meal, everyone continued chatting for a while before returning to their off-road vehicles to prepare for rest. Lin Mo arranged for Xiao Ling to keep watch and also fell into a dream. The first day in the Qinling passed just like that. A peaceful night. As dawn broke, everyone got up to stretch. They began preparing breakfast. Compared to yesterday, there was a hint of a smile on everyone's faces. Last night's words from Li Yuxi had injected a boost of excitement into them. As long as there was someone in the team who ascended to sequence 3, the team would truly have the capital to stand firm in this apocalypse. After finishing breakfast, let's set off. The 2 off-road vehicles continued to drive along the highway, one behind the other. Today, the Qinling truly showcased its biodiversity. Just less than 2 kilometers out, a dense, buzzing sound emerged from the valley ahead. The sound grew closer, resembling the engine of a small aircraft approaching. "Stop, turn off the engine, and make no sound." Lin Mo's voice echoed from the intercom. As the convoy turned off the engines, a mass of black clouds surged from the mountain pass. It was a swarm of mosquitoes. Each one was as large as a fist, with black shells gleaming like metal, their mouthparts resembling steel needles, nearly 5. Each mosquito was enveloped in a layer of faint black mist. They clustered together, obscuring the entire valley. They circled in the air, emitting a piercing buzz. Everyone hid inside the vehicles, looking at the massive swarm of mosquitoes outside. They dared not make a sound. After about 5 minutes, the swarm finally flew out. The buzzing gradually faded away. Everyone sighed in relief. Li Yuxi patted her chest. "Thank goodness we hid quickly. Otherwise, if we got stung by those things, I can't even..." The group didn't dare to linger, starting the engines and continuing along the highway. After about 20 more minutes, a snake darted out. This snake wasn't as large as yesterday's centipede, but only a little smaller. It was nearly 10 meters long. Its head was triangular with crimson eyes that coldly stared at everyone. Another one. This battle was much quicker than yesterday. Wang Chong attracted the snake's attention. Hidden. Li Yuqing circled around from the side with the shadow servants. Lin Mo and Wang Qingyan were responsible for outputting firepower, Li Yuxi for status enhancement, and healing Li Weiguo on guard, and Lu Yang for disruption, taking the opportunity to deal damage. Everyone performed their roles, cooperating seamlessly. After about 5 minutes, the snake finally stopped moving. The system notification sounded energy points 450. At that moment, Li Yuxi's voice rang out. I feel like I'm about to ascend. Lin Mo immediately instructed everyone to step back a few meters and cleared a space around Li Yuxi. A milky white glow surged from Li Yuxi's body, growing brighter until it enveloped her entirely, forming a soft light sphere with a diameter of about 2. The light sphere lasted for about 3 minutes. A flood of information rushed into her mind. She closed her eyes to digest it for a moment, and when she opened them again, her face was filled with. Everyone stared at her eagerly, wanting to know what was different about Sequence 3. Li Yuxi did not hide it and directly said, I gained an additional skill. Holy Light descends. You can transform into a two-winged angel for combat, and the angelic form will also gain corresponding evolution after the sequence upgrade. According to the information in my mind, sequence abilities are actually a type of rule. Upon reaching Sequence 3, you can withstand the bizarre erosion of the rules, unlike Sequence 1 and Sequence 2, which have no power to resist. Two-winged angel. Wang Chang's mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist, his jaw nearly dropping. The kind with long wings that glows and can fly. Li Yuxi nodded a smile she couldn't suppress playing at the corners of her mouth. Pretty much, but I can only maintain it for a short time right now. I'm increasingly unable to understand this world. Even angels are appearing now. Wang Chang sighed. Wang Qingyan rarely showed a hint of it. She crossed her arms, leaning against the car door, looking Li Yuxi up and down. Your abilities are too overpowered. You can heal and chant, and now transform to fight. Lin Mo stood aside and said calmly, get in the car. We need to leave this place first. Everyone got in the vehicle, and the engine roared back to life. The two off-road vehicles continued along the national road. After about 10 minutes of travel, the terrain began to open up. The mountains on either side retreated behind them as they entered a valley. Li Weiguo in the driver's seat whispered into the intercom, there's something ahead. Lin Mo peered through the car window towards the valley ahead. On the flat ground of the valley lay various animal corpses, wild boars, deer, and even a few bears. The bodies were not completely decomposed, but already swollen and misshapen. A strong stench of decay wafted in the wind, causing everyone in the car to frown in unison. Standing beside those corpses were numerous animals that had been eroded by strange energy. They had become grotesque, their appearances unrecognizable. The once wild beasts had all turned into twisted monsters, each with a different form. Some resembled deer, their antlers transformed into menacing bone spikes. Others looked like wild boars, their backs covered with a myriad of eyes, all of which were still moving. Some resembled foxes, having 3 tails behind them, each tail ending in a mouth that opened and closed, revealing serrated teeth. These monsters quietly gathered there. Lin Mo pushed the car door open and stepped out, with others following suit. Lin Mo glanced at the herd of beasts eroded by strange energy, then turned to Li Yuxi, saying, Yuxi, try your new skill. Li Yuxi nodded. She was eager to test her new ability. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. A milky white light surged from within her, growing brighter and coalescing behind her into a pair of magnificent wings. The wings were as pure as snow, each feather formed from light, with soft glimmers along the edges. At the same time, a robe made of light cascaded down from her shoulders, enveloping. This is a two-winged angel. Wang Chang murmured to himself, his voice filled with awe. Li Yuxi gently flapped her wings and lifted off the ground, hovering. From her elevated position, she looked down at the horde of corpses, raising her holy light staff and pointing it towards the distant beasts tainted by strange energy. A beam of white light as thick as a wrist shot out from the tip of the staff. The beam struck the densest area of the beast horde without any explosive roar or splattering of blood. 5 or 6 corpses instantly turned into white powder, silently dissipating into the air. This power. Wang Qingyan's eyelids twitched, and the arms crossed over her chest unconsciously dropped. Li Yuxi did not stop. With a flap of her wings, countless feathers fell from her light wings, shooting forward like a torrential rain. The feathers exploded within the horde of corpses, each landing creating a bullseye-sized crater. Debris flew and dust rose. Those corpses struck by the feathers didn't even have time to struggle before their bodies were torn apart and disintegrated. In less than 2 seconds, that area had been plowed through. The horde of corpses that had originally been tightly packed together was now reduced to a ground full of charred pits and scattered white. Li Yuxi landed her wings and light robe slowly dissipating. Once on the ground, she first assessed her condition before speaking. Using Sequence 3 ability consumes a lot of mental energy, though I can maintain the angelic form for a maximum of 5 minutes. Lin Mo stood in place, glancing at the plowed earth, and then at Li Yuxi. He silently muttered to himself, it really is just like the angels in the movies. He turned and walked back to the car, saying, let's take a break and camp ahead tonight. Li Yuxin helped Li Yuxi into the car and handed her a bottle of water. Li Yushi took it, tipped her head back to drink a few sips, and leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to regain her energy. The off-road vehicle restarted and continued forward. The sky gradually darkened. Nighttime. Li Weigua chose a valley as the temporary campsite for the night. After setting up the formation, a transparent light curtain enveloped the campsite. Inside the camp, everyone busied themselves preparing dinner. Lin Mo sat by the fire adjusting the wood in the pile to make the flames burn brighter. His consciousness sank into the system panel. Energy points 2140. 1. He could draw 21 times. Without hesitation, he began the line. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute sturdy. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute sharp. Congratulations, you drew a green attribute double spirit. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute piercing. Congratulations, you drew a blue attribute element amplification. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute sturdy. After 21 draws, it quickly concluded. Lin Mo glanced at his system backpack, several white attributes, sturdy sharp piercing power amplification, most of which were duplicates. 2 green attributes, element resistance, physical mitigation. 3 blue attributes, double spirit, 2, element amplification. 2 purple attributes, space expansion 2. All attributes were ones Lin Mo had used before. The same attribute could not be reused, so these could only be synthesized. He leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to continue pondering. Others using sequence abilities to kill anomalies wouldn't bring him any energy points. He had noticed this issue previously. Most of the anomalies before were resolved by himself, Li Yusin, Wang Qingyan, and Wang Chong, so he hadn't paid much attention. But a trend was becoming evident as everyone's strength increased and sequence abilities grew stronger. Regular weapons were no longer as effective as sequence abilities. Just like today's wave of light feathers from Li Yushi. If everyone used sequence abilities to kill anomalies in the future, he would lose the source of energy points. And energy points were key to his becoming stronger. It seemed he needed to change strategies and grant attributes to everyone's bodies. This way they could also gain energy points by using sequence abilities to kill. With Li Yusin and Li Yushi having bond attributes, he could rest easy. As for the others, they also had contracts with the contract book, which was now in his hands, so there was no worry about betrayal. Strengthening them would be strengthening himself. The more they killed, the more energy points he would gain. Then he could draw more attributes to strengthen himself and feed the surplus attributes back. This would create a positive cycle. Bestowing attributes was a win-win situation. Lin Mo opened his eyes, glancing at the people by the fire, and began to calculate in his mind who would be most suitable for the attribute distribution. He looked at the attributes in his system backpack, and his mind gradually formed a plan. Lin Mo glanced at Li Yuqing and Li Yushi, who were busy cooking, and thought it better to wait until after dinner to discuss matters. Dinner was simple: a large pot of thick rice porridge, a jar of Laogan Ma chili sauce, and a small bowl of pickled vegetables. Li Weigua spoke first. Now that Yushi has advanced to sequence 3, our team finally has some confidence, and even if we encounter rule-based anomalies in the future, we won't be utterly, he said, looking at Li Yushi. Wang Qingyan, biting her chopsticks, said somewhat dejectedly, I still don't feel like I've advanced. How about you? No. Wang Chong shook his head. I don't feel it either, Lin Mo casually replied. The others also expressed that they did not feel any sense of advancement. After dinner, everyone began to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Lin Mo turned and walked towards the off-road vehicle parked by the roadside, opened the door, and sat in. After a while, Li Yuqing and Li Yushi finished tidying up and walked over to the off-road vehicle. Lin Mo then smiled and said, Yuqing, Yushi, come here, I will give you a buff. The two sisters were puzzled by Lin Mo's words. They had heard the term add buff before, but coming from Lin Mo's mouth it sounded strange. Ignoring their confusion, Lin Mo placed his hand on Li Yuqing's shoulder and used the spiritual doubling attribute on her. Li Yuqing immediately felt a cool sensation radiating from Lin Mo's palm, entering her shoulder and traveling up her arm and neck, finally merging into her brain. Her mind instantly cleared, as if a layer of dust had been wiped off a glass surface. The sensation was so intense that Li Yuqing involuntarily let out a soft hum. Though the sound was not loud, it was particularly clear in the quiet night. She quickly reacted, her face flushing red from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Mo or her sister beside her. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and asked, How do you feel? Li Yuqing closed her eyes, carefully feeling, and said, My spirit has increased significantly, probably about twice as much as before. After a pause, she added with a hint of surprise, and I feel like I'm about to advance. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to Li Yushi. It's your turn. He placed his hand on Li Yushi's shoulder, and this time used 2 attributes at once: element amplification and spiritual doubling. Both powers surged into Li Yushi's body, and she couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum, though she did not blush as much as her sister. Lin Mo removed his hand and asked, How does it feel? Li Yushi moved her shoulders, feeling the surging power within her, and said, My spirit has doubled, and the power of my holy light has also increased at least by 50%. Her eyes brightened. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi exchanged glances and said earnestly, Lin Mo, thank you. Their words were sincere, filled with genuine gratitude. Lin Mo smiled, but did not speak. He thought to himself, if you become stronger, I can acquire more energy points. Why not make use of such good helpers? Of course, he would never say this out loud, just waved his hand to indicate no need for thanks. Then Lin Mo found a place to lie down, resting his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes to sleep. Li Yuqing looked in the direction where Lin Mo lay down, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. Her gaze lingered on him for a few seconds before slowly moving. When they previously encountered the Fairness team, they had seen Lin Mo experimenting with survivors. Everyone knew Lin Mo had a special ability to make people stronger, but no one had actively inquired or asked him for help. The reason was simple: such power was too heaven-defying, and no one knew what the cost would be. Now that they had experienced it firsthand, they truly understood the terrifying aspect of spiritual doubling and element amplification were real enhancements with no side effects. She exchanged a glance with her sister, and Li Yuqing nodded slightly. Both of them understood they would not speak or ask. Everyone has their secrets, oh why delve deeper? Moreover, as long as they followed Lin Mo, they were the ones benefiting. Throughout this journey, Lin Mo had never treated them poorly. If it weren't for Lin Mo, they would have probably perished in some corner long ago. There was no need to make things unpleasant. Li Yuqing withdrew her gaze, adjusted her jacket, and found a place to rest. The next day, when Lin Mo opened his eyes, Li Weiguo was already starting the fire to make breakfast. Lin Mo got up and had breakfast with everyone. Breakfast was still rice porridge with pickled vegetables, but today there was an extra small plate of jerky. After finishing breakfast, everyone continued to drive forward. Today they were lucky, encountering only beast packs that had been eroded by anomalies. The size of those beast packs was not. Once everyone knew that Li Yuqing had already felt the advancement, they tacitly refrained from making a move. Each time they encountered a beast pack, it was always Li Yuqing who dealt with it alone. The first beast pack consisted of 25 eroded wild dogs, each the size of a calf. The second beast pack had over 40 mutated wildcats. It took Li Yuqing more than 10 minutes to clear them, and she was splattered with a lot of black blood. When she finished clearing the third beast pack, Li Yuqing finally felt a chance. "I'm about to advance," Li Yuqing shouted, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Everyone quickly stood guard around her. Li Yuqing's whole body was enveloped in pitch-black shadows. Those shadows surged out from her body, spreading rapidly like ink poured into water, wrapping her entirely in a black cocoon. A minute later, the black cocoon vanished. Li Yuqing reemerged. She opened her eyes, her pupils entirely black, then quickly returned to normal. After receiving the information in her mind, she said, "My skill is Shadow Domain. The range is 50 meters, and within the domain I can summon shadow servants without limit. I can also merge into the shadows and appear anywhere within the domain." After hearing the introduction, everyone gaped in astonishment. Even Lin Mo was surprised. Unlimited summons. Isn't that equivalent to an endless army? Just the description alone was outrageous enough. Lin Mo asked, "Can the summoned shadow servants leave the domain?" Li Yuqing shook her head. "No, they can only exist with..." Everyone showed expressions, of course. If they could leave the domain, that would be invincible. Deploying the domain directly would overwhelm anything. However, even if they could only remain within the domain, this skill was already very strong. 50 meters was a sufficient range. Next, everyone followed the road to find a few more anomalous beast packs, and Li Yuqing tried out her skill. She stood in the middle of the road, and the shadow domain instantly unfolded. Centered around her, shadows spread from her feet in all directions, forming a 50-meter black reach. Countless shadow servants emerged from the black ground. They were humanoid, their features indistinct, and their bodies made entirely of pure shadow. In just a few seconds, the 50-meter range was filled with shadow servants, densely packed and uncountable. The beast packs that had been eroded by anomalies rushed in and were immediately overwhelmed by the shadow servants without even a chance to struggle. Li Yuqing stood at the center of the domain, her figure flickering as she merged into the shadows. The next second, she reappeared at the other end of the domain. She could freely teleport within the domain. As long as shadows existed, she could reach them instantly. The duration was the same as Li Yuqing's, only 5 minutes. When it ended, the shadow servants dissipated like smoke, and the ground returned to normal, leaving only a field of beast corpses. Everyone watched Li Yuqing return, their faces filled with envy. Lin Mo also wore a satisfied smile. What pleased him was that the helper had become stronger, making the acquisition of energy points more stable. In the afternoon, after clearing a wave of beasts and continuing forward, a sound of thud reached Lin Mo's ears. He saw a black appear on the car window, resembling a drop of ink. "Is it raining?" Li Yuqing's voice came from the back seat, carrying a hint of uncertainty. In the next moment, more raindrops began to fall. The rain began suddenly. There was no warning. Thud, thud, thud. The sound went from sparse to increasingly dense. A black curtain of rain poured down from the gray-white sky, as if someone had overturned a basin of ink in the heavens. "This black rain is mixed with a sinister aura." Li Weiguo's voice came through the intercom, sounding more serious than Lin Mo had ever heard. The world changed color. The gray-white sky was dyed pitch black, and the distant Qinling Mountains vanished into the rain curtain, leaving only a blurred outline. Raindrops struck the ground, splashing black water droplets. Where the droplets landed, the wild grass by the roadside slowly turned black and withered, only to come alive again in a bizarre manner. The grass blades turned black, dark red patterns emerging on the surface, spreading like blood vessels across the leaves. The entire earth seemed to be breathing. "Look at the sky." Liu Yang's voice came through the intercom. Lin Mo looked up. In the sky, countless black dots were moving. They were not raindrops. They were living creatures. Mosquitoes. Each one was the size of a fist, their black shells gleaming with a metallic sheen in the rain curtain. Their mouth parts resembled steel needles, each about 5 centimeters long. Bats. Giant bats with wingspans exceeding 1 meter, covered in black fur, their eyes crimson, flickering in the rain curtain. Sparrows. No, they were no longer sparrows. Their bodies were larger than crows, their feathers entirely black, and serrated protrusions grew from the edges of their beaks. Bees. Each one was as big as an adult's fist, with poisonous stingers like black steel nails. And there were many more creatures Lin Mo could not name. Moths, dragonflies, beetles. All flying creatures surged out from the mountains and forests, swirling in the sky. They were bathing in the black rain. No, they were being transformed by the black rain. Lin Mo witnessed a sparrow being drenched in the black rain. Its body twitched violently, feathers turning black from the roots, its eyes becoming blood red, and serrated teeth sprouted visibly from the edges of its beak. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The mutated sparrow opened its mouth and let out a hoarse cry before flying off into the distance. The situation on the ground was even worse. Those strange creatures that usually hid in the shadows and only came out at night all surged out from their hiding places. Wolves. No, 3-headed wolves. All 3 heads howled at the sky simultaneously. Rainwater flowed down their black fur, and every drop that landed stirred up a cloud of foxes. Foxes with multiple tails. Lin Mo counted. The most had 7 tails, and each tail had a mouth that opened and closed, revealing sharp teeth inside. Wild boars. Wild boars covered in eyes, all of which had blood-red irises. Deer. Their antlers turned into bone blades, each fork sharp as knives with barbed surfaces. Chaos reigned. Uncle Li is setting up the formation. Put out the fire, stay in the car, do not open the windows, do not make any noise. Lin Mo pressed the intercom's talk button and whispered. A transparent shield expanded, enveloping the 2 SUVs. Seeing the protective shield rise, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. At the same time, he prayed that no beast would break into the shield. If they fought, it would attract the attention of the beast horde. Then they would be overwhelmed by endless beasts. Lin Mo's gaze passed through the windshield, nervously watching the outside. A mutated fox ran past the shield. It was about the size of a calf, covered in black fur, trailing 5 tails. Li Yushi's body stiffened suddenly. Lin Mo reached out and pressed down on her shoulder, signaling her not to be tense. Li Yushi glanced at him, took a deep breath, and slowly relaxed. The fox did not enter the shield and left. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The black rain lasted for over 4 hours. It came suddenly and left just as abruptly. When the last drop fell, the beasts that had been reveling in the rain retreated like a tide, disappearing into the shadows of the mountains. Lin Mo pushed open the car door and got out. The ground was covered in black puddles. Everyone checked the vehicles and surroundings. At that moment, the sky darkened. The blood moon rose, casting dark red moonlight across the ground. The black puddles reflected an eerie glow under the moonlight, as if countless— At that moment, the sky darkened. The blood moon rose, casting dark red moonlight across the ground. The black puddles reflected an eerie glow under the moonlight, as if countless eyes were watching them in the darkness. The group began to have dinner. It had just rained, making it impossible to start a fire. They gnawed on compressed biscuits, accompanied by a small plate of pickles and a few bottles. No one spoke. The 7 ate quietly. After dinner, Lin Mo leaned against a tree, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 740. 1. These energy points were today's harvest. 7 lottery draws. He began the lottery. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute sharp. Congratulations, you drew a blue attribute mental doubling. After 7 draws, Lin Mo looked at the attributes in the system backpack. 1 purple, 1 blue, the rest all white. The purple attribute was metal affinity. This was a new attribute, and Lin Mo directly applied it to himself. A cool sensation surged from deep within his body, flowing to his limbs. Lin Mo took out a metal sphere for a test, and found that the control over metal had become more effortless. Interesting. Lin Mo put the metal sphere away and closed the system panel. Smithing sequence combined with metal affinity. What would it be if I advanced to sequence? He began to feel a bit excited. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the group had breakfast, tidied up the camp, and continued driving deeper into the Qinling. Today's Qinling was completely different from yesterday. After the black rain, the entire forest became active. They had barely driven 2 kilometers when they encountered the first wave of beasts. It was a group of mutated mountain cats, each the size of a leopard covered in black fur with blood-red eyes. They sprang out from the bushes by the roadside, blocking the path of the SUV. There were about 30 of them. Yuqing Yushi, hold the line, the rest move in. Lin Mo's voice came through the intercom. Wang Chong was the first to charge out. His body swelled to 4 meters tall in seconds. Wielding a giant tang knife, he slashed at the nearest mutated mountain cat. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. The mutated mountain cat didn't even have time to dodge before being cleaved in two. Wang Qingyan stood on top of the car, continuously gathering fireballs. Each fireball accurately struck the body of the mutated mountain cat, exploding in bursts of orange-red sparks. Liu Yang controlled the corpses of 10 beasts to attack the mountain cats. In less than 5 minutes, all 30 mutated mountain cats were eliminated. They were already at sequence 3. The following days were basically the same. After the black rain, the strange creatures became even more active than before. They were already at sequence 3. The following days were basically the same. After the black rain, the strange creatures became even more active than before. Their encounters with beast hordes increased significantly. Sometimes they would encounter them 5 or 6 times in an hour. The convoy was either in battle or on the first day they eliminated over 300 strange beasts. On the second day, nearly 400. Despite the intense battles, the 7 people seemed to grow stronger. Because everyone could feel themselves getting stronger. The growth of their sequence abilities was tangible. Each battle, each use of their abilities brought them closer to sequence 3. I feel it coming, Wang Chong said after a battle. Me too. Wang Qingyan nodded. Lin Mo remained silent, but he too could sense changes deep within it. The abilities of the smithing sequence were slowly improving. Is this the precursor to advancement? Lin Mo wondered in his heart. He was also close to sequence 3. On the 7th day of entering the Qinling Mountains, the convoy stopped to rest in a mountain hollow. Today's battle was particularly fierce. In the morning they encountered a large group of corrupted beasts, at least 500 of them. Wolves, foxes, wild boars, deer. Various species mixed together. The battle lasted nearly an hour. Wang Chong's rebound armor was covered in scratch marks and bite marks, yet his body remained largely unhurt. Wang Qingyan continuously cast fireball spells, depleting her mental strength significantly, and her face turned a bit pale. Liu Yang controlled the corpses in waves. Lin Mo also unleashed dozens of lightning strikes. After clearing the beast horde, the rewards were immense. I'm about to break through, Wang Chong suddenly said. Everyone's gaze turned towards him simultaneously. Wang Chong's face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead. His body trembled violently, muscles beneath his skin writhing as if being reshaped. His bones cracked loudly like firecrackers going off in rapid succession. His height began to increase. 4 meters, 4.5 meters, 5 meters, 5.5 meters, 6 meters. Boom. A visible wave of energy erupted from Wang Chong's body, pushing the surrounding people back several steps. His body stabilized. 6 meters tall. Every muscle in his body felt as if it were forged from refined steel, and a faint golden pattern surfaced on his skin. Wang Chong looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, and the joints made a crisp cracking sound. Then he drew the huge Tang Dao from his waist and struck it against his left arm. The blade cut through flesh and into bone. Blood spurted out. Everyone was stunned. Wang Chong, are you crazy? Li Yushi exclaimed, raising her holy light staff. Stop! Wang Chong raised his hand to halt her. Then he pulled out the knife and lifted his left arm. The wound was healing. The severed muscle fibers reconnected beneath the skin, broken bones reassembled within the flesh, and the damaged skin spread from the edges of the wound towards the center. 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. The left arm restored to its original state, leaving no scars. Indestructible body, Wang Chong grinned. A skill of sequence 3 that enhances recovery to 10 times the original rate and allows for severed limbs to regrow. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Regrowing severed limbs is outrageous. Liu Yang swallowed hard. Is it outrageous? Angels are out. Can I be more outrageous than angels? On the 8th day, Li Weiguo paused in his actions while setting up a barrier formation. I am about to break through too. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes. A faint blue light surged from within him, growing brighter and forming a translucent sphere with a diameter of 3 meters. Patterns of the 8 trigrams emerged on the surface of the sphere, with Qian Kuan Jin Sun, Qinli Jin, and Dui lighting up in sequence before extinguishing. The 8 trigram domain. Li Weiguo opened his eyes and stood up. He raised his right hand, and with a thought, a translucent domain with a diameter of 20 meters instantly unfolded around him. Within the domain, patterns of the 8 trigrams appeared on the ground, with the 8 trigrams flickering with dim light in different positions. Let's try it out. Wang Chong punched towards Li Weiguo. The moment his fist entered the domain, Li Weiguo focused his mind, and the Jin trigram illuminated. A dirt wall rose from the ground, blocking Wang Chong's bang. The dirt wall shattered, but Wang Chong's punch was also blocked. Li Weiguo focused his mind again, and the Dui trigram lit up. A column of water erupted from the ground, rushing towards Wang Chong. The force of the water was not great, but the impact made Wang Chong take 2 steps back. The Li trigram ignited flames erupted from the ground. Zhun, trigram lightning struck down from the void. Sun, trigram wind blades sliced in from all directions. Each trigram corresponded to a different ability. While not particularly powerful, their variability was their strength, making them hard to defend against. Within the domain, I can utilize 8 different abilities. Li Weiguo retracted the domain, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. It consumes a lot, and can only be maintained for 3 minutes. On the 9th day, Wang Qingyan ascended. She stood in an open area, slowly raising her hands. A flame domain with a diameter of 40 meters unfolded. Within the domain, the air began to distort, and the temperature rose sharply. Flames erupted from the ground. It was not a fire starting from a single point, but the entire ground within the domain ignited simultaneously with orange flames. The flames reached half a person's height, and the heat waves distorted the air. Wang Qingyan stood at the center of the flames, her hands moving slightly. The flames within the domain seemed to come alive, obeying her command. She raised her hand, and a ball of flame rose from the ground, coalescing into a fire dragon in midair, charging forward. The fire dragon collided with a large tree, which instantly ignited, turning to ash in less than 5 seconds. Fire domain. Wang Qingyan retracted her power, and the flames gradually extinguished. Within the domain, as long as my mental strength is sufficient, I can summon count. She paused and added, and all living beings within the domain will continuously suffer fire damage without me needing to attack actively. Range damage plus crowd control, Li Weiguo commented, very strong. On the 10th day, Lu Yang ascended. His method of ascension was different from the previous few. There was no brilliance, no waves of energy, no unfolding of domains. He simply squatted beside a corpse of a corpse monster after a battle, placing his hand on its forehead. Black mist surged from his palm, entering the corpse's body. That corpse monster's body trembled violently. Then it opened its eyes. But those eyes were no longer murky black. They exhibited a strange grayish-white color. The corpse monster stood up, moving agilely, entirely unlike a corpse. Its size had increased from 2 meters to 2.5 meters, covered in a layer of black mist. Corpse Chi invasion. Lu Yang stood up, looking at the corpse he had transformed. A skill of sequence 3. I can release corpse Chi to invade targets, and the transformed targets come under my control. He paused, his tone tinged with regret. The only drawback is that the number is limited to 100. 100. Wang Chong's eyes widened. Is that a drawback? Lu Yang chuckled, remaining silent. He began to release corpse Chi, black mist flowing from his body, like a tide spreading in all directions. Wherever the mist passed, corpses rose one after another. In less than a minute, all 100 corpses had revived, neatly lined up behind Lu Yang. Isn't this just a necromancer from a game? Wang Qingyan exclaimed in surprise at this scene. On the 12th day, Lin Mo stood in an open. 6 people surrounded him, holding their breath in anticipation. Lin Mo closed his eyes, sinking into the depths of his consciousness. The abilities of the blacksmith sequence surged within him like a river, converging and then breaking through some shackles. Boom! An invisible force erupted from his body. Within 100 meters around him, all metals trembled simultaneously. The giant Tang Dao at Wang Chong's waist vibrated violently, emitting a buzzing sound, as if it were trying to leap out of its sheath. Li Yuxin's black flame blade also trembled. Li Yuxi's holy light staff. Wang Qingyan's amplification ring. Li Weiguo's wrist guards. Lu Yang's corpse explosion staff. All metallic items were vibrating. Then they all flew into the air. The Tang Dao staff's rings. All metallic items detached from the 6 individuals, floating in the air and slowly revolving around Lin Mo. Wang Chong's mouth fell open as he watched the weapons hovering in the air. What is this? Lin Mo opened his eyes. Metal control. Within 100 meters I can control all metals. He paused and added, similar to Magneto. The 6 fell silent simultaneously. Aren't you a blacksmith? Wang Chong's voice trembled slightly. Isn't the end point of a blacksmith to become the king of metals? Lin Mo smiled. He moved his fingers, sensing the new power surging within him. Sequence 3 finally arrived. After everyone was promoted to Sequence 3, the convoy continued to drive deeper into the Qinling Mountains along the winding mountain road. The peaks on both sides drew closer, and the road became increasingly narrow. In some sections, the road was almost right next to the cliff, with an abyss just outside. The guardrail had long since rusted away, leaving only a few crooked rebar that swayed slightly. There seems to be something on the opposite cliff, Li Weiguo's voice came through the intercom. The cliff jutted out from the mountain, resembling a balcony extending into the void with a bottomless. The opposite side also had a cliff about 200 meters apart from theirs, with a gorge that seemed unfathomably deep. Lin Mo heard the voice from the intercom and looked toward the opposite cliff. There hung a giant object. It was a beehive over 30 meters in diameter, suspended on the cliff like a small mountain. Its surface was dark yellow, covered with countless hexagonal holes, each hole about the size of a basin. Around the beehive, bees flew in dense swarms. Each bee was as large as a basin, jet black all over, with poisonous stingers on their abdomens resembling black steel nails glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. "Turn back," Lin Mo said without any hesitation. Wang Chang's off-road vehicle was already turning around, but it was too late. A bee much larger than its kin flew out from the queen bee. Its body was over 10 meters long. 8 transparent wings spread out with a wingspan nearing 20 meters, and each flap stirred up a gust of wind that sent rocks flying off the cliff. Its body was pure black, covered with a honeycomb-like pattern. The stinger on its abdomen was like a spear 3 meters long with a faint blue glow at the tip. Its eyes were compound, made up of countless small eyes. At that moment, those compound eyes were fixated on them. The queen bee let out a sharp shriek. Countless bees surged out from the hexagonal holes like a black tornado sweeping toward them. There were too many bees dense enough to blot out the sky. "Shaolin, go at full speed," Lin Mo shouted. "Yes, master." The 2 off-road vehicles raced crazily along the winding mountain road. But the bees were faster, closely pursuing behind the vehicles. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. "No, we can't escape," Wang Chang shouted through the intercom. A glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. "Stop, prepare for battle." The 2 off-road vehicles came to a sudden halt. 7 people got out of the vehicles and lined up on the road. "Yuqing, expand your domain to block the rear," Lin Mo quickly ordered. Li Yuqing's shadow domain instantly expanded, turning the area within a 50-meter radius around her into pure darkness. The first batch of bees that rushed and collided with the edge of the domain. Dark servants surged from the shadows, lunging at the bees. The claws of the servants tore through the bees' exoskeletons, black bodily fluids splattering everywhere, but there were the first batch of servants shredded several bees, but the second batch rushed in. The servants were stung by the poisonous needles dissipating into black smoke, yet new servants emerged from the shadows. "Qingyan, hold the left side," Lin Mo shouted. Wang Qingjian's fire domain simultaneously expanded. Orange-earth flames surged from the void, forming a wall of fire. The bees charged into the wall of fire, their bodies igniting with a crackle. Liu Yang let the corpse soldiers hold the right side. 100 corpse soldiers lined up from the right side of the convoy, lunging at the bees, encircling them. The bodies of the corpse soldiers were reinforced by corpse energy. The bees' poisonous stingers only left small holes, but the counterattacks of the soldiers could directly shred the bees. Wang Chang Uncle Li blocked the front. Li Weigua expanded the Bagua domain. The Qian trigrams lit up strong winds, blowing away the bees, blocking the way ahead, while the Sun trigrams combined to create a path with wind blades. Wang Chang activated the diamond sequence, his 6-meter turtle body at the forefront, wielding a giant Tang Dao that swept through, slicing several bees in half with each swing. Li Yushi ascended into the air, transforming into a 2-winged angel form, her holy light staff shooting out a beam. Where the beam passed, the bees turned to white powder. The battle reached a fever pitch. The bodies of the bees piled up on the road, forming small hills, while black bodily fluids flowed together like streams seeping down through the... But there were too many bees. After killing one batch, another batch arrived, seemingly endless. Lin Mo stood at the center of the group, his gaze piercing through the layers of bees, landing on the beehive on the opposite cliff. "To catch the thief, first catch the king." Lin Mo raised his right hand. "Thunder's call." Boom. A 3-meter-wide silver thunderbolt struck down from the sky, hitting the beehive squarely. The surface of the beehive exploded, creating a large hole. Dark yellow fragments flew in all directions, exposing the bee larvae inside. The writhing white bodies were instantly carbonized by the high temperature of the lightning. The queen bee let out a sharp screech, charging toward Lin Mo from the air. 8 wings flapped wildly, its poisonous stinger aimed directly at Lin Mo's chest, its massive body resembling a black meteor. "Come on." He took out several metal spheres from the scroll. Raising his right hand, he activated metal control. The metal spheres quickly condensed before him into a 3-meter-long. The spear tip was aimed at the queen bee's head. Then thunder was added. Silver arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the spear, transforming it into a dazzling white light. "Go!" The spear tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. The queen bee tried to dodge, but the spear's speed was too fast. Thud! The spear pierced through the queen bee's head, exiting from its tail. Black bodily fluid gushed out like a fountain. The queen bee's body stiffened for a moment in the air before crashing down. It hit the winding mountain road, its massive body creating a deep pit in the pavement. Its 8 wings still weakly flapped. The poisonous stinger twitched a few times before becoming completely still. A system prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind. "Kill the queen bee, energy points 1,000. With the queen bee dead, the remaining bees went mad, attacking everyone frantically. "Clear the bees, hold nothing back," Lin Mo shouted. Lin Mo controlled the metal spear, transforming it into hundreds of long needles, arcs of electricity flashing in the formation. A metal storm formed within 100 meters. Lin Mo's mind was filled with the sound of system prompts. "Kill the bees, energy points 15. Kill the bees, energy points 15. Kill the bees, energy points 15." 6 people attacked simultaneously, and 10 minutes later the battle ended. The road was covered with the corpses of bees, black bodily fluid flowing together to form a small river trickling down the winding mountain road. The air was thick with the smell of burnt and fishy scents intense enough to make one nauseous. Lin Mo sat on the ground, breathing heavily. That last strike had drained all his mental energy. Without the energetic attribute, he would probably not even be able to stand. Is everyone all right? He asked. I'm fine. Wang Chong leaned against a rock covered in black blood. It's nothing. Wang Qingyan leaned against the car door, her face somewhat pale. I'm fine. Li Yuxi retracted her angel form, supporting her sister's shoulder. Li Weiguo leaned against the off-road vehicle, his complexion not good either. Activating the Bagua domain earlier had also consumed a lot of energy. Liu Yang fared the worst. Of the 100 corpse soldiers, fewer than 30 remained most destroyed in the battle. Seeing Liu Yang's state, Lin Mo glanced at the queen bee's corpse and said, Liu Yang, can you control the corpse of that queen bee? Liu Yang walked over to the corpse of the queen bee and began to use corpse energy to erode it. After a while he turned back and said, I can erode it, but it will take. Then everyone rested while remaining vigilant. An hour later the queen bee flew back to life. The wound pierced by the spear disappeared under the enhancement of corpse energy. Liu Yang controlled the queen bee to fly a few circles before stopping and said, I can only concentrate my mental energy to control one queen bee. I can't control the others anymore. Then Liu Yang gave up on the other corpse soldiers. With this one queen bee he could completely crush the previous 100 corpse soldiers, and it could even fly. Lin Mo stood up. Let's go check out that beehive. The group climbed onto the back of the queen bee, with Liu Yang controlling it to fly to the beehive. The beehive had been struck open by lightning, creating a large hole. Looking inside from the opening, it was dark. Lin Mo instructed Li Yuxi to summon a few shadow servants to scout it. After confirming there was no danger, the 7 of them entered one after another. The interior of the beehive was much larger than it appeared from the outside. The passages crisscrossed like the ground was covered with the corpses of bee larvae. Li Weiguo crouched down and poked at one of the larvae corpses with the tip of his knife, his expression serious. Fortunately, we took down the queen bee, otherwise this place would eventually become a super nest. They continued walking deeper along the main passage. At the end of the passage was a massive chamber. In the center of the chamber was a pool. The pool was not large, about 2 meters in diameter and less than half a meter deep. The pool was filled with a red liquid. A strange sweet scent wafted from the pool. The moment the aroma entered his nostrils, Lin Mo felt a bit of his mental energy recover. What is this? Li Yuxi leaned close to the pool, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Mo crouched down, dipped his finger into the dark red liquid, and tasted it on his tongue. Sweet. Not the saccharine sweetness of sugar, but a refreshing, invigorating sweetness that instantly sharpened the mind and uplifted the spirit. In the next instant, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Marvelous substance, blood honey. Designation 1287. Effect: I mental restoration rapidly restores spiritual energy upon ingestion. I efficacy scales proportionally with dosage. Effect 2 mental ascension. Prolonged consumption permanently elevates one's spiritual energy ceiling. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and drew a deep, steadying breath. This substance. All of you. Come and sense it for yourselves. One by one the 6 others reached out and touched the blood honey in the pool. Each time a hand made contact, the same expression bloomed across that person's face. First awe, then shock, and finally uncontainable elation. This can permanently raise one's spiritual energy ceiling. Wang Chong's voice trembled with and it restores mental energy swiftly. Li Yuqing added, her eyes blazing with intensity. An extraordinary find, Li Weiguo said, forcibly suppressing his excitement. This entire pool of blood honey will sustain us for a long time. Without another word, all 7 began filling buckets with the crimson liquid. 1 bucket, then 2, then 3. They drained the entire pool, ultimately collecting 6 buckets, each holding roughly 20 liters. Lin Mo stored all 6 buckets within his scroll. Let's go. The 7 emerged from the hive and stepped once more onto the winding mountain highway. Lin Mo turned, gazing back at the hive, its surface rent open by thunderous lightning. Qingyan, burn it. Wang Qingyan nodded and raised both hands. A colossal fireball erupted from her palms and slammed into the hive. Instantly flames engulfed it, vibrant orange fire consuming the entire cliffside. Within the inferno, the hexagonal cavities blazed like countless burning eyes, crackling fiercely. The 7 stood silently on the highway, watching the hive collapse into ash. Lin Mo retrieved a small vial of blood honey, approximately 500 milliliters, from his scroll and handed it to Li Yuxi. Try it. She accepted the vial, unscrewed the cap, and took a cautious sip. The moment the dark red liquid touched her throat, a cool, vital energy surged from her stomach upward into her mind. It felt like drinking icy water on a scorching summer day, pure, cleansing, revitalizing. She closed her eyes and focused inward. My spiritual energy has recovered by roughly 20%, and my ceiling appears to have risen slightly. Let me try. Wang Qingyan took the vial and drank a small amount. It truly works. Lin Mo gave a quiet nod. Spiritual energy formed the very foundation of sequence transcendence. The stronger one's spiritual energy, the greater one's abilities, and the longer their endurance. Yet this substance did more than restore, it permanently expanded that limit. We'll divide the blood honey equally. Store it first in the scroll. Each of you carries 1 vial for daily use. When depleted, come to me for replenishment. Lin Mo produced several more vials from his scroll and distributed them among the 6. They accepted them reverently, tucking each vial carefully into their packs. Twilight deepened, painting the sky in muted hues. The blood moon rose, casting its deep crimson light across the land. Rather than pressing onward, the 7 chose a relatively level stretch beside the highway to set up camp. Li Weigua erected a concealment formation. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi prepared dinner. After the meal, they gathered around the fire, conversing softly. Li Weigua spoke up. We depart at dawn tomorrow. We'll finally leave the Qinling Mountains. Hearing those words, the group fell into quiet reflection. It had been half a month since they entered the Qinling range. Each day spent either slaying anomalies or traveling toward them. Exhausting, yet profoundly worthwhile. All 7 had ascended to Sequence 3 and secured an entire pool of blood honey. As they reminisced, Li Weigua pulled out a map and spread it across the hood of the vehicle. Exhausting, yet profoundly worthwhile. All 7 had ascended to Sequence 3 and secured but beyond the Qinling range lies the outer perimeter of Chang'an City. At the mention of Chang'an, every brow furrowed. A metropolis of over 10 million souls, once a symbol of prosperity, now a nest of anomalies. Can we circumvent it? Lin Mo asked. Li Weigua traced a curved route across the map with his fingertip. A detour eastward along the expressway. This path avoids entering the urban core entirely. Then we take the expressway, Lin Mo declared decisively. Once clear of the Qinling and past Chang'an, we'll head for the Xin. If it exists, we need no longer wander this apocalypse. And if it does not? Wang Chang finished the thought, gripping the hilt of his massive Tang saber. Then we'll tear it down. Their gazes met, and simultaneously they smiled. Tomorrow, onward to Xinhua base. With plans settled, they dispersed to rest. Lin Mo retreated into the SUV and sank his awareness into his system, fixing his gaze on the upper left corner of the interface. Energy points, 32185. 1. The annihilation of the bee swarm had yielded over 30,000 points. Indeed, now that his strength had grown, acquiring energy points had become markedly easier. He had clearly surpassed the stage of primitive accumulation. With mounting excitement, he prepared to draw lots. 321 draws in a single session. His largest draw since binding the system. System, commenced drawing. The lottery wheel spun. Chimes rang rapidly in his mind. Congratulations, you've drawn a Y-Tire trait reinforced. Congratulations, you've drawn a Y-Tire trait keen edge. Congratulations, you've drawn a green tier trait swift. 10 minutes later, the draw concluded. He opened his eyes and inspected his inventory. Y-Tire traits 232. Green tier traits 52. Blue tier traits 26. Purple tire traits 9. Golden tier traits 1. Crimson tier traits 1. Lin Mo stared at the line reading Crimson tier trait. His pulse skipped. Crimson tier trait hyper-regeneration, damaged tissue regenerates at an astonishing, near miraculous rate. Lin Mo drew a slow, deep breath. Is this immortality? He suppressed his exhilaration and shifted his focus to the golden tier trait. Golden tier trait mental ward constructs an impermeable psychic barrier within the mind, repelling all forms of mental assault. Both traits were strategic masterpieces. Hyper-regeneration rendering him nearly indestructible, while mental ward ensured immunity against psychic anomalies. Extraordinary. Lin Mo grinned. He reviewed his inventory, keeping only useful traits, then merged all remaining white, green, and blue tier traits. Within his inventory, trait counts dwindled rapidly while quality ascended. In the end, he held purple tire traits 23-6 newly synthesized, golden tier traits 1 unchanged, crimson tier traits 1 unchanged. Lin Mo activated hyperregeneration upon himself. A warm, radiant sensation welled up from his marrow, surging through sinew and bone, limb and vein. He could feel his body transforming. Every cell reawakened, infused with renewed vitality. Then he activated mental ward. Lin Mo closed the system interface, shut his eyes, and let his consciousness drift into slumber. Dawn. As pale light seeped over the horizon, Lin Mo stirred awake. He sat up and gazed out the SUV window. Li Yuqing was already kindling the fire. Li Yushi knelt beside her, feeding dry twigs into the flames. Lin Mo pushed open the door and stepped out. Morning. Li Yuqing greeted him as he rose. Morning. He replied with a smile, joining her by the fire to help prepare. After breakfast, the 7 packed their gear. 2 SUVs resumed their ascent along the Serpentine Mountain Road. Today brought 3 beast swarms, bizarre, grotesque, yet effortlessly subdued. By afternoon, they finally descended from the Qinling Mountains. Before them stretched the boundless Guangzhou Plain. a desolate tapestry of fields, villages, and roads beneath a leaden sky. Withered yellow weeds choked the farmland, patches of dried blackened blood stained the earth. On the distant horizon the silhouette of a city loomed. Chang'an City. We're finally out. Wang Chang exhaled, relief thick in his voice. Eastward, to the expressway. Lin Mo's voice crackled over the radio. Copy that. Wang Chang pressed the accelerator. The SUV surged forward across the empty highway. Two vehicles sped eastward in formation, toward the expressway. About an hour into the journey, the road conditions ahead began to change. A large number of abandoned vehicles appeared on the highway, haphazardly blocking the way. Some car doors stood open with belongings scattered everywhere, while others lay overturned by the roadside, their bodies rusted and corroded. Further ahead, there was a toll booth. Half of its roof collapsed, revealing a twisted steel framework inside. The glass at the toll window was shattered, and dried dark blood stains marked the ground. Lin Mo observed the situation and immediately said, "Stop the car." Two vehicles stopped about 100 meters from the toll booth. Lin Mo got out of the car and looked towards the toll booth. The passage was blocked by abandoned vehicles, and to get through a path needed to be cleared. Moreover, there could likely be corpse monsters hidden within the buildings on either side of the toll booth. Yuqing sent out some servants to scout the way, he instructed. Li Yuqing nodded, raising her hand to summon 5 shadow servants from the shadows. The dark silhouettes moved silently towards the toll booth, slipping through the gaps of the abandoned vehicles and infiltrating the buildings on both sides. Moments later she withdrew her gaze and said, "There are no corpse monsters inside. Then let's clear the obstacles first." Lin Mo walked over to the abandoned vehicles and activated his metal manipulation. The discarded cars melted away like flowing water, transforming into a massive silver metal sphere. Lin Mo did not spare even the metallic roof of the toll booth. The two SUVs restarted and slowly drove past the toll booth. The road conditions behind the toll booth improved significantly, with almost no abandoned vehicles on the surface. On both sides of the highway lay vast farmlands and villages, with the occasional sight of collapsed houses and a few rusted abandoned cars. About an hour later, Li Weiguo's voice crackled through the intercom, filled with uncontainable excitement. "The radio has signal again." "Stop the car," Lin Mo commanded. Everyone gathered around the military radio, where a male voice emerged with some static, but was barely clear. "This is the Ember Base, coordinates Ningxian. We currently have over 3,000 people capable of maintaining a long-term isolation from the monsters. Survivors are welcome to come." Li Weiguo pulled out a map marking the repeatedly broadcast coordinates with his finger. "It's right here, about 300 kilometers away from us. According to the current route, exit the highway at Ningxian, and after 10 kilometers on the national road we will arrive." The group looked at that location, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. The convoy continued along the highway. As they traveled, the number of abandoned vehicles increased significantly. Lin Mo made no waste of them, refining each into a metal sphere to store in his scroll. As they moved, stopping intermittently, the day grew darker. The blood moon rose from the east, and the convoy hastened into a highway service area. Only a dozen corpse monsters lingered within, wandering through the parking lot and service hall. There were also some scrapped cars rusting away in place, while Wang Chang and Lu Yang got out to clear the corpse monsters. More surprisingly, the supermarket within the service area was surprisingly well-preserved, shelves piled high, with food, water, and daily necessities almost untouched by human hands. Lin Mo wasted no time unfurling his scroll to collect all the supplies. By the time they finished, the blood moon had fully risen. They lit a campfire in a sheltered area of the service station and began preparing dinner. A cast iron pot was set over the fire, into which several boxes of canned luncheon meat were cut and tossed, along with some dehydrated vegetables boiling into a steaming pot of stew. Wang Chang squatted by the fire, stirring the pot as the aroma wafted through the air. Lin Mo sat nearby, watching the flickering flames in a daze. In just 2 days they would reach the Ember Base, but no one knew what awaited them there. Regardless of what lay ahead, they needed to increase their strength for greater safety. He glanced at the mountain of metal accumulated in the scroll, and then at the entries in the system, formulating a plan in his mind. After dinner, Lin Mo found a level patch of ground to sit down and took out several pieces of refined metal from the scroll. The metal was as soft as clay in his hands, and he casually shaped it into 6 silver rings, each crafted with a hollow structure. Next, he attached entries to each ring in sequence. The first entry was space expansion. The second entry was firmness. All 6 rings had identical information. Strange object storage ring ID 6412. Firmness significantly increases hardness. Space expansion contains a space of 20 meters in length, width, and height. Having finished crafting the rings, Lin Mo stood up and walked towards the 2 SUVs. He first poured out all the metal spheres he had accumulated today from the scroll, creating a small mountain of silver metal. Then he raised his hands, activating his metal manipulation. The metal flowed like a living being, spreading, covering, and reshaping from the surface of the vehicles. Within minutes, the original SUVs had completely transformed their bodies wrapped in heavy armor plates, with a triangular ram extending from the front. Once the modifications were complete, Lin Mo checked the information on the first vehicle. Strange Object Armored Vehicle ID 3141 Firmness significantly increases vehicle body hardness. Automatic repair vehicle damage. Can self-repair. Spirit Awakening generates a mechanical spirit water walking capable of traveling on water. Space Expansion expands internal space. Smooth Passage ignores ordinary terrain, such as pits, quicksand, swamps, and debris, moving as if on solid ground. At this moment, Xiao Ling emerged from the vehicle, floating up and down in front of Lin Mo. Master, I have become stronger. Lin Mo looked at Xiao Ling and gently patted the little spirit's head. He then walked to the SUV that Wang Chong was driving and performed the same modification. He only added 4 entries: Firmness, Water Walking, Space Expansion, and Smooth Passage. Additionally, he specifically used Space Expansion at the fuel tank location. Once the modifications were complete, the information for the second vehicle was as follows: Strange Object Armored Vehicle ID 3645 Firmness significantly increases vehicle body hardness. Water walking capable of traveling on water. Space Expansion expands internal space. Smooth Passage ignores ordinary terrain, such as pits, quicksand, swamps, and debris, moving as if on solid ground. Although it lacked automatic repair and Spirit Awakening, it was still more robust than any military vehicle prior to the apocalypse. The 2 armored vehicles quietly stood not far away, glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the blood moon. The sharp triangular ram at the front was designed specifically to break through hordes of corpse monsters. After finishing the vehicle modifications, Lin Mo returned to the fire and called everyone over. The flames crackled, illuminating each person's face. Lin Mo took out the 6 silver rings from his pocket, handing 1 to each person. "One for each of you," he stated calmly. Wang Chong received the ring, feeling the information within. His expression shifted from confusion to shock. "Captain, isn't this just like the storage rings described in novels? You've become a cultivator." Hearing Wang Chong's words, Lin Mo retorted, annoyed. "If I were a cultivator, I would have eradicated all the anomalies already rather than being chased around by them." The remaining few expressed their gratitude after receiving the rings. At this moment, Lin Mo spoke again. "Qingyan, hand over your amplification ring, and Lu Yang your weapon." Lu Yang and Wang Qingyan looked up at Lin Mo, puzzled. However, they still directly gave him the amplification ring and the corpse explosion staff. Lin Mo took the ring and staff, immediately activating the entry recovery. He then placed his hand on Lu Yang's shoulder, attaching the corpse explosion and mental doubling entries to Lu Yang's body. Lu Yang's entire body trembled violently, his pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks. "What is this?" Lu Yang's voice trembled slightly. "Corpse explosion and mental doubling," Lin Mo replied. Lu Yang remained silent for a full half-minute before suddenly standing up. "Brother Mo, from now on you're my real brother. If you tell me to head east, I won't go west." "Captain, it's your turn," Wang Chong said, watching eagerly as he rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Mo with longing. "What about me? What do I get?" Lin Mo glanced at him, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He placed his hand on Wang Chong's shoulder and used the steel bone entry. "Your defense is already strong. With this, your defense will become even stronger." Wang Chong felt the power within him and said, "Captain, I'll follow you from." Lin Mo smiled, saying, "All right, we're on the same team, so let's not get caught up in these formalities. In the future, when we encounter anomalies, it'll be relying on you to take the brunt of it." Wang Chong grinned widely and nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Captain. When we encounter anomalies, I will definitely stand in the front lines." Lin Mo turned to Li Weigua and attached the copper skin, iron bone, and mental doubling to him. Lastly, it was Wang Qingyan's turn. Lin Mo attached the damage doubling and mental doubling directly to her. Wang Qingyan closed her eyes, feeling the power coursing through her. After a moment, she turned to Lin Mo, her gaze filled with something unexplainable. "Lin Mo, why are you being so good to us?" Lin Mo remained silent for a while before replying. "A person can't go far in this apocalypse. Only if our team grows stronger can we combat the anomalies more safely. Just consider it an investment." Wang Qingyan looked at his profile, the firelight accentuating his stern features. She didn't say anything further, only nodded gently. In truth, there was something Lin Mo hadn't said. "Only when you all grow stronger can I gain more energy points." After distributing all the entries, Lin Mo unfurled the scroll. The supplies stored within flowed out like a stream, forming a small mound beside the campfire. "Previously, I didn't have a means of storage, so I gathered everything here. Now let's divide it." As Lin Mo spoke, everyone gathered around the supplies to start distributing them evenly. Once the distribution was complete, everyone found a spot to rest. The 2 modified armored vehicles stood not far away, glistening with a metallic sheen under the blood moon. Lin Mo did not rest immediately. Instead, he circled the 2 vehicles, checking the results of the modifications. "Lin Mo," Li Yuqing's voice came from behind. Lin Mo turned to see her stepping down from the armored vehicle. "Why aren't you resting?" "I can't sleep while I'm thinking about things." Lin Mo waited for her to approach, and the two stood side by side beside the armored vehicle, gazing at the horizon stained red by the blood moon. Are you thinking about the Ember Base? Lin Mo asked. Li Yuqing nodded. If the Ember Base is real, will we stay there? Let's first see how things are, but it doesn't necessarily mean we'll stay, Lin Mo replied after a moment of silence. Li Yuqing glanced at him. I thought you would want to find a place to settle down. Stability is relative, Lin Mo said, pointing at the blood moon in the sky. With that thing around, there's no absolutely safe place in this world. Li Yuqing followed Lin Mo's finger and stared at the blood moon for a few seconds. What you say makes sense. She didn't say anything more, turning back to the vehicle and saying good night. After checking the armored vehicle and finding no issues, Lin Mo also returned to the vehicle, slowly drifting into sleep. As dawn broke, Lin Mo was awakened by the roar of an engine. He turned over and sat up, looking out through the armored vehicle's bulletproof window. On the national highway to the east of the service area, 3 vehicles were speeding by. A pickup truck and 2 SUVs, their bodies covered in mud and dried black blood. With fuel barrels and luggage tied on the roof, it was clear they were a convoy of survivors on a long journey. Lin Mo watched their direction of travel. Are they also heading to the Xinhua base? Li Yuqing's voice came from beside him. She had woken up at some point, leaning against the window, her gaze following the tail lights of the 3 vehicles. They should be. Breakfast was simple. Compressed biscuits with hot water, 1 piece, each quickly consumed. The 7 of them gathered around the campfire, finishing their breakfast. Let's set off. Lin Mo stood up. The 2 armored vehicles started their engines and slowly merged onto the highway. Today's road conditions were much better than yesterday. There were far fewer abandoned vehicles, and the road surface was relatively intact. Xiao Ling maneuvered the armored vehicle steadily behind Wang. The scenery on both sides remained unchanged. Barren fields and collapsed houses. Occasionally a few corpse monsters could be seen wandering in the fields, but their speed could not catch up with the speeding armored vehicles. There is a toll station 10 kilometers ahead, Li Weiguo's voice came through the intercom. 10 minutes later, the toll station appeared in sight. Unlike the previous one, this toll station was almost intact. The roof was still there, the windows were unbroken except for being covered in dust, but the toll booths were tightly blocked by a dozen abandoned vehicles. Lin Mo got out of the vehicle and walked toward the pile of abandoned cars. Metal manipulation activated. The rusted iron shells melted like snow, turning into silvery, liquid metal, coalescing into several metal spheres that hovered beside him. Just as he was about to withdraw, the roof of the toll station suddenly collapsed. Boom. It was not the kind of collapse caused by years of neglect. Instead, it was as if something inside had pushed the roof apart. Debris and steel frames flew everywhere. Dust filled the air. Amidst the dust, a massive figure. It was a corpse monster, but not an ordinary one. It stood over 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in pitch black armor with dark red patterns all over its surface. Its arms were no longer arms, but 2 gigantic bone blades, the edges of which glimmered with a pale cold light. As the corpse monster sensed the convoy's presence, it immediately charged toward Lin Mo. Each step shook the ground, and the bone blades sliced through the air with a sharp sound. It was fast, much faster than an ordinary corpse monster. But in Lin Mo's eyes, it was still too slow. After sequence 3, his physical attributes had improved to a new level. He raised his right hand, activating metal manipulation. The several metal spheres hovering beside him instantly transformed into spears, shooting out at a speed almost too fast for the eye to follow. Thud! 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 The metal spears pierced through the corpse monster's body like bullets. Its chest, abdomen, and limbs suddenly sprouted over a dozen bullseyed holes. Black bodily fluid gushed out from the wounds, splattering everywhere. Yet it did not fall, nor did it slow down, continuing to charge at Lin Mo, with its bone blades raised, aiming. Not dead. Lin Mo furrowed his brows slightly. With a thought, the metal spears that had pierced the corpse monster's body curved in the air and flew back, piercing again. This time they aimed for the joints. Knees, elbows, shoulders. The metal spears accurately shattered each joint. The headless corpse monster's body suddenly tilted, its legs gave way, and it knelt on the ground. It was still struggling, the flesh at its wounds writhing wildly. Its recovery ability is quite strong. Lin Mo walked up to it, raising his right hand. A silver-white lightning bolt pierced through its body. The electricity danced and spread over the black armor, scorching the dark red patterns into charred black. Moments later, the corpse monster lay completely still. Energy point 50, the system prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and turned back to the convoy continued on. By 3 in the afternoon, they finally reached Ning County. Exiting the highway and traveling along the national road for about 10 kilometers, a small town. We have arrived, Li Weiguo said, holding the map, comparing it with the coordinates broadcasted on the radio, his tone tinged with barely contained excitement. Lin Mo looked out through the windshield. The town was small, with dozens of low buildings lined up along a main street. The street was empty, with no corpse monsters in sight. Uncle Li, can you sense the eerie energy? Lin Mo asked. Li Weiguo closed his eyes, fully activating the abilities of the Feng Shui master sequence. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a hint of confusion on his face. There is eerie energy, but it's very faint. So faint it's almost undetectable. Almost undetectable. Lin Mo repeated the phrase. Yes, it's as if something is blocking the eerie energy. Lin Mo's heart stirred. It can block the aura for a long time, preventing the anomalies from sensing it. The phrase from the radio broadcast surfaced in his mind. Lin Mo stored the 2 armored vehicles into his scroll, then took out a backpack, placing some food inside. The others, like Lin Mo, took out a small bag and some dirty clothes from their storage rings. Everyone finished their disguises. Let's go take a look inside. The 7 of them walked into the town. It was quiet enough to only hear their own footsteps. Just as Lin Mo was assessing the surrounding buildings. Halt! A voice came from ahead. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. 50 meters ahead, on the roof of a 3-story building, stood a man. It was a middle-aged man wearing a military green jacket, holding a rifle aimed in their direction. On either side of the roof, several others appeared, also holding guns, their barrels pointed at them. Who are you? The middle-aged man's voice was low but exceptionally clear in the empty street. Survivors. Lin Mo took 2 steps forward, arms outstretched to show he was unarmed. I heard the broadcast from the radio and came to take a look. The middle-aged man scrutinized Lin Mo for a few seconds, then glanced at the 6 people behind him, his gaze lingering for a moment on Wang Chang's 2-meter-tall frame. Just the 7 of you. It's just us left, everyone else has died. Where did you come from? From Hanqing. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, then gestured behind him. The people on the roof lowered their guns. A minute later, the iron door on the first floor opened. The middle-aged man stepped out, nodding at Lin Mo. Follow me. Lin Mo and the 6 others followed him. They crossed the main street, turned into a small alley, and after about 5 minutes, a massive air raid shelter entrance appeared ahead. The entrance was about 10 meters wide and 5 meters high, flanked by sandbags and barbed wire. Above the entrance hung a wooden sign, painted in red, with 4 large characters, Xinhua Base. At the entrance stood a dozen armed guards who parted to make way upon seeing the middle. Lin Mo stood at the entrance, gazing into the dark air raid shelter. His danger perception showed no reaction. He stepped forward and walked inside. The air raid shelter was deep. They followed the middle-aged man for about 10 minutes before seeing light ahead. The light was warm yellow, not very bright, but appeared especially warm in the dim shelter. After passing a turn, they heard voices. Conversations, laughter, the cries of children, the clattering of dishes. Those sounds surged from ahead, overwhelming Lin Mo's ears like he quickened his pace. Then he saw it. At the end of the air raid shelter was a vast underground space. About 20 meters high, 100 meters wide, and extending beyond sight. The space was densely packed with tents and makeshift houses constructed from wooden boards, canvas, and metal sheets. The ground was covered with gravel and sand crunch. The air was filled with a mixed odor, the smell of oil and smoke, sweat, and a hint of dampness. But that scent was the smell of being alive. It was not the stench of a corpse monster's lair, nor the silence of the wilderness. It was people. Many people. Lin Mo stood still, gazing at this underground city before him. The middle-aged man led them through the main corridor of the air raid shelter. Emergency lights were hung on the walls every few meters, casting warm yellow glows that created halos in the dim space. Lin Mo observed as he walked. The air raid shelter was much larger than he had imagined. The main corridor was about 5 meters wide, enough for 2 vehicles to pass. The ground was covered with gravel and sand crunching underfoot, clearly leveled by human hands. Many branching corridors extended on both sides, leading to various functional areas. Someone emerged from a side corridor, casting curious or wary glances at the unfamiliar faces before hastily departing. After about 10 minutes, the middle-aged man stopped in front of an iron door. The door was reinforced with several horizontal steel bars welded onto the door panel, and a guard with a gun stood on each side of the door frame. New survivors, the middle-aged man said to the guard on the left. The guard nodded and pushed open the iron door. Behind it was a larger space. The moment Lin Mo stepped inside, his pace faltered. This was an underground hall estimated to be the size of 2 standard basketball courts, with a height exceeding 10 meters. The ceiling was an arched concrete dome illuminated by several lights that brightened the entire hall. The hall was densely packed with all sorts of facilities. On the left side was a row of simple stoves built with bricks and iron sheets, and a large iron pot on the stove was steaming. Several women in aprons were bustling around the stoves, chopping vegetables and stoking fires. The aroma of food wafted through the hall, mingling with the scent of oil and steam, making one feel as if they had returned to a canteen before the apocalypse. To the right was an open space covered with old tarpaulins where a few children were playing. A little girl about 3 or 4 years old was chasing a ball that rolled to Wang Chang's feet. The little girl looked up, saw Wang Chang's nearly 2-meter-tall figure, paused for a moment, then timidly said, "Uncle, can you give me back the ball?" Wang Chang bent down, pinched the ball with 2 fingers, and handed it over. "Thank you, uncle," the little girl said as she ran off with the ball. Wang Chang stood still, watching the little girl's figure disappear, his expression somewhat complex. Ahead was a row of simple houses made of wooden boards and tarpaulins. Further away at the end of the hall there were several dark branching corridors that seemed to lead nowhere. You all wait here for a moment. The middle-aged man pointed to a row of plastic stools in the corner of the hall before turning and walking into a side corridor. Lin Mo did not sit down. He stood in place, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall as he silently estimated the number of people here. In just the hall he saw at least 200 to 300 people. Adding in those in the side corridors, the number of 3,000 seemed hardly exaggerated. This place is truly vast, Li Yushi remarked softly, her eyes scanning around. About 10 minutes later the middle-aged man returned, followed by two others. One was an elderly man with graying hair, appearing to be in his 60s, wearing a faded gray jacket with deep wrinkles etched into his face. The other was a woman in her 30s with short hair, wearing a black tactical jacket and carrying a handgun at her waist. She was not particularly beautiful, but her gaze was sharp. My name is Zhou Jiangwo, the old man spoke first, his voice hoarse yet full of strength. I am the head of this base. Lin Mo. He introduced himself without mentioning anyone else or their serial numbers. Zhou Jiangwo did not press further. He looked Lin Mo and the others up and down. Follow me. Lin Mo followed Zhou Jiangwo into a small room next to the hall. The room was not large, about 10 square meters, with a wooden table and several chairs, a kettle, and a few enamel cups placed on the table. The short-haired woman also entered, standing behind Zhou Jiangwo. Zhou Jiangwo sat down opposite the table, reached for the kettle, and poured a cup of water for Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not drink. Zhou Jiangwo did not mind lifting his cup to take a sip before getting straight to the point. Where are you all from? From Han City. We escaped all the way here. What kind of oddities did you encounter along the way? A lot, I can't remember. How many people died? A lot, I can't remember. You 7 are all serials, right? Zhou Jiangwo suddenly asked. Upon hearing this question, Lin Mo was not too surprised and directly replied. 1 is serial 2, the rest are serial 1. Zhou Jiangwo looked at him with a calm gaze. Are you here temporarily, or do you wish to join the base? Lin Mo, hearing this, asked in confusion. What does that mean? If you join the base, you will need to go out to gather supplies, and you can receive a talisman for free every 7 days. If you're just temporarily residing, you will need to exchange 10 pounds of food or equivalent supplies for a talisman. Lin Mo, after hearing Zhou Jiangwo's explanation, asked, what is a talisman? What is it used for? Zhou Jiangwo took out a small wooden box from the drawer of the table and opened it. Inside were neatly stacked palm-sized talismans covered with intricate patterns. These were made by a serial extraordinary person in the base. Zhou Jiangwo's tone turned serious. The talisman serves to conceal the aura of living beings. The existence of our base is also due to this. He picked up a talisman and handed it to Lin Mo. This talisman must not be damaged. Once damaged, you need to exchange for a new one. The moment Lin Mo took the talisman, he felt a cool aura spreading from the talisman paper, as if a thin layer of film enveloped his entire body. His danger perception did not raise any alarms, indicating that the talisman posed no issues, at least no direct harm. Lin Mo took a careful glance at the talisman, then asked Wang Chong to take out 70 pounds of supplies from the backpack and place them on the table, keeping the talisman close. Zhou Jiangwo had the short-haired woman take the supplies away, then said to Lin Mo, this talisman is only valid for 7 days. You need to exchange it again after that. 7 days? Lin Mo asked. What if we don't have enough supplies to exchange after 7 days? Zhou Jiangwo paused for a second, then replied, if supplies are insufficient, you can join the search team. Now let me take you to your living quarters. Zhou Jiangwo nodded at the short-haired woman. Chun Shui arranged an independent large compartment in the East District. Yes, the short-haired woman responded, stepping out from behind Zhou Jiangwo and nodding at Lin Mo. Follow me. She exited the small room, leading Lin Mo and the others through the hall and into a side corridor on the east side. The compartments on both sides of the corridor were lined up next to one another, some with doors closed and others open, revealing their simple furnishings. A bed, a box, a lamp. This was the entirety of most people's possessions. Chun Shui led them to the end of the corridor and pushed open an iron door. Behind it was a space of about 30 square meters, larger than the compartment seen along the way. Inside were 7 military beds, a long table, several chairs, and a simple storage shelf. An emergency light hung on the wall. The illumination was not very bright, but it was sufficient. This is the largest compartment in the East District, Chun Shui said at the door, her tone flat. Thanks, Lin Mo replied. Chun Shui nodded and turned to leave. Lin Mo closed the iron door and distributed the talismans among the remaining 6. Does this talisman really work? Wang Chong said, touching the... Li Weigua glanced at the talisman and said, this thing does indeed work. I can feel the eerie aura being kept at bay. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, scanned the faces of the 6. Remember, if anyone asks, we are serial 1, Wang Chong is serial 2. Do not reveal our true capabilities. The 6 nodded in unison. Lin Mo put the talisman away again and lay down on the military bed. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 580. 1. 5 draws. He began to draw. Congratulations, you have drawn the white attribute solid. Congratulations, you have drawn the green attribute resilient. Congratulations, you have drawn the green attribute swift. 5 draws completed. Lin Mo looked at the attributes in the system backpack and sighed. 2 green, 3 white. He turned off the system panel and flipped over. Listening to the muffled voices coming from the corridor, he gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Mo was awakened by a blaring whistle. The sound was sharp and piercing, echoing through the corridor of the air raid shelter like a knife stabbing into his eardrums. He suddenly opened his eyes, rolled over to sit up, paused for a moment, and then remembered where he was. Xinhua Base East District Metal Compartment. The whistle continued to sound one after another with a steady rhythm, unlike an alarm. What's going on? Wang Chong sat up from the nearby camp bed, his eyes still not fully open. Lin Mo walked to the iron door and looked outside through a small window. People were moving about in the corridor, leisurely, most heading towards the entrance. It looked like some sort of daily assembly. He opened the door and stopped a passing uncle. Uncle, what's with this whistle? The uncle glanced at him, sizing him up, guessing that he was new. It's breakfast time. The whistle is to remind everyone to go to the hall for food, 2 meals a day. The whistle is the signal. Does everyone have to go? If you want to go, go. If not, you can eat your own stored food. After saying that, he took a bowl and left. The 7 of them left the compartment, following the flow of people towards the hall. The crowd in the corridor grew denser as people merged from various branches into the main passage like count. The 7 of them left the compartment, following the flow of people towards the hall. The crowd in the corridor grew denser as people merged from various branches into the main passage like countless streams converging into a river. There were men, women, old and young, dressed in all sorts: military overcoats, windbreakers, tattered cotton jackets, and thin jackets. Upon reaching the hall, Lin Mo saw a scene different from yesterday. Yesterday, when they entered in the afternoon, there were not many people in the hall, which felt somewhat empty. Now in the morning, the hall was packed with people, at least over 1,000 lined up in a dense crowd. The kitchen was already bustling. Several large iron pots were steaming, simultaneously cooking rice porridge. The porridge was thin, with rice grains rolling in the boiling water barely visible at the bottom of the pot. Next to it, there were a few pots cooking vegetable soup with a few floating vegetable leaves and unknown wild greens. 1 bowl of porridge and 1 ladle of vegetable soup per person. The older sister behind the kitchen shouted, "Don't push up, everyone gets their share." The line was long, but the order was relatively good. Lin Mo let Wang Chong and the others queue up while he moved around outside the line, observing everything around. He noticed a wooden board hanging beside the kitchen with several lines written in chalk: base ration, standard adults 1 bowl of porridge, 1 ladle of vegetable soup per meal. Children under 12, half a bowl of porridge, half a ladle of vegetable soup per meal. Pregnant women, an extra grain cake. Search team members, an additional grain cake, and a small piece of meat. Exchange standard 10 gene of grain can be exchanged for 1 talisman. For other supplies, please consult the Materials Management Office. Lin Mo silently recited these lines, committing them to memory. Lin Mo, I've got it. Li Yushi approached with an enamel basin containing 7 bowls of porridge and 7 bowls of vegetable soup. The porridge was thin. The vegetable soup had a few unknown leaves floating in it with a few drops of oil on the surface, and the salt was minimal, making it quite bland. The 7 of them squatted in the compartment to eat breakfast. Wang Chong finished his porridge in 2 bites and pulled out some compressed biscuits to munch on. Li Yushi set down her bowl and quietly said, "This porridge is so thin it won't fill us up at all. With over 3,000 people, it's already good to have porridge to drink." Li Weiguo set down his bowl and wiped his mouth. "I calculated that according to this ration standard, each person's daily grain consumption is about 2 liang, which adds up to a considerable amount for 3,000 people. Where do they get so much grain from?" Lu Yang smacked his lips. "They must be searching outside," Lin Mo replied. "There are counties nearby, and further away there are several towns. It has only been over 3 months since the apocalypse, so the grains in the supermarkets and warehouses should not have fully deteriorated yet. As long as someone goes to search, they can get some. But just relying on searching like this isn't a solution." Li Yuqing stacked her bowl neatly in the basin. "There will come a day when the food runs out." After finishing breakfast, the 7 of them went their separate ways. Lin Mo's intent was clear: since they needed to observe this base, they shouldn't cluster together. Spreading out, each person watching a different direction, would yield a more comprehensive information summary. Li Weiguo went to the Materials Management Office to see how the base's resource reserves and exchange rules actually worked. Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan headed to the training area to assess the base's combat capabilities and organization. Lu Yang went to the medical area and the places where the elderly and children gathered to gain insight into the base's daily management. Li Yuqing and her sister Li Yushi went to the logistics. Lin Mo wandered around the hall and various corridors, choosing the busier spots to eavesdrop on conversations and watch people at work. In a corner of the hall, he stood by a few old men listening to their conversation. "Old son, did your son go out with the search team yesterday?" "He went out and didn't return until dark, bringing back half a bag of flour and a few cans. All the surrounding areas have already been searched clean. We can only go further away." Lin Mo turned and left, changing to another spot. Behind the kitchen, several older sisters were scrubbing pots and washing dishes, chatting while working. Did you see the new arrivals yesterday? 7 of them. I heard they are all sequencers. I saw there was a tall guy over 2 meters tall. Just looking at him is intimidating. Having more sequencers is a good thing. Last time there was something strange, and if it weren't for those sequencers holding the fort, our base might not have survived. Indeed, Uncle Joe said that as long as there are enough sequencers, we can clear out all the anomalies around, and then we can go out and farm. Farm? Can we still farm in this weather? Lin Mo slowed his pace upon hearing the word anomaly. It seemed this base had experienced an attack from some anomaly and was defended by the sequencers. He continued walking forward, turning into a more secluded corridor. The compartments on either side were much smaller and more dilapidated than those in the East District. Some compartments didn't even have doors, just an old cloth curtain in place. Through the gaps in the cloth curtain, he could see dim spaces inside with people curled up on tattered bedding in corners and some leaning against the walls in a daze. The mental state of the people in this corridor was completely different from those in the main hall. Although the people in the main hall were thin, there was still light in their eyes. The people here had dull eyes, as if their vitality had been drained by something. He saw an open compartment. Inside sat 3 people, an elderly woman and 2 children, the older one about 7 or 8 years old, and the younger one around 3 or 4. The older one was holding the younger one curled up in the corner, while the elderly woman leaned against the bed, her eyes closed, not knowing if she was asleep or awake. The compartment had no extra belongings, no blankets, no clothes, not even a bowl. Lin Mo did not linger. When he returned to the East District compartment, the others had already returned one after another. He closed the door, and the 7 of them sat around the long table. Li Weiguo was the first to speak. The Materials Management Office is in a small room north of the hall, where someone is specifically assigned to register. The search team must hand over 40 of the resources they find. Other items can also be exchanged, but the exchange rate is quite unfair. 5 gene of grain can only be exchanged for 1 gene of canned meat, and 2 gene of grain for 1 pack of salt. 40%. Wang Chong frowned. According to them, the resources collected are used to sustain the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, as well as to maintain the operation of the base. Wang Qingyan added, the training area is in a branch corridor to the east. It's not large, but there are sandbags, wooden dummies, and several sequencers teaching ordinary people how to use cold weapons. I watched for a while. They were teaching earnestly, not just going through the motions. Is training mandatory? Lin Mo asked. No, it's voluntary to participate, Wang Qingyan said. But those who attend training can receive half a bowl of extra porridge with each meal. Lu Yang said, I went to check the medical area. There are 5 doctors, all of whom escaped from hospitals. There aren't many medicines, mainly antibiotics and tourniquets, all sourced. Li Yuqing set down her water cup. The 2 meals from the kitchen each day have their ration standards made public. After everyone finished reporting, the compartment fell silent for a moment. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. So from what I've observed, this base is not bad, but they are likely running low on food. The resources in Ning County have already been exhausted, and to obtain supplies they will need to venture into surrounding towns. Li Weiguo nodded. I've heard that too. They want to start farming, but 2 weeks ago a strange entity came from the direction of Ning County and almost broke into the air raid shelter. What type of anomaly? Lin Mo asked. I don't know, the information isn't clear. But one thing is certain. This talisman can indeed obscure our presence, but it's not absolute. Strong enough anomalies can still find their way here. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment before saying, continue to observe for a few more days. He stood up, walked to the iron door, opened it slightly, and glanced outside. People were passing by in the corridor, their footsteps light, as if afraid of disturbing others. From the direction of the hall, the sounds of children laughing and the clatter of pots and pans could be heard. Over 3,000 people squeezed into this underground base, relying on a talisman and 2 bowls of thin porridge each day to survive. Fragile as a paper lantern, Lin Mo closed the door, returned to his camp bed, and lay down. He immersed his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 80. 1. He needed to find a way to obtain more energy points. And the over 3,000 people before him might just be the best tools. But now was not the time. In the following days, Lin Mo and the others did not leave the base. In the compartment, 7 people sat around a long table. Li Weiguo was the first to speak. After observing for the past few days, we've basically figured out the situation at the base. He took out a notebook from his pocket, flipping it open to reveal a dense record of discoveries from the past few days. There are a total of 17 sequencers. Li Weiguo pointed at the paper with his index finger. This is based on my calculations from the registration at the Resource Management Department. It should be quite accurate. On the surface, the strongest among them is Sequencer 2, with 5 members. The rest should all be Sequencer 1. Who created the talismans? Lin Mo asked. An old Taoist surnamed Zhang, over 60 years old, part of the Taoist sequence. Li Weiguo flipped to the next page. Everyone at the base calls him Taoist Zhang. It is his talismans that keep the entire base operational. Without them, the over 3,000 people would have already been found by the strange entities. Lin Mo nodded, understanding the situation. What about the other 4 sequencer twos? He continued to ask. Li Weiguai turned to the next page, the handwriting more hurried, clearly noted, while standing in the corridor. 1 is called Sun, how a martial artist sequencer considered the strongest combat force on the surface, responsible for leading search teams to gather resources, leaving before dawn and returning at night. Martial artist sequencer. Wang Chong leaned forward, intrigued. What abilities does he have? Enhanced physical attributes, proficient in various weapons. It is said he was a martial arts instructor before the apocalypse, and his power surged after awakening. Those specific skills are. Another one is called Chun Shui, the short-haired woman. You have seen. Li Weiguo raised his chin slightly. She is from the Shadow Blade sequence. Lin Mo repeated the unfamiliar name. Similar to Yuqing's Dark Apostle, but more inclined towards pure assassination. She can move stealthily in the shadows, is fast, and excels in reconnaissance and surprise attacks. Upon hearing this, Li Yuqing raised her eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. Another is Zhao Mingyuan from the Wind Manipulation sequence. His ability is to control airflow, capable of attacking with wind blades, and can briefly fly. The last one is Fong Qing from the Gardener sequence. She can make plants grow rapidly and communicate with them. The vegetables and radishes grown at the base are under her care. The compartment fell silent for a moment. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, producing a dull sound. What do you all think? His gaze swept over the 6 people. Do we stay or continue moving? Wang Chong was the first to express his opinion, arms crossed over his chest, leaning back in his chair. I'll follow you. This place is really not as good as the vehicle. Wang Qingyan nodded and said, me too. Lu Yang was more direct, his young face serious. Wherever brother Mo goes, I go. The 3 of them turned their gaze to Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi. Li Yuxi glanced at her sister and then calmly said, we will follow you. Finally, it was Li Weiguo's turn. He closed the notebook and tucked it back into his pocket. I will follow the team. Lin Mo listened to everyone's opinions and remained silent for a while. Then he spoke up. Now we have 3 paths before us. The first, establish a new base ourselves. The second, join the Flame of Hope. The third, wait for the Flame of Hope to encounter a crisis and take over. He paused, scanning the crowd. Whether establishing our own base or taking over the Flame of Hope requires a lot of metal. Tomorrow we will go to Ping'an County to gather metal first. The next day before dawn, Lin Mo woke up. He sat up and stretched his stiff neck. Sleeping on the iron-framed army bed was truly uncomfortable, far worse than in the armored vehicle. The 6 people woke up one after another. Breakfast was simple compressed biscuits, soaked in water, 2 pieces per person, quickly resolved. No one spoke, only the crunching sound of biscuits being chewed and the occasional sound of drinking water and swallowing. Lin Mo waited for everyone to finish eating and walked to the compartment. Let's go. The 7 of them passed through the corridor, walked through the hall, and exited the air raid shelter entrance. After confirming that no one else was around, Lin Mo took out 2 armored vehicles from the scroll. The silver-gray bodies glimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. The blue phantom of Xiao Ling floated out from the dashboard of the first vehicle, swirling in front of Lin Mo. Master, where are we going today? Her voice was clear, filled with the excitement of a child about to go out to play. To Ping'an County. Lin Mo opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Xiao Ling, stay close to Wang Chong's vehicle. Okay, master. The 2 armored vehicles started their engines, the roar echoing across the vast wilderness. The armored vehicles drove southeast along the national road. Ping'an County is about 40 kilometers southeast of Ning County. Before the apocalypse, it was a large county town with a permanent population of over 100,000, primarily focused on agriculture and light industry, with several industrial parks and large warehouses surrounding the county. The road conditions were poor, with many cracks and potholes, and some places had already collapsed. But this was nothing for the 2 armored vehicles. The as if walking on flat ground attribute allowed them to virtually ignore the terrain, directly bypassing the fields along the roadside, crushing the dried weeds and gravel. About 40 minutes later, the outline of Ping'an County appeared in the distance. Lin Mo looked through the armored vehicle's bulletproof glass. Ping'an County was larger than he had imagined. As far as the eye could see, densely packed buildings occupied the entire plain. Most of those structures had broken windows and doors, with dried vines climbing the outer walls. Some roofs had already collapsed, exposing dark hollow spaces inside. Uncle Li housed the density of the strange energy. Lin Mo pressed the intercom. Li Weiguo's voice came from the intercom, not high, much lower than expected, but from the distribution. The density of the strange energy in the central area of the county is denser than the outskirts, so there may be something there. Let's clear the outskirts first and slowly push inward. The 2 armored vehicles stopped at the entrance of the county. The entrance was a main street with 4 lanes in both directions, littered with shattered glass, dried black blood stains, and scattered abandoned vehicles. Most of the shop signs on both sides were crooked or fallen. A noodle shop's roll-up door had been smashed open from the inside, with several protruding fist marks imprinted on the metal door. Lin Mo got out of the vehicle and stood at the intersection, glancing inside. His danger perception did not react strongly. There was only a faint chill in the center of his brow. Lu Yang, Yuqing, scout ahead. Lu Yang nodded and released a huge queen bee from his storage ring. The 10-meter-long pitch-black body materialized from the void, the queen bee flapping its wings and hovering about 20 meters above the heads of the crowd, casting a massive shadow on the ground like a moving cloud. Li Yuqing summoned over 20 shadow servants, dispersing them around. The 7 of them advanced along the main street into the depths of the county. The queen bee circled slowly in the air, its 8 compound eyes scanning the buildings and streets below from different angles. Upon hearing sounds, the corpse creatures surged from the alleys on both sides of the main street. About 50 to 60 of them, pitch black, hunched over with murky eyes fixed on the enemy. They pounced from different directions, letting out low growls from their throats. Lin Mo merely raised his right hand, and several fist-sized metal spheres flew out from the scroll, instantly stretching into sharp metal sheets in midair, shooting towards the swarm of corpse creatures like flying knives. Thud, 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 thud. The metal sheets accurately sliced through the necks of each corpse creature, black bodily fluids splattering out. A dozen corpse creatures fell simultaneously, their heads rolling on the ground while their bodies twitched. In less than 10 seconds, this batch of corpse creatures was completely cleared. Too weak, Wang Chong slung his tang knife over his shoulder. Even 1,000 of these would be no challenge. Don't be careless. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the deeper parts of the county. Those just now were merely an appetizer. Before he finished speaking, Liu Yang's voice came from behind. Brother, Mo, 150 meters away, a group of corpse creatures is gathering, at least 300 of them, and there are some big ones among them. Big ones. Similar to those at the toll station before. At least 5 mutated ones with bone blade arms. Lin Mo's mouth curled in a faint smile. 5. Perfect to warm up. He turned to the others and issued orders with swift clarity. Wang Chong, take the front and hold the line. Xingyan, you stay in the middle for fire support and prioritize clearing ordinary corpse fiends. Liu Yang, have the Bee King suppress from the air and focus on those mutated ones. Yuqing, Yushi, you two guard the left and right flanks. Uncle Li, rear guard and keep an eye on the back. 6 of them nodded in unison. The group moved into the eastern street and the horde of corpse fiends appeared, at least 400 of them. They swarmed down the thoroughfare in a black tide and endless heaving mass. 5 mutated corpse fiends were mixed among the ordinary ones. Each towered over 3 meters, their arms transformed into 2 enormous bone blades that glinted with a pallid, cruel light. They moved far faster than the ordinary fiends, barreling through the horde and hurling aside anything in their path, then charging straight toward the team. Here, Wang Chong bellowed. His figure swelled from just over 2 meters to a daunting 6. The great tang blade in his hands grew with him, its blade stretching beyond 3 meters. A milky halo clung to the edge, the holy light blessing Li Yushi had bestowed. Wang Chong gripped the sword with both hands and charged into the horde. A silver-white arc cut through the air, cleaving the 7 or 8 fiends at the front in half. Black ichor exploded outward. His momentum did not falter. The blade swept again and severed 5 or 6 more. So satisfying. Wang Chong laughed. Wang Qingjian's fireballs flew one after another, each landing precisely where the fiends were thickest. Flames detonated, orange sparks spat in all directions. Dozens of fiends were engulfed, struggling, charring, and turning to ash under the heat. She raised her hand and unleashed the fire rain technique. Dozens of fist-sized fireballs poured from the sky, blanketing a 30-meter stretch ahead. Ordinary fiends writhed and fell under the fiery deluge, their black ichor vaporized in the heat, and the air filled with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Liu Yang guided the Bee King in a deadly dive. Its venomous stinger struck like a spear, each thrust piercing the chest of a mutated fiend with unerring accuracy. When the stinger withdrew, black ichor gushed from the wound. The mutated fiend convulsed violently, and then collapsed with a dull final thud. The Bee King's 8 wings whipped up a gale that sent rubble and dust swirling through the street. Li Yuqing's shadow thralls flanked from both sides, intercepting any fiend that tried to circle around. She darted through the shadows herself, the black flame blade drawn. Silent black flames licked each stroke, every slash stole a fiend. Li Yuqi stood on the left wing, her holy light scepter spitting beams of radiance. She did not assume her angelic form. Against this scale of threat, it was unnecessary. Lin Mo remained at the center, eyes sweeping the battlefield. His metal spheres danced through the air, each striking with unerring precision at fiends trying to breach the line. Occasionally 1 or 2 mutated fiends broke through Wang Chong's defense and lunged toward the center. Lin Mo merely willed it, and a silver-white bolt of lightning tore from the void, turning the creature to charcoal. The fight lasted roughly 15 minutes. When the last fiend was reduced to ash by Wang Qingjian's fireball, the whole street had been transformed beyond recognition. The ground was carpeted with blackened remains and shattered limbs. Pools of inky ichor soaked every crack and ran in rivulets toward lower ground like dark little streams. The walls of buildings were splattered with black blood. Some shop doors' glass had burst from the heat, leaving shards scattered across the floor. The air was thick with the smell of scorched flesh. A system prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Killed Corpse Fiend 412 at energy points 4120. Killed Mutated Corpse Fiend 5 at energy points 250. Total energy points 4370. Lin Mo drew his metal spheres back to his press forward search for supplies. Lu Yang keep the Bee King on alert. The rest split up and search. 6 of them nodded at once. The 7 split into 3 teams and began searching along the main street. Lin Mo and Li Yuqing took the eastern sector. Li Yuxi and Wang Qingyan covered the west. Wang Chong, Li Weigua, and Lu Yang headed toward the county center. Their first stop was a small supermarket. The store was no more than 200 square meters. Half the shelves had toppled, merchandise was strewn about. Instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, drinks, daily goods. Packaging lay thick with dust, but was largely sealed. Lin Mo scanned the shelves and noticed the goods had been handled. Not rifled through at random, but picked over the most valuable canned goods. Sausages and compressed biscuits were gone. What remained were mostly instant noodles, seasonings, and cheap snacks. Someone's been here. Li Yuqing crouched and brushed the dust with a finger. Beneath it lay a faint trail of shoe prints. Not a single group. The sizes and treads differ. At least 3 parties passed through. Lin Mo inclined his head. Probably teams from Xinhua base. They mentioned Ning County's supplies have been exhausted. They'll have to search farther out. He did not linger in the supermarket. He unfurled the scroll and transferred the remaining supplies into it, leaving nothing behind. The storage space within the scroll measured 500 meters each way. Combined with the storage rings everyone wore, it could easily hold the supplies of an entire county. Next they entered a hardware shop. Small in size, but stuffed with goods: wrenches, screwdrivers, electric drills, wire nails, tools and fittings piled on shelves and the floor. Such items meant little to ordinary survivors, but Lin Mo needed metal. He activated his metal manipulation. Every metal object in the shop trembled together, then as if pulled by a magnet liquefied into silvery metal that flowed and coalesced into a basketball-sized orb hovering before Lin Mo. With a casual gesture he stored the metal orb in the scroll. Then they moved on to a gas station in the middle of the main street. 4 pumps standing silent. Dust had settled over the pumps and their screens were dead, but Lin Mo checked the underground tank fittings and found fuel remained. About 3,000 liters of gasoline and 2,000 liters of diesel. Lin Mo drew the tanks into the scroll. Then came the 4th, 5th, 6th shops, clothing stores, pharmacies, building materials, and so on. By midday the scroll contained nearly 1,000 tons of metal and enough food and supplies to feed 7 people for more than half a year. Lin Mo stood on the balcony of a 2-story building and glanced toward the county center in the distance. There were taller buildings and large malls there, likely richer with supplies, but his danger sense told him something lurked in the county center area. Not strong but present. He turned back down to the others who were still rifling through goods. We're done for today. Find somewhere to rest, eat, then return to base. The 7 halted at a small building on the town's edge. It had once been a restaurant. The ground floor held a hall with a few round tables and chairs. Dust coated the tables, and the menu on the wall had yellowed with age. A musty smell drifted from the kitchen. Lin Mo withdrew a few self-heating meal boxes from the scroll. Wang Chong tore open a package and poured water into the meal box, waiting for the heater to activate. Steam hissed from the seams as the aroma of cooked rice spread through the air. Wang Chong tore open a package and poured water into the meal box, waiting for the heater to activate. Steam hissed from the seams as the aroma of cooked rice. Lin Mo ate a few bites, set down his chopsticks, and looked at Li Weigua. Uncle Li, how long do you think Ping'an County's supplies could support 3,000 people at the base? Li Weigua swallowed and considered. If it's just the bare minimum, 2 thin bowls of congee a day, perhaps 2 to 3 months. But if you factor in medicines, clothing, and tools, it won't last nearly that long. Besides, Ping'an is only 40 kilometers from Ning County. Xinhua base's search teams will come this way sooner or later. We took most of what was here today. When they arrive, they may find nothing. That's their problem, Wang Chong said indifferently. In the apocalypse, supplies belong to whoever finds them. No names are written on them. Lin Mo said nothing. Another thought gnawed at him. The number of corpse fiends in Ping'an was far fewer than he had expected. A county of tens of thousands should have yielded at least 1,000 or 2 fiends. Yet they had cleared only a little over 400 today. Where had the rest gone? Had other anomalies devoured them? Or had something drawn them away? Finish eating and then return to base. 20 minutes later, 2 armored vehicles rolled out of Ping'an. Lin Mo leaned against the passenger seat, sinking his consciousness into the energy points 4370. He shut the panel and opened his eyes, staring at the gray sky outside the window. The Ping'an operation was only the first. From here on he would need more metal, more energy points, and greater strength. Only then could he truly speak of building a base in this apocalypse. In the Xinhua base in the eastern district's compartment, Lin Mo sat on a military cot, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. There were still many entries left in the backpack: 8 purple, 6 blue, 4 green, 7 white. 43 times, hoping for a few good ones. He took a deep breath and lightly tapped with his fingertips. Congratulations, you have drawn a white entry, sharp. Congratulations, you have drawn a purple entry, spirit awakening. Congratulations, you have drawn a golden entry protection. As the last prompt sound faded, Lin Mo looked at his backpack. White 28, green 9, blue 3, purple. Luck is not bad, there's even a gold one. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, but he no longer felt the excitement of before. Closing the system panel, Lin Mo took out a piece of refined metal from the painting space. The metal felt soft in his palm like dough, slowly stretching as he intended to make a batch of weapons for trade. Starting with the white entries. Tang Dao with the added white entry, sharp. Shield with the added white entry, sturdy. Spear with the added white entry, piercing. He made a total of 20 weapons in one breath each, with only one added white entry, minimizing costs, but achieving effects far beyond ordinary cold weapons. After completing these, he began crafting extraordinary items. The first item, a wristband with the added blue entry, element amplification. Extraordinary item, elemental wristband ID 71234, sturdiness, greatly enhances the hardness of the wristband. Element amplification doubles the damage of elemental attacks used by the wearer. The second item, inner armor with the added blue entry, physical damage reduction. Extraordinary item, soft armor ID 84579, sturdiness, greatly enhances the hardness of the armor. Physical damage reduction reduces physical damage taken by 30%. Finally, he hesitated for a moment, took out a purple entry, and crafted a dagger. The dagger was entirely pitch black, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue cold light, and it exuded a chilling, killing intent when held. Extraordinary item, enhanced dagger ID 9156, sturdiness, greatly enhances the hardness of the dagger. Weapon enhancement doubles the attack power. Good. Lin Mo weighed the dagger in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. 20 weapons with white entries and 3 extraordinary items were neatly arranged on the ground, instantly filling the compartment with a chilling aura of cold weapons. Wang Chang, go and invite Zhou Jiangwo, just tell him I have business to discuss with him. Wang Chang responded and pushed the door out. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Jiangwo arrived. Accompanying him was Chen Shui, the short-haired woman with the ever-sharp gaze. As soon as Zhou Jiangwo entered, his eyes were firmly fixed on the pile of weapons on the ground. He quickly walked up, crouched down, picked up a Tang Dao, weighted in his hand, and swung it a couple of times. The sound of slicing through the air was crisp and sharp, with a subtle whistle as the blade cut through the air. Good knife. Zhou Jiangwo's eyes lit up. He then picked up the shield and struck the shield's surface hard with the back of the knife, leaving no marks. This shield is sturdier than the military anti-explosion shields we previously found. Zhou Jiangwo gasped, looking up at Lin Mo, his gaze filled with some. He set down the shield, his gaze landing on the 3 extraordinary items. The moment he picked up the black dagger, a surge of information flooded into his mind, and his expression changed. This is an extraordinary item. Yes. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. 3 extraordinary items, 20 high-level cold weapons. How do you want to trade? Zhou Jiangwo took a deep breath, trying to suppress the excitement in his heart, but his fingers holding the dagger trembled slightly. Lin Mo held up 2 fingers. Ordinary weapons, 1 ton of metal each. Extraordinary items, 5 tons of metal each. Zhou Jiangwo's mouth twitched slightly. Metal. The base doesn't have much metal right now. That's your problem. Lin Mo smiled, his gaze firmly fixed on him. Zhou Jiangwo fell silent. He crouched on the ground, picked up the dagger, and examined it repeatedly, as if weighing something. Finally, he stood up, looking directly at Lin Mo. Where did you get these weapons? I made them. Lin Mo did not hide. Blacksmith sequence 2. Zhou Jiangwo's pupils slightly constricted. A sequence 2 blacksmith can create extraordinary items. He understood the weight of this information better than anyone. We indeed don't have much metal at the base now, Zhou Jiangwo slowly spoke, but we can trade food, medicine, strange materials, or intelligence in exchange for it. I only want metal. Lin Mo's attitude was firm. I don't lack anything else, but the more metal the better. Zhou Jiangwo gritted his teeth. 5 tons of metal for your dagger, plus 1 ordinary weapon. Lin Mo looked at him, thought for a moment, and shook his head. 5 tons of steel can only be exchanged for 1 extraordinary item, no bargaining. There is plenty of metal outside. You can let the collection team gather it slowly. I won't be leaving the base for a short time. Zhou Jiangwo remained silent for a long while, finally sighing and turning to leave. Chen Shui followed behind him, glancing back at Lin Mo when they reached the door. That gaze was complex, filled with curiosity and vigilance. Lin Mo paid no attention. He stored the weapons back into the painting space and lay back down on the military cot, his hands resting behind his head. To catch big fish, one must have patience. The next day, Zhou Jiangwo came again. This time, he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by 5 others. Lin Mo sized them up. Somehow a warrior of the sequence, the strongest combat power in the base's public eye. A burly man in his 30s with a square face, carrying a machete at his waist, walked with a commanding presence. Zhao Mingyuan, a wind manipulation sequence, in his late 20s, tall and slender, wearing a black windbreaker with a sharp gaze like that of a hawk. Fang Qing, a gardener sequence, in her 30s with a round face, appearing harmless, but Lin Mo knew that anyone who survived in this apocalypse was not simple. Along with Chen Shui, 4 out of 5 sequencers had arrived. The compartment was suddenly filled to the brim. Lin Mo, Zhou Jiangwo got straight to the point, skipping pleasantries. I've made up my mind. I want all those weapons of yours. All of them. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Zhou Jiangwo pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, densely written with text. This is a list of all the steel reserves at our base, totaling over 4 tons. In addition, I know of an industrial park about 40 kilometers from the base where there are a large number of abandoned equipment and steel-structured factories, with a conservative estimate of several hundred tons of steel. He paused, looking up at Lin Mo. But that place is occupied by a group of rats. Lin Mo did not respond immediately. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a dull, thump-thump sound. Tell me more about the intelligence regarding the industrial park. Zhao Mingyuan took a step forward. I went to scout it. That place was originally a mechanical manufacturing park. After the strange events occurred, a large number of rats gathered inside. How many are there? At least over 1,000. Zhao Mingyuan's expression became slightly grave. The most critical point is that there might be a rat king inside at least. Sequence 2. Wang Chong scoffed, disdainful. Zhao Mingyuan's gaze landed on Wang Chong, his brows furrowing slightly. He could feel the oppressive aura emanating from these people, including Wang Chong. I will check on the matter regarding the industrial park. Lin Mo finally spoke. As for the existing 4 tons of steel at the base, I will reserve 5 ordinary weapons for you at the previous price. The shortfall will be regarded as a token of thanks for the intelligence. Zhou Jiangwo gritted his teeth, turning to look at the expressions of the 5 sequencers behind him. Sun Hao's expression was not good. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent, his gaze towards Lin Mo, filled with reluctance. Chen Shui remained expressionless like a statue. Zhao Mingyuan lowered his head, as if thinking about something or calculating. Fang Qing glanced at Lin Mo, and then at Zhou Jiangwo, her gaze shifting back and forth between them a few times before ultimately saying nothing. All right, deal. Zhou Jiangwo took a deep breath, extending his hand. Lin Mo grasped his hand firmly. Zhou Jiangwo left with his 5 companions. As the compartment door closed, the footsteps gradually faded away. Li Weiguo then spoke. Lin Mo, they mentioned that industrial park, and I can't shake the feeling that something— What do you mean? They could easily organize ordinary people to collect steel. In this world, metal is not edible, and no one wants it. There are abandoned factories, buildings, and scrapped vehicles everywhere, which one can't be dismantled for steel. Yet they specifically want to tell us the location of the industrial park. That seems a bit deliberate. Lin Mo nodded, his expression growing slightly somber. Indeed, they are testing us, using those rats to gauge our strength, to determine whether to continue trading or to directly consume us. Remember, this is the apocalypse. Lin Mo turned to look at the people in the compartment, continuing, I don't believe that those who can establish such a large base are good people. Li Weiguo and Wang Chong exchanged glances, both remaining silent. Lin Mo sat back down on the military cot, closing his eyes. Tomorrow we will head to the industrial park. Let's see what they will do next. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Mo led 6 individuals out of the air raid shelter. In the open area, he waved his hand, and 2 armored vehicles appeared out of thin air, their heavy armor gleaming with a metallic cold light. Get in the vehicle. The 7 of them boarded the armored vehicles. The engines roared to life, the deep rumble resembling the growl of a beast as they drove towards the industrial zone. At that moment, a voice suddenly crackled through the intercom. Lin Mo, someone is following us. Lin Mo glanced at the rearview mirror. About 300 meters behind, 2 off-road vehicles were trailing them from a distance. I see them. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, speaking flatly. It should be Zhou Jiangwo's people. Should we shake them off? No need, let them watch if they want to. The armored vehicle continued forward, rolling over the broken asphalt, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the rearview mirror, the 2 off-road vehicles maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close. 40 minutes later, the industrial zone came into view. It was a vast factory area covering at least 1,000 acres. Surrounding it were walls about 2 meters high with some sections already collapsed. Upon entering the factory area, a desolate sight unfolded before them. Dozens of steel-structured factory buildings stood in neat rows, their blue-color steel roofs largely caved in, exposing the twisted steel frames and broken skylights inside. On the main road of the factory area, abandoned vehicles and machinery were scattered about. A forklift lay horizontally in the middle of the road with several overturned paint buckets beside it. Weeds crazily sprouted through the cracks in the concrete floor, growing to half a person's height. The air throughout the factory area was filled with the smell of metallic rust. Uncle Li, what's the concentration of the ominous energy? Li Weiguo's voice came through the intercom, very high, primarily concentrated in the central large factory buildings with some in the periphery, but more scattered. Lin Mo nodded, opened the car door, and stepped out. Everyone stay alert. He led the 6 individuals deeper into the factory area. Lu Yong released the queen bee. Lu Yong nodded. He summoned the gigantic queen bee from his storage ring. The queen bee flapped her wings and hovered about 20 meters above the heads of the group, her enormous compound eyes taking in the entire factory area. Yu Qing let the shadow servant scout ahead. Li Yuqing raised her right hand, and over 20 shadow servants stood up from the shadows, silently infiltrating the factory buildings on. After a few seconds, Li Yuqing reported 150 meters ahead inside the first factory building there are mutated rats, approximately 200 of them. Let's go. Lin Mo stepped forward. The seven continued deeper into the factory area. When they reached the open space in the center of the factory area, the mutated rats stirred. They surged out from the factory. Not 200 but thousands. Each one was as large as an adult wild cat covered in black fur. Their eyes were blood red and their mouths were filled with serrated teeth. They surged from all directions, dense as a black tide. At the back of the swarm, a rat far larger than the others slowly emerged. The Rat King. Its body measured over 3 meters in length with limbs as thick as an adult's calves covered in dark red carapace, the surface adorned with bony protrusions and sharp spines. Its eyes coldly fixed on Lin Mo and the others. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and quickly gave the command. You all go clear out the rat swarm. The six moved simultaneously. Wang Chang's figure surged from 1.8 meters to 6 meters as he drew his giant tang blade. The blade was 4 meters long, covered with a layer of milky, white holy light, blessing the radiance flowing along the edge. He charged towards the rat swarm. The giant tang blade swept out, and with a flash of the blade 7 or 8 mutated rats were cleaved in half, black blood splattering everywhere. Wang Chang was like a killing machine rampaging through the swarm, each swing of his blade creating a bloody storm. Wang Qingyan simultaneously unleashed her. She pressed down with both hands and flames erupted from the ground, within a 40-meter radius, turning orangered. The mutated rats rushed into the fire domain, their fur turning to ashes in mere tenths of a second, their bodies burning fiercely in the high temperature, making crackling sounds. In less than 5 seconds, the rats that entered the fire domain turned into gray-white powder. Li Yuqing's shadow domain unfolded, covering the left side of the team, countless shadow servants emerging from the shadows, pouncing on the incoming rats. Liu Yang controlled the queen bee to dive each time, managing to kill several rats. Lin Mo stood in the center of the team. He took out a scroll, and dozens of fist-sized metal spheres instantly transformed into sharp metal sheets. They shot towards the Rat King like flying knives, moving so fast that only silver streaks could be seen. The Rat King moved. Its speed was astonishing, the over 3-meter-long massive body exhibiting agility that was completely unmatched. It twisted its body to the side, pushing off the ground with its limbs turning at an incredible angle in midair, dodging most of the metal sheets. But 2 sheets still grazed its side. The metal sheets scraped against the dark red carapace, producing a piercing screech as sparks flew. 2 shallow scratches were left on the carapace. Defense is quite strong, Lin Mo frowned slightly. As the Rat King landed, it opened its mouth, letting out a sharp. The sound was high-pitched and grating, stabbing into one's eardrums. With a thought, a silver-white thunderbolt as thick as a barrel struck down from the gap, hitting the Rat King's back. Boom. At the moment the thunder struck the carapace, the dark red shell exploded, fragments flying everywhere. The Rat King's body trembled violently, its limbs going soft, nearly collapsing to the ground. It raised its head, a hint of anger appearing in its golden vertical pupils. It opened its mouth, a gurgling sound emanating from deep within its throat, before suddenly spewing out a cloud of black mist. The mist rapidly dispersed in the air, corroding the concrete floor. Wherever it passed, white foam bubbling up from the hard surface, accompanied by a hissing sound. It's toxic, Lin Mo frowned. He drew the blade of the wind and swiftly slashed at the black poisonous mist, sending crescent-shaped blade energy flying, creating a strong airflow that blew the poisonous mist away, making it vanish without a trace. Then Lin Mo raised his left hand. Metal control activate. All the metal in the factory area began to tremble simultaneously. Abandoned machinery, rusted forklifts, scattered pipes, steel bars on the ground. Thousands of tons of metal flew in from all directions, converging above Lin Mo's head, compressing into a massive metal sphere. The diameter of the metal sphere exceeded 10 meters. On the outskirts of the factory area, Chen Shui crouched behind a gap in the wall, watching the enormous metal sphere through. Her mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist, nearly dropping the binoculars from her hands. What is this? She murmured, her voice trembling. It was then that she realized that Lin Mo's Sequence 2 was nothing but a deception. This was at least Sequence 3, and not just any ordinary Sequence 3. Lin Mo pressed down with his right hand. The massive metal sphere crashed down with tremendous force, aiming at the Rat King. Boom. The ground shook violently like a minor earthquake. The concrete floor exploded, creating a large pit with a diameter of 20 meters, debris flying up 10 meters high, dust rising like a gray-white mushroom cloud. The shockwave spread outwards, sending the nearby mutated rats flying. The Rat King was pinned beneath the metal sphere. The system notification rang in Lin Mo's mind. Kill the Rat King, energy points 800. Lin Mo retracted the metal sphere. He glanced at the large pit. The Rat King's corpse had been crushed into a meat patty, the dark red carapace shattered into powder, muscle tissue, and internal organs mixed together like a pile of squished tomatoes. The surrounding mutated rats at the moment the Rat King died seemed to lose their backbone. They ceased their attacks and began to scatter in panic. But they could not escape. Wang Qingjian's fire domain covered the entire central area of the factory. She increased the output of flames, the orange-red flames turning into white-hot, the temperature soaring to a new height. The fleeing mutated rats rushed into the fire domain, their bodies igniting in an instant, letting out one last shrill scream before turning to ashes. Lin Mo stood still. Bolts of thunder fell from the void, each one accurately striking a fleeing mutated rat, turning it into charcoal. The silver-white arcs of electricity wove a web of death across the open ground. Not a single rat could escape. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. The open ground in the center of the factory was covered with the carcasses of mutated rats, some charred black, others burned to ash, and some sliced in half by blade energy. Black blood soaked the entire concrete floor, merging into dark little streams. Lin Mo checked the system notifications. Kill mutated rats, 1128 energy points, 11,200. Kill the Rat King, energy points, 800. Total energy points, 12,000. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly as he retracted the blade of the wind. All done, pack it up. Li Weiguo's voice came through. No anomalies on the outskirts, those two off-road vehicles are still in place. Lin Mo smiled slightly, beginning to activate metal control. The surrounding metal flowed towards him like water, forming a massive metal sphere. Lin Mo stored the metal sphere into the scroll. In the distance behind the gap in the wall, Chen Shui slowly lowered her binoculars, her back drenched in cold sweat. She turned to her teammates, her lips moving as she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Go back and tell Team Zhou. Never offend these people. Zhou Jingwo arrived faster than Lin Mo had anticipated. They had only been back at the base for less than an hour when the iron door of the compartment was knocked on. Lin Mo opened the door and saw Zhou Jingwo standing outside, accompanied by Chen Shui and a dozen young people pushing handcarts. The handcarts were stacked with various metals, including disassembled steel beams, castings, and even a few rusted iron plates. 5 tons of metal all here. Zhou Jingwo pointed at the handcarts. See if any of this can be traded. Lin Mo bent down to pick up a steel beam and activated. The steel beam softened and reshaped in his hand like dough, transforming into a metal ball the size of a palm. He weighed it in his hand and nodded. No problem, it can be traded. Zhou Jingwo's pupils slightly constricted upon witnessing this, but quickly returned to calm. 5 ordinary weapons as agreed. Lin Mo took out 5 ordinary weapons from the scroll and laid them out on the table. Zhou Jingwo examined each weapon, his expression shifting from anticipation to satisfaction. Lin Mo, he stood up. I want to trade for these weapons long term. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Long term. Yes. Zhou Jingwo's gaze was serious. The base currently has 17 sequencers along with over 30 trained ordinary combat personnel, all in need of such weapons. Especially those of the extraordinary grade. Even just 1 or 2 would significantly enhance the combat capability of the entire base. I only accept metal for trades, cash on delivery. Zhou Jingwo gritted his teeth. All right, I'll order 10 ordinary long swords, 5 shields, and 1 extraordinary item, preferably armor. Sure, payment upon delivery. The deal was finalized and Zhou Jingwo left with the weapons. After the compartment door closed, Wang Chong was the first to approach. Captain, are you really planning to trade weapons in bulk at the base? Yes. Lin Mo stored the metals into the scroll. He looked at Li Weiguo. Uncle Li, what do you think the Xinhui base needs the most right now? Food, medicine, weapons. Li Weiguo pondered. While these are essential, they are not the most critical. Lin Mo shook his head. What the base needs most is hope for ordinary people to survive. Zhou Jingwo is a smart man. He understands that the majority in the base are ordinary people, yet they lack the ability to defeat the strange creatures. And these weapons represent the most direct hope. Lin Mo continued. So by selling weapons to them, we are giving them hope. Not just selling weapons, Lin Mo said with a slight smile. We are telling them that there is still a way for them to become stronger, and that this path requires us. Wang Qingyan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Are you trying to be the puppet master? What puppet master? This is called win-win cooperation. Lin Mo stood up. Starting tomorrow, I'll hang a sign at the compartment door that says blacksmith shop. Anyone wishing to buy weapons can come and exchange metal. The next morning, a wooden board inscribed with blacksmith shop in charcoal was hung at the compartment door. The news spread quickly. Within half a day, the entire Xinhui base knew that in the newly arrived survivor team from the East District, there was a sequencer level 2 blacksmith capable of forging extraordinary weapons, and he only accepted metal in trades. People began to come in waves. First, a few young sequencers level 1 approached, holding some steel pipes and iron bars scavenged from the ruins, asking if they could exchange them for a short sword. Lin Mo looked at the scrap metal, shook his head. Not enough. An ordinary weapon requires 1 ton of metal. The group exchanged glances and one tall thin man gritted his teeth. We can dismantle. There are plenty of scrap cars outside. Sure, come find me when you gather enough. Then came the search team. They brought metal and traded it for a long sword. By afternoon, Sun Hao arrived. He stood at the compartment door scanning Lin Mo, and the 6 people behind him finally focusing on Lin Mo. I want an extraordinary item. Lin Mo looked at him silent. Sun Hao unbuckled the machete from his waist and placed it on the table. The blade was filled with nicks and had several rolled edges, the handles wrapping worn to a pale color, clearly having gone through countless fierce battles. This is the knife I've been using since the apocalypse. It has been with me for 3 months and has killed at least 200 strange creatures. I need an extraordinary item. 5 tons of metal. Lin Mo glanced at him, took out a dark red long sword from the scroll, and placed it on the table. The blade was about a meter long, slightly curved, displaying a smooth arc. The dark red blade had flame-like patterns on its surface, and the handle was wrapped in black metal, exuding a scorching aura. This is the flame sword. Ooh, I believe you will like it, Lin Mo said. As Sun Hao picked up the long sword, the moment he gripped it, the flame patterns on the blade lit up, and orange flames erupted from the blade, distorting the surrounding air. Good sword. Sun Hao's eyes lit up, his expression shifting from calm to excited. I want this sword. 5 tons of metal, cash on delivery. I'll deliver the metal within 3 days. Sun Hao solemnly cupped his fists toward Lin Mo before leaving. In the following 3 days, the compartment door was barely closed. People came continuously to exchange for weapons. Lin Mo accepted everyone, ordinary survivors and search team members alike. As long as they had metal, they could trade for weapons. After 3 days, the total amount of metal Lin Mo had combined with what he had previously collected surpassed 100,000 tons. He refined and compressed all that metal, storing it in the scroll's space. Silver-white metal blocks were neatly stacked in the scroll, resembling a small mountain. On the 4th night, 7 people gathered in the compartment. Lin Mo immersed his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 4,580. 1. Over the past few days, the system in Lin Mo's mind occasionally popped up reminders. Working individuals are quite effective. This feeling of earning energy points while lying down is summed up in one word: refreshing. He began to draw lots. Congratulations, you drew a white attribute solid. Congratulations, you drew a green attribute swift. Congratulations, you drew a blue attribute elemental amplification. After completing 45 draws, Lin Mo looked at the system backpack, taking a deep breath. White attributes 32. Green attributes 10. Blue attributes 2. Purple attributes 1. All were duplicates. The next morning, Lin Mo summoned the 6 individuals. Next, we will split into 2 groups. Uncle Li, you take Wang Chong, Lu Yang, and Qing Yan to gather metal. Yuqing Yushi, you 2 watch the blacksmith shop and trade with anyone who comes. The 6 exchanged glances, not saying anything more. And you, Li? I'm going to Pinggan County. I haven't been to the central area before. Oh, I'll go check it out. Half an hour later, outside the air raid shelter, Wang Chong drove, taking Li Weiguo, Wang Chong, Lu Yang, and Wang Qingyan to gather metal. Lin Mo, on the other hand, drove another armored vehicle alone towards Pinggan County. Xiaoling floated out from the dashboard, hovering beside Lin Mo. Master, are we the only 2 today? Xiaoling's voice was crisp, carrying a hint of excitement. Yes, just the 2 of us. Yage? Lin Mo smiled, not responding. The armored vehicle sped along the empty national highway, crashing over the shattered asphalt, kicking up dust along the way. About 40 minutes later, the outline of Pinggan County appeared in the distance. He stored the armored vehicle in the scroll and walked into the county town, heading towards the buildings on either side of the main street grew denser, transitioning from low bungalows to 5- or 6-story residential buildings, then to 7- or 8-story commercial towers. Abandoned vehicles became more prevalent on the streets, blocking the road haphazardly. Lin Mo collected metal as he walked. After about 10 minutes, he came to a stop. Lin Mo stood at the center of the crossroads, his gaze fixed on the statue ahead. It was a 3-meter-tall statue of a general clad in armor, holding a spear poised for a charge. Originally meant to exude majesty and power, it now emanated an inexplicable eeriness. The surface of the statue was covered with dense black patterns that spread across its body like blood vessels. Lin Mo did not approach recklessly. He took a piece of metal from the scroll, and with a thought, the metal rapidly liquefied and transformed into a sharp spear over a meter long. Go! The spear shot through the air with a piercing scream, accurately piercing the statue's chest. Crack! Stone chips flew. Cracks spread outward from the point of impact. However, in the next moment, the black patterns seemed to come alive, dark red light flowing through them, and the cracks were covered by the light, healing at a visible speed, restoring to its original state in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the statue's eyes suddenly opened. The crimson pupils were identical to the blood moon in the night sky, cold and devoid of emotion. Boom! The statue's right foot stomped down heavily, creating a deep pit the size of a basin in the asphalt, with debris scattering and cracks spreading like spider webs. Lin Mo raised his right hand. A bolt of silver thunder as thick as a barrel struck down from the void, hitting the statue's chest. The arc exploded, forming a silver net that enveloped the entire statue. The crackling explosions echoed incessantly as the marble surface was etched with countless tiny fissures. The thunder dissipated. At the crack on the statue's chest, the black patterns glowed again, and dark red light rapidly spread along the patterns, healing all the cracks in the glow. Not only that, it seemed to be enraged. The bloodlight in its eyes surged as the statue slowly raised the marble spear in its hand, leveling the spear tip that was originally pointed at the sky, steadily aiming it at Lin Mo's chest. Then it moved. The 3-meter-tall statue charged towards Lin Mo. With each step, the ground trembled violently, and the blood-red light on the spear tip created an afterimage in the air, rushing straight for Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo's pupils shrank suddenly as he activated his flicker ability. His figure vanished from the spot, reappearing 3 meters to the right of the statue. At the same time, the gale blade was unsheathed, and a brilliant blade of light struck the statue's left leg. A deep cut was left on the statue's leg, but the statue did not pause at all. Its right foot swept violently sideways, the massive stone leg kicking towards Lin Mo with terror. Lin Mo had no time to dodge, and could only cross his arms to protect his chest. Bang! He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the rear of an abandoned van. The vehicle instantly caved in, all the windows shattered, and the entire van slid 2 meters across the ground before stopping. Lin Mo slid off the vehicle, kneeling on one knee, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. This guy has quite a bit of strength. He wiped the corner of his mouth. The rapid healing effect had begun to take hold, alleviating the dull pain in his back within seconds, and the sensation of internal shock gradually subsided. He stood up, his gaze fixed firmly on the statue that was once again charging at him. A direct confrontation wouldn't work. Lin Mo retrieved a dozen metal spheres from the scroll, activating the metal control. They liquefied in midair into silver fluid, quickly merging to form a 2-meter-high metal wall standing firmly before him. Boom! The statue collided with the metal wall, the immense impact causing the entire wall to deform violently, caving in significantly, but it did not break through. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. But in the next second, the statue raised its spear and thrust forward violently. The marble spear tip pierced through the metal wall as if it were paper emerging from the other side, heading straight for Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo abruptly turned his head. The spear tip grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. At the same time, he focused his mind, and a bolt of lightning struck down. This time, he did not strike the statue's body, but accurately targeted its left leg. To deal with such a tall enemy, the best approach was to first cripple its legs. The lightning exploded on the stone leg, cracks appeared, and rapidly expanded as red light emerged, attempting to self-repair. But Lin Mo would not give it this opportunity. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Crack! The left leg completely shattered, heavy stone blocks falling to the ground and scattering debris. The statue's body tilted sharply to the left. Lin Mo seized this fleeting opportunity, retracting the metal wall, and with the gale blade, he unleashed 2 crescent-shaped blade energies, accurately striking the statue's right leg. The right leg also broke with a resounding crack. The 3-meter-tall statue collapsed, crashing onto the pavement, kicking up a cloud of dust. The long spear in its hand flew out, embedding itself 10 meters away in the road, still trembling slightly. Lin Mo stood in front of the fallen statue, staring intently at it. No system prompts echoed in his mind. Just as Lin Mo was puzzled, red light emanated from the statue's chest, and the surrounding severed limbs, spear, and stone fragments began to gather automatically. In less than 10 seconds, the statue was restored to its former state. Lin Mo did not panic. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. An immortal body. He then employed the same tactic, avoiding direct confrontation and aiming to cripple its legs first. After 10 minutes, the statue was restored once more. 15 seconds. The first reassembly took only 10 seconds, and this time it took 15 seconds. Moreover, those black patterns had also dimmed somewhat. So it's not an immortal body, Lin Mo understood. The patterns were not infinite. Each repair consumed a certain kind of energy. The 3rd time. The 4th time. The 10th time. With every destruction, the red light would shine to repair, and with each repair the patterns would dim and the statue's movements would slow. By the 11th time, the reassembly took nearly 40 seconds. When the statue stood up, the black patterns on its body were almost invisible, and the crimson light in its eyes had dimmed. Lin Mo did not give it a chance to breathe. He unleashed another bolt of lightning. This time the lightning blew a large hole in the statue's torso. No patterns lit up. Only debris fell scattering all around. The 12th time. The fragments lay quietly at the center of the crossroads, no longer merging. A system prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Kill the anomaly. General statue energy points 2000. Finally dead. Lin Mo let out a long breath. This battle lasted nearly an hour. He had destroyed the statue 12 times. If it weren't for the mental abundance effect allowing him to unleash lightning almost infinitely, he would have been exhausted long ago. This battle lasted nearly an hour. He had destroyed the statue 12 times. If it weren't for the mental abundance effect allowing him to unleash lightning almost infinitely, he would have been. It was a deep brown object resembling dirt embedded among the stones. Lin Mo bent down and reached out to pick it up. A surge of information flooded into his mind. Strange item, corrupted earth ID 79 self-repair. After integrating corrupted earth into any non-living object, that object gains self-repair ability, consuming energy with each repair. Corrupted soil transformation. After burying corrupted earth in the ground, it can absorb the strange energy from eerie corpses, transforming it into soil fertility, accelerating plant growth. The more corpses, the stronger the fertility. Lin Mo held the fist-sized clod of earth, carefully reading the information twice. Corrupted soil transformation. Absorbing eerie corpses as fertilizer. A smile slowly spread across his lips. This function was practically a divine skill in the apocalypse. What does this mean? As long as he killed the eerie beings, he could cultivate the land. The more he killed, the richer the soil. Isn't this turning the eerie into food? Lin Mo murmured, his eyes growing brighter. He glanced up at the sky. There was about an hour until sunset. He spent the entire afternoon pondering. It's worth it. Lin Mo stored the corrupted earth into the scroll and stood up. He looked around. The intersection had been ravaged beyond recognition, with pits and cracks all over the ground. He took out an armored vehicle from the scroll, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Master, you look so happy. Little Ling floated out from the dashboard, a palm-sized blue phantom spinning around Lin Mo. Lin Mo reached out and patted Little Ling's head in the void. I got something good. What good thing? Little Ling tilted its head, its blue glow flickering. You'll know later. Let's head back to the base first. Okay, Master. The armored vehicle roared to life and sped towards the base. Lin Mo leaned back in his seat, deep in thought. Corrupted earth. Absorbing eerie corpses as fertilizer. He repeatedly mulled over this function in his mind. What is most lacking in the apocalypse? Food, of course. Even the sequencers would starve if they didn't eat. Now he already had 2 conditions to establish a base. First, strength. The 7 of them were barely adequate. Second, food. Corrupted earth could solve this problem. As long as there were eerie corpses, there would be food. It seems building the base can be put on the agenda. About 40 minutes later, the armored vehicle returned to the Ember base. Lin Mo stored the vehicle back into the scroll and walked into the air raid shelter. The door to the East District compartment was slightly ajar, warm yellow light spilling out from the crack. He pushed the door open. 6 people were inside. Li Yuqing was the first to stand up. Her gaze scanned him from top to bottom, lingering on the tear in his left sleeve. It was cut by a sculpted spear with dried blood still staining the... Why were you gone for so long? Were you hurt? Her voice was calm, but her brow furrowed slightly. Just a surface wound, it's healed already. Lin Mo sat down beside the military cot, taking out the fist-sized corrupted earth from the scroll and placing it on the table. The dark brown clod glistened softly under the light. The 6 of them leaned in close. What is this? Wang Chang looked at the clod on the table and spoke up. The core of establishing a base. The 6 of them touched the corrupted earth in turn, feeling the information flood into their minds. The compartment fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Then Wang Chang was the first to speak. Infinite regeneration, absorbing eerie corpses as fertilizer. His voice trembled slightly. Captain, how did you get this? I destroyed a bizarre marble sculpture, and this came out. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, his hands resting behind his head, a slight smile on his lips. That thing took me a whole hour. An hour? Li Yuqi's eyes widened. That statue could reassemble, and I dismantled it dozens of times. Lin Mo took a sip of the cold porridge on the table. I found that it consumed energy every time it reassembled, so I started to outlast it. It reassembled once, I dismantled it once, and by the 12th time its energy ran out. 12 times. Lu Yang swallowed hard. Mo Gu, you are amazing. Wang Chang gave him a thumbs up. Li Weiguo stroked his chin, staring thoughtfully at the corrupted earth on the table, absorbing eerie corpses as fertilizer. With this we can solve the problem of cultivation. Exactly, Lin Mo nodded. Wang Chang's eyes lit up. So the more eerie beings we kill, the more food we can grow. In theory, yes. Lin Mo set down the porridge bowl and wiped his mouth. But there's a premise. We need a stable base. Not just this temporary stopping point, but a real stronghold that can defend, cultivate, and survive long-term. The 6 of them exchanged glances. But they had 7 sequencers at level 3, which could solve the base's force problem. With the corrupted earth addressing the food issue, they had 7 sequencers at level 3, which could solve the base's force problem. With the corrupted earth addressing the food issue, they already had the basic conditions to establish a base. Lin Mo observed the changing expressions on their faces, retracted the corrupted earth, and stood up. Rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, we need to do 2 things. He raised 2 fingers. First, find a suitable place to establish our base. Second, gather metals. The group nodded in understanding and then began to rest. The next day, just as dawn broke, Zhou Qinxue arrived at their compartment. Lin Mo, Uncle Zhou wants to see you. Lin Mo felt somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. What's going on? Zhou Qinxue hesitated for a moment and said, the base's search team ran into trouble. Knowing your strength, they want to ask you to take a look. After hearing Zhou Qingshu's words, the few exchanged glances. Lin Mo said, let's go take a look. Soon they followed Zhou Qinxue to an underground space. The space was filled with people. All the sequencers from the base had gathered. Seeing Lin Mo's arrival, Zhou Jiangwo nodded at him, acknowledging his presence. Lin Mo asked the person beside him, "What happened?" "I don't know either." At this moment, Zhou Jiangwo saw that everyone had arrived and said, "Everyone is curious about why I gathered you here. Just yesterday, the search team encountered eerie paper figures while searching for supplies. Although they returned, their bodies started to manifest characteristics of paper figures. Follow me." With that, Zhou Jiangwo led everyone to another compartment. They followed him through the main passage and quickly headed towards the medical area. The medical area was set up in the deepest part of the air raid shelter, a large compartment temporarily partitioned with canvas containing a dozen hospital beds. As Lin Mo and the others followed Zhou Jiangwo inside, they halted in unison upon seeing the three men on the hospital beds. They were all wearing the uniform, but at this moment they could hardly be called humans. Their skin had turned a vast expanse of parchment white, crisscrossed with fine creases and fissures, like rice paper crumpled and then flattened anew. The petrification began at the extremities. Fingers, toes, forearms, and calves had already fully transformed into brittle paper. Most harrowing was the young man lying on the central cot. His paperization had already climbed to his neck. His mouth opened and closed soundlessly, as if straining to utter words that would never emerge. With each breath, the paperized edge crept upward inch by relentless inch. "What is happening?" Lin Mo turned to Chen Shui. She drew a slow, deep breath and began to speak. "Yesterday, Zhou Jiangwo dispatched a 12-member search team to a small town southeast of Ning County seeking supplies. They had visited that place several times before. Only scattered corpsegals lingered there, posing little threat. But this time was different. At the town's outskirts, the team discovered an abandoned paper spirit workshop." Chen Shui lowered her voice almost to a whisper. As they approached the workshop, they heard sounds emanating from within, laughter. Many voices, male and female, old and young. Somehow the team's commander instantly ordered a full retreat. It was already too late. The workshop's door swung open of its own accord, and paper figures surged forth like a tidal wave. Some were no larger than a palm, others stood human height. A few towered over 2 meters tall. They lunged toward the search team. Though the paper figures were not difficult to subdue, the team fought while retreating, eventually escaping back to base. Yet upon their return, every member who had made contact with the paper figures began undergoing irreversible paperization. Lin Mo's gaze settled upon the 3 search team members, slowly transforming into paper. Did the paper figures pursue them? Chen Shui shook her head. Those who fled said the paper figures did not follow them beyond the town's perimeter. Lin Mo remained silent, detached from the others' discussion. He stepped to the bedside and gazed down at the young man, whose paperization had reached his throat. The youth still lived. His black pupils reflected Lin Mo's face, his lips trembling in mute, desperate, "Please save me." "Is there any way to save them?" Lin Mo asked. A Taoist priest in flowing robes approached. He was the same talisman painter Lin Mo recognized. The priest placed a hand upon the youth's forehead, closed his eyes, and concentrated for a moment, then slowly shook his head. He fell silent, contemplating before making his Wu Yang Tianzun. "Grant them release. Let them be spared this torment." All eyes turned to him. Better to burn them before their transformation completes, rather than let them become grotesque anomalies. Let them depart as human beings. Zhou Jiangwo opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again without uttering a word. He turned and walked out of the partitioned room. In that instant, he seemed to age a decade. Chen Shui remained behind, watching the 3 paperizing soldiers, her eyes brimming with tears. "I'll do it." Li Yushi stepped forward, the holy light scepter glowing with soft, milky radiance. "The holy light will carry them away without pain." Chen Shui glanced at Li Yushi, then stepped back twice. Li Yushi raised the scepter. 3 beams of milky light lanced simultaneously toward the 3 cots, enveloping the soldiers' bodies. Where the holy light touched, paperized skin dissolved into shimmering white motes ascending into the air. Their expressions softened, from agony to serene repose, as though drifting into a gentle, dreamless slumber. Within seconds, the 3 cots stood empty. Only luminous white specks drifted silently through the air. No one spoke inside the partition chamber. Lin Mo turned and strode out. The group returned to the east zone. But Lin Mo's thoughts had already shifted to the paper figures. This was unmistakably a rule-bound entity, at least rank 3 in the hierarchy of anomalies. That meant the talismanic barrier had failed, and those paper figures would inevitably find their way here. Worse still, the Xinhua base, a cramped air raid shelter housing over 3,000 souls, possessed no effective defensive capability. Once the paper figures located the base, perhaps only 7, Lin Mo and his companions, would survive among the 3,000. He paused, then pulled open the door and marched resolutely toward Zhou Jiangwo's office. Zhou Jiangwo's office occupied the deepest recess of the shelter, a cramped partition chamber no larger than 10 square meters. When Lin Mo entered, Zhou Jiangwo sat at his desk, a heavily worn map spread before him, his finger tracing idle, unconscious circles across its surface. At the sound, Zhou Jiangwo lifted his head, bloodshot eyes weary beyond measure. "Ah, it's you. Please sit." He gestured toward the chair opposite. Lin Mo did not sit. He stood before the desk, his gaze steady upon Zhou Jiangwo. The paper figures will come. I know. The base cannot withstand them. They are rule-tier anomalies. Zhou Jiangwo fell silent for a moment, then gave a hollow, bitter laugh. I know that too. He withdrew a stack of papers from his drawer, the personnel roster, supply inventory, and weapons registry, neatly aligned upon the desk. 3 months since the base's founding. 3,217 souls. Nearly 30% are elderly children or wounded. Only 17 are sequence cultivators. Fewer than 40 trained civilians remain capable of combat. Lin Mo looked at the stack of documents and spoke. I can help you. Zhou Jiangwo lifted his gaze. His eyes locked onto Lin Mo's face. What are your terms? After the paper figures are dealt with, the base belongs to me. Zhou Jiangwo's fingers stilled upon the desk surface. Their eyes held. Neither blinked nor wavered. Neither looked away. Then Zhou Jiangwo smiled. Not bitterly, but with quiet, unburdened relief. Agreed. His answer came swiftly, so decisively that Lin Mo was taken aback. Won't you reconsider? Reconsider what? Zhou Jiangwo pushed the stack aside and folded his hands atop. Lin Mo, I'm 52. Before the anomalies descended, I was a grassroots civil servant in Ning County. My greatest aspiration in life was simply to receive my pension on time every month. He pointed first to himself, then outward beyond the partition wall. This base wasn't built by me. It coalesced around the survivors who fled here. My role was merely to offer them the illusion of safety. Now that illusion has shattered, I knew the base could not protect them. For 3 months, fear haunted me daily. Fear the talismans would fail, fear the anomalies would find us, fear waking one morning to discover 3,000 corpses filling the shelter. His voice trembled. But you're different. I know your strength. Entrusting them to you is far better than leading them towards certain death. Truly, I am relieved you've agreed to take charge, because only you can guide them through this apocalypse toward that single slender thread of survival. Lin Mo listened in silence. Long minutes passed before he finally spoke. Leave the paper figures to us. Organize everyone in the base. Prevent panic, forbid anyone from leaving. Without rank 3 cultivation, contact with the paper figures means immediate assimilation. Once the threat is neutralized, we must relocate and establish a new base. A new base? Where? Xinhua base was converted from an air raid shelter. No defenses, no arable land. We rely entirely on scavenging teams. Eventually resources will dwindle to nothing. I intend to build a new base on the surface, one capable of cultivating food and repelling anomalies. We considered farming before. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. But crop cycles span months. Too many variables could derail everything in that time. Lin Mo said nothing, merely withdrew Fuxing soil from his scroll painting. Zhou Jiangwo took it with confusion, and after sensing the information contained within, he stood there dumbfounded, then burst into a hearty laugh. Lin Mo, I had some doubts when I entrusted the base to you before. Now I can only be grateful that entrusting the base to you was undoubtedly the right decision. Perhaps you can truly lead everyone to establish a new home in this cursed world. After bidding farewell to Zhou Jiangwo, Lin Mo returned to the compartment. Everyone else was there. Lin Mo explained the plans for building a new base. Everyone wholeheartedly agreed. With a base, they would have a stable foothold, unlike before when they wandered in their vehicles. Although they weren't living poorly, lacking neither food nor strength, who would wish to continue wandering forever? In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th day, and the blood moon rose. The dark red moonlight covered the land, dyeing the entire wilderness a foreboding crimson. Lin Mo and the others stood on the open ground outside the air raid shelter. Their coming. Li Weiguo's voice came through the intercom. He stood at the observation post atop the air raid shelter, holding a pair of binoculars. Southeast direction, about 1 kilometer. There are a lot of them. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and looked towards the southeast. In the dark red moonlight, a white shadow appeared at the end of the wilderness. Those shadows glimmered with a sickly pale light under the blood moon, resembling a silent surging white ocean slowly approaching the air raid shelter. They were getting closer. Even closer. Lin Mo finally saw what those things were. Paper figures. Hundreds and thousands of paper figures. They marched in unison like a well-trained army. Every paper figure wore the same expression, their mouths stretched back to their ears, revealing teeth made of paper, and their eyes were 2 hollow pits devoid of anything. In the front were several giant paper figures over 2 meters tall, dressed in paper costumes, wearing paper hats, and wielding paper weapons. Behind them trailed a dense mass of ordinary paper figures varying in size and shape. There were also some paper animals, probably transformed along the way. Wang Chong, I'll leave the big ones to you. The rest will clear the ordinary paper figures. Wang Qingyan stepped forward, and in an instant her flame domain unfolded, igniting the ground within a radius of 40 meters around her in orange flames. The paper figures at the front charged into the fire domain. Their paper bodies instantly ignited in the high temperature, and the facial features drawn on the paper twisted and turned to ash in the flames. The first few giant paper figures were burned through, revealing their hollow internal structures. But more paper figures surged forward, they were undeterred by the flames and the burning. The ones burned to ash were trampled by those behind, who continued to advance. Lin Mo raised his right hand, summoning a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel to strike the densest area of paper figures. The thunder leapt among the paper figures, and wherever the arcs passed, the figures turned into burning torches. Li Yuqing's shadow domain unfolded simultaneously. Countless shadow servants surged from the darkness, pouncing on the paper figures, their claws tearing the paper figures apart into shreds. Liu Yang maneuvered the Hive Queen to dive down. The Hive Queen's massive body resembled a bomber, and each dive stirred up a whirlwind, knocking the paper figures off balance. The Hive Queen's stinger pierced the bodies of the paper figures, corroding them with black holes. But there were just too many paper figures. They poured in from the end of the wilderness like a tide, wave after wave, seemingly endless. Lin Mo scanned the area and noticed that at the back of the paper army, a paper-made little girl was quietly watching the battle. Lin Mo understood, this must be the main entity. You all handle the ordinary paper figures. Yuqing and I will deal with that main entity. Before his voice faded, he had already dashed out. Lin Mo took out a metal sphere from the scroll, which transformed into countless metal sheets under his control, floating around him to form a metallic storm, shredding the paper figures. Yuqing held the holy light staff, unleashing beam after beam of white light that purified the paper figures along the way. They were less than 50 meters away from the paper-made little girl. The little girl moved. She lifted her head, and suddenly two ghostly green flames ignited in her originally hollow eye sockets. She opened her mouth, and the arc drawn on her face emitted a piercing shriek. A white ripple spread from her body, and wherever it passed, grass and soil turned into paper. The ripple swept over Lin Mo's body. He felt a strange energy eroding him, attempting to turn him into paper. But the erosion was slow, and then it was repaired. If he hadn't advanced to sequence 3, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Seeing Lin Mo unaffected by the erosion, the little girl seemed somewhat surprised. She extended her paper-like right hand and waved gently. The remnants of the paper figures on the ground all flew into the air. They reassembled under the blood moon, but instead of returning to their original paper figures, they coalesced into countless sharp paper spears raining down on Lin Mo, and Yuqing, each spear entwined with eerie grayish-white mist. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. He immediately commanded the metal shards to spin rapidly around him, slicing all the incoming paper spears. Yuqing, that little girl's rules can erode human bodies. Oh, we must finish this quickly. Yuqing halted, her body glowing with a milky white light, and then a pair of wings made of pure energy suddenly unfurled from her back. Angel form with 2 wings. The little girl seemed to sense the threat. The ghostly green flames in her eye sockets flickered wildly. She let out a scream, and all the surrounding paper figures halted their attacks and began to gather towards her direction. Hundreds and thousands of paper figures stuck to the little girl, as if caught in a whirlwind, piling up and merging around her, centering her as they continued to stack. In just 2 breaths, a giant paper monster over 15 meters tall took form, its body composed of countless paper pieces. Its head was the little girl's face, magnified dozens of times, and the hollow eye sockets gazed down at Lin Mo and Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing spread her wings and flew into the air, unleashing countless light feathers that rained down on the massive paper figure. When the light feathers made contact with the paper figure, they erupted with violent explosions, purifying the paper figure's surface, which dissipated into light particles. The giant paper monster raised its enormous paper palm, reaching for Yuqing. The palms, densely packed with human faces, simultaneously opened their mouths, releasing grayish-white mist. Yuqing abruptly flapped her wings in midair, twisting her body at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding that grasp. The gust of wind from the paper palm brushed against her face, causing a few strands of hair to be blown off, which turned into grayish-white paper threads midair. That was the erosion of the rules. Anyone touched would instantly turn to paper. She flapped her right wing vigorously, accelerating once more, darting through the gaps between the giant paper figure's arms, heading straight for its head. The little girl's giant face opened its mouth, and a grayish-white light ball coalesced deep in her throat. Lin Mo focused his thoughts, summoning a thunderbolt 3 meters wide to strike down from the sky, accurately hitting the giant paper figure's enormous mouth. The thunder and the grayish-white light ball exploded simultaneously within the paper figure's mouth, and the violent energy shockwave caused countless cracks to appear on the upper half of the paper figure. Yuqing seized this moment. She dashed to the front of the little girl's giant face. Her light wings fully unfurled at that moment, each light feather pointing straight ahead, converging into a massive light arrow aimed directly at the little girl's forehead. Arrow of holy light. The instant the arrow was released, the entire world turned into a white glow. The white arrow pierced into the little girl's forehead. The giant paper monster's body began to emit a soft white light from its head, and wherever the light passed, the paper layers were purified and dissipated. The ghostly green flames on the little girl's giant face struggled violently for a moment before extinguishing. The 15-meter-tall paper monster began to crumble from the head, turning into countless tiny white light particles, slowly dissipating under the blood moon. In the distance, the remaining ordinary paper figures lost their core control, their movements becoming stiff and sluggish. In less than 10 minutes, the last batch of paper figures was also cleared by everyone. On the open ground outside the air raid shelter, there were burning scraps of paper and grayish-white ashes everywhere. Lin Mo turned to look at Li Yuqing. She had returned to her normal form, her face pale as paper and her steps unsteady. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward to support her. The consumption of the two-winged angel form is too great. Li Yuqing managed a weak smile. Lin Mo hurriedly took out blood honey from the scroll, saying, "Drink this quickly to recover." Yuqing took the blood honey, took a sip, and the paleness in her face regained a hint of color. Lin Mo noticed that Yuqing had recovered somewhat and scanned the battlefield. Seeing that everyone was fine, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. On the morning after the paper effigy incident, Zhou Jiangwo ordered everyone summoned to the hall. More than 3,000 people packed into the air raid shelter's hall, men and women, old and young, each face etched with exhaustion and unease. Zhou Jiangwo stood on a wooden crate beside the stove holding a tin megaphone. Lin Mo and 6 others stood at the forefront of the crowd. He called for silence. Zhou wrapped the megaphone, and his voice rolled through the shelter, calming the murmurs. He told them he had an important announcement. His voice was hoarse, but every word came through with crystalline clarity. He said that in the 3 months since the base's founding, they had clustered together for warmth and survival. They had followed him, trusted him, and urged him to lead. Zhou Jiangwo expressed his gratitude, but admitted he understood his own limitations. Silence met his words. He recounted that 3 days earlier the search team had encountered a bizarre anomaly and been eroded into paper. Last night paper effigies had invaded the base, and if not for Lin Mo and his group, the base might already have been destroyed. Zhou paused, stepped down from the crate, and approached Lin Mo. He announced that from that day forward the base would be handed over to Lin Mo, who would serve as the new leader. The crowd fell silent for a heartbeat, and then exploded into questions and protest. What a replacement. Who was Lin Mo? One of those newcomers. Someone noted they had only been here a few days. Amid the clamor, a loud voice called out from the back, "I do not agree." The crowd instinctively made way as Sun Hao stepped forward. He wore the search team's camouflage and newly replaced long knife hung at his waist, and a few team members followed behind. He addressed Zhou with deference. Sun Hao stood before Zhou Jiangwo, but fixed his gaze on Lin Mo, insisting that more than 3,000 lives could not be handed over to someone at will. Zhou was about to reply when Lin Mo raised a hand to stop him. Lin Mo asked Sun Hao what he proposed, and Sun Hao replied that in the apocalypse people respected only strength, and he would not accept an outsider leading the base. Wang Chong stepped out from behind Lin Mo and challenged, offering to spar. Though he had not invoked any towering form, his 1.9-meter, heavily muscled frame presented itself like. Sun Hao glanced at Wang Chong and did not back down. He said he intended to test himself against Lin Mo, not Wang Chong. Lin Mo remained silent. Sun Hao declared he was a fighter sequence, while Lin Mo was said to be a blacksmith sequence. As a sequence 2 fighter, he vowed to accept Lin Mo only if he could beat him. The survivors in the hall began to shout for a fight. They cheered for Captain Sun and jeered to see what the newcomers could do. Lin Mo stepped forward 2 paces, produced a fist-sized piece of metal from the scroll, and casually tossed it to the ground. He said, "No knives, so you won't hurt yourself." Sun Hao's face darkened. He gripped his blade and charged. The speed of a fighter sequence was indeed extraordinary, far beyond ordinary sequence 2s. He closed in on Lin Mo and slashed diagonally at the shoulder with full force, intent on discerning Lin Mo's true ability. Lin Mo did not move. When the blade was only 10 centimeters from his shoulder, it abruptly came to a halt. It was neither a dodge nor a conscious pullback. The knife itself stopped. Sun Hao looked down to see the blade trembling violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He pressed down with both hands, veins bulging, using all his strength, but the knife would not budge. Stunned, Sun Hao began to speak, then saw Lin Mo raise his right hand and close his fingers gently. The long knife slipped from Sun Hao's grasp and hovered in midair, its tip pointed at Sun Hao's brow. Lin Mo asked if he still wanted to fight. The hall fell silent. Sun Hao froze, cold sweat on his forehead, staring at the blade near his brow. He swallowed hard, and Lin Mo threw the knife back to him. Sun Hao accused him of not being sequence 2. Lin Mo quietly confirmed it. Sun Hao took the knife, fell silent for a moment, sheathed it, and cupped his fist to Lin Mo in acknowledgement. "I yield." He turned to the crowd and shouted at the top of his lungs that he, Sun Hao, supported Lin Mo as the base leader. The people grew quiet, then scattered applause swelled into a thunderous ovation that filled the hall. No one opposed. Zhou Jiangwo walked over smiling as he patted Lin Mo's shoulder and affirmed that the base would be entrusted to him. Lin Mo nodded, climbed onto the crate, and faced the 3,000+ people. Lin Mo introduced himself, and though his voice was soft, it carried clearly through the quiet shelter. He announced that the base's rules would change from that day forward. He declared the first rule: all able-bodied adults must participate in combat training. The second, all supplies are to be centrally managed. The third, those who refuse the rules may leave, and he would not stop them. He paused and scanned every face, saying those who could comply should stay, and those who could not were free to go. No one in the hall moved. More than 3,000 remained standing, not a single person left. Lin Mo stepped down and approached Zhou Jiangwo, asking him to serve as an advisor to help handle daily affairs. Zhou Jiangwo agreed to cooperate. Lin Mo said specific divisions of labor would be decided later and instructed them to first organize the people, register them, and form. Lin Mo turned toward the eastern compartment, with the other 6 following. Sun Hao watched Lin Mo's retreating figure touch the knife at his waist and exhaled. A sequence 3 blacksmith who can control metal, he murmured, shaking his head. That evening Lin Mo summoned Zhou Jiangwo, Sun Hao, Qin Shui, Zhao Mingyuan, and Fang Qing to the compartment for a meeting. The compartment was small, and 10 people squeezed together in the stuffy air. Lin Mo produced a map from the scroll and spread it across the table. He said the matter of the paper effigies was resolved, but the shelter remained unsafe. There was nowhere defensible and no land to till, so they could only scavenge supplies until they ran out. Zhou Jiangwo nodded that he had long understood this, but felt helpless. Lin Mo traced his finger over the map and said that now they had a plan. They needed to find a suitable place on the surface to build a new base. When asked for targets, Lin Mo suggested the outskirts of Chang'an City or several towns on the northern slopes of Qinling, and said he would scout them the next day. When asked what would follow once a location was chosen, Lin Mo replied they would migrate over 3,000 people across hundreds of kilometers, a perilous journey, but better than waiting to die. Fang Qing raised the question of food. Even if they found land, farming would take time, and their current stores would not last. Lin Mo took from the scroll an item of Fuxing Rang saprotrophic soil and placed it on the table. The 6 took turns touching it to perceive information. Fang Qing's eyes widened, and her voice shifted. This substance absorbed anomalous corpses as fertilizer. Could it also accelerate plant growth? Lin Mo confirmed it. The more anomalous corpses, the richer the soil. Sun Hao inhaled sharply and realized that killing anomalies might yield. The compartment fell into a brief silence. Zhao Mingyuan raised the crucial question: if they moved to the surface, how would they defend against anomalies? They noted that talismans could only conceal aura and would not stop attacks. Lin Mo said not to worry. He had a solution, and they would see it in due time. He did not elaborate, but explained his plan and outline: build a ring of metal walls around the base and reinforce them with Ci Tiao entries. A 20-meter-high metal wall bolstered by entries would be impenetrable to ordinary anomalies. He asked if there were any other questions. None were raised. He assigned tasks for the next day. Uncle Li would handle registration and squad formation. Wang Chong would train combat personnel, and the rest would go with Lin Mo to search for the new base site. The group nodded and dispersed. Lin Mo returned the Fuxing Rang to the scroll and leaned back in his chair. A base of over 3,000 people was neither small nor grand. It was a mess, yet an opportunity. Over 3,000 tool people, no over 3,000 survivors. If armed, each could become a node of power. He snuffed out the light, lay down on his bed, and began to ponder the tasks that lay ahead. Lin Mo awoke and instructed Zhou Jiangwo to gather everyone in the main hall. Over 3,000 people crowded tightly together. Zhou Jiangwo had already compiled the roster: 1,200 able-bodied adults, 400 elders, 300 children, and the remainder were women and the injured. Lin Mo stood atop a wooden crate, no megaphone in hand. Yesterday I warned you this air raid shelter is unsafe. Disaster is inevitable. Therefore I have decided we shall relocate to the surface and establish a new base. A wave of stunned murmurs erupted across the crowd. The surface? That's suicide. We fled underground precisely because survival above was impossible. The surface teems with anomalies. Stepping out means certain death. Skepticism swelled like a rising tide. Lin Mo did not intervene. He waited patiently until the clamor subsided before speaking again. How long can this shelter hold? We lack stable food supplies, reliable water sources, and any viable escape route. Once our talismans fail, every one of you will perish. Building a base on the surface grants us arable land and defensible terrain. No longer must you live like rats burrowed beneath the earth. A middle-aged woman shrieked, cultivate land. In this accursed climate, how could anything possibly grow? Lin Mo withdrew a clod of Fuxing soil from his scroll and held it palm up. A fist-sized chunk of deep brown earth shimmering softly under the lights. This is Fuxing soil, retrieved from an anomaly. It absorbs residual energy from anomalous corpses, converting it into fertile soil. The more corpses it processes, the richer its vitality. And most crucially, it accelerates plant growth exponentially. Silence fell for a breath, then exploded anew. Absorb anomalous corpses. So we're expected to hunt them down. Hunt anomalies just to farm. Are you insane? Do we even stand a chance against them? Lin Mo raised his right hand and activated. Every metallic object in the hall trembled violently. Pots, bowls, knives, rifles, iron pipes, steel beams. Thousands of items surged inward from all directions, hovering silently above Lin Mo like a dense silvery thunderhead. 3,000 pairs of eyes lifted skyward, jaws slack in awe. You cannot slay them, not because they are invincible, but because ordinary humans lack the means to pierce their defenses. Yet I offer you opportunity. My sequence crafts weapons and bestows abilities akin to those of sequence bearers, enabling you to kill anomalies yourselves no longer hiding like prey. In return, you need only fulfill 3 duties: obey orders, undergo training, and cultivate the land. The metallic cloud descended smoothly, settling back into place. Pots and pans alighting gently unscathed. Utter silence blanketed the hall. The same middle-aged woman opened her mouth, but uttered not a single word. Wang Chong stepped forward, tapping his armored chest. You've all seen the gear sold at the blacksmith shop, the very armor you now see. Our captain forged it. Soon every one of you shall wield such power. Gradually the crowd stilled. Some whispered among themselves, the others bowed their heads in quiet contemplation. Still others' eyes flickered with renewed fire. A man in his 40s emerged from the throng and approached Lin Mo directly. Leader, when you speak of cultivation, can grain truly be grown? Lin Mo crouched, meeting the man's gaze at eye level. Yes. The elder paused, then nodded slowly. Very well. I follow you. I've tilled soil my entire life. If harvest is possible, I fear no death. Turning to the assembly, he declared, as our leader said, hiding underground is merely waiting to die. To step outside is to seize a chance, to fight for survival. His words struck like a stone dropped into still water. Others stepped forward. Count me in. Me too. So we hunt anomalies. Fine. Let's do it. Hands rose. First a dozen, then dozens, then hundreds, until the hall brimmed with raised palms. Lin Mo stood atop the crate, expressionless. Yet inwardly he smiled. 1,200 able-bodied adults, each armed with a weapon bearing a White-Ire attribute. Each slaying 1 corpse anomaly daily, yielded 12,000 energy points per day. 3,000 souls cultivating, training, laboring. Lin Mo need only supply arms and protection, harvesting energy points ceaselessly. This venture was far from loss. Zhou Jiangwo drew near, voice hushed. Truly confident you can build a secure base? I am. Lin Mo glanced at him. I require metal, vast quantities. How much? At least 1 million tons. Zhou Jiangwo inhaled sharply. 1 million tons. Walls demand metal. Weapons demand metal. 1 million tons is merely the threshold. Where on earth am I to source 1 million tons? Lin Mo pointed to Ping'an County, the industrial park, and surrounding towns marked on the map. Combined, they hold several million tons. I'll lead teams to dismantle them. 2 days. Zhou Jiangwo sighed deeply, shook his head, and fell silent. Lin Mo mounted the wooden crate once more. Listen carefully. Over the coming days, we organize units, conduct drills, and inventory supplies. I will depart shortly to scout a suitable location for the new base. All able-bodied adults must undergo combat training. Those unwilling may remain behind. I compel no one. All supplies are to be surrendered for centralized allocation. Concealment incurs first-time warning, second-time expulsion. 3,000 stood motionless, silent as stone. Zhou Jiangwo began to applaud. Then Sun Haochen, Shui, Zhaoming Yuan, and Fang Qing followed. The applause swelled, rhythmic, resonant, until the entire shelter echoed with thunderous approval. Lin Mo descended the crate and walked toward the eastern partition. 6 followed in his wake. Captain, truly you intend to arm all 3,000? Wang Chong asked as they walked. Affirmative. Wang Chong grinned. Feels like you're orchestrating a grand strategy. Lin Mo remained silent. He pushed open the partition door, entered, and sat upon the military cot. Then he opened his system interface. Energy points 2240. Eliminating the paper figure anomaly had yielded substantial returns. 282 draws awaited him. White, green, and blue attributes appeared, occasionally purple, but neither crimson nor obsidian manifested. He would not synthesize these attributes yet. Arming the base's populace was a critical early investment, non-negotiable, non-deferrable. Lin Mo closed the interface and exhaled softly. Purple tire attributes no longer sufficed. He required gold, crimson, even obsidian. Yet those demanded staggering reserves of energy points. And energy points demanded legions of expendable agents. His gaze drifted toward the partition's entrance. 3,000 souls, 3,000 latent fountains of energy. Arm them all and strength would accrue effortlessly. Then, once power matured, he would cleanse Chang'an City. A metropolis of 10 million souls housed, at minimum, hundreds of thousands of anomalous beasts. Hundreds of thousands of anomalies meant millions of energy points, tens of thousands of draw. How many gold, crimson, or obsidian attributes might emerge? At that thought, Lin Mo's lips curved faintly upward. Early the next morning, everyone gathered around the table. Yesterday we discussed establishing a new base. Today, we should find a location. He spread the map on the table and said, Uncle Li, you are most familiar with this area. You choose the direction. Li Weibo did not decline. He opened the map and pointed at a location. Qingshan town, approximately 30 kilometers from the Xinhou base. Lin Mo leaned over to take a look. Qingshan Town, marked on the map, was a small place located to the southeast of Ning County, surrounded by a vast plain. Why choose this place? Lin Mo asked. Li Weiguo replied, there is a river to the north which can serve as a water source. The surroundings are flat with a clear view. In the future, if we build watchtowers on the city walls, we can spot any anomalies in advance. Moreover, this place is not far from several neighboring counties, making it convenient to gather supplies. Lin Mo nodded. Let's go take a look. The 7 of them drove 2 armored vehicles along the highway towards Qingshan Town. After about 40 minutes, the outline of Qingshan Town appeared in their sight. Although it was called a town, it actually only had about 100 households. Most of the houses were old brick and tile structures. Some of the roofs had already collapsed. In the center of the town, there was a main street scattered with broken glass and dried bloodstains. Lin Mo stood at the crossroads looking around. To the north there was indeed a small river. The water was murky but still flowing. To the east, west, and south were fields and endless plain with excellent visibility. This is the place, Lin Mo said. He walked to an open area on the east side of the town and took out all the metal from the scroll. The silver-white metal spheres piled up into a small mountain, shimmering coldly under the gray sky. Lin Mo raised his hands, activating his control over the metal. The metal spheres softened like dough, rising from the ground and extending outward under his command. He intended to build city walls on all 4 sides, each 3 meters thick, 20 meters high, and 2 kilometers long. The first wall rose from the ground. The liquid metal surged out, like flowing water, solidifying into a thick silver-white structure. Lin Mo paused, looking at the solitary wall, frowning. Not enough, we still lack metal. Wang Chong walked to the base of the wall, knocked on the wall, producing a dull sound. This thing is sturdy, Captain. Where are we going to get more metal? For the next few days, scour all the nearby towns and industrial zones, dismantle all the metal we can find, and bring it back. What about the anomalies? Lu Yang asked. We'll clean them up along the way. For the next 3 days, the 7 of them worked separately. Wang Chong took Li Weiguo and Lu Yang to an industrial park to the east. The park had more than a dozen steel-structured factories and a large amount of abandoned machinery. Lin Mo took Wang Qingyan and Li Yuqing's sisters to a county town to the south. The county town was not large, but there were many abandoned vehicles and construction steel. They cleared out the corpses while collecting metal. In 3 days, the 7 of them swept through 5 nearby towns, 2 industrial zones, and 1 county town. They cleared out over 1,000 corpses and collected more than 30,000 tons of metal. On the 4th day, Lin Mo stood in the open area east of Qingshan Town with 3 mountains of metal piled up in front of him. He began to construct the city walls. The walls would be 2 kilometers long, 3 meters thick, and 20 meters high on all sides. Inside the walls, there would be stairs leading directly from the bottom to the top. The top of the walls would feature a wide pathway that could accommodate 4 people walking side by side. Every 50 meters, there would be an embrasure for mounting long-range weapons. At each corner of the wall, a watchtower was built 5 meters high, allowing one to see everything within a radius of several kilometers from the top. Lin Mo left 2 gates, one at the front and one at the back. The front gate faced south and the back gate faced north, each 3 meters wide and 4 meters high. It took the entire morning to complete all 4 city walls. Lin Mo stood on the wall, overlooking the open area inside. The area spanned 4 square kilometers, enough to accommodate thousands of people. In the center of the open space was the original Qingshan town, where those old houses could be demolished and rebuilt. To the north, near the wall, there was a small river. The water flowed beneath the wall, and Lin Mo specifically left a water gate on the wall. Captain, this wall is impressive. Wang Chong shouted from the watchtower above. Lin Mo did not respond. Now the wall was just ordinary metal. While sturdy, it lacked extraordinary attributes. He needed to add enhancements to the wall. Let's head back to the base. Lin Mo jumped down from the wall. Tomorrow we begin the relocation. The 2 armored vehicles headed towards the Xinhou base. When they returned to the air raid shelter, the sky had already darkened. Lin Mo found Zhou Jiangwo and explained the situation regarding the new base. After listening, Zhou Jiangwo remained silent for a while and then asked, can the wall really withstand the anomalies? Ordinary corpses can't get in, and even advanced ones can only hold out for a while. Zhou Jiangwo nodded. Okay, notify everyone tomorrow to prepare for the relocation. Lin Mo returned to the eastern compartment and closed the door. The 6 people each found a place to sit, and the compartment was very quiet with only the buzzing sound of the emergency lights. Lin Mo sat on the army bed, sinking his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 42,840. 1. In the past few days of sweeping the surroundings and killing over 1,000 corpses along with the leftover from before, his energy points had increased significantly. 428 draws. Lin Mo took a deep breath and began to draw. Congratulations, you have drawn a purple attribute, unmoving as a mountain. Congratulations, you have drawn a white attribute, sharp. Congratulations, you have drawn a green attribute, rebound. Congratulations, you have drawn a green attribute, blazing fire. The prompt sounds densely echoed in his mind. White, white, green, green, blue, white. After drawing more than 200 times, the best he got was just 2 purple. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. He was used to such things. Luck varied. He continued to draw. The 320th time. Congratulations, you have drawn a purple attribute self-repair. Another useful one. The 380th time. Congratulations, you have drawn a golden attribute flight restriction. Lin Mo's finger stopped. Golden attribute flight restriction prohibits all flying creatures from entering a designated area, effective against anomalies below. A good item. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. With this, those anomalies that could fly would not be able to attack the base from the air. The remaining 40 draws yielded nothing good. Lin Mo counted the harvest from this draw: white attributes, 312 green attributes, 72 blue attributes, 32 purple attributes, 10 golden attributes. One, he did not synthesize these attributes, as there were 3,000 people at the base now, and he needed to arm these people later. Lin Mo turned off the system panel, and the 6 people in the compartment had already fallen asleep. The sound of Wang Chang's snoring echoed in the small space. Lin Mo lay down, resting his hands behind his head. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted into slumber. Today is the relocation day. Early in the morning, Lin Mo asked Zhou Jiangwo to gather everyone in the open space outside the air raid shelter. Over 3,000 people were packed tightly together. Lin Mo stood at the front holding a loudspeaker. The location for the new base has been founded, is called Qingshan Town, about 30 kilometers from here. We will start the migration today. The crowd remained calm. Everything that needed to be said had already been communicated in the past few days. Those willing to leave had packed their belongings, while those unwilling to leave would stay in the air raid shelter. Lin Mo provided them with a choice, without forcing them. Zhou Jiangwo walked over with a list. The count is complete. 3,007 people are willing to leave, while about 200 will stay behind. Understood. Lin Mo nodded and looked at the crowd. Everyone assemble in formation. Li Weiguo will lead the first team to pave the way ahead. Wang Chang will lead the second team to guard the sides. Wang Qingyan will support from the rear, and Lu Yang will have the Bee King scout from the air. Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi will follow me for mobile support. Zhou Uncle, you are responsible for organizing the crowd and ensuring there is no chaos. Zhou Jiangwo nodded and turned to make arrangements. Lin Mo took out the scroll numbered 299 from the painting roll and handed it to Li Yuqing. You will collect supplies and pack everything that can be taken into it. Li Yuqing took the scroll and, along with Li Yuxi and a dozen logistics team members, began transferring supplies from the air raid shelter. Grains, medicines, tools, bedding, pots, and pans. Everything that could be taken was packed into the scroll. The scroll was more than sufficient to hold the supplies for 3,000. An hour later, all supplies had been collected. Lin Mo walked to the entrance of the air raid shelter and stood still. Let's set off. The 3,000 plus people formed a long line moving along the national road towards Qingshan Town. At the front of the line was Li Weiguo's leading team, followed in the middle by the elderly, children, and women protected by the able-bodied. On both sides of the line were Wang Chang's guard team holding knives and shields, vigilantly watching the wilderness, while the rear was covered by Wang Qingyan's team. Lin Mo patrolled back and forth among the team, with Li Yuqing and Li Yuxi. After walking less than 2 kilometers, the first wave of anomalies appeared. 3 corpse monsters charged out from the abandoned farmhouse by the roadside, lunging towards the team. The search team of the leading squad did not panic. Armed with long knives exchanged from Lin Mo, the 3 of them formed a group and confronted the monsters. One held the shield against the assault of the corpse monster, another slashed its leg from the side, while one maneuvered behind to decapitate it. Although their coordination was awkward, the 3 ordinary corpse monsters were dealt with in less than a minute. Lin Mo did not intervene. This level of anomaly was perfect for ordinary people to practice against. After walking about 5 kilometers, the team entered an open area. Lu Yang's voice came through the intercom. Mo, good, there is a group of corpse monsters 500 meters ahead, approximately 50 of them moving towards the team. Wang Chang, take the team to clear them out. Received. Wang Chang led 20 combat team members away from the group, charging ahead. He activated the diamond sequence, his 6-meter-tall figure resembling a moving iron tower, sweeping his giant tang knife, and instantly toppling 7 or 8 corpse monsters. The combat team followed Wang Chang, cleaning up the stragglers. In less than 5 minutes, all 50 corpse monsters had been eliminated. The team continued to advance. An hour later, the second wave of anomalies emerged. This time it was not corpse monsters, but a pack of corrupted wild dogs, approximately 30 in number, each the size of a calf, covered in black fur with blood-red eyes. They charged out from the fields on the right, heading straight for the elderly and children in the center of the team. Wang Qingyan's fireballs arrived first, 3 fireballs accurately hitting the densest part of the wild dog group, igniting a sea of flames, incinerating 7 or 8 wild dogs. Li Yuqing's shadow servants emerged from the ground, lunging at the remaining wild dogs. Over 20 shadow servants, like a tide of darkness, instantly submerged the wild dog pack, their claws tearing through fur, spraying black blood everywhere. In less than 2 minutes, all 30 wild dogs were down. Lin Mo stood in the center of the team, watching everything with a blank expression. This level of anomaly was not even a warm-up for the current team. The team continued to advance. On the subsequent journey, they encountered a wave of anomalies almost every 1 or 2 kilometers. Corpse monsters, mutated beasts, and even a few lone mutated corpse monsters. The leading team, guard team, and rear team took turns to engage. Those capable fought to allow ordinary people to practice, while those who couldn't handle it were immediately supplemented by the sequencers. The team of over 3,000 extended nearly a kilometer, like a long snake slowly moving across the wilderness. By noon, they had covered nearly 15 kilometers. Li Weiguo's voice came through the intercom. Qingshan town is just 2 kilometers ahead. The city walls can already be seen. The team stirred immediately. City walls? What city walls? Does the new base have walls? Didn't the leader say we were building a base? Is it already finished? Lin Mo did not explain, simply stating, increase speed. The pace of the team noticeably quickened. After about 20 more minutes, the outline of Qingshan town appeared in their sight. Then everyone stopped in their tracks. Ahead, a silver-white city of steel stood tall on the plain. The 4 walls rose high, each 20 meters tall, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the gray-white daylight. Every 50 meters along the top of the walls was a battlement. The watchtowers at the 4 corners were even taller than the walls themselves, like 4 steel giants guarding the city. Below the walls, a small river flowed in from the north, passing through the water gate at the base of the wall and flowing into the city. The city gates were open, 3 meters wide and 4 meters tall, with a deep entrance revealing the open grounds within. Over 3,000 people stood still, looking up at the steel city in silence. Some gaped, others rubbed their eyes, and some muttered in disbelief. Zhou Jiangwo stood at the front of the line, gazing at the city wall, his eyes reddening. He turned around to look at Lin Mo. Is this the new base you mentioned? Lin Mo nodded. The walls are 20 meters high and 3 meters thick, entirely made of metal, preventing ordinary anomalies from entering. Zhou Jiangwo fell silent for a few seconds, then smiled. As he smiled, tears began to flow. Over 3,000 people. Finally, we have a proper home. Sun Hao stood beside him, his hand gripping the long knife, trembling not from fear, but from excitement. Did you build this wall all by yourself? Yes. Sun Hao swallowed hard and fell silent. Shun Shui, standing behind Zhou Jiangwo, looked at the city wall. Her lips moved a few times, and finally, she simply said, it was worth it. Fang Qing squatted on the ground, reaching out to touch the cold metallic ground at the base of the wall. The icy sensation at her fingertips confirmed that this was not an illusion. Lin Mo turned around to face the over 3,000 people. This is the new base. From today on, this will be your home. After entering the city, accommodations will be assigned by formation. Able-bodied individuals will participate in training, while others will handle internal affairs. Starting tomorrow, clear the surrounding anomalies, bring back the corpses, and collect metals to expand the base. The over 3,000 people fell silent for a moment. Then a child's voice rang out from the crowd. It's so high. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The laughter grew louder, and more people joined in. Zhou Jiangwo wiped his tears and shouted loudly, enter the city. The 3,000 plus people lined up and slowly walked into the steel city. Lin Mo stood at the city gate, watching the crowd stream in. Wang Qingyan walked up to him, arms crossed, gazing at the city wall. What name will you give the new base? Lin Mo paused for a moment, then smiled and spread his arms. Let's call it the City of Steel. Over 3,000 people entered the city, standing in the open land, looking around in confusion. Aside from the dozens of old houses that were originally there, the rest was barren land, overgrown with weeds that reached knee-high. Lin Mo walked to the base of the city wall and began to add attributes to it. He pressed his palm against the cold metal surface of the wall, and the system panel unfolded in his mind. He retrieved the stored attributes and started to apply them to the city wall. Solid. Lin Mo could feel the internal structure of the metal rapidly changing, its hardness soaring instantly. As immovable as a mountain. This time a faint glow flashed across the wall. Lin Mo sensed that the entire section of the city wall seemed to merge with the pulse of the earth. The effect of the purple attribute was immediate stability, increased significantly enough to withstand violent external forces. He continued to add rebound, automatic repair, physical mitigation, and elemental mitigation to the wall in succession. Rebound allowed the wall to inflict damage back to those attacking it. Automatic repair granted the wall the ability to self-repair. Physical mitigation bestowed the wall with a 50% reduction in physical damage. Elemental mitigation also provided a 50% reduction in elemental damage. Lastly, he applied 2 golden attributes. Protection. A transparent energy shield spread from the wall, like an inverted bowl enveloping the entire city. This energy dome could resist external attacks. No-fly zone. The moment the last attribute was embedded into the wall, the no-fly force field covered the entire sky above the city, prohibiting all flying creatures from entering and affecting entities below sequence 5. After completing all this, Lin Mo withdrew his palm. He glanced at the remaining few hundred attributes in his backpack, deciding to keep those for ordinary people to craft weapons. Next was the division of areas. He had Zhou Jiangwo gather everyone to the central open space of the city. Over 3,000 people crowded together waiting for him to speak. Lin Mo stepped onto a stone pedestal. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. He first pointed to the northern area near the river. The north used to be farmland where there is a water source, and the soil is the most fertile for planting crops. Then he pointed to the east. The east has the houses from the previous town where people can stay, and we can renovate them later. Next he pointed to the west. The west is a large open space that can serve as a trading area. In the future, those who need to exchange goods can go there for fair trades, and strong-arm robbery is. Finally, he pointed to the south. The south has a slightly higher terrain where we can establish the Lord's Mansion, which will be the management center of the base. He paused for a moment and added, there will be watchtowers on the city walls, and we will assign people to guard them every day. The city gates will open early and close late, and no one is allowed in or out after dark. Zhou Jiangwo, along with a few older individuals, began to register and allocate residences. There were not many old houses in the city, and most people needed new accommodations. Over 1,000 young adults divided into small groups and got busy. Some constructed wooden frames, some laid roofs, and others built stoves. Children chased and ran in the open area, while women helped transport. Over 1,000 young adults divided into small groups and got busy. Some constructed wooden frames, some laid roofs, and others built stoves. Children chased and ran in the open area, while women helped transport materials. Lin Mo did not participate in building the houses. He walked to the northern farmland area and crouched down to inspect the land. The farmland covered about a dozen acres inside this. A small river ran through the middle, and the soil was yellow, overgrown with wild grass. He took out the fist-sized, decomposing soil from the scroll. The dark brown block of soil shimmered with a warm glow in his palm. According to the description of the peculiar item, the decomposing soil needed to be buried in the ground to take effect. Lin Mo chose a spot in the center of the farmland area, dug a half-meter deep pit, placed the decomposing soil inside, and covered it with dirt. The moment the decomposing soil made contact with the soil, a strange power surged from deep within the land. A faint green fluorescence spread across the entire farmland. The glow was so faint that it was almost imperceptible under the gray-white daylight. It radiated outward from the embedding point in circles like ripples on the water's surface. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. After the glow dissipated, the land of the farmland area turned into a glossy, deep black, as if the best fertilizer in the world had been applied. Fang Qing ran over from the residential area, crouched down, and grabbed a handful of soil. Her gardener's sequence allowed her to sense the condition of the soil, and her eyes widened suddenly. This soil. She looked up at Lin Mo, her voice trembling. The nutrient content in the soil is dozens of times higher than that of ordinary farmland, and it is still continuously increasing. Lin Mo nodded. This is the effect of the decomposing soil. In the future, when we kill the anomalies, we can bury their corpses here, and the fertility will increase further. Fang Qing held the handful of soil speechless for a long time. Lin Mo stood up and walked back to the residential area. The progress of building houses was very fast. Although the young adults had little construction experience, it wasn't too difficult to set up a shelter against wind and rain. By evening, over 200 simple wooden shacks had been erected in the residential area. The shacks were not large, each about 10 square meters, made of wooden boards and iron sheets with roofs covered in tar paper. Though rudimentary, at least they no longer had to squeeze into the air defense shelter. Zhou Jiangwo walked over with a list, smiling. The residences have been basically arranged. We can squeeze in a bit, and we will continue to build tomorrow, striving to ensure that everyone has their own bed within a week. Lin Mo asked, what about food? Zhou Jiangwo's smile faded. We have enough stored food for half a month, but we need to find a way. We will start planting tomorrow. The effect of the decomposing soil is excellent, and the crops will grow quickly. Fang Qing added from the side, based on the fertility of the soil we just saw combined with my sequence ability, the maturation time of the crops can be shortened to 1/10 of the original, or even shorter. Zhou Jiangwo calculated, so crops that originally took 3 months can be harvested in just over 10 days. Maybe even faster. Fang Qing said the effect of the decomposing soil is much stronger than I expected. Zhou Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he said nothing more. As night fell, the blood moon rose. The dark red moonlight illuminated the silver-white city walls, reflecting an eerie sheen. The no-flee attribute on the city walls activated automatically. A few bats flew from afar, and as they approached the airspace above the city wall, it was as if they hit an invisible wall, bouncing back with squeaking sounds. Lin Mo sat on the steps of the earthen slope of the Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion had not yet been built. It was merely a tent made of iron sheets and canvas. Li Yuqing approached with a bowl of porridge and handed it to him. Lin Mo took the bowl and took a sip. Li Yuqing sat beside him, gazing at the watchtower on the city wall in the distance. Will we be able to plant tomorrow and have enough food? Fang Qing is confident. If not, we can go out to scavenge. There are still supplies in the surrounding counties and towns. Li Yuqing did not say anything further. The two sat quietly. After finishing the porridge, Lin Mo returned to the tent, and lay on the bed slowly drifting into sleep. The next day Lin Mo woke up and headed to the farmland area where Fang Qing had already arrived. She was crouching next to the land where the decomposing soil had been buried, pressing her hands on the earth with emerald green light emanating from her palms, as her gardener's sequence ability activated the dormant vitality deep within the soil. Lin Mo approached and saw that she had already sown seeds in front of her. Those seeds had been collected from various supermarkets and agricultural supply stores before: wheat, corn, potatoes, cabbages, a mix of different kinds. Fang Qing categorized them and planted them in different areas. When will these seeds sprout? Lin Mo asked. Fang Qing did not look up, focusing on activating her ability. With the soil's fertility sufficient, the decomposing soil also working, and my activation, they could sprout in a day, if all goes well. One day Zhou Jiangwo, who had come over at some point, stood by the edge of the field, his eyes wide open. In theory, Fang Qing replied. Zhou Jiangwo did not ask further, crouching on the ridge of the field, staring at the land where the seeds had just been sown. Before the apocalypse, he had farmed in the countryside and knew that wheat normally took 6 to 7 months to mature and corn needed over 3 months. Now someone was telling him that the seeds could sprout in a day. He couldn't believe it, but hoped it was true. Lin Mo instructed Zhou Jiangwo to organize manpower to plow all the farmland. Over 300 young adults took shovels and hoes to the fields. There were no plowing oxen or tractors. Everything was done manually, digging with one shovel after another. Fang Qing led a few young people to open trenches, sow seeds, and cover the soil. The seeds were not enough, so she calculated each one precisely, striving for the highest germination rate. At noon, Li Yuqing brought lunch from the logistics team: thin porridge with pickles, 1 bowl per person, and they squatted on the ridge to eat. A middle-aged man holding his bowl gazed at the land he had just planted and suddenly said, "If my dad were still alive to see this land, he would definitely be happy." The people nearby did not respond. They fell silent for a few seconds, all bowing their heads to eat the porridge. After finishing the meal, they continued working. Lin Mo did not stay long in the farmland. He entrusted the affairs of the farmland to Fang Qing and Zhou Jiangwo, taking Wang Chong and Li Yuqing out of the city. He needed metal. Although the city wall had been established, many facilities inside the city had yet to be built. The Lord's mansion, warehouses, and training grounds all required metal. Moreover, ordinary people's weapons were still lacking significantly. The three drove an armored vehicle toward the industrial park to the east. The industrial park was about 30 kilometers from Steel City. The park was filled with abandoned equipment and steel-structured factories, which were sources of metal. Upon arriving at the industrial park, only a dozen mutated rats were wandering in the factory. They charged at them upon seeing them. Wang Chong resolved all of them in less than a minute. Lin Mo did not participate in the fight. He directly activated his control over metal. All the metal in the industrial park began to tremble: steel structures, abandoned equipment, rusty pipes, and iron tracks on the ground. Thousands of tons of metal flew in from all directions, converging into a massive metal sphere above his head. He collected the metal sphere into the scroll. In one industrial park, he harvested approximately 8,000 tons of metal. Next, he headed to an abandoned station in the south, followed by several villages in the west. By evening, Lin Mo's scroll contained over 20,000 tons of metal. When he returned to Steel City, the sun had already set and the blood moon had just risen. Lin Mo saw that there were still torches lit in the farmland area. Fang Qing and Zhou Jiangwo were still in the fields, continuing to sow seeds by the firelight. "Let's try to finish planting all 10 acres within a day." Zhou Jiangwo wiped the sweat off his forehead, his eyes filled with light, not fatigue. On the third day, Fang Qing rushed into the tent early in the morning. It sprouted. It sprouted. Her voice was exceptionally loud in the quiet morning. Lin Mo sat up and ran with her towards the farmland area. Over 100 people had gathered by the edge of the field. In the morning light, rows of tender green seedlings broke through the soil of the land where seeds were sown yesterday. The seedlings were tiny, only as high as a fingernail, with 2 leaves slightly spread apart, glistening with dewdrops. Fang Qing knelt by the edge of the field, gently touching a seedling. The emerald light at her fingertip mingled with the green of the seedlings, and tears fell from her eyes. Many onlookers also began to cry. Zhou Jiangwo stood at the edge of the field, his eyes red, and turned to the crowd, shouting, "Stop crying. The seedlings have come up, it's time to work. We need to finish planting the rest of the land today." People wiped their tears, picked up hoes and shovels, and began to turn the soil. Wang Chong leaned against the city wall, watching the busy crowd in the fields, muttering, "Captain, I feel like we can really survive in this apocalypse." Lin Mo did not respond. He looked at the tender green seedlings, but was thinking about something else. The corruption soil needed to absorb strange corpses to maintain its fertility. Currently, the nutrients in the soil were still sufficient, but crop growth would consume those nutrients, and after a while the fertility would decline. He needed more strange corpses. "Tomorrow we will go hunt the strange creatures," he said as he turned to Wang Chong. The next morning, Lin Mo led 20 people out of the city. These 20 people were selected from the young and strong, each equipped with weapons marked with white tags, including long knives, shields, and spears. Although not as good as extraordinary weapons, they were sufficient to deal with ordinary corpses. Two armored vehicles, one controlled by Xiao Ling and the other driven by Wang Chong, headed to Ning County. Was the closest county to the Iron City, about 25 kilometers away. Before the invasion of the Strange, it had a population of over 100,000, most of whom had now turned into corpses. According to Li Weiguo's perception, there were about 1,000 corpses in the outskirts of Ning County, distributed fairly sparsely. Lin Mo planned to clear the perimeter first and collect the first batch of corpses. The convoy stopped at a village on the outskirts of Ning County. The village was small, with about 30 households made of mud walls and tile roofs. A few corpses were wandering at the village entrance and charged at the armored vehicles upon seeing them. 20 ordinary people formed groups of 3 to cooperate in clearing the corpses in the village, with shields at the front, spears stabbing from the sides, and long knives delivering the finishing. Although their coordination was unrefined, dealing with the scattered corpses was not a problem. In one morning they cleared 3 villages and collected over 40 corpses. Lin Mo stored these corpses in the scroll space. During the noon break, a young man squatted beside the armored vehicle, staring blankly at the long knife in his hand. The blade was smeared with black blood, the result of his efforts in the morning. "Captain," he looked up at Lin Mo, "I used to run away upon seeing corpses, but now I can kill them." Lin Mo glanced at him and simply said, "In the future you will be able to kill more." In the afternoon they continued to advance toward Ning County. There was a large agricultural market on the outskirts of Ning County, which had become a gathering place for corpses after the Strange invasion. Li Weiguo sensed at least 200 corpses inside. Lin Mo did not let the ordinary people enter. 200 was too many, and there could be casualties. He instructed Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan to go in and clear while he collected the corpses. 10 minutes later, the 200 corpses were reduced to a pile of bodies. Wang Qingyan's fire domain burned away many, but Lin Mo still collected over 100 relatively intact ones. At the end of the day's hunting, Lin Mo's scroll contained nearly 300 corpses. Upon returning to the Iron City, Lin Mo headed straight to the farmland area. Fang Qing was busy in the field. In these 2 days, over 10 acres of farmland had been completely planted. The earliest sown wheat had already grown to finger height of vibrant green under the grayish-white sky. Lin Mo took out the corpses from the scroll, placing them one by one in an empty space at the edge of the farmland. 300 bodies piled up into a small hill. Black blood seeped from the gaps in the corpses, soaking into the soil, and the stench spread through the air, causing nearby workers to cover their noses. Fang Qing walked over, looked at the pile of corpses, and frowned. Lin Mo began to bury the bodies in the area covered by the corruption soil. At the moment the last corpse was buried, the corruption soil emitted a faint green light once again. This time it was more intense than the last, with green light spreading from the burial site, transforming the soil's color from light black to deep black. That feeling of coming back to life was even more pronounced. Fang Qing squatted down, reaching her hand into the soil, and after a moment she looked up and said, "The fertility has increased by at least 30%. The energy from these corpses has been absorbed by the corruption soil." She walked to the edge of the wheat field that had grown to finger height, examined the roots of the wheat seedlings closely, and then widened her eyes. The root growth rate has accelerated. At this pace, the earliest sown wheat might be ready to ear in 10 days. 10 days. Zhou Jiangwo had also arrived at some point, standing on the edge of the field, his voice trembling. "It may be even faster," Fang Qing said, "as long as the supply of corpses remains constant." Lin Mo stood up, brushing the dirt off his hands. Harvesting the first batch of grain in 10 days was even faster than he had anticipated. But he also understood that the fertility of the corruption soil needed to be continuously replenished and required a stable source of corpses. That evening he called Zhou Jiangwo, Li Weiguo, and Wang Chong together for a meeting. Lin Mo said, "Starting tomorrow we will establish a corpse recovery system at the base." He took out a piece of paper and wrote down 3 points. First, anyone going out to hunt the Strange must bring back the corpses. Ordinary corpses can be exchanged for half a pound of grain, and mutated corpses will be priced based on size and level. Second, the sequence holders will form a dedicated hunting team to go out daily to hunt the Strange, with all corpses returned together. Third, ordinary people can exchange strange corpses for weapons and supplies. Zhou Jiangwo read through these 3 points, fell silent for a moment, and then nodded. "This method is good. It can clear the surrounding Strange and fertilize the fields while encouraging everyone to go out and fight. He'll lead the hunting team." Wang Chong patted his chest, guaranteeing to bring back hundreds of corpses every day. "We haven't cleared the surrounding counties and villages yet. There are still thousands of corpses just in Ning County, enough for us to collect for a while," Li Weiguo added. Lin Mo handed the paper to Zhou Jiangwo. "Post this tomorrow, so everyone knows." The next morning the notice for the corpse recovery system was posted in the most prominent position of the trading area. Next to the notice was an exchange list: ordinary corpses half a pound of grain each, mutated corpses 5 pounds of grain each, special strange negotiable. The news spread and the entire Iron City was in an uproar. In the past, killing strange creatures meant leaving the corpses discarded by the roadside without anyone caring. Now the corpses could be exchanged for grain, and real grain at that. Half a pound of grain for a corpse. This deal is worth it. A middle-aged man rubbed his hands together and said, "Can you kill the corpses, eh?" Someone nearby poured cold water on him. "I have weapons. A long knife exchanged from the city lord last time." That afternoon, over a dozen people spontaneously formed teams. They didn't go far, but wandered around the villages surrounding the Iron City, killing a few isolated corpses and bringing the bodies back. Zhou Jiangwo set up a recovery point next to the farmland area with Fang Qing in charge of registration and grain distribution. Fang Qing tested the changes in soil fertility every so often. She found that the efficiency of the corruption soil-absorbing corpses was improving and that the affected area was also expanding. Lin Mo stood on the city wall watching the hunting teams returning one after another and the crops thriving in the fields. He opened the system panel, and the energy points were slowly increasing, although not much they were indeed rising. Each ordinary person who killed strange creatures with the weapons he provided brought him energy points. "My plan to lie flat is secure," he muttered to himself as he turned and walked down from the city wall. For the past few days, Lin Mo has been contemplating the issue of contribution points for the base with several sheets of paper filled with writing sprawled across the table in front of him. Zhou Jiangwo, Li Weiguo, Wang Chong, Wang Qingyan, Li Yuqing, Li Yuxi, and Lu Yang sat gathered in the room. "I called everyone here today to discuss an important matter." Lin Mo pushed the sheets of paper to the center of the table. "The base now has over 3,000 people. We can currently manage food and housing, but a new issue has arisen." Li Weiguo picked up the paper and glanced at it, which was densely filled with Lin Mo's recent thoughts. "What issue?" Wang Chong asked from the door. "The distribution of resources. Currently food is distributed equally, though everyone gets the same amount regardless of how much effort they put in, or not everyone receives the same share. This is very unfair," Li Yuqing interjected. "Right, it's unfair." Lin Mo nodded. "It's acceptable in the short term, but it won't work in the long run. Those who work more will feel cheated, while those who do less will take it for granted. Over time the morale will dissipate." Zhou Jiangwo remained silent for a moment before speaking up. "Previously in the air raid shelter food was scarce, and we could only divide it equally. Surviving was already a blessing. We couldn't care about fairness. It does need to change now. I have an idea." Lin Mo picked up another sheet of paper which had a chart drawn on it. "Contribution points." He held the paper upright, so everyone could see. "Everyone in the base will receive basic rations of 2 meals of thin porridge a day to ensure no one starves, but if you want more you'll need to exchange it for contribution points." "How do we earn contribution points?" Wang Chong asked. Lin Mo placed the paper on the table and pointed to several lines in the chart. "There are 3 ways. First, participate in construction. Building houses, repairing roads, farming, digging trenches. Contribution points will be given based on the amount of labor provided. Second, participate in combat. Join the hunting team to hunt the anomalies, and contribution points will be awarded based on the number of corpses collected and the level of danger faced. Third, gather resources. Go out to find food, medicine, metals, and tools. Contribution points will be given based on the value of the resources brought back." "What can we exchange contribution points for?" Li Yuxi asked. Lin Mo flipped to the second page. "Food, weapons, medicine, housing. Even when better houses are built in the future, if you want to live in a big house, you will also need to use contribution points to exchange for it." Li Weiguo finished reading the 2 pages, put them down, and thought for a moment before saying, "This method is good. More effort leads to more rewards, less effort leads to less reward, and no effort leads to nothing. But what about the elderly, children, and the injured? They are unable to work. Basic rations will be guaranteed." Lin Mo said, "Everyone will have basic rations to ensure they do not starve. Families with young adults can rely on them to earn contribution points, while those without young adults will be supported by the base. It may not be much, but it will be enough to survive." Zhou Jiangwo nodded. "This is fair." The room fell silent for a moment. Wang Chong raised his hand at the door. "I have no objections. After all, I go out to hunt anomalies every day, so my contribution points will definitely be high." Wang Qingyan said, "Combat personnel should be given more. After all, they are risking their lives." Lin Mo nodded. "Combat personnel will receive additional subsidies. Members of the Iron Guard and hunting teams will receive a fixed amount of contribution points daily regardless of whether they undertake tasks that day." Iron Guard. Lu Yang heard this term for the first time. "We'll discuss that later." Lin Mo waved his hand. "First, let's finalize the distribution system. Is there any objection?" No one objected. Lin Mo looked at Zhou Jiangwo. "Uncle Zhou, you will be responsible for calculating and registering the contribution points. Find a few trustworthy people to establish a resource management office." "Sure," Zhou Jiangwo agreed. "Uncle Li, you are responsible for the internal affairs and resource distribution of the entire base, and you will oversee Uncle Zhou's side." Li Weiguo nodded. "Wang Chong, you will be the captain of the Iron Guard. Ao Qingyan and Lu Yang will be the vice captains. You can choose the people yourself." The 3 nodded in unison. Lin Mo collected the papers from the table and stood up. "Let's settle this for today, or we will start implementing it tomorrow." After the meeting, Wang Chong stood up from the threshold, dusted off his Captain, how many people are there in the Iron Guard? The first batch will be 100. 100. Wang Chong's eyes lit up. Choose from the young adults. They must be bold, physically fit, and willing to fight. You are responsible for training them. What about weapons? Wang Chong asked. We can't have them training empty-handed, can we? They'll take care of the weapons. The next morning, Zhou Jiangwo posted the notice for the contribution point system in the most prominent spot in the trading area. The notice read in large letters: basic rations, 2 meals of porridge per person per day. The elderly and children receive the same treatment methods to earn contribution points: construction, building houses, repairing roads, farming, and digging trenches based on labor input, combat, participating in the hunting team, and Iron Guard based on the number of enemies killed, gathering, going out to find resources based on the value of the resources. Contribution points can be exchanged for food. 1 contribution point, 1 pound of grain. Weapons, ordinary long knives, 50 contribution points, shields, 50 contribution points. Medicines, prices vary by type. A white paper was posted alongside the notice labeled contribution points public list, currently showing all contributions as 0. Less than an hour after the notice was posted, the trading area was crowded with people. Some were happy. More work means more rewards, it's fair. Others were worried. I'm the only laborer in my family. What about my wife and children? A nearby person immediately responded, basic rations are guaranteed, you won't starve. If you want to exchange for something better to eat for your wife and children, just work harder. Someone muttered, wasn't it fine before? Constant changes are troublesome. Immediately someone retorted, before you drank thin porridge, now you can drink thick porridge, and you still complain. While there were discussions, not many opposed. Those who survived in the apocalypse understood one thing better than those in peaceful times: nothing comes for free. If you want to survive, you have to exchange. That afternoon, a long line formed at the resource management office. People came to register, to ask about the rules, and to sign up for the hunting team, continuously flowing. Zhou Jiangwo, along with 3 young people, worked from the afternoon until dark, compiling a thick stack of registration lists. Lin Mo stood outside the resource management office, watching the long line, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. He took out the medals he had collected from the scroll and found an empty space next to the trading area to begin forging weapons. 100 long knives, all with the white attribute sharp. 100 shields, all with the white attribute sturdy. Once the weapons were completed, it was completely dark outside. The blood moon rose, casting a dark red light on the silver-white city walls, reflecting an eerie glow. Lin Mo stored the weapons back into the scroll and returned to the Lord. Li Yuqing brought a bowl of porridge and placed it on the table. Let's eat first. Lin Mo picked up the bowl and took a sip. The porridge was thicker than in previous days, with more rice grains. How is Fang Qing's situation? Li Yuqing sat down opposite him. The wheat is growing quickly. The first batch is almost ready to head for harvest. The potatoes and corn are also doing well. Fang Qing said that in another week we will be able to harvest the first batch. A week? Lin Mo put down the bowl and calculated the time. With the first batch of food being harvested in a week, the base's food supplies could last for a few more days, just enough to make the connection. Have the candidates for the Iron Guard been chosen? Lin Mo asked. Wang Chong picked 120. He said to choose 20 more as backups so some can be eliminated during training. That works. After finishing the meal, Li Yuqing cleared away the bowls and left. Lin Mo lay on the bed, delving his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 10240. In the past few days, the people in the base have been going out to kill anomalies, contributing numerous energy points. 100 lottery draws. He began the lottery. White, green, blue, and occasionally a couple of purple. After finishing, he counted the items in his bag. 78 white attributes, 15 green, 5 blue, and 2 purple. No gold, no red. The next morning, in the open space south of the Iron City, 120 youths stood in 4 rows. Wang Chong stood before them, his 6-meter-tall figure casting a massive shadow in the morning light. From today onwards, you are the reserve members of the Iron Guard. His voice thundered like muffled thunder, echoing across the open space. What is the Iron Guard? It is the sword and shield of Iron City. When those strange beings come from outside, you will be at the forefront. He continued, of course you will wear the best armor and wield the finest. No one spoke. The 120 stood there, some clenched their fists, some bit their lips, and some had glimmers of light in their eyes. Training is divided into 3 parts. Wang Chong raised 3 fingers. First, physical fitness and combat. I will be in charge. Second, assassination and reconnaissance. Li Yuqing will be in. Third, teamwork and fire support. Wang Qingyan and Lu Yang will be in charge. The training lasts 1 month, every day from dawn to dusk. Those who can persist will stay, and those who cannot will be kicked out. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 120 faces before him. Do you understand? Understood. Good. Wang Chong turned, glancing towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the open space, retrieving 120 long swords and 120 shields from a painting, neatly stacking them on the ground. The silver blades glinted with a cold light in the morning sun. 1 sword and 1 shield for each person. Wang Chong pointed to the weapons on the ground. This is your equipment. The 120 lined up to receive their weapons. Some picked up the long swords, holding them in their hands, swinging them a couple of times, the sound of slicing air crisp and clear. Some lifted their shields, tapping the back of the sword against them. The shield showed no signs of movement. Good sword, someone murmured. After all the weapons were distributed, Wang Chong had everyone line up properly. Now physical fitness and combat training begins. Start running around the city walls, and do not stop until I say so. The 120 began to run along the inner passage. Wang Chong followed beside them, his steps as light as a stroll, continuously shouting, "Faster! Go faster! If you can't run anymore, get out of the Iron Guard." The team ran lap after lap. Some ran until they vomited, leaning against the city wall to dry heave a few times, wiping their mouths, and continuing to run. Others could not keep up their steps, slowing down, falling behind the group. Wang Chong walked over to that person, looking down at him. "Can't run anymore." The person gasped for breath, bent over, hands resting on his knees, sweat dripping onto the ground. I can run." He straightened his back, gritted his teeth, and caught up. After running 10 laps, Wang Chong finally shouted to stop. The 120 sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Wang Chong stood among them, clapping his hands. "Get up. It's not over yet. Next is combat training in pairs for sparring." Lin Mo stood at the edge of the open space, watched for a while, then, in the afternoon, Li Yuqing arrived. She stood before the 120 dressed in all black with a black flame blade hanging at her waist, her expression impassive. Assassination and reconnaissance, to put it simply, it comes down to 4 words: fast, accurate, fierce, and hidden. She raised her right hand, summoning 10 shadow servants from the darkness. The dark silhouettes silently appeared behind her. "Next, I will have the shadow servants attack you. Your task is to evade them, find their weaknesses, and then counterattack." The 120 exchanged glances. Li Yuqing did not give them time to hesitate. The 10 shadow servants sprang forward simultaneously. Screams, curses, and the sounds of running blended together. Some were tackled, some were pinned to the ground, and some desperately swung their long swords. Li Yuqing stood still, her expression unchanged. The next day, Wang Qingyan arrived. The fire domain was unleashed, and orange flames ignited on the ground within a 40-meter. Do not panic, this is training. What you need to do is remain calm within the fire domain, find the safe spots I have designated, and then complete the assigned tasks. The 3rd day came, and Lu Yong arrived. The massive shadow of the Bee King swept overhead, and the 120 looked up simultaneously. "Do not be afraid, this thing is under my control. You need to get used to fighting in front of giant anomalies, but do not let your legs go weak." On the 4th, 5th, 6th days, training became increasingly grueling. Some were injured, some developed fevers, and some secretly cried at night. But no one dropped out. On the 7th day, Lin Mo arrived at the training ground. The 120 were engaged in a simulated combat exercise. Iron Guard members formed groups of 3 shields held in front, long swords striking from the side. Though their coordination was awkward, they were already somewhat proficient. Lin Mo watched for a while, then turned to leave. In the evening, Lin Mo called Wang Chong to the Lord's mansion. "How is the first batch of training for the Iron Guard?" Wang Chong sat on the threshold, counting on his fingers. "Physical fitness is about right. Combat still needs some work. Only a small number have grasped assassination and reconnaissance, and teamwork is barely acceptable." "How many were eliminated?" 20. "It's not that their bodies are incapable, it's that their minds are not up to par. They can't be taught." Wang Chong shook his head. "The remaining 100. Lin Mo nodded, retrieving 100 bottles of blood honey from the painting, each bottle small enough for about 3 sips. "Give this to them. They should take a sip before training to replenish their spiritual energy." Wang Chong took the small bottles, weighing them in his hands, grinning. "Captain, you truly spare no expense for the Iron Guard. They are the sword of Iron City. A good sword must be made of." Wang Chong packed the small bottles into his bag, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his pants. "Don't worry, a month later, I will give you 100 good swords." On the 10th day, news came from the farming area. The first batch of wheat was ready for harvest. When Lin Mo arrived at the farming area, Fang Qing was already in the field cutting wheat. The earliest sown wheat, only 13 days from sowing to now, had already matured, the ears heavy with grain, plump and golden under the gray-white sky. Zhou Jiangwo squatted by the field, holding a stalk of wheat in his hand, rubbing it, blowing away the chaff, and chewing on the grains. His eyes reddened. Fang Qing walked over, smiling. "This batch of wheat has a good yield, probably around 5,000 jin. There are still corn, potatoes, and cabbages to come." Fang Qing pointed at the distant fields. "In a few days they will be harvested one after another." Lin Mo stood on the ridge, watching the busy figures in the fields. 13 days. From sowing to harvest, 13 days. The decay soil combined with the gardener's sequence compressed a growth cycle of months into 2 weeks. He bent down, picked up a fallen ear of wheat from the ground, rubbed it, and placed the grains in his mouth. The grains still had moisture, giving off a sweet fragrance when chewed. "Not bad," he said, turning to leave. In the span of half a month, the Iron City underwent a complete transformation. The city walls expanded from 2 kilometers to 3 kilometers, and the farmland grew from 10 acres to 50 acres. Fang Qing was busy in the fields with her team, tending to rows of wheat, corn, potatoes, and cabbage, all neatly arranged and lush green, a sight that brought joy. The effects of the rotting soil continued to improve. The more bizarre corpses that were buried, the richer the land became, and the growth cycle of the crops had shortened to about. The training of the Iron Guard was also completed. 100 individuals donned the metal armor crafted by Lin Mo, equipped with long knives and shields. Wang Chong led them on patrols around the base daily, hunting the bizarre creatures, while occasionally venturing out to collect supplies. Their coordination became quite seamless, with groups of 3 easily capable of taking down ordinary bizarre creatures. The people in the base also began to experience changes. After implementing the contribution point system, ordinary people finally saw a glimmer of hope for becoming stronger. Some formed teams to hunt the corpse monsters, others scoured the surroundings for supplies, while some assisted in the construction of the base. More small groups emerged, with 3 or 4 individuals banding together, or teams of 7 or 8, all departing early and returning late armed with weapons exchanged from Lin Mo. All the houses were completed. In the residential area, wooden houses were neatly arranged. Though simple, they provided shelter from the wind and rain. Children ran around in the alleys, women washed clothes and cooked in front of their homes, and laughter could occasionally be heard. Everything seemed to return to the state before the bizarre creatures descended. The Lord's mansion was built to the south, a 2-story small building. The first floor housed the reception and conference rooms, while the second floor was Lin Mo's residence. Lin Mo sat in a chair on the second floor, able to see the entire base from the window. He immersed his mind into the system panel. Energy points 30,460. During this half-month, he hardly left home, yet the energy points kept increasing. The people at the base used the weapons he crafted to kill bizarre creatures, and he earned points for each one taken down. Though each creature only yielded a few points, the sheer number made up for it. With 100 Iron Guard members and dozens of small groups, they could easily kill 200 or 300 corpse monsters. 3,000 energy points in a day, earned while lying down. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly as he began to draw lots. 300 draws. Congratulations, you have drawn the white attribute cold resistance. Congratulations, you have drawn the green attribute blazing fire. Congratulations, you have drawn the green attribute ice. Congratulations, you have drawn the blue attribute element amplification. The notification sounds echoed densely in his mind. White attributes were the most common, followed by green, blue appearing occasionally, and purple being quite rare. Upon reaching the 250th draw, a purple attribute popped up. Congratulations, you have drawn the purple attribute space expansion. It was yet another repetition. After finishing the draws, he checked his inventory. White attributes 231, green attributes 48, blue attributes 16, purple attributes 4. Just as Lin Mo was preparing to close the panel, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's total draw count has reached 100 times, and the cumulative energy points consumed have reached 100. Unlocking system mall. Unlock complete. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. A mall. With a thought, a new module labeled mall appeared on the panel. Lin Mo clicked on it. A semi-transparent interface unfolded, densely listing various attributes categorized and clearly priced. White attribute 100 energy points, green attribute 500 energy points, blue attribute 5,000 energy points, purple attribute 10,000 energy points, gold attribute 50,000 energy points, red attribute 500,000 energy points, black attribute 1 million energy points. Each tier had further classifications. Inside the white tier, sturdy, sharp, piercing, lightweight, cold resistance, heat resistance. Inside the green tier, swift, lifesteal, combo, penetration, self-healing. Inside the blue tier, element amplification, physical reduction, spiritual doubles. Inside the purple tier, spiritual protection, space expansion. Inside the gold tier, fire, element, body, doppelganger, invisibility, mind reading, precognition. Inside the red tier, thunder, summon, element, manifestation, life, sharing, gravity, manipulation, time, deceleration, memory reading, curse. Inside the black tier, immortality, law of words, creation of all, duplication, absolute, defense, energy absorption. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on the black attribute, immortality, glancing at the price of 100 energy points. He took a deep breath and checked his energy point balance. 67. 1. He swallowed his saliva. He couldn't afford it. He simply couldn't afford it. Looks like I need to find a way to gather energy points, Lin Mo muttered as he closed the mall and stood by the window. He had already suspected that every time he killed a certain number of bizarre creatures, the system would upgrade. Just like in the novels he read in his past life, bizarre creatures are invaders. He kills them, and then the system rewards him. The reason he hadn't drawn good attributes during this period should be due to killing too few creatures or not dealing with advanced bizarre creatures, thus the rewards diminished. This was a reminder of his recent lethargy. Now there's a mall placing the price right in front of him, blatantly tempting him. That cadre could withstand such temptation. The black attributes are right, they're just asking if you want it, if your heart feels stirred. This system truly has him tightly in its grip. In his past life, he was a 996 worker, and coming here, he still had to be a worker. It felt like a wasted reincarnation. The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more frustrated he became. No, I want to be a capitalist. I want to be a big capitalist. I want to recruit workers. I want to hire more workers. Only then can I exchange for the black attributes and ascend to the peak of life. After self-affirming, Lin Mo calmed down. What he needed most now were fighters. As long as there were people, he could infinitely spawn soldiers. Lin Mo looked downstairs where Wang Chong was training the Iron Guard. 100 people stood in formation, knives and shields aligned their movements sharp. The Iron Guard could kill over 200 corpse monsters a day, contributing over 2,000 energy. Along with other small groups, they could total around 3,000 points a day. To save up 50,000 would take about 17 days. To accumulate 500,000 would take 167 days, over half a year. To gather 1 million would take over 330 days, nearly a year. Too slow. Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. The Iron Guard only had 100 members while the base had 1,200 young adults, most of whom still lacked weapons. If he could arm everyone, killing 1,000 corpse monsters a day would yield 10,000 energy points. Killing 2,000 would yield 20,000. But even the cheapest white attributes cost 100 points each. Arming 1,000 people would require 100,000 energy points, which he currently couldn't afford. Lin Mo sighed at the thought. The road of a capitalist is long and arduous. Lin Mo stood by the second-floor window of the city lord's residence, watching the Iron Guard train. Keep pushing, my diligent workers. My chances of obtaining a black deer attribute hinge entirely upon you. He turned and returned to his desk, withdrawing a refined metal ingot from his scroll painting. A fist-sized silvery white metal sphere hovered just above his palm. First, produce more weapons. Over 1,000 able-bodied adults in the base remained unequipped. Since the contribution point system had been implemented, a dozen or so people each day accumulated enough points to exchange for arms. His earlier stockpile was nearly exhausted. Lin Mo activated his metal mastery. He decided to begin with long sabers, 20 of them in the first batch. Under the shaping force of his spiritual energy, the metal coalesced into 10 silvery white blade blanks, completed in under 10 seconds. Lin Mo retrieved 20 keenness attributes from his system inventory and affixed each one to a blade. A faint silvery luminescence flickered across the blades as all 20 completed their final refinement. A glacial, almost imperceptible sheen shimmered along each edge, the unmistakable signature of the keenness attribute taking effect. Lin Mo picked up one saber and slashed twice through the air. The sharp, piercing whistle of displaced air confirmed its lethality. Acceptable. He set the 20 sabers aside and prepared to forge the next batch. The second batch consisted of shields. Guided by metal mastery, molten metal solidified into 10 circular shield faces, each roughly half a meter in diameter, gently convex, with a recessed grip on the inner surface. 10 sturdiness attributes were embedded. The third batch comprised spears, simpler to craft than blades or shields, requiring only spearheads and shafts. 30 spears materialized in a single act. 30 piercing attributes were seamlessly integrated. A flash of cold light gleamed along each tip, and the entire formation radiated an aura of razor-sharp intent. Lin Mo stored all 3 batches inside his scroll painting, preparing to commence the fourth, when suddenly something deep within his body began to shift. He had felt this sensation once before, during his ascension from Sequence 2 to Sequence 3 in the Qinling Mountains. Yet this time was different. It was no gentle loosening as if a door had quietly swung open, but rather as though something had detonated within him. Boom. A shockwave erupted from Lin Mo's core, radiating outward in all directions. The metal sphere on his desk shot across the room and slammed into the wall. His chair toppled over. The window panes vibrated with a low, resonant hum. Li Yuqing, hearing the commotion below, dashed upstairs first. She bounded up the stairs 2 steps at a time, her black flame blade already half drawn. The moment she thrust open the door, an invisible pressure struck her like a physical blow. Her breath caught mid-inhalation. Lin Mo, Li Yuqi, Li Weigua, and Wang Qingyan surged up behind her. Wang Chong sprinted back from the training grounds, his heavy footsteps thundering through the corridor. 5 figures crowded the doorway, staring at Lin Mo, who stood motionless, eyes closed, none daring to step forward. Is this an ascension? Li Yuqi murmured, uncertainty lacing her voice. Likely, Li Weigua replied, his brow furrowed. But is such a violent upheaval normal for advancing from Sequence 3 to Sequence 4? Wang Chong craned his neck from the rear. Is Captain all right? He's ascending. Let's observe first. Li Yuqing raised a hand to halt him. 3 minutes later, Lin Mo opened his eyes. Lin Mo, are you unharmed? Lin Mo shook his head, silent, absorbing the torrent of information flooding his mind. Sequence Machinist Sequence 4. Ability 1. Refine raw materials, shape and fabricate weaponry using spiritual energy. Ability 2. Forge using anomalous materials, retaining fragments of their inherent anomalies, and perceive a weapon's intrinsic attributes. Ability 3. Command all metal within a 500-meter radius. Ability 4. Spirit Fire. Condense ethereal flame, Consuming it imbues metal with sentience, granting crafted objects rudimentary self-awareness. Lin Mo stared at the inscription. His pulse skipped. The blacksmith sequence had evolved into the machinist sequence, a title that carried entirely new weight. He raised his right hand and focused his will. A translucent sphere of spirit fire coalesced in his palm, no larger than a ping-pong ball. The flame danced soundlessly, warping the surrounding air with intense heat. Is that fire? Wang Qingyan instinctively stepped forward, eyes locked onto the transparent blaze, her pupils dilating slightly. No, it isn't ordinary fire. My sequence senses absolutely nothing from it. He approached the desk, withdrew a metal ingot from his scroll painting, and pressed the spirit fire again. At contact, the spirit fire did not scorch the metal's exterior, as mundane flame would, but instead seeped inward. Deep within the metal's structure, profound transformation commenced, not physical, but fundamental. Lin Mo sensed it awakening. The cold, inert metal stirred, beginning to harbor a nascent, dim awareness. The sensation was subtle, like holding a stone, then suddenly feeling it respond to your presence. The metal transmitted faint, yet undeniably real signals toward him. Lin Mo. Li Yuqing's voice broke through hesitant. You ascended. Yes, I've reached sequence 4. The blacksmith sequence has evolved. I am now a machinist. A machinist? Wang Qingyan repeated, frowning. From blacksmith to machinist. That leap feels impossibly vast. Sequence evolution follows no fixed path, Li Weigua mused, stroking his chin. Lin Mo nodded curtly. I need time to study these new abilities. For now, oversee base operations. The 5 exchanged glances, nodded, and withdrew one by one. The door clicked shut. In the corridor, Wang Chong couldn't contain himself. Leaning in, he whispered to Li Yuqing's sister-in-law. What was that flame captain wielded just now? Who are you calling sister-in-law? Li Yuqing shot him a sharp glance. Wang Chong chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head, too intimidated to reply. Wang Qingyan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her voice measured. That translucent substance unsettled me deeply. You mean, it wasn't fire? It is fire, and yet it is not. Wang Qingyan shook her head. I cannot articulate it precisely, but one thing is certain: Lin Mo's ascension may prove far more consequential than we imagined. Li Weigua fell silent for a moment, then said quietly, regardless, now that he is city lord, the stronger he grows, the more stable our base becomes. The 4 nodded and dispersed. Only Li Yuqing lingered a moment longer outside the door, listening to the soft rustles from within, before turning and walking away. Inside, Lin Mo stood alone. He sank into his chair, placing the sentient metal ingot upon the desk, and gazed at it for a long, contemplative silence. Machinist, bestowing sentience upon metal. He murmured, his mind racing. What did this power truly signify? It meant he was no longer merely a weaponsmith. He was something greater. His breathing quickened abruptly. Then, his thoughts crystallized. Sentinel drones. Laughter erupted from the room, echoing down the hallway, filled with uncontainable joy. Ha ha ha. Outside the door, Li Yuqing and the others exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Lin Mo's laughter. Wang Chong had just poked his head out from the staircase when he heard the laughter, causing him to pause. What's going on with the captain? He's usually not one to laugh, yet today, he sounds like a madman. Li Yuqing stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, glancing back towards the second floor, her brow slightly furrowed. Li Yuqing leaned over and whispered, Sister is the captain. All right. He should be fine. Right. Li Yuqing hesitated. Inside, Lin Mo followed his own thoughts, taking out a metallic sphere and activating his metal manipulation. The silvery liquid metal reshaped itself in midair. In less than 30 seconds, a metal robot, standing at 1.80 meters with limbs proportionate to a human's, took form. Next, he concentrated his spiritual fire and attached it to the head of the metal robot. The transparent flames slowly seeped in. After a few seconds, the metal robot's head moved slightly, turning towards Lin Mo, and spoke directly, Master. The voice was mechanical and rigid, devoid of emotion, yet it unmistakably called out to him. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement, and then added the blazing fire attribute to the metal robot. Suddenly, flames erupted from the silvery metal figure, with orange-red light pouring forth from within, transforming the metal robot into a fiery entity. Lin Mo looked at this metal fire being and laughed again. Ha! This time he was truly invincible. Although concentrating the spiritual fire was extremely exhausting and had depleted all his spiritual energy, just now he possessed the spirit-abundant attribute. This meant he could produce one metal being every 10 seconds, and as long as there was metal and attributes available, he could endlessly summon troops and overpower all. He stood up, walked to the window, and opened it. Grayish-white daylight streamed in, illuminating the burning metal being with its orange-red flames standing out vividly in the light. Downstairs, Wang Chong was leading the Iron Guard in physical training. Habitually, he looked up towards the city lord's mansion only to freeze in place. What the heck? The training knife in his hand clattered to the ground. The nearby Iron Guard members followed his gaze, their eyes wide open with mouths agape, as if they could fit. What is that? A fire being. A person made entirely of fire. No, look. Its body is metallic. Li Yuqing, just emerging from the kitchen with a basin of water, looked up upon hearing Wang Chang's shout, nearly losing her balance. Water spilled everywhere, but she was oblivious, fixated on the silhouette of the burning metal being in the second-floor window. That is. Li Yuqing peeked out from behind her sister, her voice trembling. Did the captain create that? Wang Qingyan ran over from the other side of the training ground. Upon seeing the fiery figure, she closed her eyes for a moment to sense it, then opened them and shook her head. That is not a living being. It's metal imbued with flames. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Wang Chang picked up the knife from the ground, swallowed hard, and turned to the nearby Iron Guard members. Brothers, the city lord has advanced to sequence 4. Do you want to awaken to a new sequence? Do you want to wield power? The Iron Guard members' eyes lit up with fervor, and they shouted in unison, we do. Wang Chang nodded in satisfaction. Then train hard, kill the anomalies, and the more you kill, the more you can awaken. In the city lord's mansion on the second floor, Lin Mo stood by the window looking down at the crowd below, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Downstairs, 5 people had already gathered at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, waiting for him to come out. The door opened. Lin Mo emerged, followed by a silvery metal being engulfed in orange flames. The metal being was covered in flames resembling a fire being from mythology. All eyes were fixed on the metal figure. The yard fell silent for 3 whole seconds. Wang Chang spoke first, his voice a bit hoarse. Captain, is this the thing you just created? Lin Mo looked at everyone and said, this is what I created using my sequence 4 abilities. Created it. Wang Qingyan stepped forward and assessed the metal being from top to bottom. Li Yuqi, hiding behind her sister, peeked out with wide eyes. How can it walk? Does it have its own consciousness? Yes, Lin Mo nodded. It has a very basic form of consciousness, but it indeed exists. Li Weigua fell silent for a moment before asking the crucial question, how many of these can you create? Lin Mo glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. As long as there is enough metal, I can create an army. The yard fell silent once more. Wang Chang was the first to react, slapping his thigh. What? So that means we won't have to fight the anomalies ourselves anymore. We can just let these metal beings handle it. In theory, yes, Lin Mo replied. Then what are we waiting for? Wang Chang, excited, turned to run outside the city. I'm going to dismantle some metal. The nearby industrial parks, abandoned stations, and unfinished buildings. He'll tear them all down. I'm going to. Liu Yang ran over from the training ground, his face filled with excitement. Not so fast. Lin Mo raised his hand to stop them. At that moment, Li Weigua asked, is this thing safe? Will it go out of control? No, it won't, Lin Mo assured confidently. Wang Chang rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling. Captain, hurry up and create them. Make a few thousand of them, clean out all the anomalies around us, and then push straight to Chang'an. You think you can just make them whenever you want? Lin Mo replied curtly. First, gather all the metal from the nearby towns. Starting tomorrow, I'll manufacture a batch. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Chang immediately turned and ran towards the training ground. Iron Guard. Assemble. Everyone mobilized, let's dismantle metal. The Iron Guard members responded loudly, jumping onto the trucks. The roar of engines echoed as the convoy surged out of the Steel City. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, watching the departing convoy, then turned back to glance at the metal fire being standing quietly behind him. A smile slowly spread across his face. Lin Mo returned to the city lord's mansion and took out all the refined metal from the scroll. The silver-white metal spheres piled up, filling half the room. Lin Mo raised his hands and activated his metal control. The metal spheres simultaneously softened, shaping themselves in midair like dough. The first one, the second one. One by one, the robots formed before him, neatly arranged in the room. The entire manufacturing process took nearly 10 minutes, consuming all the metal, totaling 10 robots. Lin Mo did not stop. He summoned attributes from the system's backpack and began to attach them one by one. Speed, lightning, sturdiness. With each attribute attached, a glow flashed across the robot's body. Lin Mo concentrated his spiritual fire, endowing them with consciousness one by one. The transparent flames seeped into the metal heads. With each infusion, his mental energy was drained, and he had to wait for it to recover before continuing. When the last robot was completed, all 10 robots turned towards him simultaneously, their mechanical voices echoing, Master. Lin Mo nodded and led them out of the city lord's mansion, heading towards the training ground. When the last robot was completed, all 10 robots turned towards him simultaneously, their mechanical voices echoing, Master. Lin Mo nodded and led them out of the city. Several minutes later, Li Yuqing arrived at the training ground. Yuqing, come and test the combat power of the robots, Lin Mo said. How do I test it? Use your shadow servants, 10 against 10. Li Yuqing nodded, raising her hand to summon 10 shadow servants from the darkness. The silhouettes of dark figures silently appeared before her, each standing 2 meters tall, with slender limbs and no facial features. Lin Mo glanced at the 10 robots. Attack the shadow servants. Yes, Master. The robot at the forefront charged forward. Its speed was remarkable, the speed, a tribute left after images with each step, and the other 9 followed closely. The shadow servants also lunged simultaneously. The robot's right fist swung out and silver-white arcs of electricity erupted, striking directly at the chest of one shadow. The shadow servant's body trembled violently, smoke rising from the area hit by the lightning, but it felt nothing and extended its claws to grab at the head of the first robot. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. The head of the first robot was marked with 3 shallow scratches, but it paid no mind, reaching out with its left hand to seize the shadow servant's arm, while continuously pummeling with its right fist. The other robots were also engaged in combat with their respective shadow servants. Lin Mo stood at the sidelines observing closely. The robots indeed displayed immense strength and defense. The shadow servant's claws could only leave shallow scratches on them, causing no substantial damage. Lightning attributes were effective in close combat, causing significant immobilization upon striking the shadow servants. However, there was an evident drawback. The robots could only release elemental abilities through physical contact. They could not unleash lightning from a distance like the sequencers, nor could they dodge or assess the battlefield situation. They only charged straight ahead, relying on the physical attributes granted by the attributes. The test lasted about 5 minutes. All 10 shadow servants were defeated, dissipating into black smoke. The 10 robots were covered in scratches and dents, but they were largely unharmed. Li Yuqing retracted her hand and looked at Lin Mo. The power and defense are quite good, but the agility and tactical judgment are lacking significantly. Lin Mo nodded. They can only be used as cannon fodder. I had anticipated this. Though the metal has gained consciousness, it is very primitive and far from human intelligence. The robots can understand simple commands, autonomously attack targets, but they do not think or adapt. But that's sufficient for clearing out ordinary corpses. The key is that they completely obey my orders, fear nothing, and do not tire. Isn't that the definition of a perfect tool? However, to truly combat anomalous entities or advanced anomalies, we still need to rely on humans. If an ordinary person can awaken a sequence, their future achievements will far surpass what robots can compare to. Li Yuqing followed his gaze, noticing the preparatory Iron Guard members diligently training, with not a single one slacking off. Let's go back to the City Lord's mansion and discuss this. The two walked into the City Lord's mansion one after the other. Lin Mo went up to the second floor, and Li Yuqing followed him and sitting down on a chair. Lin Mo leaned against the window, remaining silent for a moment. Now the base is 10 robots. As long as there is enough metal, I can create more. But I've calculated that to push against a super city like Chang'an, I will need at least 10,000 robots. 10,000. Before the apocalypse, Chang'an had a permanent population of over 10 million. Even if only 1% turned into corpses, that would still be 100,000, not to mention the other types of anomalies, which would only increase the numbers. How much metal do you need? About 3 tons of metal per robot, so 10,000 means 30,000 tons. Metal isn't the biggest issue, we can gather enough by dismantling the surrounding towns. However, the biggest issue is enchanting. This requires time. So what do you plan to do? Lin Mo turned around to look at her. Therefore, I need to change my strategy. The matters of the base will be handled by Zhou Jiangwo and the others, though we need to focus on enhancing our strength. He walked to the desk and sat down, his tone becoming serious. You have seen the gap between Sequence 4 and Sequence 3. I have advanced from blacksmith to mechanic, gaining the ability of spiritual fire to endow metals with consciousness. Once you advance to Sequence 4, your sequence will definitely evolve as well. No matter how large the base is, without top-tier combat power to protect it, it's just a castle in the air. The Xinhua base is a prime example. Even with a concealed air raid shelter and talismans to block breath, when the paper figures came, over 3,000 people were nearly wiped out. Li Yuqing nodded. You want us to go out more to hunt anomalies and quickly advance to Sequence 4? Exactly. With the help of blood honey, our mental energy increases faster than others, so advancing to Sequence 4 shouldn't take too long. During this time, you should go out hunting anomalies with Wang Chong more. Don't stay at the base. I'll talk to Qing Yin about Rainy Dawn following you. Liu Yang's Bee Queen is suitable for reconnaissance and harassment, so take that along too. What about the base? Leave it to Zhou Jiangwo. Aren't you worried? As long as we have absolute strength, nothing is a problem. We're not abandoning it, we're just shifting our focus. Lin Mo stood up and walked to the map hanging on the wall. The surrounding industrial parks and county towns still have corpses and mutated beasts that haven't been cleared out. You all should go out to sweep once a day. This will help gather corpses to fertilize the fields and also allow you to level up. We won't touch Chang'an for now. It's too dangerous. Wait until we've all reached Sequence 4 and the robot army is formed before considering it. Li Yuqing stood up and walked to his side, looking at the densely marked points on the map. Alright, I'll take people out tomorrow. You should also talk to Wang Chong and Qing Yin about this so they are aware. The base is important, but strength is even more crucial. Without strength, no matter how well the base develops, it can't be defended. Li Yuqing nodded and turned to walk towards the door, her footsteps gradually fading in the corridor. Lin Mo sat back down in his chair and opened the system panel. Energy points 4,120. 1. He made 10 robots today and spent quite a bit on attributes. The white and green attributes are manageable, but if he wants higher level attributes in the future. Sai, why does it feel like energy points are becoming increasingly scarce? Is the system playing tricks on me? The white and green attributes are manageable, but if he wants higher level attributes in the future. Sai, why does it feel like energy points? He closed the panel and shut his eyes. This system is forcing him to hunt anomalies. This is hardly the life of a capitalist. Now Lin Mo felt that at most he was a high-level worker. The real capitalist was the system. Forget it, take it step by step. Bread will come, and so will milk. He murmured to himself. Lin Mo stood up and walked downstairs. The atmosphere of Steel City changed when Lin Mo woke up the next day. It was not a change of the sort where life has hope, but rather a frenzied, almost mad enthusiasm. After some inquiries, he learned that someone in the Iron Guard had awakened. Yesterday afternoon, Wang Chong led the Iron Guard to collect metals in an industrial park 20 kilometers to the east, clearing out the anomalies. Though it was called metal collection, it actually involved dismantling factories and moving equipment while simultaneously dealing with the corpses and mutated beasts that wandered inside. They had been doing this for nearly half a month and were quite familiar with the process. 100 Iron Guard members were divided into 20 small teams of 3, clearing out the anomalies. The tactics of the Iron Guard were simple. Shield bearers would absorb firepower at the front, while knife wielders would launch surprise attacks from the sides. This method posed no challenge against ordinary corpses. In less than 5 minutes, over 30 corpses had fallen with black blood pooling on the ground, forming small streams. Zhang Heng dealt with the last corpse in front of him, sheathing his knife and preparing to signal his team to continue advancing when suddenly his body stiffened. Brother Zhang noticed something was off, and team member Chen Chong reached out to pull him. Zhang Heng did not move. He felt as if he were nailed to the spot, eyes tightly shut, veins bulging on his forehead, and the muscles on his face twitching violently. Sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall, dripping onto the ground and quickly soaking a large area. Brother Zhang, what's wrong with you? Chen Chong was frightened, tapping Zhang Heng's shoulder repeatedly. Wang Chong jumped down from the top of the truck, causing the ground to tremble as he landed. He took 2 steps forward and looked down at Zhang Heng, his pupils suddenly contracting. This was a sign of awakening. He had seen this scene before. In Qingshi town, when Lu Yang awakened, it was just like this. Body shaking violently, sweat pouring down, as if something inside was being reshaped. Don't touch him, step back. Wang Chong pushed Chen Chong aside, staring intently at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's body was shaking more violently. A visible white mist seeped from his pores, swirling and wrapping around him like an invisible snake gliding through the air. The temperature of that mist was very low, anyone who got close felt a bone-chilling cold. Several Iron Guard members unconsciously stepped back 2 paces. Wang Chong, however, felt nothing unusual. He stood his ground, fixated on the white mist, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. About a minute later, the mist suddenly contracted and then exploded. There was no sound, but at the moment the mist exploded, the temperature within a 10-meter radius plummeted by several degrees. The black blood on the ground began to freeze, spreading from the edges toward the center. Zhang Heng opened his eyes. A strange white light flickered deep within his pupils, fleeting like a whisper. Wang, Captain Wang. Zhang Heng's voice trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. I have awakened. I have finally awakened. What sequence? Wang Chong asked. Zhang Heng closed his eyes to sense it, then opened them again, his voice bubbling with uncontainable joy. Frost Warrior. He raised his right hand, and with a thought, a layer of light blue ice crystals emerged from his fingertips, rapidly spreading across his palm, glinting with a cold light under the grayish-white daylight. All the Iron Guard members gathered around, their eyes wide as saucers. He really awakened? Holy crap, Frost. Brother Zhang is amazing. Chen Chong crouched down, reaching out to touch Zhang Heng's icy palm, the cold touch making him shudder. It's really ice. News spread like wildfire after the Iron Guard returned to Steel City, reaching the entire place in less than an hour. Someone in the Iron Guard has awakened. It's that Zhang Heng who awakened this afternoon in the industrial park. Frost Warrior sequence. Is it true? Is awakening that easy? Easy my ass. He killed over 100 corpses to awaken. When Wang Chong returned to the base, over 100 people had already gathered at the south gate. Zhang Heng walked in the middle of the crowd, striding confidently like a victorious general. A thin layer of ice crystals still covered his right hand, glistening in the afterglow of the sunset, deliberately not retracting it, wanting everyone to see. Zhang Heng. It's Zhang Heng. His hand is really frozen. My God, he has become a sequence holder. The crowd erupted with chatter, exclamations, and envy. Zhang Heng walked towards the training ground amidst the crowd, each step steady, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Chen Chong and a few other team members followed behind, their faces beaming with pride. Wang Chong brought up the rear, watching this scene with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He quickened his pace, turned a corner, and headed toward the Lord's mansion. Captain. When Wang Chong pushed the door open, Lin Mo was sitting at a table on the second floor with several refined metal pieces in front of him, crafting a robot. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Lin Mo raised his head. What's the matter? Someone in the Iron Guard has awakened. Wang Chong plopped down onto a chair, grinning. Zhang Heng Frost Warrior sequence awakened suddenly this afternoon while clearing out anomalies in the industrial park. His ability allows him to condense ice on his hands and weapons, delivering freezing effects with attacks. He's only sequence 1 now, so his powers are still relatively weak, but at least he has a foundation. Wang Chong paused, rubbing his hands together. Captain, this matter may ignite the entire base. You mean others will feel envious? Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers gently on the table, pondering. Not envious, but they see hope, Wang Chong said earnestly. In the past they knew that killing anomalies could lead to awakening. They believed it, but they couldn't kill anomalies. Now there's a living example who has awakened right beside them. A brother who trains and eats with them every day suddenly becomes a sequence holder. That kind of impact is different, and now the base also provides weapons capable of killing anomalies. Lin Mo thought about it, and indeed saw the reasoning. People in the apocalypse fear nothing but a lack of hope. In the past they believed they were ordinary people destined to be ordinary, forced to flee, hide, or wait for death when faced with anomalies. But now it was different. As Zhang Heng's awakening told them ordinary people can also become sequence holders as long as they kill enough. Notify Zhou Jiangwo, spread the news about Zhang Heng's awakening, let everyone know. Understood. Wang Chong stood up and turned to walk out. The day after the notice was posted, the entire Steel City erupted. In the most prominent spot of the trading area, a large red paper read, Iron Guard member Zhang Heng successfully awakened the sequence of the Frost Warrior during yesterday's hunt for A crowd surrounded the notice in layers packed tightly. Did he really awaken? It can't be made up, right? I saw it with my own eyes. His hands are covered in ice. Killing the abnormal can really lead to awakening. I used to doubt it. Nonsense. Can the city lord's words be false? A middle-aged man stood on the outskirts of the crowd, listening to the discussions, clenching his fists. His name was Zhou Ming, in his 40s, and before the apocalypse, he was a rebar worker at a construction site. After the abnormalities descended, he followed the crowd to an air raid shelter and later migrated to Steel City. He didn't join the Iron Guard, not because he didn't want to, but because he was older and couldn't compete with the younger guys, so he was refused. But in recent days, watching Zhang Heng and Zhao lay awakening one after another, the fire in his heart couldn't be suppressed any longer. He turned and squeezed out of the crowd, striding toward the trading area. The trading area of Steel City was located in the west of the city, covering an area about the size of 2 basketball courts. Surrounded by wooden boards and iron sheets, dozens of makeshift stalls were set up selling various goods. Some sold daily necessities scavenged from outside, while others exchanged surplus clothing for food. However, the largest and most conspicuous building in the entire trading area was the wooden small building located right in the center. A wooden sign hung at the entrance with 5 big characters written in red paint: Contribution Exchange. These 5 characters were the most recognized by the over 3,000 people in Steel City, because here you could exchange contribution points for everything needed to survive: food, weapons, medicine, tools, clothing. The currency used at the contribution exchange was personally crafted by the city lord Lin Mo. It was a type of round metal coin about the size of a 1 yuan coin from before the apocalypse. The center of the coin was engraved with denominations 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100 contribution points, while the back featured a design of a city wall symbolizing Steel City. These coins were not made of ordinary metal. They were crafted from a batch deliberately refined by Lin Mo. Others could only attempt to replicate them if they possessed the exact same sequence ability as Lin Mo. The issuance of coins was also very strict. Anyone exchanging abnormal corpses' metal or supplies would receive the corresponding denomination of coins based on their value, as determined by Zhou Jiang. These coins were the true hard currency of Steel City. On the left wall of the exchange, a huge price list was posted, densely listing the prices of various supplies: food 1 gene of flour 2 contribution points, 1 gene of rice 3 contribution points, 1 gene of potatoes 1 contribution point. Weapons: ordinary long sword sharp 50 contribution points, ordinary shield sturdy 50 contribution points, short knife sharp 50 contribution points, spear piercing 50 contribution points. Medicines: antibiotics 1 box 10 contribution points, anti-inflammatory medicine 1 box 5 contribution points, tourniquet 1 3 contribution. Daily necessities: clothing 1 set 1 contribution point, bedding 1 set 2 contribution points, shampoo 1 bottle 1 contribution point, shower gel 1 bottle 1 contribution. On the right wall of the exchange was another list. Contribution point acquisition standards: ordinary abnormal corpse 2 contribution points, mutated abnormal corpse 10 contribution points, 1 ton of metal 10 contribution points, other abnormalities, and medicine supplies assessed by value. Anyone hunting abnormalities or collecting supplies outside the city could exchange useful items here for contribution point coins. Coins could also be exchanged for everything needed to survive. This was a closed loop. a closed loop that allowed ordinary people to survive with their own hands. Old Joe quickly walked to the entrance of the contribution exchange where the line had already turned a corner. He stood in line with a dozen people ahead, each holding various items, some carrying the corpses of abnormalities, others holding rusty iron pieces, and some with bulging backpacks. The line moved quickly with Zhou Jiangwo accompanied by 3 young men. One was responsible for checking items, one for weighing, and one for retrieving coins from the iron box behind. When it was a young man's turn, he threw an abnormal corpse on the ground, and then dumped a pile of iron pieces and copper wires from his backpack. One ordinary abnormal corpse, ill record, 2 points for you. Scrap iron about 80 gene calculated as 0. 4 points per ton. Copper wire counts as 0. 6 points totaling 3 points. Zhou Jiangwo quickly estimated. 3 points. They'll give you a 2-point coin and a 1-point coin. The young man received the 2 silver white coins, one marked 2 and the other 1. He squeezed them in his palm, carefully tucked them into his pocket, and smiled, so wide, he couldn't close his mouth. Little by little it adds up. Next, when it was old Zhou's turn, he took a coin from his pocket and placed it on the table. It was a coin marked 50, its silver-white surface gleaming warmly under the light. This was what he had slowly saved over the past half-month by helping the base with moving bricks, repairing roads, and farming. Uncle Zhou, I want to exchange for a short knife. Zhou Jiangwo took the coin, weighed it in his hand, carefully examined the city wall design on the back, confirmed there were no issues, and nodded. He retrieved a short knife from the shelf behind him and handed it to old Zhou. The blade was about 40 centimeters long, the silver-white surface gleaming coldly under the light, with a white label reading sharp attached. Old Zhou took the short knife, weighed it in his hand, swung it a couple of times, and the sound it made through the air was crisp and clear. A good knife. Zhou Jiangwo dropped the 50-point coin into the iron box, producing a clear clink sound. Old Zhou's pocket was empty, but he didn't feel heartbroken. He secured the short knife to his waist and turned to leave the contribution exchange, not returning home, but directly heading towards the south gate. At the south gate, a dozen people had already gathered. Men and women alike held various weapons. Some had exchanged long and short knives from the exchange, while others carried iron pipes they had found. They were not members of the Iron Guard, nor part of the base's hunting team. They were ordinary people who had voluntarily formed a team. Old Zhou, over here. Someone in the crowd waved at him. It was Lu Daiyong in his 40s, a former butcher, large and loud. He and old Zhou were neighbors, and for the past few days had been trying to form a team to hunt abnormalities, but they lacked manpower. Old Zhou walked over and patted the short knife at his waist. I got it. Great. With you we have exactly 5 people, that's enough. A few others gathered around. One young man, named Xiao Chun, in his 20s, was holding a long knife he had exchanged for. A woman named Sister Zhao in her 30s held a shield. There was also an old man named Old Sun, over 50, holding a long spear. 5 people, 5 weapons, no armor, only a heart full of courage. Let's go. Lu Daiyong waved his hand, and the 5 of them exited through the south gate. They did not venture far, merely wandering around the villages within a 3-kilometer radius of the Steel City. Since the establishment of the Steel City, Lin Mo and the others had cleaned the surroundings, yet there were always some stray corpses wandering in from farther away. The 5 of them walked along a dirt path for about 20 minutes, and ahead appeared an abandoned village. A dozen mud brick houses, most of their roofs collapsed, with the yard overgrown with dry yellow weeds. There's a corpse demon, Xiao Chun said sharply, pointing at the door of a house. A corpse demon squatted on the threshold, hunched over, its entire body pitch black, its murky eyes fixed intently on them. The 5 of them halted simultaneously. Stick to the plan, Lu Daiyong said in a low voice. Old Zhou and I will draw its attention from the front. Xiao Chun will circle around, and Zhao Jie and Old Sun will provide support. This was a tactic they had heard from the Iron Guard team at the base. 3 people formed a group, shields facing forward, while the melee fighters flanked from the sides. The 5 dispersed. The woman Zhao Jie held the shield and approached the corpse demon. Old Zhou tightened his grip on his short knife and followed Lu Daiyong closely behind Zhao Jie. The corpse demon stood up, opened its mouth, and let out a low growl as it lunged at them. Zhao Jie directly braced against the corpse demon's charge with her shield. The corpse demon was incredibly strong. Zhao Jie, being a woman, struggled a bit. She shouted loudly, "Hurry, cut him." Lu Daiyong raised his long knife and struck down at the corpse. A deep wound was inflicted on the corpse demon's neck. It let out a furious roar and swiped a claw at Lu Daiyong's chest. Lu Daiyong decisively abandoned his attack and dodged to the side, but his clothes were still torn in several places, leaving 3 bloody scratches on his chest. Damn it! Lu Daiyong gritted his teeth and struck another blow at the corpse demon. At that moment, old Zhou also drew his long knife and slashed at the wound on the corpse demon's neck. The blade entered, but did not sever its head. He gripped the knife handle with both hands, exerting all his strength to press down. Quick! Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun surged from behind the corpse demon, bringing his long knife down forcefully onto the demon's knee. The corpse demon's legs buckled, and it knelt down. Old Zhou pulled out his short knife, aimed at the nape of the corpse demon's neck, and thrust it down. The corpse demon's body convulsed a few times before going still. The five stood beside the corpse demon's body, gasping for breath. Then Lu Daong laughed. Damn it, we killed it. Old Zhou also laughed, but as he laughed his eyes turned red. He squatted down and hoisted the corpse demon onto his shoulder. Although the corpse demon was only 2 meters tall, it was heavy. Old Zhou gritted his teeth and began to carry it. Let's go back in exchange for contribution points. The five carried the corpse, retracing their steps along the dirt path. They encountered 2 more corpse demons along the way, and this time their coordination was more proficient, resolving the situation in under 5 minutes. 3 corpses with the 5 of them taking turns to carry staggered back to the Steel City. At the contribution exchange, the queue was even longer than it had been in the morning. Old Zhou tossed the 3 corpses onto the ground, panting heavily, and pulled out an empty coin pouch from his pocket, which held not a single coin. 3 corpse demons for contribution points. Zhou Jiangwo looked down at the bodies, then at Old Zhou, whose clothes were torn, chest marked with blood, and face covered in sweat, but with light. 3 corpse demons, 2 points each. I'll credit you 6 points. Zhou Jiangwo picked up a pen and wrote down Old Zhou's name in the registration book. Then he took out a few coins from the iron box behind him and handed them over. 1 coin worth 5 points, another worth 1 point. Old Zhou took the 2 coins, weighing them in his hand. This scene would repeat itself in the following days. It wasn't just Old Zhou's team. In the Steel City, various spontaneous teams sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Besides hunting teams, there were also gathering teams. These individuals did not kill the anomalies, or rather killing the anomalies was not their primary goal. Their task was singular: to search. To search for metals, to search for supplies, to search for anything that could be used. That evening, Lin Mo stood on the city wall, watching the returning teams outside the city. Carrying corpses, hugging iron blocks, wearing backpacks, driving trucks. One team after another, like streams merging into the great river of Steel City. Captain Wang Chong walked over from the other end of the city wall and stood beside Lin Mo. Today another one awakened from the Iron Guard, named Li Tieju, rank knight. Lin Mo nodded, not surprised. Among the 100 members of the Iron Guard, high-intensity hunts of anomalies made awakening merely a matter of time. What about the ordinary people who formed spontaneous teams? Lin Mo asked. Wang Chong followed his gaze outside the city. At least 200 went out today, divided into 4 or 5 small teams. None returned empty-handed. Oh, at least they all brought back 1 or 2 corpse demon bodies. Were there any casualties? A few sustained minor injuries and 3 died. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, then said, not bad, acceptable. His words, not bad, were not solely because the energy points were increasing. These ordinary people were no longer lambs to the slaughter. They began to pick up weapons, to resist, to fight for the chance to survive with their own hands. This was the true meaning of the base's existence. It was not to nurture a group of people waiting to die, but to give those who wanted to live a chance. Captain, Wang Chong suddenly called out. Moi, you seem in a good mood today. Lin Mo glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, but said nothing. He opened the system panel and glanced at the number of energy points. 37,280. Just 2 days ago it had been only over 4,000, and now it was nearly 40,000. At this rate a mechanical army would soon be formed. My workers, keep up the good work. Lin Mo silently urged in his heart, closed the panel, and turned to descend the city wall. He walked towards the Lord's mansion. Lin Mo sat at the table with several refined metal pieces laid out before him. He did not create robots, but instead made a batch of ordinary weapons: 10 long knives, 10 shields, and 20 spears. Once the white text edition was complete, he instructed Li Yushi to take them to the contribution exchange. After finishing this, he took a piece of refined metal from the drawer and began to craft new coins. Today the circulation of coins at the exchange had increased again, requiring another batch to be added. With mental energy, he manipulated the metal to liquefy, solidify, and form, as silver white coins were birthed in his hands, neatly stacked on the table. 1 point, 2 points, 5 points, 10 points, 20 points, 50 points, 100 points. He gazed at the pile of coins on the table, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. After completing this, he leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. The blood moon had risen outside, and the dark red moonlight streamed through the window, casting upon his face. From afar, vague voices of conversation, laughter, and the clattering of pots and pans could be heard. Over 3,000 people in this Steel City. In this apocalyptic world, they truly lived like humans. In the morning of the Iron City, a gray-white light seeped through the gaps in the clouds, casting a metallic cold glow on the Silver City walls. Lin Mo stood before the window on the 2nd floor of the Lord's Manor, holding a bowl of rice porridge and sipping it slowly. Below, the shouts of the Iron Guard's training echoed, orderly and vigorous. He had been observing the changes in the base these days. After Zhang Heng's awakening, the morale of the Iron Guard reached an unprecedented height. Training used to be about survival, but now it was about becoming stronger. This shift in mindset was reflected in every movement. Captain, Wang Chong's voice came from the stairway. Everyone is here. Lin Mo put down the bowl and turned to go downstairs. In the first-floor conference room, 7 people were already seated. Li Wei was sat on the left side of the long table of maps spread out before him, pencil in hand, making circles and marks on the map. Lin Mo took his seat at the head and glanced at everyone. Speak, what's the matter? Wang Chong was the first to speak, his voice tinged with excitement. Captain, I feel a chance for promotion has come. When did this happen? Last night. Wang Chong scratched his head. While practicing with the knife on the training ground, I suddenly felt something stirring within me like water about to boil, but just lacking that little bit of opportunity. I feel the same way, Li Weiguo added, putting down his pencil. Me too, said Wang Qingyan. I feel it as well, echoed Li Yiqing, her voice calm. Li Yushi raised her hand. I sensed it a few days earlier than you all. Lu Yang spoke last a bit shyly. I sensed it too, but it's not very obvious. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. All 6 of them had sensed the signs of promotion. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. From sequence 3 to sequence 4, you have been hunting around the base consistently. Although you have killed many, the intensity of those scattered battles is insufficient. Now that you all have this feeling, it means we are just one step away from breaking through. Li Weiguo nodded. The anomalies within 30 kilometers of the Iron City have mostly been cleared by us. To break through, we must venture further away. What's the target? Lin Mo asked. Li Weiguo stood up, walked to the large map on the wall, and pointed to a location in the southeast Chang'an City. As soon as the name was mentioned, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze for a moment. Chang'an City was a mega city with a population of over 10 million before the apocalypse. Now it was a nest of anomalies, an ocean of corpses. Li Weiguo smiled at the astonished expressions of the others, drawing a circle on the map with his finger. I'm not foolish enough to charge directly into the city center and seek death. The eastern suburbs outside the third ring of Chang'an City were an industrial and logistics area before the apocalypse with a relatively low population density. Based on observations over the past few days, the number of anomalies there is estimated to be between 3,000 and 5,000, with a few sequence 3 anomalies present. 3,000 to 5,000, Wang Chong clicked his tongue. That's quite a lot. We will eliminate them in batches, Li Weiguo replied. Given our current strength, we have a chance to face 5,000 corpses hidden, but there's no need to take that risk. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Originally, I planned to gradually accumulate strength and then clean up Chang'an City in one go. Now that you all have a chance for breakthrough, we can first handle the perimeter to allow you to level up. How about this? Take the Iron Guard with you to acclimate them to larger scale scenarios. How many people will the Iron Guard bring? Li Yusin asked. Everyone. They need to witness a real battlefield. Killing scattered corpses around the base will never make them true warriors. What about the Mechanical Legion? Lu Yang asked. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Bring them all. Let's test the Legion's combat capabilities. Over the past few days, he had manufactured another batch of robots. With the previous 10 tested, there were now a total of 100. These robots were imbued with various elemental attributes. They could not launch fireballs or lightning like the sequence users, they lacked spiritual power, and could not actively trigger elemental attacks. However, their very bodies were weapons. Any corpse that touched them would immediately suffer from burning, electric shock, or frostbite. This was a terrifying ability of passive contact-based harm. When do we depart? Wang Chong rubbed his hands together, excitement shining in his eyes. Tomorrow, Lin Mo replied. Prepare the supplies today, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. Li Uncle, you are responsible for route planning. Yusin, you are in charge of the supply preparation. Wang Chong, you need to clarify the purpose of this operation with the Iron Guard members. The 3 nodded in unison. After the meeting, Lin Mo remained alone in the conference room, staring at the large map on the wall. Chang'an City. If they could clear the perimeter of Chang'an City and allow everyone to advance to sequence 4, Iron City would truly become a steel city. He opened the system panel and glanced at the energy points. 5,280. He looked over the prices of the golden, red, and black attributes on the shop interface and silently closed it. On the morning of the next day at dawn, outside the southern gate of Iron City, 100 Iron Guard members stood in neat formation, their momentum like a rainbow. 100 metal robots stood at the back of the Iron Guard, divided into 3 columns. The first column consisted of flame-type robots, their bodies radiating fire, distorting the surrounding air. The second column was composed of lightning-type robots, their silver-white bodies covered in blue-white arcs occasionally sparking. The third column contained ice-type robots, their bodies cloaked in a layer of pale blue frost, lowering the surrounding air temperature by several degrees. 3 types of robots, 3 elemental bodies. This was the best solution Lin Mo found after repeated testing. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered. 7 armored vehicles were parked in the open space at the southern gate. Xiao Ling floated out from the dashboard of the first vehicle, hovering in the air, her palm-sized blue silhouette flashing in the morning light. Master, where are we going today? Chang'an City, Lin Mo said as he opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Great. Xiao Ling's voice was filled with excitement. I haven't been out for a long time. The 7 armored vehicles revved their engines, a deep rumble echoing across the wilderness. The Iron Guard members rode in 5 modified trucks following behind the armored vehicles. The convoy drove out of Iron City heading southeast along the National Road. About 2 hours later, the outline of Chang'an City appeared in their sight. Under the gray-white sky, the once towering skyscrapers stood like giant tombstones on the horizon. The outer walls of the buildings were covered in dark red vines, densely enveloping every inch of surface like blood vessels. Above, massive dark shadows floated slowly, their shapes twisted and strange. At the edge of the city, countless black dots could be seen moving. Those were the corpses, thousands upon thousands of them. "Stop!" Lin Mo pressed the intercom. The convoy gradually came to a halt. Lin Mo pushed open the vehicle door and stepped out, raising his binoculars toward the eastern suburbs of Chang'an City. The situation there proved somewhat better than he had anticipated. The industrial zone and logistics park consisted mostly of low-rise factories and warehouses, unlike the city center where skyscrapers dominated the skyline. Moreover, the number of corpsegals was far fewer here, scattered sparsely across factory grounds and streets. Uncle Li sensed the area. Lin Mo lowered his binoculars. Li Weigua closed his eyes, his feng shui master sequence ability activated at full capacity. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Approximately 3,500 corpsegals, widely dispersed. 3 concentrated anomalies emit strong Gul energy signatures, likely level 3 entities. Can you pinpoint their locations? 2 clusters lie deep within the industrial park. The third resides inside a large warehouse to the east. Lin Mo nodded, then turned to face the 100 Iron Guard soldiers behind him. "Disembark, all of you, and form ranks." 100 Iron Guard soldiers leapt from the trucks and swiftly assembled into a precise square formation. Each face bore a mixture of tension and exhilaration. Tension stemmed from prior experience. They had slain corpsegals near the base, but only in scattered groups of 10 or 20. Never before had they confronted a horde numbering in the thousands. Exhilaration arose from the possibility of awakening. If they slew enough of these entities, they might ignite their own sequence potential. At that moment, Wang Chang strode to the front of the formation. Today's objective: the eastern suburbs of Chang'an City. Approximately 3,500 corpsegals. Are you afraid? No. 100 voices roared in unison. Wang Chang flashed a broad, confident grin. This battle carries peril, but also unparalleled opportunity. Slay enough, and your sequence may awaken. Now it rests on whether you dare to fight with everything you have. Kill! 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 In unison, the Iron Guard raised their war cries. The clash of blades against shields thundered like iron striking iron. Seeing their morale surge like a rising tide, Lin Mo issued his command without hesitation. Advance. And so the host marched resolutely toward the eastern suburbs of Chang'an. After roughly 20 minutes, they reached the outskirts of the eastern suburbs. Before them sprawled an abandoned industrial zone, factories and workshops standing silent and skeletal. Corpsegals wandered listlessly along the desolate streets. 1, 10, 100, countless black figures stretched endlessly into the distance. "Lu Yang, draw them out." Lin Mo pressed the comlink. Lu Yang vaulted from the armored vehicle and summoned the colossal queen bee from his storage ring. A 10-meter-long obsidian body materialized from the void. The queen unfurled her wings and ascended, hovering 30 meters above the formation. Under Lu Yang's control, the queen soared toward the heart of the industrial park. Her wing beats stirred a gale. Dust and shattered debris spiraled skyward in turbulent clouds. Simultaneously, every corpsegal lifted its head. The queen swept overhead, her 8 compound eyes glinting coldly upon the ghouls below, then unleashed a piercing shriek that tore through the silence, shattering the stillness of the entire zone. The corpsegals erupted into frenzy. Like hornets swarming from a breached hive, they surged forth from every crevice and corner. Thousands of jet-black forms converging into a churning river of darkness, surging after the queen. The queen flew steadily ahead, never hastening, never faltering, maintaining a precise distance of dozens of meters, luring the ghoul horde step by step toward the Iron Guard's prepared position. "They're coming." Wang Chang tightened his grip on his massive tang sword. The ghoul horde now filled their field of vision, endless waves of black figures stretching beyond the horizon. Lin Mo stood atop the armored vehicle, scanning the first wave, roughly 500 strong. "Deploy the automatons. Engage the enemy." The command echoed, and the automatons moved as one. They charged forward, closing the distance in seconds. At the threshold of the ghoul mass, the lead pyroautomaton swung its fist. Its blow struck a ghoul's chest. Contact ignited spontaneous combustion. Flames erupted across the creature's skin, spreading rapidly until it became a blazing torch, within seconds reduced to ash. In contrast, the electro-automatons fought with chilling precision. One seized a ghoul's arm, its entire body instantly crackling with cobalt-white arcs. Those arcs writhed like silver serpents, consuming the ghoul's frame. Its limbs convulsed violently. Then in under 2 seconds it collapsed like a frog struck by lightning, smoke curling from its charred form. The cryo-automatons held back, not joining the frontline fray, but formed a mobile wall of ice at the formation's rear. When ghouls attempted flanking maneuvers, the cryo-automatons advanced silently. No searing heat, no blinding sparks. Only absolute, soundless cold. One reached out, gripping a ghoul's arm. At mere contact, the limb froze solid, transformed instantly into a brittle icicle. With a casual twist, the automaton snapped it clean off. Crack. Shards scattering across the ground. Flame, lightning, and frost wove together in lethal harmony across the... Over 100 ghouls fell in the initial assault, yet they felt no fear. Wave after wave surged forward undeterred. Iron Guard, advance. Wang Chong bellowed. Behind the automatons, the 100 soldiers moved in threes, swiftly eliminating any ghouls that breached the front line. Their coordination was flawless. Attack and defense flowed like water. Wang Chong led the charge, his 6-meter frame carved through the ghoul tide, each swing of his colossal tang sword felling 7 or 8 at once. Wang Qingyan stood atop the armored vehicle, hands raised. Fireballs, torrents of flame, and walls of incinerating fire rained down upon the densest ghoul concentrations. Li Yuqing summoned dozens of shadow thralls, each lunging into the horde, claws rending flesh-black ichors spraying in all directions. 10 minutes later, the first wave lay utterly annihilated. Lin Mo surveyed the battlefield, not a single Iron Guard casualty. First wave concluded. Inspect gear, replenish stamina. Wang Chong's voice rang across the field. The soldiers knelt, drawing water and rations from their packs. Lin Mo leaned against the armored vehicle, a faint, satisfied smile playing at his lips. The system's notification chime had not ceased for a moment. Each wave granted a net gain of 5,000 energy points. Half an hour later, the Iron Guard had fully recovered. Lin Mo turned to Lu Yong beside him. Lu Yong, initiate the second wave. The Queen took flight once more, vanishing into the depths of the industrial park. Second wave, 500. Third wave, fourth wave, 600. Each followed the same strategy. Automatons absorbed the frontal assault, while the Iron Guard delivered decisive strikes. Their synergy deepened with every engagement, efficiency climbed steadily. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly 2,000 corpsegals had been eradicated. 3 Iron Guards sustained minor wounds, scratches through armor gaps, but Li Yuxi's sacred light healed them in under 3 seconds. Captain, the ordinary corpsegals within the industrial park are effectively cleared, Wang Chong reported, stepping beside Lin Mo. His armor streaked with black gore, yet his eyes gleamed with fierce triumph. Lin Mo nodded, glancing upward. The ashen sky darkened steadily. The blood moon would rise within the hour. Under its crimson radiance, nocturnal entities grew markedly more aggressive. Corpsegals would accelerate, strengthen, and grow unervingly relentless. We conclude operations for today. Return to base. The convoy re-entered Steel City as twilight surrendered to night. The blood moon ascended. Its lurid scarlet light bathed the silver-gray ramparts, casting an eerie, hellish crimson glow across the walls. Iron Guard soldiers descended from the trucks in small clusters, chatting softly. That was glorious. I personally felled at least 20. Only 20. I struck down over 30. Don't exaggerate. Could you really manage 30? Those automatons are terrifyingly efficient. One touch ignites them, one jolt drops them, one chill turns them to brittle ice. Lin Mo stood upon the steps of the Lord's Manor, listening to the distant banter, then opened his system interface. Energy points 26780. Today's haul exceeded 20,000 points. He closed the interface, turned inward, and drew a cluster of refined metal spheres from his scroll. Metal flowed like dough beneath his will, shaping, coalescing, hardening midair, until humanoid automatons stood complete, forged anew. The next day, Lin Mo woke up and pushed open the door of the City Lord's mansion. In the distance, the agricultural area was already bustling with activity. Fang Qing was watering the fields with several young people. The wheat had begun to ear, turning a vibrant green, swaying gently in the morning breeze. At that moment, a young man ran over. Lin Mo recognized him as a preparatory member of the Iron Guard. City Lord Captain Wang is looking for you. Lin Mo nodded and headed towards the training ground. At the training ground, 100 Iron Guard members had already formed ranks. Wang Chong saw Lin Mo approaching and grinned. Captain, are we going to the eastern suburbs again today? Yes. Lin Mo walked to the front of the formation, his gaze sweeping across 100 faces. Yesterday, nearly 2,000 had been slain. Out today, we aim to clear the eastern suburbs. We would handle the high-level anomalies while you all would be responsible for dealing with the ordinary corpses. Understood. 100 voices shouted in unison. Let's go. 7 armored vehicles and 5 modified trucks rolled out of the Iron City, heading grandly towards the eastern suburbs of Chang'an. 130 robots marched in orderly steps behind the convoy, 30 of which had been newly produced last night after Lin Mo spent all his energy points. The attribute slots were indeed expensive. Each robot required 2 slots, one for sturdiness and one for elemental attributes. That amounted to 600 energy points. Lin Mo winced at the thought. 2 hours later, the convoy stopped at the edge of the eastern suburbs. The battle scars from yesterday remained with dark pools of blood and charred traces on the ground. Liu Yang draw the enemies. The queen bee materialized from the void, flapping its wings and flying deeper into the factory area. This time it flew further, delving into the central. Moments later, a horde of corpses surged out from the depths of the factory area. Not 500, but 1,000. A mass of black, they poured towards the position like a flood breaching a dam. Robots engaged the enemies. The robots simultaneously stepped forward, charging towards the horde of corpses. The first corpse collided with a robot, instantly creating a scene reminiscent of a meat grinder. The fastest corpses were reduced to ashes, others turned to charcoal and ice. But the corpses showed no fear. They surged forward like a tide, waves upon waves crashing against the robot's defense. Lin Mo observed this scene, reflecting that while elemental robots were indeed expensive, their effectiveness was undeniable. However, their numbers were still too few, and many corpses broke through the defenses from the sides. Iron Guard charge. Wang Chong bellowed, his 6-meter-tall figure charging forward. With a sweeping strike of his giant Tang Dao, he cleaved through 3 corpses at the waist, the Iron Guard members following closely behind, working in tandem with the robots to annihilate the corpses. Lin Mo stood atop an armored vehicle, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. The battle lasted for half an hour. 1,000 corpses, all eradicated. The system notifications in Lin Mo's mind had not ceased, with energy points increasing by over 10,000. More than 10 Iron Guard members were injured and 4 robots were severely damaged, requiring recovery and reconstruction. Captain, Wang Chong approached, covered in dark blood, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. I can feel that the barrier is getting thinner. Lin Mo nodded, looking into the depths of the factory area. There are still 3 sequence 3 anomalies. Let's see if you can advance. He paused, turning to Li Weiguo. Uncle Li, have those 3 sequence 3 anomalies shown any movement? They haven't moved, they've remained in place. Li Weiguo replied after a moment's silence. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before making a decision. First, let's deal with the anomaly in the eastern warehouse. Liu Yang, send the queen bee to investigate the situation. Liu Yang nodded, and the queen bee flapped its wings towards the large eastern warehouse. Moments later, Liu Yang's voice crackled through the intercom. Mo, good, the thing in the warehouse is massive, not an ordinary corpse. What is it? Not too sure. It looks like a cow, but much larger, covered in a black shell with 4 legs and 2 tails. Wait, it's moving. The queen bee quickly ascended, soaring above the warehouse. Liu Yang's expression changed. It saw the queen bee and is moving towards the warehouse entrance. Lin Mo did not hesitate. Everyone moved towards the eastern warehouse, prepare for battle. The large eastern warehouse was about a kilometer away from them, a steel-structured building with a blue-color steel roof that had collapsed extensively, and the walls were covered in dark red vine. On the ground at the warehouse entrance, broken wooden boxes and dried black blood were scattered. They had just stopped 200 meters in front of the warehouse when the door was suddenly smashed open from the inside, and a gigantic shadow charged out. Lin Mo clearly saw the creature's form. It was a cow, but no ordinary cow. It measured over 5 meters in length, stood 3 meters tall at the shoulder, and was covered in a pitch-black shell marked with dark red patterns. It sported 4 horns sharp as blades, and its eyes were blood-red vertical pupils reflecting the figures of those present. Without hesitation, Lin Mo unleashed a powerful attack. A 3-meter-wide silver lightning bolt struck down from the void, hitting the mutated cow's back. The electric arc spread in all directions. The mutated cow's body convulsed violently, its shell cracking, and a savory scent wafted through the air. The mutated cow let out a pained roar, its eyes turning blood-red, fixated on Lin Mo. It lowered its head, aiming its horns at Lin Mo, and charged forward, each step causing the ground to tremble, its hooves leaving deep craters in the cement. It moved swiftly, covering the 200 meters in less than 5 seconds. Seeing this, Wang Chong charged forward to intercept his 6-meter-tall frame, standing in the way of the mutated cow, swinging his giant Tang Dao at its neck. The blade clashed against the shell, producing a deafening metallic screech, and sending sparks flying, leaving a deep gash on the mutated cow's shell. The mutated cow violently tossed its head, 2 of its horns aimed at Wang Chong's chest. Wang Chong had no time to dodge, and could only cross his arms in front of him. Bang! Wang Chong was sent flying, flipping twice in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground, skidding for several meters before coming to a stop. 2 deep wounds appeared on his arms, and the rebound armor had been punctured by 2 holes. Damn, that's quite a bit of strength. Wang Chong stood up from the ground, shaking his arms as the wounds visibly healed. The mutated cow didn't give him a moment to breathe, and charged again. Lin Mo, witnessing this, raised his right hand and activated metal control. All the metal in the warehouse trembled simultaneously. Thousands of kilograms of metal flew out, gathering above Lin Mo's head to form a massive metal sphere, which then transformed into a 3-meter-long metal spear. The spear tip was as sharp as a needle, its surface entwined with silver electric arcs shooting out from above Lin Mo's head, heading straight for the mutated cow's head. The moment the spear struck the mutated cow, it made no sound of metal clashing. It pierced through the shell, as if it were puncturing a layer of paper, embedding itself in the head. The massive body of the mutated cow slid over 10 meters before coming to a stop on the ground. Its corpse lay in the clearing black bodily fluid oozing from the wound. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind: kill the mutated cow, energy points 1000. Li Weigua poked his head out from behind the armored vehicle. The two sources of anomaly energy in the factory's depths are moving. Which direction? Lin Mo asked. They're coming this way and fast. Everyone prepare to face the enemy. 5 minutes later, the two peculiar beings of sequence 3 deep within the factory revealed their true forms. They emerged from the same workshop, or rather they were originally one entity. They were two massive corpse monsters, their bodies fused together at the waist, sharing a single lower body, while each possessed an independent upper torso with 2 arms and a head. Their skin was a grayish-white, covered in a multitude of grotesque growths that writhed constantly, sending chills down the spines of those watching. This thing is truly hideous. Lin Mo frowned. Li Yushi tightened her grip on the holy light staff, exclaiming, "This is just too ugly." The twin-headed corpse monster came to a halt about 50 meters away from them, its 4 blood-red eyes staring directly at them. Then both heads opened their mouths simultaneously, not to howl, but to speak. Living beings. It's been so long since I've seen living beings. Delicious. So delicious. I want to eat you. Wang Chang'o distracted iron guards retreat a bit. Wang Chang, upon hearing Lin Mo's command, charged forward without hesitation. Wang Chang gripped his blade tightly and swung with all his might, the blade striking the waist of the twin-headed corpse monster, creating a deep gash. However, instead of blood, a grayish-white mist spewed forth from the wound. The mist coiled around the blade, spreading along Wang Chang's arm. Wang Chang felt his arm losing sensation. He quickly recoiled several steps and looked down to see a thin layer of grayish-white substance covering his gripping. Be careful, this white mist can corrode the human body, causing a petrification effect. Once Wang Chang stepped out of the gray mist's range, his arm gradually returned to normal. This creature has average close combat ability, but the mist is troublesome. Avoid close quarters combat with them. Lin Mo had also witnessed Wang Chang's arm being petrified by the gray mist, and immediately ordered, "Let the iron guards and robots retreat further. They are of little use against this kind of enemy, and will only increase casualties." The twin-headed corpse monster, seeing the retreat of everyone, let out a sharp scream. "Come, let me devour you. You will all become a part of us." Then it spewed forth mist from its mouth, the grayish-white mist spreading out in all directions, resembling a massive gray cloud, instantly engulfing everything within 100 meters. Everyone fall back. Lin Mo shouted, activating Blink to escape the mist's range. The others quickly retreated, but a few Iron Guard members lagged behind and were contaminated. My hand is turning gray. The hands of the Iron Guard quickly turned grayish-white, losing all sensation. Holy light, protect us. Li Yushi raised her staff, a milky white shield expanding from the top of the staff, enveloping all the Iron Guards. The moment the mist made contact with the shield, it seemed to be blocked by something, unable to approach them any further. Lin Mo raised his right hand, unleashing the full power of Thunderstrike. Massive silver-white lightning bolts struck down from the void, hitting the center of the gray mist cloud. At the moment of the explosion, a large tear was ripped open in the gray mist cloud, revealing the twin-headed corpse monster inside. The thunder caused significant damage to them. The left torso's shoulder was directly charred to a crisp by the lightning, with grayish-white mist pouring out of the wound, but within 2 seconds it returned to normal. Lin Mo squinted and turned to Li Yushi, saying, "Yushi, angel form." Li Yushi nodded and took a deep breath. A milky white glow surged from her body, growing brighter, coalescing behind her into a pair of massive white wings. The 2-winged angel form. Li Yushi soared into the sky, directing the holy light staff at the twin-headed corpse monster's head. A beam of white light as thick as an arm shot from the staff's tip, striking the left. The moment the beam entered the head, the grayish-white mist began to dissipate, as if melting away under sunlight spreading downward from the head. The left head let out a piercing shriek, the first time it showed such obvious pain. "It's effective." Li Yushi flapped her wings, and countless light feathers fell from them, raining down upon the twin-headed corpse monster. Each light feather exploded upon hitting them, creating holes the size of bowls, with grayish-white mist pouring forth, only to be purified and counteracted by the holy light. The twin-headed corpse monster sensed the impending threat of death and attempted to flee, but as it began to retreat, Lin Mo directly activated metal control. The metal transformed under his command into thick metallic chains, binding the twin-headed corpse monster firmly in place. Li Yushi and Wang Qingyan, witnessing this, unleashed their full firepower, launching countless fireballs and light beams at the twin-headed corpse monster. The gray mist began to contract, collapsing from the edges towards the center. The twin-headed corpse monster let out its final howl before turning into grayish-white powder, scattering in the wind. A prompt sounded in Lin Mo's mind: kill the twin-headed corpse monster, energy points 2000. After the battlefield was in disarray, covered in gray powder. Account for casualties. Wang Chang's voice was somewhat hoarse. The casualty statistics of the Iron Guard team were quickly compiled: 3 seriously injured, 5 lightly injured. The 3 seriously injured members had been most severely affected by the mist, with their hands and faces largely gray. Li Yushi approached the injured, casting Holy Light Healing, and the petrified portions gradually recovered under the Holy Light. 5 minutes later, everyone returned. The Iron Guard team began to clear the battlefield, collecting the corpses of the corpse monsters and transporting the damaged robots. Lin Mo reclaimed the entries of the damaged robots and used metal control to recover all the metal from the factory area, then stored the corpses and metal into a scroll. The corpses of these corpse monsters could serve as fertilizer, and the remains of the robots should not go to waste, as they could be recycled. The collection operation continued for an hour, gathering everything usable into the scroll. Let's go back to the base. As the convoy returned to Iron City, the blood moon had already risen. The Iron Guard members jumped down from the trucks, making their way to the training ground in small groups. Today's battle had exhausted everyone, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. If we have a few more battles of this level, at least a dozen of the Iron Guard will awaken, Wang Chong said, standing at the edge of the training ground with his arms crossed. 10 isn't enough. Lin Mo replied beside him. What I want is for everyone to awaken. Wang Chong glanced up at him. You want all 100 to awaken? Not just 100, there are 1,200 young adults at the base, and they are all my targets, Lin Mo said calmly. I am not training them just to deal with corpse monsters. Ordinary corpse monsters can be handled entirely by robots. They are the main force against those higher-level anomalies in the future. After speaking, Lin Mo returned to the Lord's residence and went upstairs. He sat on the sofa and opened the system panel. Energy points 15,632. Lin Mo did not save them up and began to create robots. As long as there are enough robots, he can clear Chang'an City. After finishing the cleanup of the eastern suburbs yesterday, Lin Mo planned to lead his team to the southern suburbs of Chang'an City early this morning. After breakfast, everyone gathered at the training ground. The Iron Guard team was fully prepared for departure. Lin Mo entered the armored vehicle and spoke directly. Let's go to the southern suburbs. The convoy set off towards the south. After more than an hour, the convoy reached the edge of the southern suburbs. The scene before them was completely different from the eastern suburbs. This area was a densely populated residential zone, with high-rise buildings stacked closely together. The streets were narrow, lined with abandoned cars, and the air was permeated with a strong stench of decay. Lin Mo picked up his binoculars and looked into the distance. At the end of the residential area, a massive building silhouette could be vaguely seen. It was a large passenger station covering tens of thousands of square meters, the largest transportation hub in the area. In front of the station, the square was densely packed with corpses of the undead, creating a chilling spectacle. Uncle Li, go take a look, Lin Mo said as he lowered the binocular. Li Weiguan nodded and agilely climbed to the rooftop of a residential building. He closed his eyes and began to sense. After several minutes, he came back down looking grave. Uncle Li, how many undead are there? Lin Mo asked directly. Li Weiguo wiped the sweat from his forehead and detailed the situation. He sensed there are many. The total number of undead in the southern suburbs is estimated to be between 8,000 and 10,000. The station area is the most densely populated, with at least 3,000 crammed into the square and waiting hall. In the residential area, there are around 5,000 to 6,000 scattered throughout, some in corridors, some in rooms, and others in the underground parking lot. I sensed only one anomaly of sequence 3 in the station. The others have not been found for now. Lin Mo frowned after hearing this. The number was far greater than anticipated. There were only over 3,000 in the eastern suburbs, but the southern suburbs had tripled. However, there was only one anomaly of sequence 3A, which seemed unusual. Either the other sequence 3s were well hidden, or this one was particularly troublesome. Captain, should we eliminate them directly? Wang Chong inquired, gripping his massive tang knife, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and said, the density of the undead here is high and the environment is complex. Let's clear the residential area first, and then tackle the station, which is the tough nut to crack. He unfolded a simple map. The layout of the southern suburbs was clear, vast residential areas flanked by the transportation hub in the middle. Lin Mo pointed to the map, quickly deploying tactics. He decided to split the robots into 3 groups, with each group responsible for a main street, while the Iron Guard followed behind to clean up any stragglers. Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan would provide mobile support, going wherever the pressure was greatest. Li Yuqing and Li Yushi would assist Lin Mo in coordinating, centrally ready to respond to any emergencies. The battle officially began at 9 in the morning. The undead on the first street of the residential area surged out like a disturbed ant colony, pouring out from every unit door. However, unlike the eastern suburbs, where hundreds were drawn out at once by the swarm leader, they came in a continuous stream, wave after wave. Just as one batch was cleared, the next wave rushed out from the corridors, some even jumping down from the windows of the second and third floors. The robots were positioned at the forefront, with the flame robot charging into the horde of undead. First, any undead touched by the flames instantly ignited, emitting piercing screams. But there were simply too many undead. The robots numbered less than 200, and after being spread across 3 street blocks, there were only dozens in each. Each street had at least 1,500 undead surging like a tide. Wang Chong was on the southern street, his 6-meter-tall giant frame appearing particularly imposing in the narrow street. Each sweep of the giant tang knife could knock down 7 or 8 undead, but more undead jumped out from the windows of the buildings on either side, raining down on him like dumplings, scratching with claws and biting with teeth. Wang Chong shook off a few undead clinging to his back, swinging his knife to cleave them in half. Wang Qingyan stood on the rooftop of a residential building looking down from a height. With both hands she cast spells, alternating fireballs and fire rains engulfing the entire street in flames. The undead struggled and carbonized in the fiery inferno, the smell of char and decay mixing together causing nausea. Li Yuqing summoned over 100 shadow servants. These shadows darted through the horde of undead, engaging them in lethal combat, while she herself moved through the shadows, each time appearing an undead turned to ash. Li Yuqing did not use her angelic form, but instead wielded the holy light staff, continuously unleashing golden beams. The beams illuminated the Iron Guard members, providing them with healing and enhancement effects, their wounds visibly healing, and a faint glow emanating from their weapons. However, casualties among the Iron Guard still occurred. A 3-man team was surrounded by over a dozen undead, with the shield bearer knocked to the ground, and the knife wielder, who came to rescue him, was scratched on the arm, blood flowing freely. Li Yuqing's holy light shield fell just in time, the golden barrier protecting the 3 of them as they were pulled up by their teammates. Another group encountered a mutated undead at the alley entrance. This undead was extremely fast, its bone blade thrusting at a tricky angle, piercing through a team member's shoulder. The person let out a cry, dropping to one knee, blood flowing down the bone blade. By noon, the cleanup of the northern residential area was finally completed. The Iron Guard had over 40 light injuries and no fatalities. 13 robots were damaged. In the afternoon, the team began to clear the southern residential area. With the experience from the morning, the Iron Guard coordinated more cautiously, maintaining a responsive distance among groups and not advancing recklessly. Casualties were significantly reduced compared to the morning, with over 20 light injuries and 2 serious injuries. By 4 in the afternoon, the southern residential area was also cleared. As the sun began to set in the west, what remained was the central transportation hub. In front of the station, the square was densely packed with undead, a dark mass resembling a writhing black ocean. In the center of the square was a huge black object appearing from a distance like a small mound, its surface constantly writhing, occasionally bulging before retracting. "That is the sequence 3 in the station," Li Weigua said, pointing in that direction, his voice low. Lin Mo squinted his eyes for a few seconds and issued the order. Wang Chong and Wang Qingyan will be the main attackers, Li Yuqing and Li Yuqi will provide support. The Iron Guard would clean up any remaining undead on the periphery. As soon as the battle commenced, the mass of flesh began to move. It released a large amount of green mist which spread rapidly, enveloping half the square in seconds. The flame robot at the forefront was enveloped by the mist, the metal surface starting to corrode. "It's corrosive. Everyone be careful," Li Yuqi shouted. Without missing a beat, she transformed into her 2-winged angel form, her pure white wings unfurling under the sunset as she ascended into the air. With the holy light staff held high, a massive white beam shot down from the sky, crashing into the center of the mass of flesh. The grayish-white mist dissipated rapidly, as if snow met heat under the power of the holy light. The mass of flesh let out a low, mournful cry, the sound resonating painfully in the ears. Seizing the moment when the mist dispersed, Wang Chong pushed off the ground with his legs and shot upward like a cannonball. The giant tang knife raised high, he struck down with all his might onto the mass of flesh. The blade sank halfway, and black bodily fluid gushing out and splattering all over him, carrying a strong acidic stench. The body of the mass trembled violently. Wang Qingyan's fireballs and fire rains fell simultaneously, covering a 30-meter radius around the mass. Flames intertwined with holy light, and under the double assault, the mass of flesh quickly shrank, its surface beginning to carbonize, black smoke rising from the cracks. 3 minutes later, the mass of flesh completely collapsed, turning into a large puddle of black pus that seeped into the cracks of the ground. A system prompt sounded in Lin Mo's mind: "Kill the corrosive monster, energy points 2000. The remaining undead in the station were eradicated in less than an hour under the siege of the Iron Guard and robots. When the sun completely sank below the horizon, the battle in the southern suburbs finally came to an end. Lin Mo stood in the station square, glancing at the energy points on the system panel, which had netted over 80,000. Assessing the casualties, over 70 light injuries among the Iron Guard, 9 serious injuries, and over 30 damaged robots. In Lin Mo's view, this number was acceptable. By the time they returned to the base, night had fully fallen. Lin Mo arranged for the seriously injured to go to the medical area, letting Li Yuqi rest for a while before treating them once her mental energy was restored. The lightly injured team members bandaged themselves, not complaining, and changed into clean clothes before heading to the training ground. They knew that many such battles awaited them in the future. To avoid death, they needed to become stronger quickly. Lin Mo returned to the Lord's mansion. Opening the system panel, he invested all the energy points earned today into making robots. He only stopped after an hour. The number of robots had exceeded 400. Lin Mo let out a sigh. These energy points sure don't last long. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes to rest, contemplating the next goals. After clearing the southern outskirts, Lin Mo and his team spent the next few days either eliminating the corpse monsters or traveling to do so. They set off at dawn and returned to base by dusk. By the evening of the 7th day, the convoy slowly returned to the base, and the strange occurrences around Chang'an had been thoroughly cleared. Only a few stray monsters remained, and Lin Mo instructed the hunting team at the base to handle them. He stood beside the convoy, tilting his head back to take a sip of water. He began to count the number of people and noticed a few were missing. Although Li Yushi could recover from injuries, those who had suffered severe head trauma or were mortally wounded had no chance of survival. The survivors were covered in black blood and sweat so filthy that their original appearances were unrecognizable. Yet their eyes shone with astonishing brightness. This week of high-intensity battles against the monsters had tempered everyone anew. They were no longer iron, but steel. After these days of clearing, the other members of the squad also found their breakthrough opportunities and became Sequence 4 existences. The first to break through was Wang Chong. That afternoon, while in the northern suburbs, the team discovered an abandoned shopping mall where 2 Sequence 3 corpse monsters lurked, their skin tough and their flesh thick. Wang Chong led the search on the second floor. Upon encountering the monsters, he did not call for help, but directly charged in to engage in a fierce struggle. Ultimately, he relied on his exceptional recovery ability to slay both monsters. When the battle ended, he distinctly felt something within him shatter. He knew the opportunity for advancement had arrived. Dark, golden patterns emerged beneath his skin, slowly flowing across the surface like ancient totems coming to life. His physique swelled from 6 meters to an astonishing 9 meters, his muscles bulging like iron lumps. Once he processed the influx of information in his mind, he understood. The diamond sequence had evolved into the Titan sequence, with his strength, defense, and recovery abilities all multiplied. He took a moment to assess his newfound power, then turned and punched the load-bearing wall, which crumbled like paper. Cement blocks flew over 10 meters away, followed by a thunderous crash, as the entire mall collapsed in the middle, dust rising to great heights. Wang Chong crawled out of the ruins, brushed off the dust from his head, and let out a hearty laugh, refreshing. Wang Qingjian's breakthrough was forged in the flames. That day in the western suburbs, they encountered a group of fire-breathing monsters. These creatures resembled humanoid lizards covered in dark red scales, capable of spewing out columns. Wang Qingyan wasted no time and unleashed her fire domain to confront them. The entire district was ignited by their battle flames, soaring into the sky, turning the heavens. At that time, she was part of the fire thief sequence, naturally attuned to fire, but in this inferno, she sensed something deeper. The fire was calling to her, waiting for her to approach. She stepped into the sea of flames. The fire slowly surged towards her, flooding into her body, like rivers converging into the ocean. She transformed into a human-shaped flame, her outlines blurring, as she found herself able to elementalize into fire, significantly enhancing her control over flames. The Fire Thief sequence was promoted to the Flame Sovereign sequence. Li Weiguo's breakthrough was the quietest. During those days, he continually sensed the distribution of anomalies across the entire district, using his phone, Shui master abilities, starting from the eastern suburbs. By the evening of the 7th day, before the team returned, he sat in the vehicle and suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting a dense array, swirling like a galaxy. The Feng Shui Master sequence was promoted to the Formation Master sequence. In his mind, a set of killing formations was added, capable of conjuring wind blades and earth spikes within the formations, easily shredding ordinary corpse monsters. Li Yuqing's promotion occurred during the night as they returned to the base. That evening, she came back from the northern suburbs, resting in the tent, with crimson moonlight seeping through the seams and illuminating her, casting a long shadow on the ground. She stared at the shadow for a while, suddenly feeling that she could touch it. She extended her hand, and her fingertip brushed against the shadow's surface, sending ripples as if touching the water's surface. With a thought, the shadow on the ground suddenly expanded, flooding the entire area like black water. The shadows around her came to life, with spikes emerging simultaneously from the walls, the ground, and the top of the tent, densely filling the entire space like thorns. She stood up and took a few steps to the side, the shadows following her movement, as if welcoming their queen. The Dark Apostle was promoted to the Shadow Master. She was now the essence of shadow itself. With a thought, any shadow within 100 meters could instantly transform into a sharp weapon. Li Yuqi's breakthrough occurred on the morning of the 3rd day. In the medical area lay over a dozen severely injured individuals, all brought back from battles in the past few days. Some with severed limbs, others with ruptured organs, or poisoned by the monsters, a sight that was heart-wrenching. After consecutive treatments, her mental energy was nearly drained. Leaning against the chair, she closed her eyes, and suddenly 2 pairs of pure white wings unfolded behind her. Light's sovereign 4-winged angel. She herself did not understand what had happened, only feeling a brand new power surging from within her. The milky white light spread out from her as the center, filling an area of 200 meters with divine radiance. Wherever the light fell, the wounds of the injured healed at a visibly rapid pace. Burned skin regrew, and a comatose team member coughed and spat out a mouthful of black blood, slowly opening, his eyes miraculously healed. Everyone around stared in shock. Upon processing the information in their minds, they realized this was the domain of holy light. Liu Yang's breakthrough occurred in the northern suburbs. That area used to be the largest cemetery in Chang'an, now filled with corpse monsters and wandering shadows after the outbreak of anomalies. He entered with the Bee Queen and dozens of corpse monsters to clear it, slaughtering through an entire section of the cemetery. When the last wave of corpse monsters fell, he found an independent space opening up in his mind, cold, vast, and boundless. He had advanced from corpse handler to undead lord. That space was called the undead realm. He could now store corpses within the undead realm with no limit on quantity, as long as his mental energy was sufficient, allowing him to assemble an army of the undead. While others were focused on enhancing their strength, Lin Mo was also busy leading a team to clear anomalies by day and creating robots at the Lord's mansion by night. By the end of 7 days, he had amassed 1,000 robots, forming a rudimentary mechanical army. While these robots were not the most powerful in combat, they were more than sufficient for sweeping low-level corpse monsters and ordinary creatures. More importantly, these machines did not tire, did not fear death, and did not need to eat or sleep. As long as they were not damaged, they could continuously eliminate anomalies. They were born tools. One robot, if it killed 10 anomalies a day, would yield over 1,000 universal energy points. Moreover, the attributes on these 1,000+ robots were permanent assets. If damaged, they could be recovered by bringing back the remains and reattaching the attributes to new robots. During these 7 days, the Iron Guard did not squander the opportunity gained through their sacrifices. Previously, among the 100 members of the Iron Guard, only a few had awakened to sequence. But in these past few days, rolling on the edge of life and death daily, the survivors were all on the brink of breakthrough. By today, nearly 1/3 of the team members had successfully awakened. The awakened sequences were diverse, with some in the Iron Skin sequence whose skin hardened enough to withstand ordinary monsters' claws. Others were in the Gale sequence, running as fast as lightning. There were also those in the Insight sequence with eyes like scanners, able to see anomalies hiding behind walls. Additionally, there was a rare medic sequence capable of creating special medicines to accelerate recovery. Although not as fast as Li Yushi's holy light healing, the produced medicines could be preserved long-term, meaning that even when going out without Li Yushi, they still had means of treatment. Lin Mo instructed the medic sequence to specialize in preparing medicines, as they were valuable assets. On the morning of the 8th day in the Lord's Mansion's Council Hall, Li Weigua spread a map across the table. The terrain surrounding Chang'an District was all marked on it, with every cleared area denoted with a green checkmark. The eastern, southern, western, and northern suburbs were all marked in green. Li Weigua pointed at the map with a pen. The outskirts have been cleared. Next, we need to consider entering the inner ring, where over 100,000 corpse monsters and countless high-level anomalies are gathered. We have a total of 7 Sequence 4 experts in our base, and there are 60 Sequence 1s, with over a dozen Sequence 2s having arrived. He looked up at those present. We currently lack high-level combat power, but we must be cautious with over 100,000 corpse monsters. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, and corpse monsters are far stronger than ants. We need to devise a reasonable plan. Lin Mo listened to Li Weiguo's analysis, his gaze fixed on the map. The inner area of Chang'an City was circled by a large red ring, marking the tough challenge they were about to face. The outer area has been cleaned up. Next, we will tackle the inner ring. Lin Mo spoke softly, and the meeting room fell silent, everyone waiting for him to continue. The inner ring is unlike the outer area. It is inhabited by over 100,000 corpse monsters, not to mention countless high-level anomalies. Our chances of success in cleaning it up are slim. Wang Chong, sitting in his chair, stroked his stubble and asked, "What should we do?" Lin Mo stood up and approached the map, his fingers slowly tracing the edge of the red ring. "First, we need to address the issue of numbers." He turned to Liu Yang and asked Liu Yang, "How many corpse monsters can you control right now?" Liu Yang paused for a moment, thought seriously, and then replied, "I am a necromancer. Under sufficient mental power, I can directly control about 1,000 to 1,500 undead at once. But there is no limit to the number of corpses stored in the undead space, as long as I throw them in, they can be kept." Lin Mo understood Liu Yang's meaning upon hearing this. "So as long as there are enough corpses, we can stockpile them and use them as cannon fodder when needed." "Exactly." Liu Yang nodded. "However, there is a problem. Those undead that are not under direct control can only execute the simplest commands, such as attack all non-undead beings, and cannot perform complex tactical." "That's enough," Lin Mo said. "Cannon fodder does not require tactics, it only requires numbers. He turned to Li Weigua and asked Uncle Li, can you calculate how many cannon fodder units we need to clear the inner ring of Chang'an City? Li Weigua already had an estimate in mind and directly answered, not considering high-level anomalies to deal with those over 100,000 corpse monsters, we would need at least 30 to 50,000 low-level units to hold off the horde. Both robots and undead are fine as long as they can hold off the corpse monsters. The four of us at Sequence 4 can unleash our full power to deal with the high-level anomaly. 50,000. Lin Mo repeated this number. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. This was no small number. Lin Mo glanced at everyone and said regarding the corpses from Liu Yang's side, let's set aside those sent from the fields for now. All future hunted anomalous corpses will be handed over to Liu Yang. Additionally, issue a notice to trade weapons for corpses, 10 ordinary corpse monsters for 1 ordinary weapon. I will also produce a batch of ordinary robots to serve as cannon. Starting tomorrow, Uncle Li, you lead the Iron Guard to collect metals, prioritizing the supply of raw materials for the robots. Liu Yang, you go along. All corpses will belong to you. After assigning the tasks, everyone dispersed. Early the next day, the notice was posted. The message that 10 corpses can be exchanged for 1 weapon spread in the entire Steel City. Previously, 1 weapon required the contribution of 25 corpses. Now it had dropped directly to 10, which was equivalent to a 60 discount. At the entrance of the contribution exchange, a long line formed as soon as dawn broke, all there to verify the authenticity of the news. Zhou Jiangwo stood at the entrance of the exchange, shouting, it's true. This is a notice personally written by the Lord of the City. How could it be fake? But this is a limited time event. The price will return to normal afterward. Before he could finish, a middle-aged man pushed his way to the front carrying 3 corpse monsters and said, let me exchange first. He'll go gather the rest. The people around laughed at him. Old Zhao, how many can you carry alone? Do you need a partner? Sure. Who wants to team up with me? The corpse monsters that once instilled fear in people became hot commodities. Bringing back corpses could be exchanged for weapons, and those the corpse monsters that once instilled fear in people became hot commodities. Bringing back corpses could be exchanged for weapons, and those weapons could kill more corpse monsters, creating a perfect cycle. Thanks to the efforts of the hunting teams, by the end of the day, Liu Yang's undead space had accumulated nearly 600 corpse monsters. He stood by the training ground stuffing corpses into the space while counting aloud. 617 corpses. He took a breath. At this rate, I'll soon be able to gather 10,000. Not fast enough. Wang Chong walked over and sat down beside him, saying, the captain said we need 50,000, or at this pace, it will take forever to gather them all. Let it be slow. Liu Yang replied, after all those things in Chang'an City won't run away. But Lin Mo didn't plan to wait too long. The next day, he personally led the team to the southern car dismantling factory. That place had long been abandoned. A half of the factory was collapsed, and the yard was filled with rusted car frames and engines, easily amounting to several tons of steel. Lin Mo activated his metal manipulation, and the metals surged towards him like a tide, gathering above his head into a gigantic silver sphere. At the same time, Wang Qingyan led a team to the eastern steel market, where the steel reserves were even larger, but the market was occupied by hundreds of mutated beasts. The Iron Guard spent a full half-hour clearing them out. Afterward, the Iron Guard brought all the corpses back to Liu Yang, while the metals were handed over to Lin Mo. Within 7 days, Lin Mo's inventory accumulated nearly 60,000 refined metals, and Liu Yang's undead space also gathered over 4,000 corpses. Every night, Lin Mo sat in the second-floor hall of the Lord's mansion, crafting robots. The metallic sphere floated before him, and under his mental command, silver humanoid robots took shape, one after another, neatly aligning. He then infused them with spiritual fire, but did not add any attributes. It wasn't that he didn't want it was that he simply couldn't afford it. These robots could only serve as cannon fodder, but even so, they were more than enough to take on ordinary corpse monsters. On the 7th night, the total number of robots surpassed 5,000, and they stood in neat rows in the open space outside the Lord's mansion, their silver bodies reflecting a cold metallic light under the blood moon. Wang Chong glanced from the city wall and turned to the Iron Guard member beside him, saying, for the upcoming cleanup, you all charge alongside these metal lumps. They will pave the way, and you support with attacks. But you also need to strengthen quickly, don't hold them back. The Iron Guard members gazed at the silver sea below, and no one spoke. They knew that if they didn't strengthen rapidly, they might become even less than cannon fodder in the future. On the 8th day, an unexpected message returned. The Northern Patrol Post reported that a convoy was approaching Steel City, not a small scale, with 7 infantry vehicles and around 200 people well-equipped, resembling remnants of a regular army. When Lin Mo heard the news, he was resting on the 2nd floor of the Lord's mansion. He got up and walked to the window, looking toward the direction outside the city. Under the gray-white sky, the outlines of the infantry vehicles could be vaguely seen, slowly approaching Steel City. There are quite a few of them. Li Yuqing also walked to the window, standing alongside him. Let's see what they are here for, Lin Mo said. Have Wang Chong take some people to the city gate to greet them. We shouldn't let them feel that we lack manners, nor should we let them think they can act recklessly. He paused and added, have the Iron Guard wear armor and be prepared. If they show any other intentions, don't hold back. Li Yuqing nodded and turned to head downstairs to make arrangements. Outside the southern gate of Steel City, Wang Chong led 50 fully armed Iron Guard members, standing in formation, their silver armor gleaming coldly under the gray-white sky. They held their long knives at their sides, standing ready. The convoy stopped 100 meters from the city gate. The doors of the infantry vehicles opened, and a middle-aged man in camouflage stepped down. He looked up at the 20-meter-high Silver City walls. His expression was complex and difficult to describe, disbelief mixed with a hint of surprise. After surveying for a while, he gestured behind him, and the convoy restarted slowly, making its way toward the city gate. The convoy stopped 30 meters from the city gate. 7 infantry vehicles sequentially shut off their engines, and the doors opened. One after another, over 200 people disembarked, all clad in camouflage uniforms, many wearing steel helmets, holding standardized firearms. Wang Chong glanced at them and immediately recognized that this unit was exceptionally well organized. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the front vehicle. He was in his 40s, his skin darkened by the wind and sand with a few old scars etched across his cheekbones, exuding an aura of someone seasoned by countless battles. He stood firm before Wang Chong, first glancing at the 2 rows of iron guards, then looking up at the lookout tower on the city wall, and spoke, my name is Zhao Jianhua, formerly of the Northwest War Zone Reconnaissance Battalion. We received a broadcast from the radio, came from Ning County, first went to the air raid shelter, met a few people who said there was a base here, and thus we followed the trail. Wang Chong did not yield the road, and directly asked, what are you doing in Steel City? Zhao Jianhua showed no surprise at Wang Chong's words. After all, this was the end of the world. We migrated along the way, heard there was a base here, and came to take a look. We mean no harm. Wang Chong observed them for a moment, then waved his hand to let the iron guards clear a path. Zhao Jianhua instructed the convoy to stay outside the city, and brought only 5 men with him to walk into the city with Wang Chong. The others in the infantry vehicles remained seated, guns resting beside them, yet none raised them. Wang Chong thought to himself upon seeing this scene. Their discipline was commendable, or at least they knew how to avoid misunderstandings, suggesting they were not here to cause trouble. Lin Mo met them on the first floor of the Lord's mansion. After Zhao Jianhua and his 5 companions entered the hall, they did not look around, but each found a place to sit. Seeing them seated, Lin Mo introduced himself. I am Lin Mo, welcome to Steel City. At this moment, Li Yuqing brought in several cups of hot water. Zhao Jianhua took a sip, set down the cup, and spoke. Hello, I am Zhao Jianhua. After walking for so long, this is the first time we have seen a base with walls. How long has this base been established? Upon hearing Zhao Jianhua's inquiry, Lin Mo did not hide the truth. When they entered the city, he had already received news from Li Weigua that the highest rank among this group was Sequence 2, with no stronger aura. Steel City has been established for a month. A month. A young soldier behind Zhao Jianhua blurted out, unable to hide his astonishment. To build such a city in a month with walls estimated to be at least several meters high was extremely difficult, even with construction machinery before the apocalypse, let alone a fully... Zhao Jianhua shot a glare at the young man, who immediately fell silent. He turned back to Lin Mo and said, we came from the northwest, traveling nearly 400 kilometers. Lin Mo nodded, indicating for him to continue. Zhao Jianhua straightened his posture, his tone growing serious. After the strange phenomena emerged, aside from 12 large bases, the Northwest Military District and local governments set up a few temporary outposts. The largest one is at the foot of Helan Mountain, using the terrain as a shield, clearing out the surrounding anomalies, and is relatively stable. However, there are too many people and resources are insufficient. The conditions for farming are poor. Even with Helan Mountain, we cannot grow food, and people die of hunger every day. We held out there for over 2 months, but it became impossible, so we abandoned the base and headed southeast. We heard a broadcast on the radio that there was a base here, so we wanted to take a look. Lin Mo listened, having a clear understanding of their intentions. How many people do you have in total? Including family members, over 800. The main force is still waiting in Ning County. Oh, I brought the people over first to take a look. Zhao Jianhua was not surprised by Lin Mo's words. Of course, since we are joining the base, we must follow your... He directly asked, so what do you intend to do in Steel City? Zhao Jianhua did not beat around the bush. We want to join the base. Lin Mo looked at him for a while before saying, joining the base is no problem, but once you join Steel City, you must abide by the base's rules. Zhao Jianhua was not surprised by Lin Mo's words. Of course, since we are joining the base, we must follow your rules. First, everyone must register. Second, the base operates on a points system. We do not support idlers, but the elderly and children will have basic rations. Third, collecting resources outside must follow the base's regulations. Fourth, private fighting and killing within the city are strictly prohibited. Any disputes should be resolved through the management office. Zhao Jianhua listened and pondered for a moment. These requirements are not excessive, but I have one request. Speak. We will not cause you any trouble, but you cannot break us apart and use us as cannon fodder. Lin Mo thought for a moment and nodded. You can keep your current structure and form hunting or search teams. Zhao Jianhua stared at Lin Mo for a few seconds before finally extending his hand. Then please take care of us in the future. The two shook hands. Li Yuqing handed over a piece of paper detailing the base's rules. Zhao Jianhua took it and read it carefully, then turned to instruct the young soldier to relay the message outside the city. He asked Lin Mo if they could bring the main force from Ning County over now. Lin Mo directly instructed Wang Qingyan and Li Weiguo to lead the Iron Guards to accompany them to fetch the people. Lin Mo stood on the city wall watching the convoy depart, thinking that as long as these people did not cause chaos, he would be quite willing to take them in. On one hand, these trained soldiers possessed combat skills far beyond ordinary people. On the other, regardless of past or present, he always held respect for soldiers. However, there is a prerequisite: they must not cause trouble. Lin Mo was not a bleeding heart good person. Our respect was one thing, but reality was another, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. Li Weiguo had also climbed the city wall at some point. Standing beside him, their arrival serves as a reminder. Lin Mo, hearing Wang Chang's words, asked with some confusion, "What do you mean?" This indicates that there are still too many people struggling in the apocalypse. We can gather them together to strengthen the power of Steel City. At present, we do not lack food. What we lack are people. Just like with Chang'an City, if we had 100,000 survivors armed with the weapons you made, even one person with a knife could flatten Chang'an City. Lin Mo listened to Wang Chang's words, feeling speechless. He couldn't help but think it made a lot of sense. Everyone we've encountered so far has not exceeded 500, let alone one. First bring the people over and settle them. Let Li Yuqing keep an eye on them, then continue to gather metal and corpses. Once the situation in Chang'an City is resolved, we can discuss the survivor matter. The next noon, Li Weiguo and Wang Qingyan returned with over 800 people. The convoy was long, with elderly women and children making up half of it, each one looking gaunt and pale, a clear sign of long-term food deprivation. They had a peaceful journey, encountering no anomalies. The strange phenomena around Ning County had been cleared several times. Any lingering corpses or anomalies were dealt with by the hunting team before they could approach. Upon entering the city, the reactions of these people mirrored those of the survivors from the initial fire base, mouths agape, staring at the silvery white walls, utterly shocked, rendered speechless for a long time. A 5 or 6-year-old girl held by her father pointed at the city wall and exclaimed, "Daddy, look at how tall the wall is." Zhou Jianhua was responsible for overseeing this batch of people, explaining the base's rules to them one by one. During this time, Lin Mo took out all the stored metal and created over 1,000 more robots. The number of robots had now exceeded 6,000. That evening, Lin Mo sat at a table on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, looking at the new map drawn by Li Weiguo. Several red circles marked areas within Chang'an City, indicating large clusters of anomalies. He stared at those red circles for a long time. The anomalies embedded within Chang'an City were currently inactive, but that did not mean they would remain so forever. They needed to be cleared quickly to keep the danger contained at its source. Before that, he needed to continue accumulating robots and reapers. When the day came that he had enough, he would turn them all into sources of energy for himself. In the following days, the Steel City remained largely unaffected by the arrival of Zhao Jianhua's team. Before dawn, hunting squads poured out of the city gates in droves. The long queue at the contribution exchange stretched from morning till night as hunters traded the corpses of the undead metal scraps and various supplies for contribution points, which they then used to exchange for necessary items, a significant portion of which were weapons. It was no secret that the base was preparing to go to war with the anomalies in Chang'an City. Everyone was gearing up for the impending battle. Zhao Jianhua's team integrated into the Steel City faster than Lin Mo had anticipated. On the night they arrived, Zhou Jianhuo had already settled them in the residential area. Early the next morning, Zhou Jianhuo came to find Zhao Jianhua with a stack of registration forms explaining the base's rules and regulations in detail, including how to earn contribution points, their uses, and where the exchange was located. Zhao Jianhua listened intently, occasionally asking questions, his understanding clear. By that afternoon, he took his team to the contribution exchange. There were quite a few people in line. He stood by and observed for a while, roughly grasping the process. They exchanged undead corpses, metal, or supplies for contribution points, then used those points to trade for weapons and food. Using the weapons acquired, they would go out to kill more undead, and then exchange for more contribution points, a simple, yet brutal cycle. When it was his turn, he placed a standard rifle on the counter and asked Zhou Jianhuo if it could be exchanged. Zhou Jianhuo picked it up and examined it for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "Guns are ineffective against the undead. Currently, we can't replenish ammunition. It's no different from a stick." Zhao Jianhua said nothing further, took back the rifle, in exchange for a long knife with other supplies before leaving. Before dawn the next day, he led his team out. The undead around the Steel City had been thoroughly cleaned out, and to find prey, one had to venture further away. He led his team northwest for over 10 kilometers, finding 3 undead in an abandoned village. This was his first time using the long knife he had exchanged in actual combat. The blade sliced into the undead's neck with almost no resistance, far more manageable than a military dagger. His subordinates also marveled at the effectiveness of the weapon. For several consecutive days, Zhao Jianhua's team would leave the city before dawn and return only after dark, each time bringing back dozens of undead corpses. Since that night, he had seen Zhao Jianhua. Lin Mo had not made any effort to seek them out. Li Yuqing kept a discreet watch, confirming they had no intention of causing trouble, after which Lin Mo instructed her to withdraw her attention. Occasionally, he would see Zhao Jianhua and his team entering and exiting the city gates from a window on the second floor. The adaptation speed of Zhao Jianhua's group was even faster than Lin Mo had predicted. After all, they were former soldiers with discipline and execution far surpassing ordinary people. Just a few days after entering the city, Zhao Jianhua had already made a name for himself within the base. Everyone knew of this group, efficient and decisive in dealing with the undead. In these few days, Lin Mo had hardly left his quarters, spending all day in the second floor hall manipulating metal with his mind as robots took shape before him. The corpses on Liu Yang's side were also accumulating day by day. The number of undead corpses brought back by hunting teams remained stable. While it couldn't compare to the explosive growth during large-scale purges, it was a steady stream. The number of corpses in the necromantic space gradually climbed from a few thousand to over 10,000, then to 15,000 and 18,000, finally surpassing 20,000 on the night of the 10th day. That night, Liu Yang was receiving the newly delivered corpses in the open area, with dozens of undead corpses freshly transported from outside the city, piled nearby, the air thick with the stench of decay. Upon seeing Lin Mo approach, Liu Yang looked up and said, "Brother Mo, we have 20,000 corpses now." Lin Mo responded, "If we release them all and add our own robotic cannon fodder, it should be enough." He paused slightly before continuing, "Tomorrow gather everyone for a meeting to discuss this together." After finishing, he turned and walked towards the city lord's mansion. Liu Yang nodded behind him without saying more. The following morning, Lin Mo gathered everyone in the city lord's mansion conference room. He did not beat around the bush and spread the map on the table. This map was hand-drawn by Li Weiguo, detailing the inner rings of Chang'an City with marked streets and buildings, several areas circled in red. Those were marked by Lin Mo, who had instructed Li Weiguo and Li Yuxi to delve into the city and mark areas based on the sense danger. Lin Mo looked around at everyone and said, "Currently the total number of robots is 22,000, including 1,500 elemental robots. On Liu Yang's side, there were 20,000 undead, totaling 42,000 cannon fodder units, which should be sufficient to deal with ordinary undead." Li Weiguo took over and pulled out a paper from his pocket densely filled with sensing records. "The number of ordinary undead in the inner ring is about 150,000, distributed very densely. The real trouble is that I sensed 5 anomalies of sequence 4. Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A member of the Iron Guard stood at the door, his face pale. "City Lord, it's raining outside." He almost ground his teeth on the last 2 words. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Lin Mo was the first to stand up, striding out the door with the others following closely behind. When they reached the city lord's mansion entrance, the entire sky had already changed color, the gray-white canopy appearing as if soaked in thick ink, with dense raindrops pouring down, each drop a sticky black that splashed upon hitting the ground, creating dark water flowers. The transparent energy shield above the steel city flickered slightly, firmly blocking the black rain outside. Raindrops fell upon the shield's surface, sliding off along its arc, pooling at the edges into black streams that seeped into the ground. The withered yellow wild grass outside the city was splashed by the raindrops, with some coming back to life in a twisted manner, dark red patterns emerging on the surface of the leaves, spreading like veins through the leaf veins. Beyond the city walls, the distant wilderness became a blur in the rain, with some distorted black shadows vaguely visible writhing. People in the city rushed out to witness this scene, crowding under eaves or standing in the middle of the streets, all gazing at the sudden black rain. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, the sound of rain striking the energy shield resonating from above, dull and dense. He recalled the black rain in Qinling. After that rain, all anomalies seemed to surge in strength as if on steroids. He glanced back at the people behind him, their faces bearing the same gravity. Everyone understood that after this rain, the strength of the undead in the inner ring of Chang'an City was likely to take another leap. The rain continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping by night. Lin Mo returned to the second floor, standing by the window and gazing out at the dark world. The landscape beyond the energy shield seemed soaked in ink, making it impossible to see clearly. He pressed his hand against the window frame, the cold metallic sensation helping him calm down slightly. He did not know how long this rain would last, nor what Chang'an City would become once it ceased. But this black rain left him feeling an inexplicable restlessness, as if something significant was about to happen. The black rain has ceased. As the last drop of ink-like raindrop fell from the sky, a gray-white dividing line finally began to rise slowly from the horizon. The energy shield glowed faintly, resembling a gigantic bowl inverted above the steel city. On the city walls, the night watch iron guards were changing posts. The sleepless person rubbed his sore eyes, nodded at the incoming guard, and walked down the steps along the inner side of the city wall. The young Iron Guard stood on his post brimming with energy and habitually glanced outside the city. Then his eyes filled with horror. In the distance on the horizon, a black line appeared, slowly wriggling and inching closer to the steel city. As the black line approached within 3 kilometers of the city wall, its outline became vaguely discernible. It was not a natural shadow, but countless entities surging toward. The young Iron Guard suddenly turned around and shouted downward, "Something's wrong. Go call the city lord. Hurry." His voice cut sharply through the still morning air, and the others on the city wall turned to look into the distance. When they saw the approaching black line, everyone's expression changed. Without a word, an Iron Guard rushed down the stairs, sprinting towards the city lord's residence. Lin Mo had just finished breakfast when he heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs. The heavy and frantic sounds were unlike the usual reports. Just as Lin Mo was about to go down to inquire, an Iron Guard burst in. "City Lord, the lookout tower reports that there's a situation outside the city." Hearing the Iron Guard's words, Lin Mo quickly walked downstairs and pushed open the door of the city lord's residence, seeing the observer on top of the lookout tower vigorously waving the flag in his hand. That was flag language indicating enemies approaching from all directions in great numbers. He hurried towards the city wall, and by the time Lin Mo arrived, many were already standing on the wall. Li Weigua saw Lin Mo arrive and handed over the binoculars, his voice heavy. "Take a look." Lin Mo took the binoculars and gazed into the distance. When he clearly saw what was out there, his breath caught for a moment. What he saw was not just a black line, but a horde of corpses densely packed, a dark mass unlike anything he had ever seen. They were slowly surging toward the city wall, and conservatively estimated there were at least 30,000 of them in this direction alone. What he saw was not just a black line, but a horde of corpses densely packed, a dark mass unlike anything he had ever seen. They were slowly surging toward the city wall, and combined from all 4 directions there were at least 120,000. Perhaps all the anomalies from Chang'an City had come here, but just yesterday, he mentioned wanting to clear Chang'an, and today they delivered themselves to his doorstep. He turned to Li Weigua, whose face was extremely grave, and said, "In addition to these corpses, there are 5 level 4 entities with at least 1 on each side." Lin Mo pressed his hand against the city wall, took a deep breath, and his voice spread clearly from the wall into every corner. "The Iron Guard is to notify all able-bodied individuals inside the city to head to the wall and prepare for battle." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, a dozen people from the Iron Guard rushed out. Following that, voices began to echo through the city. "Corpses are invading all hunting team members to the city wall. Corpses are invading all hunting team members to the city wall." Zhao Jianhua heard the call, and with over 200 of his subordinates sprinted from the residential area directly to the northern wall. Other hunting teams also began to ascend the walls, all of them standing ready. Outside the city, the horde of corpses was drawing closer. 5 minutes later, the first wave of corpses crashed against the energy shield, producing a series of muffled sounds, followed by the second, third, and fourth, forming a dense cacophony. The surface of the energy shield rippled densely, and the light film quickly dimmed. Although the energy shield was supposed to withstand level 4 attacks, there were simply too many corpses. Lin Mo stood on the city wall, gazing at the horde of corpses outside the energy shield, filled with regret. He had never installed long-range weapons on the city wall. If only they could have killed a few as the horde approached, reducing their numbers. He pressed his hands against the city wall, secretly hating that he had underestimated this apocalypse. Fortunately, he had been making robots and gathering the undead during this time, otherwise today would be the day of Steel City's demise. Half an hour later, the energy shield shattered. The corpses began to approach the city wall, charging and colliding one after another. The wall was 20 meters high, equipped with recoil and self-repair capabilities, and the scars left behind healed instantly. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief. As long as the wall stood relying on this barrier, there was still a chance. However, as more and more corpses gathered at the base of the wall, a slanted mountain of corpses formed in an instant. The corpses behind began to climb up, stepping on their fallen companion. Lin Mo witnessed this and immediately released his entire robot army, while Liu Yang released the undead army. They appeared at the foot of the wall, engaging in a fierce battle with the horde of corpses. The silver-gray robots swung their metallic arms, advancing in unison, sending severed limbs flying in their wake. The undead army was also clashing with the horde of corpses, and in an instant black blood mist filled the air, with remains scattered all over the ground. On the city wall, Lin Mo and the others were also not idle. Thunderbolts struck down one after another towards the horde of corpses, each bolt taking down a dozen corpses. Every strike could kill several, or even dozens, but against the tidal wave of corpses, it was merely a drop in the bucket. There were simply too many corpses. As the front line fell, the back line continued to surge forward over their fallen kin. Soon, with the slope of the corpse mountain, the first corpse managed to climb up to the city wall parapet. Following closely behind were the second and third corpses. A fierce close-quarters battle erupted almost simultaneously on all 4 city walls, where blades clashed with rotting claws, the sounds of bone blades piercing flesh and hoarse roars intertwining. Someone was knocked to the ground, pressing their knee against the chest of a corpse, stabbing a blade into its skull from the back. Someone gritted their teeth, their arms bulging with veins pushing back the corpses that had climbed up the parapet, while another swung a heavy hammer, crushing heads into black mist, splattering blood and dark ichor across the city bricks. Lin Mo looked down at the horde of corpses, which still seemed endless, a dark mass covering his entire field of vision. He clenched his fists and thunder began to coalesce again, aiming at the level 4 corpse that was climbing. The lightning struck squarely on the giant corpse's head, which let out a terrible howl as it fell from the corpse mountain, creating a splash of shattered bodies. He shouted hoarsely, "Qing, Yin Yu Qing Wang Chong, you go to the other walls and deal with the high-level anomalies. Don't let them reach the walls. The others will focus on clearing the ordinary corpses." The 3 of them heard the call and dashed towards the east, west, and south, heading toward the particularly large level 4 entities. The battle continued in a seesaw manner. Everyone's physical and mental strength was rapidly declining, their arms growing heavier and their breaths becoming more labored. Although the number of corpses was decreasing, the black tide in the distance continued to fill the gaps in the front. Lin Mo knew that once they could not hold on, all the corpses would surge into the Steel City like a flood breaching a dam. At that time, everyone in the city would become food for the corpses. He turned sharply, shouting angrily, "Hold the line. We have no retreat. If we cannot hold, everyone inside the city will die." On the city wall, hoarse echoes of agreement rose and fell. Blades were raised again, shields steadied once more, and bloodied individuals gritted their teeth, lunging toward the parapet. The Steel City was precariously surrounded by the tide of corpses, but that 20-meter-high wall that line forged from flesh and steel stood firm. No matter how the corpses battered against it, not a single one truly crossed over the city head. As the battle persisted into the 3rd hour, the Steel City had reached its limit. At the foot of the walls, the mountain of corpses had piled up to the height of the city wall. The corpses could tread directly over the remains of their companions, no longer needing to climb. They surged over the parapets like a tide of darkness, continuously flooding into the city. The fighting on the southern wall had devolved into a chaotic melee. The walls were filled with people: Iron Guard members, hunters, Zhao Jianhua's soldiers, and even ordinary residents who had come to assist. Everyone was locked in a fierce battle against the encroaching corpses. The silver-white walls were splattered with black blood. Some were knocked down, others dragged toward the parapets, while some held shields firmly against the advancing corpses, with those behind them thrusting long knives through the gaps. Zhang Jie's long knife had already broken. He held the half-broken blade in his left hand, swinging it at the corpse that had climbed over the parapet. His arms were covered in scratches, and his right shoulder's armor had been torn open, blood trickling down his arm. "Hold the line. Don't let them in." Wang Chong's roar echoed from the middle of the southern wall. The 90-meter-tall Titan body stood at the forefront, wielding a massive long knife that cleaved through the incoming corpses. However, his movements were noticeably slower. After 3 hours of extreme combat, even with an indestructible body, his stamina was nearly depleted. Lin Mo stood on the left side of the southern wall, having lost track of how many bolts of lightning he had unleashed, relying solely on his mental acuity to sustain his spiritual energy. Yet even so, the gap in the southern wall continued to widen, with more and more corpses surging forth. The defensive line was like a string pulled to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. At that moment, Zhang Jie, after just having felled a corpse, suddenly froze. Gray-brown stone patterns spread from his hands up his entire arm, with a hard, iron-like shell covering the surface of his skin. Rock sequence. Upon sensing the information in his mind, he was momentarily stunned, but then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face as he sent the 3 corpses before. Zhang Jie's outburst was merely the beginning. Less than 2 minutes later, Li Yang, in the middle of the southern wall, was surrounded by 3 corpses, his shield knocked from his grasp, and it seemed he was about to be dragged down from the wall. A flash of silver light surged from within him, and a phantom formed beside him, sweeping the 3 corpses away. Spirit manipulation sequence. Moments later, old Zhou in the northeast corner experienced a surge of muscle growth, blood-red veins emerging on the surface of his skin as he smashed the head of a corpse lunging at it. Frenzy sequence. One after another, awakening lights flickered across the 4 walls. Some ignited flames in their palms, others summoned winds beneath their feet, some hardened their skin to a gray iron hue, while others' pupils turned to gold. By the beginning of the 4th hour, nearly 100 people had completed their awakenings atop the walls. The newly awakened were quickly familiarizing themselves with their abilities during the battle. Although still inexperienced, they had no trouble dealing with ordinary corpses. "There's a gap on the southern wall. We need a few people to fill it," a burly man with iron-gray skin shouted, his voice ringing like metal clashing. He blocked the corpses surging through the parapet, while a comrade beside him thrust a long knife from behind him, cutting down a corpse. On the northern wall, Li Yuqing's shadow domain formed a synergy, with several newly awakened shadow sequence users expanding the area covered in shadows nearly twice. The flames on the western wall were intensifying. Wang Qingyin's fire domain was bolstered by 7 or 8 awakened fire sequence users. Their flames, though weak individually, were sufficient to ignite the entire segment of corpses surging outside the walls. Lin Mo stood on the southern wall, cleaving through the incoming corpses with lightning, while observing those awakening one after another. He did not pause nor offer any encouraging words. The battle continued, and there was no time for pretty words. Yet he understood in his heart that the situation was beginning to stabilize. In the 5th hour, a sequence 3 user surged onto the southern wall, the 3-metal dark red corpse, trampling up the corpse slope directly onto the city wall, its bone blades crossing to sweep away the 3 iron guard members in its path. Lin Mo witnessed this scene as 3 silver bolts of lightning struck the sequence 3 corpse, turning it into charcoal. On the eastern wall, Wang Chong had just severed the head of a 4-armed corpse. On the western wall, Wang Qingyin transformed into a ball of fire, igniting the sequence 4 anomaly. On the northern wall, Li Yuqing's shadow spikes pinned the last sequence 4 corpse in the shadows. All 5 sequence 4 corpses were dealt with. But this was not the end. Below the walls and on the ramparts, ordinary corpses were still in combat, and the battle atop the southern wall remained fierce, with black corpses continuing to surge up the slope. Lin Mo turned to look at all those remaining on the walls. At this moment, half of those participating in the battle on the southern wall had awakened their sequences. With the addition of these awakened individuals, the entire front line had stabilized completely. Zhao Jianhua led his awakened comrades to form a battle formation and push forward. The fire sequence users on the western wall advanced side by side, their flames forming a moving wall of fire that ignited all the corpses atop the walls. The earth and wind sequence users on the eastern wall coordinated to encircle and divide the surging corpses. The battle line atop the city began to push back. From the inner side of the parapet to the edge, and from the edge to the outer side of the wall. Those newly awakened fought with fervor, some even climbing onto the corpse mountain to continue battling. Some opened their arms, sweeping across whole areas with wind blades. Initially, only dozens were charging, but soon hundreds jumped down from the walls to fight among the survivors from the Iron Guard hunters, Zhao Jianhua's soldiers, and even ordinary people who had come to assist with logistics, all gripped weapons and charged down. As the killing continued, more individuals awakened. One person felled 3 corpses before flames erupted from his palm. A teenager, while pushing a corpse down the slope, was covered in sharp bone armor. By the end, every person still fighting felt changes within themselves. The awakening abilities surged forth in the battlefield below like a slowly igniting starry field. From hundreds to over 1,000 various abilities erupted simultaneously, stunning even Lin Mo for a moment. After nearly another hour, when the last corpse fell, there were no ordinary survivors left standing. All who had survived and fought until the end had crossed that threshold. All awakened sequences. The Iron Guard, although their armors were shattered and covered in black blood, had eyes full of excitement. The hunters looked down at their palms where flames, wind blades, and stone skin emerged. Some laughed while crying. Zhao Jianhua's soldiers silently inspected their newfound abilities after awakening, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. They stood there looking at their transformed bodies, unable to utter a single coherent word. Someone shouted, "I'm still alive." Then a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, unsure how they had survived amidst such a tide of corpses. After a round of cheers, some discovered the bodies of their companions and began to weep. Lin Mo listened to their cheers and cries. He sighed. This was the apocalypse. Lin Mo had no time to dwell further, directing people to begin treating the injured. He was busy until the blood moon rose. Once the injured were arranged, Lin Mo organized patrols. Then he returned to the Lord's residence, pushed open the door, and went upstairs. He took a moment to rest. Sitting at the table, he finally opened the system panel to check the gains from this battle. Lin Mo was awakened by the voices coming from outside the window. He opened his eyes to see the grayish-white light of dawn streaming and casting shadows on the floor. He sat up. Last night, he had fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Then he got up and washed up before pushing open the door of the city lord's residence. The air was still tinged with the burnt smell of the battle from yesterday, mixed with the stench of blood, which was somewhat uncomfortable, but much better than the strong putrid odor on the city walls. After yesterday's fight against the ghouls, everyone was exhausted, and the bodies were left unattended for the time being. He walked towards the city wall, where the corpses of ghouls were piled up like mountains outside the city. Surrounding the city walls, there were heaps of bodies, dark and oppressive, in some places stacked higher than the walls themselves. Over 100,000 corpses of ghouls lay on the ground outside the city, stretching from the base of the city walls into the distance, with some areas even piled several layers high. Li Weiguo walked over from the other end of the city wall, holding a piece of paper. The weariness on his face was heavier than Lin Mo's, clearly indicating he hadn't slept much last night. Li Weiguo walked over from the other end of the city wall, holding a piece of paper. The weariness on his face was heavier than Lin Mo's, clearly indicating. Lin Mo took the paper and glanced down. The total number of participants in the battle was 2,437, with 2,106 survivors and 331 deaths. The Iron Guard lost 67 men, the Hunting Squad lost 104 Titwo, and Zhao Jianhua's side lost 58. The number of awakened individuals was 1,692, while among the 414 unawakened, most were too severely injured to fight. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on the number, 331, for 2 seconds before he continued to read. Resource consumption over 400 long swords damaged, over 200 casualties of the Robot Legion, 2,200 ordinary robots remaining, 200 elemental robots remaining, and over 1,000 undead remaining, with the rest all destroyed in battle. After reading it all, Lin Mo folded the paper neatly and put it in his pocket, then looked again at the mountain of corpses outside the city. How will we handle the bodies? Li Weiguo replied. Liu Yang went out this morning to collect them. All usable ones have been stored in the undead space. The unusable ones, or those burned to ashes, will be sent to the fields for fertilizer. Li Weiguo then mentioned a few arrangements regarding the injured. After listening, Lin Mo had no objections. Li Weiguo turned and descended the city wall to arrange follow-up matters. Lin Mo stood on the city wall for a while longer, gazing at the mountain of corpses outside before immersing his consciousness into the system panel. Energy points 1454528. 1. He stared at that string of numbers for several seconds. 7 digits. He closed the panel and walked down the city wall, returning to the second floor of the city lord's residence. He pushed the door open, sat at the table, reopened the system panel, and clicked into the shop. Obtaining over 100,000 energy points in one go was indeed exhilarating, but he quickly calmed. The black attribute was priced at 1 million, which he could afford. However, after glancing at the abilities described for those black attributes, words become spells, creation of all things, absolute defense. Each was absurdly powerful. But Lin Mo knew that the stronger the ability, the higher the conditions required to control it. He withdrew his gaze. Given his current level of mental power, he had some understanding. The red thunderbolt could not be fully unleashed with his current mental power, let alone those black attributes. Thunderbolt, thunderbolt. At this moment, it would be impressive if he could summon even a few bolts. Such black attributes should only be used after his mental power increases by 1 or 2 levels. Using them now would be a waste. He began to filter through the attributes again. Flight abilities were the most urgently needed right now. During yesterday's battle, he had stood on the city wall to output attacks, but his line of sight was limited, making it hard to cover many positions. If he could overlook the entire battlefield from above, it would be entirely different. He browsed through the golden area of the shop and found an attribute called Skyward, priced at 50,000. Attribute description allows free flight speed influenced by mental power. He purchased it directly and applied it to himself. A light, buoyant sensation spread from his body to the tips of his limbs, making him feel as if he were floating on water, ready to lift off the ground at any moment. He stood up to try it out. With a gentle thought, his body lifted off the ground, and he hovered in midair. He controlled his altitude, gliding close to the ceiling several times until he became familiar with flying. Satisfied, he landed back on the ground. Next, he needed mobility for the base. He did not want to experience being surrounded by ghouls like yesterday ever again. If the Iron City could fly, then regardless of what kind of encirclement they faced in the future, they could simply leave if they couldn't fight. He found an attribute called Levitate in the red area, priced at 500,000. The description read can lift objects from the ground and keep them suspended in the air. Next to it, he found a golden attribute called Directional Flight, priced at 100,000, which would allow levitating objects to move slowly in a specified direction. The total of the two came to 600,000. Adding the 50,000 for Skyward meant he had already spent 650,000. It stung. However, he still went ahead and purchased it. He did not use them immediately. It was not the right time yet. He recounted his remaining energy points, just over 800,000, as he still needed to craft a batch of ranged weapons. In a situation like yesterday's, if there had been sufficient ranged firepower arranged on the city walls, they could have diminished the ghouls significantly before they even got close. He sat at the table, beginning to think about what kind of ranged weapons to make. At that moment, Li Yuqing pushed the door open and walked in. She also bore a hint of fatigue on her face and was holding a bowl of porridge, which she set on the table. "You haven't eaten much since yesterday, so drink some porridge." Lin Mo indeed felt a bit hungry. He picked up the bowl and took a few sips. The porridge was warm, containing bits of meat and vegetables perfectly seasoned. "How are the injured in the city?" he asked as he set the bowl down. Yushi has been guarding the medical area. Most of the injured have been treated, but about 30 seriously injured still need a few more days. Li Yuqing sat down opposite him. She paused before saying, "Everyone is talking about yesterday's events outside. Many people have awakened to their sequences, and if not controlled, it could lead to chaos." Lin Mo nodded. "That's normal. With over 1,000 new sequence holders suddenly appearing, let Wang Chong organize things in a couple of days, and those who have awakened and wish to join the Iron Guard can be absorbed in." Lin Mo took a few more sips of porridge before putting down the bowl. There is one more important matter for everyone who participated in the battle yesterday. Whether awakened or not, each will receive an additional 100 contribution points. Also, for the damaged weapons, they can bring the damaged ones to exchange for new ones. For the families of those who died, the base will take care of them in the future. Such a large sum. When we fought to defend the city yesterday, we didn't think about whether we could earn contribution points. They may not want them, but we cannot withhold them. Okay, I'll have Uncle Zhou tally it up. Also, everyone should come tonight. Oh, I have something to discuss. Li Yuqing acknowledged and stood up, exiting the door. Lin Mo sat at the table, opened the system panel, and took a glance at his remaining energy points, over 800,000 he still needed to make ranged weapons. After completing these, there wouldn't be much left. Energy points really don't last long. He leaned back in his chair, looking out the window at the teams cleaning up the corpses in the distance. As the blood moon rose, the conference hall of the Lord's mansion was already filled with people. On both sides of the long table, several chairs were lined up with noticeably more faces than a month ago. Aside from the initial 7-member team, Zhou Zhengwo's son Hao Zhao Jianhua and Fang Qing were all quietly seated, along with a few staff members Zhou Zhengwo had brought from the air raid shelter period. Lin Mo sat at the head of the table with a casualty report organized by Li Weiguo from the previous day spread out before him. The corners of the paper were slightly curled, densely packed with numbers: number of fatalities, lightly injured, seriously injured, weapon losses. Each item clearly. He did not rush to speak, his gaze lingering on the report for a moment before he raised it, scanning the faces of everyone present. The matter of the corpse tide is now behind us. His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in the quiet conference hall. However, for those who survived, the tasks at hand must continue. He paused, looking towards Li Weiguo on his left. Uncle Li, how many corpses remain in the inner ring of Chang'an City? Li Weiguo had prepared for this, pulling out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, which contained the information he had gathered. The inner ring originally had at least 150000 corpses. Based on the number of bodies we've eliminated, over 1200 appeared this time. He unfolded the paper, glanced at it, and added, there won't be more than 300 left in Chang'an City. 30,000. Wang Chong, sitting on the other side of the long table, repeated the number. So, does that mean Chang'an City is basically empty now? Li Weiguo nodded. With the remaining ones, the Iron Guard and the hunting team can sweep through and clear them out. Lin Mo listened without immediately responding, leaning back in his chair and lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The conference hall fell silent for a few seconds, everyone waiting for him to speak. He first looked at Wang Chong. There are currently over 1600 awakened individuals in the base, and those willing to join the Iron Guard, you are responsible for their recruitment and training. Those who do not wish to join are not forced. Whether they form their own hunting teams or collecting teams, as long as they adhere to the rules, it is fine. Wang Chong smiled broadly, patting his chest. Rest assured, leave it to me. Lin Mo did not engage further, turning to Li Yuqi. How many healing type awakened are there? Li Yuqi pondered for a moment upon hearing the question. Among the awakened, I've counted around 10 with healing-related abilities. There are 2 whose abilities are very similar to my Holy Light healing, capable of directly healing wounds. The rest lean more towards supportive abilities. Some accelerate wound healing, some stop bleeding, and 2 relieve pain. They may not be direct healers, but they will be useful. You will oversee these individuals, forming a dedicated medical team. We cannot rely solely on you for all the wounded. Li Yuqi nodded without protest. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Zhao Jianhua. During this time, Zhao Jianhua's group had completely integrated into the daily operations of the base. They were disciplined. Unlike other hunting teams that scattered in groups, they maintained a military structure, coordinating perfectly during hunts. Lin Mo had been observing this all along. In this recent corpse tide, your side suffered considerable casualties. The fallen soldiers will receive compensation according to base standards. If there are family members in the city, the base will provide for them. Zhao Jianhua remained silent for a moment. He was not one for many words. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, he nodded earnestly and said, on behalf of them, I'd like to thank you. Lin Mo did not say much more, simply nodding lightly. He then turned to Zhou Zhengwo. Regarding the distribution of contribution points, Uncle Zhou, you oversee it personally. Not a single point should be less. We mustn't let the survivors feel disheartened. Zhou Zhengwo nodded. I've already arranged for people to begin verifying her. It may take a few more days to finalize everything, but compensation for the families of the deceased is already. There's one more thing. Lin Mo's gaze scanned everyone, his tone a bit heavier than before. Chang'an City is now nearly empty, yet it still holds a city's worth of supplies: food, medicine, metal tools, clothing. All of these must be moved back as soon as possible. Sun Hao was the first to speak. When do we set off? Tomorrow. Uncle Li will lead the team. Wang Chong and Lu Yang are responsible for clearing the remaining corpses. Ensure nothing happens to the transport team. The rest of the personnel, all available, must mobilize to retrieve everything usable in Chang'an City within a week. Once the arrangements were made, everyone began to disperse. The conference hall returned to silence. Lin Mo remained seated gazing out at the gray-white sky, still pondering the need for long-range weapons must be addressed quickly. This recent corpse tide made the deficiency of long-range offensive capabilities on the walls starkly evident. Had it not been for the fortifications themselves being sturdy and the resilience and automatic repair features absorbing a significant amount of the impact along with the thousands of people within the city fighting desperately, the city would not have held out until the end. He did not wish to experience a similar situation again. The next morning, the Iron City awakened under the gray-white light of dawn. Early in the morning, Li Weiguo led the team a long line of trucks and armored vehicles heading towards Chang'an City. The roar of engines echoed across the empty plain as the convoy ventured further, ultimately disappearing beyond the distant horizon. Lin Mo stood on the city wall watching the convoy depart. He did not linger on the wall, but turned and walked down, heading towards the open space on the west side of the Lord's mansion. There lay all the remnants of robots with metal scraps covering a significant portion of the area piled like small mountains. He approached the debris without hesitation and began to salvage the entries. With his palm pressed against the wreckage, the system panel unfolded in his consciousness, and the entries attached to the damaged robots were extracted one by one, returning to the system's inventory. After recovering all the entries, Lin Mo began to reconstruct the robots. The metal debris transformed in midair under his psychic control, with silver-white robots neatly lining up before him. He then concentrated his psychic fire, reviving those cold metals. One after another, robots appeared in the open space, increasing from a few to dozens, and then from dozens to hundreds. By noon, he had reconstructed nearly 1,000 ordinary robots and additionally repaired over 300 elemental robots. The lightning-type robots entwined with arcs of electricity, the flame-type, with a dark red heat wave on the surface, and the ice-type, covered in pale blue frost, stood in formation like a silent army. He took a moment to rest, sipping from his water bottle. Li Yushi had quietly approached the edge of the clearing at some point, silently offering him a new jug as he neared the bottom of his water. She did not speak, merely standing quietly beside him. Lin Mo took the jug, looking at the row of newly made robots in the distance. The recent siege of corpses has awakened me. We do not know when the next wave will come. If we do not strengthen our power, we may not have such luck next time. I plan to produce a batch of long-range weapons to defend the city. What kind of long-range weapons do you plan to make? Li Yushi asked. Lin Mo did not answer directly, but there was a hint of determination in his gaze. I already have an idea. If it can be realized, the next corpse tide of this scale won't even get close to the city walls before suffering heavy losses. Li Yushi watched him for a while, not pursuing details, just saying, "Busy as you are, remember to eat." She turned and left, her footsteps gradually fading in the clearing. Lin Mo sat in place for a little while longer, finishing the water in his hand before standing up to continue his unfinished. In the evening, the convoy returned. Dozens of trucks entered through the city gates, each cargo hold piled high. Once the convoy stabilized in the open area in front of the warehouse district, people began busily unloading the cargo, the sounds of shouting footsteps and the dull thud of goods hitting the ground blending into one. Li Weiguo jumped down from the first truck, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and approached Zhou Jiangwo, who was counting the supplies. The supplies in Chang'an City are far more plentiful than we expected. Just from the 3 large warehouses in the south, there are over 10,000 tons of food, including rice flour and oil. Zhou Jiangwo quickly jotted notes in the logbook without raising his head, but the corners of his mouth were clearly lifted. Chang'an City is so large, isn't it normal for supplies to be abundant? If you're going again tomorrow, make sure to search the logistics park in the east of the city. There are even more warehouses there. The two chatted for a bit more, and Li Weiguo turned to arrange the unloading, while Zhou Jiangwo continued with his notes. The supplies in the open area continued to pile higher, resembling small mountains. In the following days, the transport team set off before dawn and returned after dark, bringing back usable items from Chang'an City batch by batch to the Iron City. Warehouses, supermarkets, pharmacies, factories, logistics centers. All intact supplies were cleared out, including dust-covered shelves and cabinets. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had not left the Lord's mansion for several days. He spent 3 days restoring the elemental robots to 1500 units. Not all ordinary robots were rebuilt. Only 100 were made. On the 4th day, he took a trip to Chang'an City. He stood in front of a residential building that had long been uninhabited, activating his metal control. The steel framework of the entire building detached from the concrete, like countless silver snakes pouring out from the walls, coalescing into a massive metal sphere before him. He walked through, collecting as he went, until evening. By the time he returned to the Iron City, several newly built warehouses were nearly full. Originally, there were only 3 warehouses in the district, but later expanded to 5. At this moment, all 5 warehouses were piled to the roof. The open space was still stacked with large quantities of supplies yet to be stored. Zhou Jiangwo posted a notice recruiting non-combat personnel to help with transporting, organizing, and categorizing supplies, compensating them by the hour. Within half a day of the notice being posted, a long line formed with people of all ages. They were busily sorting, categorizing, logging, and storing supplies in the warehouse district. Lin Mo stood by a window on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, observing the bustling scene below. On the open ground of the warehouse district, people moved back and forth like ants, some carrying burlap sacks, others pushing handcarts, while some crouched on the ground sorting through medicines. The sounds mixed together and rose up, shouting, laughter, and scolding, the harsh sounds of metal shelves being dragged. It was noisy yet vibrant. He picked up a pen and added a few strokes to one of the papers, then set the pen down, leaning back in his chair to rest his eyes for a moment. Outside, the sound of the transport team's truck engines grew closer again, signaling another batch of supplies. He closed the panel, turned, and returned to sit at the table. On the table lay several sheets filled with sketches detailing the long-range weapon designs he had been pondering over the past few days, with densely packed lines indicating dimensions and structures. He picked up a pen and added a few strokes to one of the papers, then set the pen down, leaning back in his chair to rest his eyes for a moment. Outside, the sound of the transport team's truck engines grew closer again, signaling another batch of supplies returning. In the following days, supplies continued to flow back into the Steel City from Chang'an. A long line of trucks and armored vehicles formed, their engines rumbling through the gray morning light as they headed towards the nearly deserted Dead City. By evening, the convoy returned along the same route, laden with abundant supplies. Zhou Jiangwo registered the items at the warehouse entrance, busy from dawn till dusk. He had previously managed supplies in the air raid shelter, but back then the resources were dwindling, and he watched the inventory drop daily, feeling anxious. Now, however, things were improving, the supplies were increasing, and warehouses were built one after another, yet still they could not accommodate everything. While squatting beside a pile of goods for lunch, he had a bowl of steaming rice accompanied by a piece of salted meat and a few chopsticks of vegetables, something he couldn't even imagine at the Xinhua base. He felt immensely grateful for his decision to hand over the base to Lin Mo. Taking a few bites of rice, he looked up at the mountain-like stacks of supply boxes in front of him, and then at the wheat in the fields that was already heading to grain, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. As the saying goes, having grain in hand keeps one calm of heart. In the apocalypse, this saying was more practical than any other. A young man responsible for recording approached with his lunchbox, pointing with his chopsticks at the newly stacked shelves in the warehouse area. Uncle Zhou, there's another pile over there. Should we apply for another warehouse? With his mouth full, Zhou Jiangwo mumbled, no rush to build. Let's finish sorting this batch first. We can squeeze in what we can. The young man nodded, took a couple more bites, and went back to work. On the evening of the seventh day, Li Weiguo jumped down from the last truck, the soles of his shoes crunching on the gravel. He dusted off the grime on his clothes and walked towards Zhou Jiangwo with a look of relief on his face. We've basically cleared it out. Zhou Jiangwo drew a long line in the registration book, indicating that the supply transport work from Chang'an had come to an end. That evening, he delivered the organized supply list to the Lord's residence. The list was bound into a thick booklet, clearly categorized: grains, medicines, metals, tools, clothing, daily necessities, mechanical parts, fuel. Each category further detailed with varieties and quantities, with the grains section alone spanning 3 full pages. He placed the booklet on Lin Mo's desk, briefly reported a few points, and then stepped out. Lin Mo sat at the desk, flipping through the list, gaining a clearer understanding of the base's current supply reserves. As for grains, even without planting, the existing stock was enough to feed the entire base for a year with some leftover. The medicines were also well stocked with many essential types: antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, bandages, disinfectants, filling an entire warehouse. As for metals, he had dismantled all the steel and iron structures from Chang'an, and the refined metal spheres piled up in the scroll space would last him a good while. With the transport of supplies concluded, the next task was to create weapons for the city walls. This matter had been on his mind. Standing on the southern wall that day, he watched helplessly as the corpse monsters surged from a distance, and once the energy shield shattered, they rushed to the foot of the wall almost unimpeded. Throughout the entire process, he had been unable to inflict any effective damage on the distant targets, merely watching as they approached, waiting for them to climb the wall. He did not intend to experience that sense of helplessness a second time. Sitting at the desk, he brought up the system panel, flipping to the marketplace interface, and glanced at his remaining energy points, 1104,528. This number was considerable, but it couldn't be spent recklessly. He stared at the list of items for a long time, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, repeatedly contemplating the feasibility and cost of each option in his mind. In the end, he didn't purchase any of the expensive gold or purple items, but instead selected several moderately priced items with clear effects based on plans he had previously considered. The first was a green item, from which he chose 3 types at once: explosion, lightning, and freeze. He was familiar with these 3 items, having used similar ones when creating elemental robots which had performed excellently. They should work just as well on ranged weapons. 3 different types of attacks corresponded to different battlefield needs. The second was a blue item, energy gathering, specifically chosen for ranged weapons, allowing the user's mental energy to condense into a high-density energy ball within the barrel. The third was a white item sturdy used to enhance the hardness of the cannon itself. Although it was a white item, its strengthening effect was more practical than many advanced items for equipment that needed to be used long-term. The fourth was a green item perfect hit whose effects he was very familiar with as he had used it before to greatly increase hit rate. The entire combination consumed 6100 energy points. Lin Mo calculated in his